Chapter 1 Midnight. East Lake Community. Room 902. Zhou gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, as two fragments of memory intertwined within his mind. At last, he regained his bearings. He had been reborn. He had returned from 9 years in the future. Zhou dashed to the refrigerator, retrieving a bottle of milk, which he gulped down eagerly. He then grabbed a bottle of chilled soda, continuing to drink. After finishing, he rummaged through the fridge for a large piece of bread and a box of chocolate, devouring them hungrily. Once satisfied, he took a few Snickers bars, tearing off the wrappers and consuming them one by one. The sensation of a full stomach was truly delightful, a wave of contentment and security washing over him. Crack! Zhou heard a sound, as if a door to his mind had been flung open. In the next moment, his consciousness entered an immense space, a vast expanse measuring 10 kilometers in length, width, and height enough to enclose all of humanity in a single meatball without issue. A space? Could it be the kind of space found in novels? Zhou felt invigorated, as if charged with energy, and immediately began to experiment. 2 hours later, Zhou had gained a rudimentary understanding of this space. The space was stationary. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon retrieval. When collecting items, he could use touch or sight. Anything within 10 meters could be summoned by mere observation. However, only independent objects could be placed within. For instance, Zhou could focus on a cup and place it inside. But if he concentrated on the television, he could not insert it, as the television was fixed to the wall. He also discovered that he could open a portal in the space, allowing it to rapidly absorb water. The water within would coalesce into a large sphere, quietly suspended in the void. This sphere could be released instantly or allowed to flow out slowly, or even ejected at high speed. Zhou tested this. The water could shoot out at a velocity of 3,000 meters per second, forming a sharp water blade capable of easily slicing through a cup. It could even cut through a wrench. Simultaneously, as the water surged forth, Zhou experienced a form of recoil. He speculated that this reaction could significantly enhance his swimming speed. If controlled adeptly, he could even utilize this force to float in the air and soar through the sky. Undoubtedly, this space was an unfathomable existence. But that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was how to utilize it. What was the purpose of this space? Of course, to store supplies. With the impending heat wave and soaring prices, it was essential to gather a substantial stockpile of resources to fill the space to the brim. Zhou unlocked his phone to check the time. Today is March 4th, 2044. In just 2 months, on May 14th, a heat wave will envelop the globe, with daytime temperatures soaring to 50 degrees Celsius and nighttime temperatures reaching 35 degrees. All surface vegetation will wither away. The heat will trigger wildfires, engulfing forests worldwide in flames. Cities will also be plagued by incessant fires, overwhelming firefighting services. The smoke from these fires will blanket the globe, leading to a surge in respiratory diseases, causing many with poor health to suffer and perish. The scorching weather will directly result in the melting of polar ice caps, causing sea levels to rise rapidly. Many lowly and coastal cities will be submerged, forcing mass relocations. Numerous inland cities will transform into coastal towns. Companies, factories, and residents in coastal cities will have no choice but to abandon everything and move. Many people, having spent a lifetime savings to buy homes in these coastal cities, will see their properties vanish as sea levels rise, incurring devastating losses. The heat wave will persist for 9 long years. It continued until the moment of my death. Prolonged high temperatures will lead to a mass extinction of surface vegetation, forcing people to cultivate grains, vegetables, and fruits indoors, yielding limited supplies that are grossly insufficient. The world will descend into famine. Every day, people will die of starvation, while those who survive will suffer from severe malnutrition. Zhou's expression turned grave. Hunger. It may seem like an ordinary term, yet only those who have truly experienced it can comprehend the terror it embodies. In times of hunger, sleep eludes one. Stomach acid relentlessly attacks the body, inflicting immense suffering. Anything that comes into view becomes a target for consumption. Even a pair of leather shoes seems appetizing. I have had my fill of hunger. I do not wish to endure it again. There are only 2 months left. I must utilize this time to gather sufficient resources. With an adequate supply, even in the face of calamity, I can live comfortably. After splashing water on his face, Zhou approached his desk, retrieving a blank sheet of paper and a pen to jot down his thoughts. In the wake of global disasters, although calamities have become frequent, they remain within manageable limits, and social order has persisted, with governmental structures still operational. Thus, there is no need to construct a safe house. Acquiring a house on elevated terrain, renovating it, and stockpiling resources will suffice. To stockpile resources, however, requires capital. Zhou had graduated from university less than a year ago, with savings barely exceeding 20,000, hardly enough to procure anything substantial. Therefore, he needed to devise a plan to acquire funds. Zhou surveyed the house. This residence had been bequeathed to him by his parents. With an area of 85 square meters, it was situated near a high school, an art institute, and a large shopping mall. Excellent location, valued at approximately $2 million. Zhou intended to mortgage the house to secure initial capital for stock trading. Before the heat wave arrives, the global climate has experienced numerous anomalies, leading to significant fluctuations in the stock, futures, and currency markets. Seizing just one of these volatility spikes could result in overnight wealth. In his previous life, Zhou had consistently missed these opportunities, regretting it deeply, unable to sleep at night. It was precisely this that left a lasting impression on him. 10 years had passed, yet Zhou still vividly recalled those market trends. This was his opportunity. The stock market, futures, and currency exchanges circulate trillions daily. By capitalizing on this colossal entity, one could achieve financial freedom. After finishing a meal from the refrigerator, Zhou grabbed the property deed and set out. When mortgaging property, it is best to approach a bank, as they are more reputable. However, banks have the drawback of being slow. Loan investigations, approvals, contract signings, and mortgage registrations can take at least a week or even half a month to finalize. Thus, Zhou opted to visit a financing guarantee company instead. One must admit, guarantee companies are exceptionally swift. In just 3 hours, the process was complete, and Zhou's bank account swelled by 1.48 million. While it was a modest sum, the speed was truly impressive. With capital secured, next, it was time to enter the market. At 9:30, Zhou opened Tunghua Shun and invested the entire 1.48 million into Nanjing Company. This stock, currently priced at 32.6, was projected to rise to 57, making it one of the standout stocks of the first half of the year. After purchasing, all he had to do was wait for it to appreciate. Indeed, trading futures and currencies could yield faster profits, but now was not the time to enter. A rash decision would likely lead to losses. With limited capital, Zhou needed to proceed cautiously. After buying the stock, Zhou took a taxi to the Public Security Bureau to apply for a Hong Kong-Macau travel permit. Currently, the official foreign exchange management policies still favored open entry but strict exit. Therefore, to trade international currencies and futures, it was best to open an account in Hong Kong. Zhou prepared the permit in advance, planning a trip to Hong Kong when the time was right. Upon securing the permit, Zhou headed to the second-hand car market, purchasing a 15-year-old used pickup truck for 1,800 yuan mere scrap price. With electric vehicles now ubiquitous, this gasoline-powered pickup was practically unwanted. The owner was elated to make a sale, his excitement causing his flabby flesh to tremble. After completing the paperwork, it was already noon. Zhou filled the tank and drove straight to the west suburb reservoir. His intention in visiting the reservoir was to test an idea. Could he utilize the space to collect fish from the reservoir in a sort of zero-cost purchase? In truth, Zhou had envisioned conducting a zero-cost purchase at a supermarket. However, given the current stable society, orderly conditions, and the omnipresence of security personnel and cameras, attempting a zero-cost purchase at a supermarket or warehouse would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Since a supermarket was not a viable option for zero-cost purchasing, Zhou decided to try his luck at the reservoir. Certainly, this is merely an idea. Whether it is feasible can only be determined through experimentation. 2 hours later, Zhou arrived at a vast reservoir, one of the largest in Nan City, renowned for its pristine water quality, covering an area of 196,000 acres with an average depth of 12 meters, reaching a maximum of 23 meters in some places. This is a paradise for anglers. Every day, a multitude of fishing enthusiasts flock here. Simultaneously, it is also a haven for tourists during the sweltering weather. City dwellers often drive over to relish the refreshing climate and the delectable fish from the reservoir. Surrounding the reservoir are numerous goose houses catering specifically to anglers and visitors, along with a variety of restaurants and food stalls, all specializing in wild reservoir fish. Zhou Yu drove his pickup to a relatively secluded corner. Upon disembarking and approaching the water's edge, he immediately spotted several large grass carps swimming about, with the largest appearing to weigh around 10 pounds. Zhou Yu's heart leaped with joy as he dipped his hand into the water, attempting to draw them in. "Come on, little brother." With a resounding splash, the water erupted into great waves as the grass carp was drawn into Zhou Yu's spatial realm, along with several cubic meters of water. A smile spread across Zhou Yu's face. His plan was indeed viable. This space could truly capture fish. However, it also inadvertently drew in the water. With a thought, Zhou Yu separated the water from the fish within the space. He then released the water back into the reservoir, leaving only the fish behind. Finding a concealed spot, Zhou Yu shed his clothes and swam into the deeper waters. He soon discovered that his strength had significantly increased. Swimming felt effortless, and with a gentle stroke of his arm, he could propel himself 3 to 4 meters. It seemed that his physical prowess had enhanced following his rebirth. Before long, he reached the deeper area, where the water plunged over 20 meters deep, appearing murky and foreboding. Continuing his efforts, Zhou Yu tirelessly captured fish and released water. 3 hours later, Zhou Yu noticed the arrival of staff members and had no choice but to cease his activities. Estimating his haul, he calculated approximately 60,000 pounds, primarily consisting of grass carp, silver carp, bighead carp, and blackfish. Once these fish entered the spatial realm, they instantly perished. This prompted Zhou Yu to contemplate a new strategy in the future. If faced with adversaries, could he not capture them within the space, swiftly resolving confrontations? Zhou Yu settled into a nearby guest house, planning to continue his endeavors at night. During the day, the reservoir had staff patrolling, making fish collection easily detectable. However, at night, the water's surface was shrouded in darkness, rendering it difficult for patrols to see anything, allowing for discreet operations. At 11 p.m., he resumed his activities. Finding a hidden location, Zhou Yu swam into the deep waters, opening a vast portal to his space, as water and fish poured in with resounding clamor, causing the water level to plummet rapidly. The night fishermen surrounding the reservoir were taken aback by the sudden drop in water level. Yet, these seasoned anglers had witnessed far stranger occurrences. Some had even pulled up corpses and remained unfazed what was a mere decline in water level to them. At 3 a.m., Zhou Yu finally halted his fish collection, tallying his bounty. This time, he had amassed 400,000 pounds of fish. Adding the previous 60,000 pounds, his total came to 460,000 pounds. That equated to approximately 230 tons. With his initial foray a resounding success, Zhou Yu felt elated. 265 tons of fish. If he consumed 10 pounds a day, he could feast for over 100 years. The reservoir's zero-cost acquisition plan is indeed feasible. Given that, let us proceed. My objective is to amass 10,000 tons. The following day, Zhou Yu arrived at another colossal reservoir, the Danantan Reservoir, and continued his endeavors. Indeed, Danantan Reservoir, the largest reservoir in Namlan City, yielded a fish harvest significantly greater than that of the West Suburb Reservoir, with Zhou Yu reaping an impressive 822 tons of fish in one sweep. In total, that amounted to 1,052 tons. To be frank, even Zhou Yu was taken aback by the sheer abundance of fish within this reservoir. He recalled that the vast Chagan Lake, despite its size, only yielded an annual winter catch of 3 million pounds, equating to a mere 1,500 tons. However, the catch from Chagan Lake constituted only a fraction of its inhabitants. In contrast, Zhou Yu's method was rather aggressive, effectively capturing approximately 80 of the fish in the reservoir in one operation. Driving his pickup truck towards the hotel, Zhou suddenly noticed several individuals placing items into the trunk of their vehicle. Clearly fellow anglers, he found it rather peculiar. Night fishermen typically indulged in their passion until dawn. So it was unusual for these individuals to depart at such an hour. Slowing down, Zhou inquired, "How was your catch today?" "Don't even mention it. It was a total bust. I only managed to catch a few small fish." It's astonishing that such a large reservoir yielded no fish at all. Something must be amiss. The anglers appeared dejected, their faces etched with disappointment. Upon hearing about the water level's sudden drop, Zhou's heart raced. He knew this was likely a consequence of his actions. The fact that these fishermen had failed to catch anything was also attributable to him. It seemed that in future endeavors, he would need to adopt a gentler approach to fishing. After offering some words of consolation, Zhou drove away. As he departed, he faintly heard the anglers conversing. "Sighed, I have a bit of a reputation in the fishing community, and yet here I am, returning empty-handed. How am I supposed to face my neighbors and acquaintances? I suppose I'll find a place for a late-night snack, and, come morning, head to the market to buy some big fish to bring home." Great idea. A fisherman never returns empty-handed. Subsequently, Zhou navigated his old pickup truck through the various large reservoirs and lakes of the southern province. He drove throughout the first half of the night and focused on fishing during the latter half. With each passing collection, Zhou became increasingly adept at utilizing space. His technique for catching fish became both swift and efficient, allowing him to extract 80 of the fish from a large reservoir within 3 hours without alerting anyone. As fish populations dwindled, the first to notice were the anglers. They soon realized that fishing in the reservoir yielded little to no results, often spending entire days without a catch. Some remained skeptical and frantically attempted to bait and attract fish. But to little avail. This situation was reported online, yet it failed to capture public attention. How can the fish in the reservoir diminish? If you can't catch any, it must be due to your lack of skill or inadequate equipment. Days turned into weeks. While Zhou continued to collect fish, he also kept a close watch on the stock market. After 9 days of gains, his account had swelled to 2.78 million. For an ordinary person, this sum would be substantial. Yet for Zhou, it was still woefully insufficient. He had far too many items to stockpile, necessitating funds amounting to at least several billion. A mere 2.78 million wouldn't even suffice for purchasing fruit. Zhou decided to liquidate his stocks. Although Nanxing Company continued to rise, the potential for further gains seemed limited, and he deemed it unnecessary to hold on to them. He then selected a new stock. Dongshan Water Industry, which was on the rise, having increased by 46 over the course of 10 days. Having secured his new investment, Zhou resumed his fishing activities. The weather grew increasingly sweltering, with temperatures in many areas surpassing 51 degrees Celsius. Even Antarctica exhibited signs of gradual warming, with glaciers beginning to melt, causing coastal cities to brace for potential challenges. Online discourse about an impending apocalypse surged, and even official statements struggled to quell the fervor. Although Zhou understood that only natural disasters could occur, not an apocalypse, he nevertheless felt a sense of urgency from the online rhetoric, prompting him to intensify his fishing efforts at Tichingbi Lake. He harvested 530 tons. At Fenghuang Lake, he gathered 456 tons. At Qiansa Reservoir, he netted 1,023 tons. And at Huanzhu Reservoir, he collected 950 tons. After finishing at Huanzhu Reservoir, Zhou calculated that the total fish in his storage had reached 240 tons, successfully achieving his modest goal. In addition to the major reservoirs, the southern province boasted over 4,000 smaller reservoirs, which collectively housed more fish than the larger ones if he were to harvest them all. Reaching 100,000 tons would be no issue. However, Zhou did not intend to pursue this course, as the scattered distribution of these smaller reservoirs would complicate the collection process. Moreover, he felt a responsibility to leave some fish for the local populace. He could not take everything for himself. Thus, the zero-cost acquisition of fish from the reservoirs came to a close. Yet, Zhou had no intention of returning home. His modest goal had been accomplished. But he harbored a grander ambition, to venture into the sea and collect 1,000 tons. Zhou drove his pickup to a secluded coastal area, changed his attire, and stored his vehicle in his space. He then took to the skies, soaring above the ocean. Indeed, he was flying. Zhou had captured millions of cubic meters of air and, by opening a portal beneath him, propelled himself upward with a swift jet of air. The thrust generated by the high-speed airflow allowed him to ascend rapidly to avoid detection. he flew close to the water's surface. Aware that overfishing had depleted nearshore waters, Zhou flew a staggering 180 kilometers before coming to a halt. He had reached the edge of the continental shelf. According to data, 80 of marine fish congregated around the continental shelf, where sunlight was abundant and rivers flowing into the sea provided a wealth of nutrients. Creating a haven for plankton and a preferred habitat for fish, Zhou launched a blue inflatable boat, seating himself as he began his fish collection. Here we go. A dark, gaping portal opened, as if the sea had been bitten, and several cubic kilometers of seawater vanished into the space, with surrounding waters rushing in to fill the void that in the reservoirs. Zhou had been cautious to avoid detection, employing a relatively gentle method. However, upon reaching the ocean, he felt no such restraint and unleashed his full force, voraciously gathering fish. Within 2 minutes, 2/3 of the space brimmed with seawater, teeming with a plethora of fish and marine vegetation. With a mere thought, Zhou expelled the seawater, retaining only the fish and aquatic plants. Many of these marine plants were edible, such as stoneflower, kelp, dragon beard seaweed, deer horn seaweed, nori, and red algae, which could serve as substitutes for vegetables. This operation yielded approximately 300 tons of marine fish and several tons of sea plants. With such efficiency, he quickly moved on to another location, continuously collecting fish and shifting locations. By dawn, Zhou tallied his haul, a total of 30,000 tons of marine fish, primarily comprising big eye snapper, mullet, ribbonfish, pomfret, bighead fish, turbot, clams, green crabs, and squid. Among them were several premium seafood varieties, including large yellow croaker, small yellow croaker, golden pomfret, sea bass, mouse grouper, stonefish, and eastern star grouper. Surveying his bounty, Zhou felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The sea was indeed magnificent, overflowing with fish. He had collected 30,000 tons overnight. Had he known, he would have gone directly to the ocean rather than wasting time at the reservoirs. After toiling for over 10 days in the reservoirs, he had only gathered 1,000 tons, an utter waste of time. Dining was conveniently solved at sea. Zhou had prepared a substantial amount of cooked food in his space, which he could consume directly. After finishing his meal, he rested for 2 hours on the inflatable boat, rejuvenating himself. During this time, Zhou's physical constitution had been steadily improving, allowing him to recover his energy with just 2 to 3 hours of sleep, a veritable paragon of endurance. Continuing his endeavors, he remained vigilant during the day, keeping an eye out for nearby fishing vessels. The vastness of the sea surrounded Zhou's diminutive blue inflatable boat, blending seamlessly with the azure waters, rendering it nearly invisible even to passing fishing vessels. After 10 hours, Zhou had amassed a staggering 48,000 tons of seafood, along with a plethora of marine flora. This time, in addition to seafood, Zhou stumbled upon some unexpected treasures. Firstly, he discovered several sunken ships, which had drifted into his spatial realm with the currents, now left behind. Upon closer inspection, he found that these vessels dated back centuries, adorned with porcelain and silver ingots, yet no gold was to be found. The porcelain, if sold during prosperous times, could have fetched a considerable fortune, but its value now was uncertain as the days grew increasingly warmer. More and more people spoke of impending doom, claiming that antiques were worthless in a post-apocalyptic world. No relic, no matter how exquisite, could compare to the practicality of a bag of rice in addition to the sunken ships. Zhou also collected several logs of precious wood, including camphor and yew, totaling several dozen tons. Typically, such wood is found in inland waterways. Its appearance in the sea was a mystery. These logs likely held little monetary value. Yet Zhou accepted them nonetheless. After all, his spatial realm was vast, and should they fail to sell, they could serve as formidable weapons in the following days. Zhou scoured the continental shelf, gathering fish with fervor. As his technique improved, his daily catch grew exponentially, sometimes reaching as much as 70,000 to 80,000 tons in a single day. A truly astonishing feat. On the 5th day, Zhou mastered a new skill, the ability to simultaneously open 2 portals. One portal served as an entrance, while the other acted as an exit. As he collected fish, the first portal generated an immense suction, drawing in both the seawater and the fish, while the second portal expelled the seawater, leaving only the fish behind. This technique resembled a colossal net, 10 kilometers long, swiftly sweeping through the ocean, ensnaring every fish and marine creature in its path. With this newfound ability, his fishing speed increased by 200 to 300 times. He could now harvest millions of tons in a single day. On the seventh day, Zhou Yu ventured beyond the borders of the Great Xia, arriving at the renowned fishing grounds of Hokkaido. This was one of the world's largest fishing areas, teeming with salmon, cod, herring, and mackerel, all of exceptional quality. Here, Zhou Yu unleashed a devastating fishing spree, capturing every fish and shrimp in sight, totaling 5.8 million tons in just one day. The ecological balance of the fishing grounds was severely disrupted, and it would likely take more than a decade for recovery. Notably, Zhou Yu's fishing activities attracted the attention of several fishing vessels. With no other options, he reluctantly drew these boats into his spatial realm as well. Alongside the fishing vessels, he also acquired 4 yachts, 2 small ones measuring over 10 meters, 1 medium-sized yacht exceeding 20 meters, and a luxurious 80-meter yacht complete with a helipad and a helicopter. From these boats, Zhou Yu procured a wealth of supplies and cash, including $1.56 million and over 50 million yen. After departing the fishing grounds, Zhou Yu realized that his seafood haul had reached an impressive 16.6 million tons, having already surpassed his initial goal. However, he did not intend to return just yet. The thrill of his bounty was addictive. Witnessing fish being drawn into his realm brought him immense joy. Zhou Yu pressed onward, entering the Far East fishing grounds of the Russian Bear Country. This area encompassed the Sea of Japan, the Sea of Okhotsk, and the Bering Sea, renowned for its abundant catches of king salmon, silver salmon, and pink salmon. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yu stayed for 3 days. Amassing 18.8 million tons of marine fish at this point, the total seafood in his spatial realm reached an astounding 35 million tons. During his time there, Zhou Yu also collected over 30 fishing vessels and 2 cargo ships. The larger fishing vessels boasted a capacity of 3,000 tons, while the smaller ones exceeded 400 tons. Zhou Yu had little interest in the fishing boats. His focus was on the cargo ships, which were laden with vast amounts of supplies and weaponry, likely belonging to arms dealers. The quick glance revealed enough weaponry to equip an entire division. Aboard the cargo ships, Zhou Yu discovered substantial amounts of cash, including $25 million and 128 pounds of gold. He surmised that these arms dealers preferred cash transactions, explaining the abundance of US dollars on board. However, even if he secured this money, Zhou Yu was wary of depositing it in a bank. The current anti-money laundering systems were exceedingly stringent, and presenting a large sum of unexplained cash would surely raise suspicions. After clearing the Far East fishing grounds, Zhou Yu crossed the Bering Strait into the Arctic Ocean. The Arctic waters were rich with salmon, Arctic cod, king salmon, and halibut, with salmon, cod, and king salmon being particularly plentiful. There was little to discuss. It was time to act. After a thorough sweep of the Arctic Ocean, Zhou Yu continued along the continental shelf, entering the Norwegian Sea and subsequently the Atlantic Ocean, collecting as he went. After scouring the continental shelves of North America, South America, and the African continent, the seafood in his spatial realm reached an astonishing 130 million tons, with various marine plants totaling in the thousands of tons. Here, he also encountered 3 cargo ships, all linked to organized crime, filled with weapons and various luxuries such as cigars, high-end clothing, luxury handbags, and gourmet seafood. In this haul, Zhou Yu secured another 23 million in cash, all in US dollars, alongside a small box containing over 240 pounds of gold. Undeterred, Zhou Yu pressed on, arriving at his final destination, the Southern Ocean. This region was home to Antarctic krill, one of the most abundant species on the blue planet, reportedly numbering in the billions of tons. These creatures congregate in large schools, making them easy to capture. Renowned as the cleanest shrimp in the world, the waters here have never been polluted. The krill were indeed plentiful. Zhou Yu was able to harvest millions of tons daily, and after staying for over 10 days, he collected more than 60 million tons of Antarctic krill. In addition to the krill, he also gathered over 10 million tons of various fish, including Antarctic cod, eels, and bass. In total, the seafood in his spatial realm reached 200 million tons. Observing that there was still ample space available, Zhou Yu placed several small icebergs within before beginning his journey home. This expedition commenced on March 5th and concluded on April 6, lasting 32 days and yielding remarkable results: 200 million tons of seafood, 368 pounds of gold, and 50 million US dollars in cash, as well as numerous fishing vessels, 5 cargo ships, for yachts, and a wealth of supplies, including food, clothing, luxury items, and weapons. Upon his return, Zhou Yu passed by the port. Tempted to indulge in a bit of shoplifting, but ultimately decided against it. The port was a highly secure location, with surveillance cameras omnipresent and satellites overhead that in such an environment, should societal order collapse, he might consider taking action. However, given that order still prevailed, attempting to pilfer under the watchful eyes of authority was perilous. Despite his formidable strength, he was not impervious to bullets. Even if he succeeded in seizing an entire container yard, it would not necessarily be advantageous. Such an act would announce to the world, "I possess a spatial realm." This revelation would undoubtedly cause a stir, prompting global powers to seek Zhou Yu at any cost, potentially offering exorbitant bounties for his capture. In such a scenario, he would find himself universally hunted. In this context, even with vast resources at his disposal, Zhou Yu would dare not reveal them. Anything he presented without a plausible explanation would invite suspicion and scrutiny. In summary, attempting to pilfer at the port was a venture fraught with danger and long-term repercussions, and Zhou Yu deemed it an unnecessary risk. On April 8, Zhou Yu returned to Nan City. He first retrieved his Hong Kong and Macau travel permit before heading back to the Donghu community. Upon reaching his doorstep, the door of room 901 across the hall swung open, revealing a stunning young woman in her mid-20s. Clad in a white dress, the design featured intricate cutouts that subtly displayed her collarbone and shoulders, creating an alluring effect. Beneath her dress, a pair of black stockings adorned her legs, complemented by elegant black high heels, exuding an enchanting allure. This was Chun Xingxuang, the neighbor of Zhou Yu. Chun Xingxuang worked as an accountant at the Nan City cable factory and was a recently married young woman. Her husband, Cheng Yuan, was a supervisor at a company, possessing a slender frame and a shrewd demeanor. Though Chun Xingxuang had a strong personality, she treated Zhou Yu with kindness and always looked after her. Upon seeing Zhou Yu, Chun Xingxuang greeted her warmly. "Oh, Zhou Yu, it's been nearly 2 months since we last met. Have you been on a business trip during this time?" Zhou Yu smiled and replied, "Yes." Chun Xingxuang continued, "The temperature is rising day by day. Make sure to take care of yourself while traveling. I have some frozen watermelon at home. You should come over later for a slice." Zhou Yu replied, "No need. I have ice cream at home." "Chinjia, the weather seems a bit unusual. You should stock up on some food and medicine at home, just in case," Zhou Yu advised. Chun Xingxuang nodded in agreement, saying, "You're right. I'll buy some food and medicine tomorrow." Zhou Yu entered her home and took a refreshing cold shower. When she emerged, her phone chimed with 2 text messages. The South Province Meteorological Bureau warned of high temperatures for the following day, predicting a maximum of 39 degrees Celsius. The alert advised citizens to stay hydrated, minimize outdoor activities, and avoid heat stroke. Additionally, the South Province Fire Rescue Team cautioned that high temperatures could lead to electrical fires, urging the public to use electricity safely and to turn off power sources when leaving home. Zhou Yu glanced at the messages and dismissed them. 39 degrees was merely the beginning. By mid-May, global temperatures were projected to soar to 50 degrees. It should be noted that this 50 degrees was measured at a height of 1.2 meters above ground level, representing the air temperature. The ground temperature would reach 60 to 70 degrees, and the surfaces of car hoods and stones could attain scorching temperatures of 80 to 90 degrees, far too hot to touch. After scrolling through her phone for a while, Zhou Yu logged into her stock trading account, which displayed a balance of 9.65 million in less than 30 trading days. Her initial capital of 1.48 million had surged to 9.65 million, a remarkable feat indeed. However, Zhou Yu felt it was still too slow. It was time to take the next step and accelerate her profit-making endeavors. She pulled out a piece of paper, jotting down her thoughts before retrieving a lighter to burn it. Noticing the time was already 7, Zhou Yu took out a 20-kilogram-old soft-shelled turtle from her storage, intending to stew it for a meal. She had harvested many fish from various reservoirs, including common varieties like grass carp, bluefin, silver carp, and common carp, as well as some rare species, with the soft-shelled turtle being one of them. This 20-kilogram wild turtle had likely lived for decades, and she was curious about its flavor. After her rebirth, Zhou Yu discovered that her physical constitution had strengthened significantly, and her appetite had increased considerably. Her taste preferences had also shifted. She now craved nourishing foods that left her feeling particularly satisfied. Zhou Yu placed the turtle on the kitchen floor, took out a cleaver, and swiftly severed its head. At that moment, she heard a knock at the door. Opening the door, she found Qin Shuang standing there, holding half a frozen watermelon. The delicate, fair fingers of Qin Shuang contrasted beautifully with the vibrant green of the watermelon rind, creating a captivating image. Zhou Yu inquired, "Why did you bring the watermelon?" Qin Shuang placed it in Zhou Yu's hands and said, "Try it. It's very sweet." Zhou Yu accepted it, replying, "Thank you." As Qin Shuang prepared to leave, she suddenly noticed the large turtle on the floor and expressed her interest. "What a massive turtle! Where did you get it?" Zhou Yu replied, "From the reservoir. Is it wild?" She asked. "Yes," Zhou Yu confirmed. "Even if it were farmed, who would raise one this large? The cost would be exorbitant." Qin Shuang assessed the turtle and lamented, "What a pity it has already been killed. If it were alive, it could sell for 3,000 yuan. She assumed that Zhou Yu was responsible for its demise. Remembering her husband's inherent frailty, she thought that since old turtles were known for their nourishing properties, perhaps taking some home for him would be beneficial. With this in mind, Qin Shuang proactively suggested, "Zhou Yu, can you cook turtle? Why don't I take this one and prepare it? After it's done, you can have some." Zhou Yu immediately stepped aside. Sure. She wanted to enjoy the turtle but had no desire to cook it. Qin Shuang's willingness was perfect. Do you prefer it braised, steamed, or stewed? Stewed, Zhou Yu answered. "All right, you carry on with your tasks. I can manage the kitchen myself." "Okay." Qin Shuang showcased impressive culinary skills, expertly slaughtering, cleaning, blanching the skin, removing the entrails, chopping it into pieces, heating the pan with oil, and sought aromatics like scallions, ginger, and garlic before adding the turtle pieces to stir-fry until they changed color, ultimately adding water to simmer. Her seamless execution of the process was commendable. An hour later, a pot of milky white turtle soup was ready. After tasting it, Zhou Yu found it delightful and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Delicious, Qinjie. From now on, you'll be in charge of cooking turtle." Qin Shuang beamed, "No problem." She fetched a large porcelain bowl, filled it halfway, and shyly remarked, "Cheng Yuan isn't in great health. I'll take this back to nourish him." Zhou Yu offered a polite smile, "Sure, take more for Cheng Gu to benefit from." Around 9 o'clock, after finishing her meal, Zhou Yu heard a commotion from next door, as if a commotion had erupted between two individuals. But within 3 minutes, it subsided. It seemed the altercation had concluded. Zhou Yu sighed. Cheng Ji's performance remains consistently stable. Back at home, Zhou Yu felt utterly relaxed, and as soon as she laid down on her bed, she fell asleep, not waking until 10 o'clock the next morning. Upon rising, she noticed something unusual about her body and measured herself with a ruler, discovering she had grown 2 centimeters, reaching a height of 177 centimeters. She had gained height while standing, and even while lying down, her height was recorded at 17 centimeters. Zhou Yu surmised that her body had undergone some transformation, and it was evidently for the better. Stepping outside, Zhou Yu planned to have breakfast and coincidentally ran into Qin Shuang's husband, Cheng Yuan. Upon seeing Zhou Yu, Cheng Yuan approached her and whispered, "Do you still have any turtles? I mean those large ones weighing over 20 kilograms. They were useful for health." Zhou Yu was taken aback. "Brother, in less than 3 minutes, you want a turtle? Perhaps you should take a few more blue pills instead." However, Zhou Yu didn't dwell on it. She had plenty of turtles, and if Cheng Yuan wanted one, she could sell it. "Yes, I do have one, but it's not alive. It was just killed. How about 2,000 yuan? Cheng Yuan frowned. "Zhou Yu, given our neighborly relationship, do you really have to charge me?" Zhou Yu chuckled. Although they were neighbors, their interactions had been minimal, merely exchanging nods. There was no real relationship to speak of. Cheng Yuan was attempting to take advantage of their proximity, which was quite presumptuous. Realizing that getting it for free was out of the question, Cheng Yuan shifted the topic, asking, "Do you have any live turtles?" "I want a live one." Zhou Yu replied, "I only have dead ones." "If that's the case, then forget it." Cheng Yuan insisted, "Why kill a perfectly good turtle? Once it's dead, it spoils quickly." Zhou Yu, uninterested in further debate, asked, "Do you want it or not?" Cheng Yuan was somewhat hesitant. After all, who could be certain that the dead turtle wouldn't spoil? But recalling the events of the previous night, he felt compelled to give it a try. "All right, I'll take it, but you must guarantee its freshness. If it's not fresh, I want a refund." 10 minutes later, Zhou Yu handed Cheng Yuan a 20-kilogram turtle. After inspecting it, Cheng Yuan confirmed its freshness and left with a grin. Zhou Yu then had her breakfast and took a taxi straight to the airport. On that day, Zhou Yu boarded a flight to Xiangjiang. She intended to open an account there to trade U.S. stocks, international foreign exchange, and futures. In the following days, a series of market trends awaited her, and she needed to seize the opportunity. Zhou Yu, however, the efficiency of the bank is rather touching. It takes at least 2 weeks to process anything, which is too long to wait. Another solution for managing funds is to launder the cash in hand, converting the US dollars into clean money before depositing it into the bank. Unfortunately, Zhou lacks the necessary connections and channels for this operation, and given its inherent risks, he must abandon the idea. After much contemplation, Zhou concludes that selling gold is the more prudent course of action. Entering the year 2044, the demand for gold is soaring, and competition among gold shops is intensifying. As long as one dares to sell, they will certainly find buyers, with no questions asked about the origin of the gold. Zhou takes a bag and heads to a well-established gold shop. There, he encounters a gold ATM machine that can automatically recycle gold, with funds credited in as little as 10 minutes, all without human intervention. Nowadays, most gold shops around the globe have adopted such machines. This gold ATM not only offers speed and confidentiality, but also eliminates any potential for underhanded dealings, making it very popular among customers. Of course, the machine may have its minor quirks, but as long as they are not excessive, customers tend not to complain too much. After reviewing the instructions, Zhou inputs his bank account number into the machine, then retrieves 25 kilograms of gold from the bag and places it into the detection slot. The screen flickers with changing pages as the machine conducts its checks. Confirmation follows, and the payment process begins. Zhou waits patiently. He is not worried about the transaction failing. Should that occur, he would descend upon the gold shop in the dead of night, plundering it without leaving a trace. 5 minutes later, the funds are successfully credited. Zhou repeats the process, depositing another 25 kilograms, and once again, the payment arrives in 5 minutes. He then leaves and visits another gold shop to perform the same operation. With the current gold price at 1,815 yuan per gram, once all the gold is sold, Zhou's account swells to a staggering 324 million yuan. After wrapping up his business, Zhou takes a nap at the hotel, waking up at 6:30 p.m. After finishing dinner, which takes him to 7:45 p.m., he prepares for the impending opening of the U.S. markets. Recalling from memory, he knows that tonight the USD-JPY exchange rate is expected to experience significant volatility, soaring from 148.88 to 183.45 in less than half an hour, marking a remarkable increase of 23.3. Subsequently, the rate plunges down to 136.4 within 2 hours. In the midst of the rise and fall, countless investors face liquidation, losing everything. Yet, some fortunate souls walk away with profits beyond their wildest dreams. Zhou logs into the Minghu Securities app to establish a position, with a total of 324 million yuan. When converted to US dollars, it amounts to 45.75 million. Utilizing a leverage of 200 times, he expands his position to a staggering 9.1 billion US dollars. In the forex market, USD-JPY is a highly sought-after trading pair, attracting a multitude of traders and significant capital. A mere 9.1 billion US dollars is nothing in this vast arena. Due to the high leverage, even a minor fluctuation poses a risk of liquidation, leaving Zhou in a state of acute tension. Despite being aware of the impending price movements. As expected, the market behaves as he remembers. It initially surges before plummeting again. Zhou first takes a long position and successfully cashes out once. He then shorts the market, reaping another reward. After these two trades, his account balance escalates to 430 million US dollars. Once the trading concludes, Zhou realizes that his palms and back are drenched in cold sweat. During the process, he encountered a few minor errors that cost him a substantial amount of profit. Had an experienced forex trader executed the trades, they could have potentially doubled his earnings. Nevertheless, earning 400 million US dollars in a single night is still quite satisfactory. On April 11, the International Soybean Growers Alliance, ISGA, and the Brazilian Soybean Producers Association, APROSOJA, simultaneously announced that due to excessively high temperatures and insufficient, belated rainfall, soybean crops lack the necessary moisture to reach their growth potential, leading to an inevitable reduction in this year's soybean yield. Upon this news, soybean futures skyrocket. Zhou, having anticipated this, fully leverages his position for a violent harvest, bringing his account balance to 1.86 billion US dollars. His domestic futures account is also active, standing at 30.86 million RMB. Minghu Securities contacts Zhou to inform him that due to his impressive performance, they have granted him access to a VIP fast trading channel, along with the provision of high leverage. On April 14, high temperatures lead to equipment ignitions, causing two major oil fields to catch fire. The news triggers a violent fluctuation in crude oil futures, with prices soaring. Zhou continues to harvest profits. As his trading skills mature, his strategies become bolder, resulting in even greater gains. This time, he harvests over 6 billion from the oil market, bringing his total capital to $7.38 billion with his domestic account standing at $92.01 million. On April 15, Zhou Yu returns to the country. By April 18, he resumes forex trading. Today, the USD-Euro exchange rate experiences its largest drop of the year, presenting Zhou Yu with yet another opportunity for asset appreciation. After a single round of trades, his account balance reaches an impressive $18.344 billion. His domestic account finally surpasses the 100 million mark, totaling $103 million. Gazing at the figures in his account, Zhou Yu exhales deeply, a wave of euphoria surging from within as he cannot help but burst into laughter. The following day, Zhou Yu enjoys breakfast before opening his account, greeted by a long string of funds lying there obediently, a sight that is undeniably satisfying. With a flurry of taps, he navigates to the withdrawal page, intending to withdraw $15 billion while leaving $3 billion in the account for further investment. After confirming the transaction, the page refreshes to indicate that the withdrawal is in progress. Zhou Yu fixates on the screen, silently awaiting the outcome. At that moment, his phone rings. It is a call from his brokerage. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. This is the Risk Control Center of Minghu Securities. We noticed that you just initiated a withdrawal of $15 billion. Can you confirm that this was your action?" "Yes. Due to the substantial amount, we need to verify this transaction. Is that convenient for you?" "Of course." After the verification concludes, Zhou Yu receives a text message from the bank. Logging into the banking app, he sees that the $15 billion has been deposited. A sense of relief washes over him. Although Minghu Securities is subject to multiple regulations and has a good reputation, that is still an immense sum of $15 billion. He would not be able to sleep a wink if the funds did not arrive. Just as the US dollars hit his account, his phone rings again, this time from Huifeng Bank. "Hello, I am Liang Fian, the customer manager at Huifeng Bank, employee number 6936. Mr. Zhou, thank you for choosing Huifeng Bank. We noticed that you have received a deposit of $15 billion. Do you have any financial or investment needs we can assist you with?" "No, thank you." "All right, feel free to reach out whenever you require assistance. Additionally, based on your asset profile, we would like to invite you to open a private banking account to enjoy our premier services." "How does that sound to you? Private banking?" Zhou Yu has heard of IT. IT caters to high-net-worth individuals, offering asset investment and management services, along with various premium offerings. Zhou Yu replies, "Please provide more information." Liang Fian responds, "Certainly. Upon opening a private banking account, you will enjoy 24/7 one-on-one exclusive services, including financial, dining, travel, and entertainment privileges. Additionally, you will receive esteemed benefits in healthcare, international education, and experiences such as golf, high-end auctions, exclusive parties, and galas, allowing you to fully embrace a luxurious lifestyle. Moreover, we possess extensive resources in education, healthcare, and investment to provide you and your family with round-the-clock care and protection." Yu interjects, "If I wish to invite a few beautiful women to spend some time with me, can you arrange that?" There is a pause on the other end before the response comes. "Yes, we can accommodate that." Zhou Yu remarks, "All right, it seems you have some capabilities. Then let us proceed with opening the private banking account." Although the onset of high temperatures has made life exceedingly difficult for the average person, the impact on the affluent remains relatively insignificant. They continue to indulge in their pleasures, with horses galloping and dancers twirling as usual. Resources remain firmly in the hands of the upper echelons of society. Establishing private banking services can enrich one's life and provide access to a plethora of resources. Why not embrace such opportunities? On the other end of the line, Liang Fian exclaimed with delight, "Wonderful! From today onward, I shall be your private banking steward. Shortly, a team will reach out to discuss your bespoke services, so please keep your phone line open." Zhou Yu recalled the matter and said, "I have a request. I need to utilize the global transfer function shortly to remit $2 billion to a domestic account with the same name. Please expedite the process." Liang Fian respectfully replied, "Understood. You are a VIP at our bank, and we will utilize the express channel. The funds will arrive within 3 minutes at the earliest after processing. Due to the substantial amount, you may receive calls for confirmation and verification, so please keep your phone available." Yu responded, "All right." After concluding the conversation, he followed the prompts to transfer $2 billion. A minute later, he received a notification from the bank confirming that the vast sum had been credited, totaling 14.268 billion RMB. Observing this figure filled Zhou Yu with immense satisfaction. Wealth had finally graced him. Allowing for indulgent spending. He planned to allocate this sum into 2 parts, one portion for acquiring companies, factories, and real estate as fixed assets, while the other would be designated for purchasing goods. Zhou Yu had no intention of procuring the goods himself. It was too exhausting and inefficient. He decided it would be prudent to acquire a trading company and assign his subordinates to handle the procurement. Once the goods were secured, he could simply oversee their storage in the warehouse. However, the acquisition of a trading company posed its own complexities, so Zhou Yu resolved to entrust this task to Liang Fian. He dialed the VIP hotline of the bank, and the call was swiftly answered. Liang Fian's melodious voice greeted him. "Good day, Mr. Zhou. How may I assist you?" Zhou Yu articulated his request. "I wish to acquire a trading company." Liang Fian inquired. "Certainly, Mr. Zhou. What type of trading company are you interested in acquiring?" Zhou Yu specified. "I am looking for a medium-sized trading company with a purchase price ranging from 20 million to 200 million. My criteria for the target are, firstly, no financial risks, secondly, no legal disputes, thirdly, no tax issues, and preferably one that operates in the southern region." He added, "Additionally, I hope for the acquisition to proceed as swiftly as possible. Ideally within 3 days." Liang Fian replied, "Understood. We will commence the process immediately. Please be patient. Our team's commission invoice will be sent to your email upon completion of the acquisition. The bank does not provide services without charge." And Zhou Yu held no objections. Offering a commission for services rendered is only fair. At 9:30 a.m., Zhou Yu stepped out of his home, immediately feeling a wave of heat envelop him. He summoned a ride-hailing vehicle, and the driver, a young man in his 20s, was quite chatty. "Buddy, it's only 9:30, and it's already this hot. Do you think the apocalypse is upon us?" "Not quite," the driver replied. "There's a lot of talk online about unusual climate patterns and global warming. At this rate, do you think the glaciers in Antarctica will melt? If things continue as they are, the glaciers will undoubtedly melt. You should stock up on supplies. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the Benz dealership. Zhou Yu's purpose for visiting was clear. He intended to purchase a vehicle. His old pickup was too dilapidated, uncomfortable to drive, and prone to breakdowns. In the past, he had to make due to financial constraints. But now, with 14.2 billion renminbi in his bank account, it was time for an upgrade. Entering the Benz showroom, he surveyed the array of 2 to 3 dozen vehicles on display, while several female sales representatives explained the model's features and prices to potential customers. Zhou Yu gravitated towards the SUVs, admiring their robust designs. A saleswoman clad in a white blouse, a form-fitting skirt, and black stockings approached him. She stood over 170 centimeters tall, with long legs and a slender waist, exuding an air of elegance. Zhou Yu couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Her physique was impressive, though her facial features were rather unremarkable. Being somewhat of a connoisseur of beauty, he found himself less interested due to her average appearance. The woman cheerfully greeted him. "Hello, sir. My name is Zhu Jing. May I ask your surname?" Zhou Yu replied, "I am Zhou. Welcome, Mr. Zhou, to our Benz dealership. How may I assist you today?" Zhou Yu expressed his desire. "I am looking to purchase a high-quality SUV with no budget constraints." Zhu Jing's enthusiasm intensified as she responded, "Certainly. Please follow me. This is a full-size luxury SUV, the Benz GLS 450." Zhou Yu nodded in approval, feeling somewhat satisfied with the vehicle. Just as he contemplated making a purchase, he noticed a more imposing model nearby, featuring a large grille and a two-tone body, emblazoned with the Maybach insignia. He approached it, and Zhu Jing followed, eagerly introducing, "Mr. Zhou, this is a top-tier luxury SUV, the Maybach GLS 600 in the Extreme Night Edition. It is equipped with a 4.0 L V8 twin-turbo gasoline engine, complemented by a 48V hybrid system, boasting a maximum output of 600 horsepower." Zhou Yu inquired, "Is it possible to take it for a test drive?" Zhu Jing affirmed, "Of course." Although the dealership had only one unit of the Maybach GLS 600 Extreme Night Edition and typically did not allow test drives, Zhou Yu's affluent demeanor prompted them to make an exception. Zhu Jing took Zhou Yu's driver's license and processed the necessary paperwork, signing the test drive agreement. Once completed, Zhou Yu settled into the driver's seat while Zhu Jing occupied the passenger side, and the vehicle eased out of the dealership. Before they could merge onto the main road, Zhou Yu's phone rang. He pulled over to the side, glancing at the caller ID. It was the number for the investment bank. A faint smile crossed his face. The bank had likely verified the source of his funds and was reaching out, probably to pitch investment opportunities. He answered the call, and a sweet, gentle voice greeted him. "Hello, this is the customer service of the investment bank. May I speak with Mr. Zhou Yu?" "Yes, this is he." "Good day, Mr. Zhou. I am Chinga from the South City Investment Bank. We have noticed that you possess 14.2 billion in funds with our bank, and I would like to inquire if you have any investment or wealth management needs." "No, thank you," Zhou Yu replied. The phone was on speaker, and their conversation was loud enough for Zhu Jing to hear clearly. She was taken aback upon learning that Zhou Yu had such an astounding amount of cash in the bank. Having encountered many affluent individuals, she knew that assets of 10 million marked someone as wealthy, while 100 million classified one as a millionaire. Zhou Yu's 14.2 billion was staggering. Even individuals on the rich list likely did not possess such liquidity. Zhu Jing discreetly observed Zhou Yu. Her interest piqued. Meanwhile, Qinghe continued, "Very well, Mr. Zhou. I would like to invite you to dinner to discuss some matters. Are you available?" Zhou Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "All right, please provide an address." And Qinghe replied with a smile, "No need for you to come to us. Just share your location, and we will send a car to pick you up." Zhou Yu said, "Okay, I will send you my location later this afternoon." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yu sought a less crowded area to test the vehicle and found himself quite satisfied with it. Despite its towering stature, the car exhibited remarkable acceleration when the accelerator was pressed to the floor. It reached a speed of 100 kilometers per hour in merely 4.5 seconds. During the test drive, Zhu Jing was particularly enthusiastic, engaging in delightful conversation with Zhou Yu. Upon returning to the dealership, Zhou Yu inquired, "Miss Zhu, what is the price of this vehicle? Please provide me with the maximum discount available." Zhu Jing replied sincerely, "Mr. Zhou, the best price I can offer is 2.92 million. However, I can consult with the manager to secure the most favorable price for you. Please hold on a moment." Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhu Jing returned with a beaming smile, stating, "Mr. Zhou, I have discussed with the manager, and he has agreed to offer you the most advantageous price of 2.85 million. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yu responded, "Very well. Please take care of the insurance, purchase tax, vehicle tax, and registration." After signing the contract and processing the payment, he acquired the exquisite Maybach GLS 600. Checking the time, Zhou Yu had a working lunch at the dealership. Just as he finished, a staff member approached with a tablet, saying, "Mr. Zhou, please select your license plate number." Zhou Yu began the selection process, only to find the available numbers were quite unappealing, leaving him with no choice but to select one at random. Zhu Jing brought a cup of tea and placed it before him, saying, "Mr. Zhou, the staff is currently processing the registration for your new car. It will take about an hour. Would you prefer to wait here or head back?" Zhou Yu replied, "I think I will wait." Zhu Jing flashed a sweet smile and suggested, "Mr. Zhou, sitting here might be rather dull. How about I show you around my dormitory?" Zhou Yu shook his head. "No, it's only an hour. I can just browse my phone." Zhu Jing sighed inwardly. Her hints had been quite evident, yet Zhou Yu remained indifferent, clearly unimpressed by her. As Zhou Yu scrolled through the news, he noted that temperatures across the country were nearing 40 degrees Celsius. With the roads hot enough to fry an egg, some streamers had taken to the streets to cook eggs and steaks, garnering significant attention online. An hour later, the license plate was finally affixed. Zhou Yu collected the relevant documents and drove off, not returning to his residential complex, but instead heading to the Qingfu sales office, intent on purchasing a property. Qingfu is a prestigious development in Nan City, primarily featuring spacious apartments. The community is surrounded by rivers on 3 sides, offering a panoramic view of the water and attracting the affluent and internet celebrities alike. Zhou Yu's primary motivations for buying here were the elevated terrain and unobstructed views. Furthermore, it was anticipated that this area would transform into seaside property. Indeed, with global temperatures soaring sharply in mid-May and polar ice caps melting, sea levels had risen by as much as 70 meters. As the sea encroached upon the land, coastal cities became submerged, and inland cities like Nan City unexpectedly transitioned into coastal metropolises. Certain developments were now classified as seaside properties, with Qingfu being one of them. After its conversion, the property management transported hundreds of tons of sand to the shoreline, transforming the area into a bustling attraction, subsequently driving up property prices. Purchasing a home at Qingfu, whether for personal residence or investment, was an excellent choice. Arriving at the sales office in his Maybach GLS 600, a security guard promptly rushed over to guide him in parking. Once the vehicle was in place, he thoughtfully placed several ice cream cones around it to prevent any scratches. "Welcome," shouted a line of over 10 attractive sales ladies, forming 2 rows at the entrance. Such a display was indeed a perk of driving a luxury car. In most situations, one would receive a high level of courteous attention without facing disdain. Upon entering the sales office, a young woman in her 20s approached. She was strikingly beautiful, tall, approximately 1.75 meters, with exquisitely crafted silver high heels and black stockings contrasting with her black professional attire. Exuding grace and elegance. Most striking was her luminous complexion, reminiscent of fine mutton fat jade. Zhou was instantly captivated. In his estimation, her beauty scored an impressive 83, surpassing Liang Fian. "Hello, sir. My name is Miao Lirong. May I ask how you would like to be addressed?" Zhou replied. "My surname is Zhou. Mr. Zhou. Would you like a beverage? A cup of black tea, please." Before long, a cup of tea was served. Miao Lirong continued. "Qingfu is a high-end development, and we have a policy requiring financial verification before viewing properties. Would it be convenient for you to verify your funds?" Zhou casually responded. "Certainly. I can log into my stock account to show you." "Will that suffice?" Miao Lirong smiled. "Of course." Without further ado, Zhou opened his stock account, and upon seeing the impressive figures, Miao Lirong's heart raced with excitement. This client possessed significant financial strength. He must be secured. Taking a sip of tea, Zhou got straight to the point. "Do you have any available units in buildings 1, 3, or 7? If so, please take me to see them." Miao Lirong nodded. "Yes, please follow me." With a graceful sway of her hips, Miao Lirong led the way. The sound of her silver heels clicking on the floor echoed softly, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance in the air as they conversed. Miao Lirong revealed that she was 25 years old, a graduate of Nan City Finance College, and had been working in real estate sales for 2 years. She had a boyfriend with whom she was at the stage of discussing marriage. Zhou felt a tinge of disappointment, yet also a flicker of excitement, curious as to why he felt this way. Once outside the sales office, they boarded a sightseeing car towards Building 1. Zhou surveyed the surroundings, noting the impressive greenery. The developer had transplanted numerous century-old trees and planted various flowers. Unfortunately, under the scorching heat, these plants would soon wither, leaving only a mass of dried branches and leaves. Miao Lirong explained, "Mr. Zhou, Building 1 has 2 units with 3 different layouts, measuring 482 square meters, 598 square meters, and 768 square meters. The highest floor is the 66th, reaching a height of 308 meters. Which floor would you like to view?" Without hesitation, Zhou responded, "Let's head to the 66th floor. When viewing properties, one must start from the top." They arrived at the 66th floor, where Miao Lirong opened a unit, saying, "This is the 482 layout, featuring a dual entrance design with 3 elevators servicing 2 apartments. It has 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 balconies, and 6 bathrooms. Designed by the renowned architect Su Shan, this unit offers river views from every room, including the living area. This particular unit comes fully furnished and is ready for immediate occupancy, showcasing European-style decor with the finest materials." Zhou surveyed the space, finding it quite satisfactory, although the ostentatious golden decor felt somewhat gaudy. The view was undeniably superb. Zhou remarked, "This unit is nice, but a bit small. Let us take a look at the 598 square meter one." Miao Lirong replied, "Certainly." They proceeded to view the 598 layout, which was slightly larger, offering just 2 additional rooms. They then examined the 768 layout, which was significantly more spacious and included a garden. The decor remained in the same European style, with a massive crystal chandelier illuminating the room in a golden splendor, exuding an aura of luxury and affluence. Zhou took in the grandeur and inquired, "Ms. Miao, if I were to purchase all 3 units on this floor and combine them, would that be feasible?" Miao Lirong's heart raced. Could it be that this client intended to acquire all 3? If she were to purchase 3 properties in one go, she would undoubtedly strike it rich. Miao Lirong responded, "It's feasible to merge the 3 units, provided that we avoid touching any load-bearing walls during the renovation." Zhou nodded and remarked, "Understood. If I decide to buy, I will acquire all 3 at once." After inspecting one building, Zhou proceeded to view both the 3rd and 7th buildings again, yet he still refrained from making a decision. Zhou was not in a hurry, but Miao Lirong was beginning to feel anxious. She could tell that Zhou was quite pleased with the properties, and if he were to buy 3 units at once, the total would exceed 40 million based on a commission rate of 5 per thousand. She stood to earn over 200,000 in commission. This client must not slip away. If he did, she would be left regretting it. Miao Lirong resolved to secure the deal at all costs. In that moment, she cast aside thoughts of her boyfriend. Biting her lip, she approached Zhou and said, "Mr. Zhou, you viewed several buildings. Your feet must be tired. Allow me to give you a massage. A smile crept onto Zhou Yu's lips as he replied. That sounds great. Miao Lirong gestured toward the opulent golden sofa in the living room and suggested, let us massage here while enjoying the splendid river view. Zhou Yu praised, what a splendid idea. Subsequently, the two engaged in an in-depth conversation that lasted for 2 hours, both parties being candid and thoroughly satisfied. Upon returning to the sales center, Zhou Yu appeared unperturbed, while Miao Lirong was drenched in sweat. Her shirt thoroughly soaked, demonstrating her professionalism. Despite her exhaustion, she fetched Zhou Yu a cup of red tea and a glass of ice water, considering the warm weather and the potential relief the ice water might provide. Zhou Yu took a sip of the ice water and said, thank you, Miss Miao, for your hard work. Miao Lirong beamed and replied, accompanying Mr. Zhou to view properties is my job. Zhou Yu then requested, Miss Miao, please hand me the tablet. Miao Lirong promptly handed him the tablet computer, which every salesperson possessed, allowing them to view properties from multiple angles and directly select units. Once a choice was made, they could immediately access information regarding the total price, interest rates, and monthly payments. Zhou Yu picked up the tablet and, after tapping for 3 full minutes, declared, great news, I've selected my properties. Please provide me with the best price. Upon hearing this, Miao Lirong felt a surge of joy. Finally, the client was ready to purchase. As she took the tablet back and glanced at the selections, her entire being froze in disbelief. Zhou Yu had chosen 36 units in one building alone. Mr. Zhou, she stammered, did you perhaps click incorrectly while selecting 36 units in a single building? Zhou Yu took a sip of his ice water and affirmed, no mistake at all, I won all 36. Additionally, I've selected 36 each in buildings 3 and 7, totaling 108 units. The revelation struck Miao Lirong like a bolt of lightning, leaving her utterly stunned, purchasing 108 properties in one fell swoop. Was he treating real estate as if it were produce? Did he even possess such financial means? After what felt like an eternity, Miao Lirong regained her composure and, with a trembling voice, asked, Mr. Zhou, you jest. Do you not? You wish to purchase 108 properties? Zhou Yu nodded in confirmation. Unable to contain her excitement, she sprang to her feet and exclaimed, Mr. Zhou, I will fetch the manager to secure you the best possible price. In under 2 minutes, a portly man with a slicked-back hairstyle hurried over, his face adorned with a beaming smile that he bowed and introduced himself. Good day, Mr. Zhou. I am Su Dachong, the sales manager at Qingfu. Thank you for choosing Qingfu. Zhou Yu interjected, Manager Su, please expedite the process and provide me with the best price. Su Dachong replied cheerfully, of course, certainly. Here is my offer. For 54 units, I can provide you with a preferential price of 23,000 per unit. And I will also include 324 parking spaces along with a 2-year waiver on property fees. How does that sound? Given that Nanshur is a second-tier city, with property prices generally ranging from 6,000 to 12,000. The price for high-end residences, such as the ones being discussed, was indeed reasonable. However, the number of parking spaces seemed a bit lacking. Zhou Yu countered, please increase the number of parking spaces to 432. One for each unit. After some contemplation, Su Dachong readily agreed. Deal. With the current market making property sales challenging, Su Dachong, under immense pressure and sleep-deprived, was eager to seize this significant opportunity. The two accountants meticulously calculated the total price for the 108 properties, which amounted to 1.504 billion. Following this, they proceeded to sign the contract. At this juncture, Zhou Yu realized that purchasing such a large number of properties was an arduous task. Signing his name repeatedly felt like an endless cycle. Leaving his hands sore, observing Zhou Yu's struggle, Miao Lirong hurried over to offer him a shoulder massage to alleviate his fatigue. After nearly an hour, they finally completed the signing process, and the next step was to verify and process the payment. Due to the substantial amount involved, Zhou Yu first contacted the investment bank to ensure a smooth transaction before proceeding to swipe his card, successfully completing the payment of 1.504 billion. Upon seeing the successful transaction, Su Dachong's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly grasped Zhou Yu's hand, exclaiming, Mr. Zhou, thank you for becoming a major stakeholder in our Qingfu. Our entire team is committed to providing you with the highest quality of service. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to us. We will ensure your concerns are addressed. After Su Dachong departed, Miao Lirong leaned closer to Zhou Yu and whispered, Mr. Zhou, your purchase of 108 properties has secured me the monthly sales championship. Allow me to treat you to dinner. I am available tonight, and I am open to any arrangements you suggest. Zhou Yu shook his head and replied, I apologize, but I have an engagement with someone else this evening. Miao Lirong suggested, then let us exchange contact information, and I shall invite you to dinner another time. Zhou Yu agreed, certainly. They exchanged mobile numbers and WeChat. Just as Zhou Yu was about to put his phone away, several saleswomen approached him, requesting to add him on WeChat. He added two of the more attractive ones, ignoring the rest, as he was the sort who preferred visually appealing companions. After Zhou Yu's departure, the women in the sales center flocked around Miao Lirong, some expressing envy, others jealousy, with a few calling for her to treat them. While others lamented their misfortune at not being the one to assist Mr. Zhou. One girl, who shared a closer bond with Miao Lirong, approached and said, Xiao Rong, you've only been here a month, and you've already succeeded in capturing Mr. Zhou's interest. Impressive. Miao Lirong felt a bit embarrassed and replied, Xiao Qing, don't say such things. Xiao Qing, whose full name was Yu Qing, was a friend of Miao Lirong. Rumor had it that she was cohabiting with a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, which Miao Lirong found perplexing. Yu Qing chuckled and said, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. For us ordinary girls, finding a wealthy partner is the ultimate goal. Miao Lirong curiously inquired, is that how everyone thinks? Yu Qing nodded. Indeed. Miao Lirong then asked, don't you all have someone you truly like? Haven't you ever dreamed of love? Yu Qing sighed and replied, during my school years, I also pursued love, not very believing in romantic ideals. However, once I entered the workforce and faced the harsh realities of life, I realized that love means little in the face of reality. When my mother was hospitalized, love could not assist me. When my affluent neighbor encroached upon my family's land, love offered no help. As I scoured for employment, love was of no use. When I wished to purchase a nice handbag, love was again powerless. I have come to understand that a woman can live without love, but she cannot survive without money. Thus, I have transformed into a materialistic woman, a gold digger. During my studies, I never envisioned myself with a greasy and overweight man. I would have avoided such a person on the street, repulsed by their aura. Yet now, I find it inconsequential, as long as he provides me with financial support. After several years of companionship, one can exchange it for a life of leisure in the latter half. This seems quite worthwhile. Yu Qing spoke at length, overflowing with enthusiasm. Miao Lirong was profoundly shaken, her worldview thoroughly transformed. She suddenly felt that her years spent accompanying Zhou Yu for the sake of selling a house seemed trivial in comparison. At 7 in the evening, the heat still lingered. A Mercedes S500, with the air conditioning cranked up to the maximum, comfortably delivered Zhou Yu to the half-mountain resident's private dining restaurant. But a woman in her 30s approached briskly. Dressed in casual attire, petite in stature, approximately 1.60 meters, with a typical oval face and captivating peach blossom eyes that seemed to shimmer with a misty allure, embodying the delicate charm of youth while exuding the graceful elegance of maturity. Good evening, Mr. Zhou. I am Chinghe, the vice president of the Nan City branch of the Bank of Communications. Hello, Vice President. And Zhou Yu replied, somewhat surprised to discover that Chinghe was not only a vice president, but also possessed such striking beauty. With a charming smile, Chinghe said, shall we go inside, Mr. Zhou? Certainly. The two entered the courtyard. Upon entering, they were greeted by a fish pond of about 10 square meters, where several red koi were swimming gracefully. Surrounding the pond were lush green plants and a cluster of bamboo, with bougainvillea in full bloom adorning the surrounding walls. The two settled into a private room, while waiting for the dishes to arrive. They engaged in conversation. Chinghe, a quintessential southern woman, exhibited gentle and tranquil manners, her speech as refreshing as a spring breeze. Zhou Yu remarked, I initially thought I was being treated by a banking client manager. Yet here I am with a vice president. Chinghe explained, if it were an ordinary client, a bank manager would suffice. However, Mr. Zhou, as our most valued client, I personally wish to attend to your needs. Zhou Yu understood, and Chinghe earnestly inquired, Mr. Zhou, do you have a plan for the utilization of these funds? With 12.7 billion resting idle in your account, failing to put it to use would be a waste. Zhou Yu smiled, what suggestions do you have, Vice President? And Chinghe softly began to outline her recommendations. I have 3 suggestions. The first is to divide the funds into 2 parts, one for fixed deposits and the other for demand deposits. The interest rate for fixed deposits can reach 2.9 for 1 year and 3.3 for 2 years. The second suggestion involves allocating a portion of the funds for wealth management while keeping some in demand deposits. I have an excellent wealth management product that, if all goes well, offers an annualized return of 3.5 to 4.3, with relatively low risk. If you're interested, I can provide further details. Lastly, if Mr. Zhou prefers not to pursue fixed deposits or wealth management, we could consider investments. I have dozens of investment projects available, all thoroughly evaluated by the bank and showing great potential. After hearing this, Zhou shook his head. I have no interest in wealth management or investments. I intend to use this money to purchase real estate and materials, as well as to acquire a number of factories. Why invest in real estate and factories? He continued. Because, in the near future, both property and factory prices are poised for a significant surge. The Daxiao region boasts 8 provinces and 55 coastal cities, with a population of over 400 million residing in these coastal areas. As sea levels rise, this population will inevitably migrate inland, leading to a dramatic increase in property and factory prices. Zhou vividly recalled that in this second-tier city, Nen City, property prices typically hovered around 7,000, only to skyrocket overnight to 10,000, then to 15,000, 20,000, and beyond. The appreciation of high-end residences was equally astonishing. A row house that usually cost around 4 million suddenly surged to 7 million within a few days. Beyond residential properties, factories were also witnessing price escalations. A dilapidated small factory that typically fetched 5 million suddenly soared to over 10 million after July. Truly remarkable. Understanding the trajectory of property prices, Zhou was determined not to miss this opportunity for wealth accumulation. He planned to embark on a buying spree, spending this 10 billion without hesitation, and Qinghe, upon hearing Zhou response, was momentarily taken aback. According to the bank's investigations, this individual was a financial expert, yet he also harbored an interest in real estate and industry. This was fortuitous, as the bank possessed a substantial inventory of properties and factories, and she was eager to offer them to him. Mr. Zhou, and Qinghe smiled. Our bank has a multitude of properties and factories available. Should you be interested, we can offer them to you at a guaranteed low price. Intrigued, Zhou inquired, "Oh, what properties do you have?" And Qinghe replied, "From luxurious villas to ordinary housing, we have it all. We also possess several residential complexes that you may purchase outright if you wish. Additionally, we have a significant number of factories, all of which were left with us by owners who went bankrupt. We have factories from various industries." Zhou immediately requested, "Vice President, could you provide me with a list?" And Qinghe nodded. "Of course, I will have someone compile it and send it to you tomorrow. However, please maintain confidentiality. It is for your eyes only and should not be disclosed," Zhou assured her. "I understand." At that moment, the dishes began to arrive, and Qinghe adeptly shifted the topic, saying, "This private dining establishment does not have a fixed menu. They prepare whatever is available. Today, they received a large 90-kilogram blue fish. So we shall be enjoying fish." She listed the dishes: black pepper grilled fish belly, 5-spice pork belly with fish belly, freshly grilled fish tofu balls, stir-fried fish slices with chili, spicy fish tails, kung pao fish cubes, peppery crispy fish bones, sweet and sour chrysanthemum fish, steamed fish bones with fermented black beans, and pan-fried fish head tofu soup. A total of 10 exquisite dishes were laid out before them, showcasing the versatility of the fish. Zhou picked up a piece of fish belly, savoring its melt-in-the-mouth texture and exquisite flavor, nodding in approval. "Delicious. The chef's skills are truly remarkable," Qinghe laughed. "The chef here hails from a lineage that prepared imperial meals, so of course, his skills are exceptional. Come, try the fish belly." She even picked up a piece and placed it in Zhou's bowl. After tasting it, Zhou gave a thumbs up. "Delicious," and Qinghe encouraged, "If it's tasty, do indulge further. I merely sample the flavors and cannot eat much. How much you consume depends entirely on you. Then I shall not hold back," Zhou declared. Following this, he feasted heartily, devouring all 10 dishes and even finishing 2 bowls of rice. And Qinghe watched in astonishment, her eyes wide with surprise. Curiously, she remarked, "Historically, those with large appetites have often been extraordinary individuals. Take Lian Pa, known for his immense appetite and renowned as a general skilled in defense, or Shui Ringgui, who could consume dozens of pounds in one sitting. A formidable warrior who once defeated 10,000 enemies with 3 arrows. Even Zhang Qixian and Zhao Wenshu, both with prodigious appetites, held impressive statuses as chancellors. Zhou, with such a large appetite, could you possibly be another exceptional individual?" Zhou pondered for a moment before nodding. His physical condition was excellent, his strength remarkable, and at the age of 23, he was still growing. One could indeed consider this a form of extraordinary talent. And Qinghe, intrigued, asked, "Mr. Zhou, you truly seem to be an extraordinary individual. May I inquire further? Zhou Yu chuckled. I cannot divulge. It must remain a secret. In Xinghe rolled her eyes playfully at yes they were leaving. They exchanged WeChat contacts, and Xinghe said, Mr. Zhou, would you be interested in applying for the American Express Centurion card? This card offers numerous benefits and could provide you with considerable convenience. The American Express Centurion card, a symbol of prestige. Although the domestic version does not offer the same perks as its international counterpart, such as having flights turned back or trains halted, and its credit limit is restricted, it remains one of the top-tier cards in the country, a hallmark of identity and status. Holding this card affords many privileges and helps avoid unnecessary troubles. Zhou Yu replied, if possible, please arrange for one for me. Certainly, I will have someone deliver it to you tomorrow, and Xinghe assured him. Upon returning home, Zhou Yu received a call from Liang Fian. Mr. Zhou, she said. As per your request, we have selected 5 trading companies for you, and the details have been sent to your email. Please take some time to review them. Thank you. Zhou Yu responded. I will check it immediately. Upon opening his computer and logging in, Zhou Yu was indeed met with an email from the bank. He proceeded to download the attachment and perused it slowly. After an hour of contemplation, Zhou Yu ultimately decided on a company, Baifeng Trading Company, Limited. According to the information, this trading firm employed 308 individuals, categorizing it as a medium-sized enterprise, with 3 warehouses located in the southern province. While the company's operational performance was rather mediocre, it posed no financial, legal, or tax-related risks, presenting itself as a relatively clean enterprise. Zhou Yu promptly called Liang Fian, stating, I believe Baifeng Trading Company, Limited is a suitable choice. My psychological price range is between 45 million and 50 million. Please assist in the acquisition. Liang Fian immediately responded, no problem, we will take prompt action. It can be completed as early as tomorrow. The following day at 9 o'clock, Liang Fian called to inform him that she had negotiated with the owner of Baifeng Trading, reaching an agreement at a price of 43 million, although the other party wished to meet Zhou Yu. Half an hour later, in a CAF, Zhou Yu met with Qian Baifeng, the owner of Baifeng Trading Company Limited, along with his private client manager, Liang Fian. Qian Baifeng, nearing 50, sported a receding hairline indicative of a Mediterranean hairstyle, and his demeanor suggested he was in poor spirits, likely due to excessive worry over his company, resulting in poor eating and sleeping habits. Liang Fian, approximately 24 or 25 years old, wore a white blouse with flowing ribbons, paired with a knee-length black high-waisted skirt, the hem tucked into her waist, and adorned with black high-heeled sandals, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Both Qian Baifeng and Liang Fian appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing Zhou Yu. Qian Baifeng was astonished by Zhou Yu's youth, while Liang Fian was surprised to find Zhou Yu far more handsome in person than in his photographs. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they swiftly moved to the matter at hand. Qian Baifeng stated, Mr. Zhou, I agree to transfer Baifeng Trading Company Limited at the price of 43 million. However, I have one request. Zhou Yu replied, please, go ahead. With a sigh, Qian Baifeng continued, this company has several long-serving employees who have been with me for over 10 years. Some even for 20. I hope that after the acquisition, you will make an effort to retain these seasoned employees. Their experience and skills are commendable. Zhou Yu assured him, that is acceptable, based on the information. The company had only around 300 employees, a number insufficient for operations, unless they were entirely unproductive. Zhou Yu had no intention of dismissing them. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Qian Baifeng's face as he expressed his gratitude, saying, that is wonderful. I thank you on behalf of the employees. Zhou Yu added, from the information available, it seems your managerial capabilities are quite commendable. Mr. Qian, I would like to offer you the position of general manager, with an annual salary of 2 million. What do you think? Qian Baifeng readily accepted. Seeing the business deal come to fruition, Liang Fian smiled warmly and said, since both of you have reached an agreement, let us proceed with the formalities at once. Subsequently, Zhou Yu and Qian Baifeng completed the transfer paperwork, after which Zhou Yu transferred 43 million to Qian Baifeng, thereby acquiring the company. Liang Fian, with a smile, remarked, Mr. Zhou, the acquisition is complete. I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call me. Zhou Yu shook her hand, expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much. Liang Fian felt a twinge of disappointment, as she had anticipated Zhou Yu would invite her to a meal, but it seemed he had no such intention. Nevertheless, as Zhou Yu's client manager, she knew there would be ample opportunities in the future. Zhou Yu and Qian Baifeng arrived at the Baifeng trading office, situated in the Jinyu building within the CBD of the southern city, where professionals from various industries came and went. Zhou Yu instructed. Manager Qian, effective immediately, all previous business operations will cease. Everyone is to focus solely on procurement. With that, Zhou Yu handed Qian Baifeng a procurement list. Upon glancing at it, Qian Baifeng was momentarily at a loss. The procurement list included 500 tons of flour, 500 tons of rice, 1,000 tons of assorted grains, 2,000 tons each of fresh pork, beef, and mutton, unlimited snacks, with a procurement budget of 200 million. To be spent fully, unlimited tobacco and alcohol, with a procurement budget of 200 million. To be spent fully, unlimited milk and dairy products, with a procurement budget of 200 million. To be spent fully, 20,000 tons of assorted canned goods, 20,000 tons of various vegetables, 30,000 tons of various fruits, 20,000 tons of watermelons, 100,000 air conditioners. This procurement list spanned all aspects of daily life, with astonishingly large quantities, often in the range of thousands and tens of thousands of tons, which was indeed daunting. A rough estimate suggested that acquiring such vast quantities would require at least 3 billion in funds. Qian Baifeng was filled with questions. Who would they sell all these goods to? Where would they store them? Would the funds suffice? He voiced his concerns, saying, "Boss, purchasing such a large quantity will require substantial capital." Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively. "There will be no issues regarding funds. Whatever amount is needed, I shall provide. You need not worry about procurement." Qian Baifeng continued. "However, we only have 3 warehouses, which cannot accommodate all these items." Zhou Yu replied, "If the warehouses are insufficient, then we shall rent more. If we cannot find them for rent, we will purchase them. If purchasing proves impossible, then we will construct our own warehouses." Zhou Yu was aware that Qian Baifeng still had reservations. Yet he was disinclined to elaborate further, stating, "Manager Qian, simply follow the procurement list. Should you encounter any difficulties, they can be resolved with funds. Shortly, I will transfer the initial sum to the company's account. Upon receipt, you may commence operations immediately." This procurement initiative came with 5 stipulations. 1. Maintain a low profile to avoid drawing attention. 2. Act swiftly. 3. Do not be overly concerned about pricing. 4. Prepare warehouses and cold storage facilities across various locations for the goods. 5. Implement a rotation system for the warehouses and cold storage, with each person guarding a different location each day. All employees of the company must sign a confidentiality agreement, ensuring the secrecy of this procurement. I will allocate 20 million as a bonus. The better the procurement task is executed, the more substantial the bonus will be. Soon enough, the first tranche of funds was deposited into the account, an impressive 3 billion. Aware of his boss's urgency, Qian Baifeng promptly convened a company-wide meeting to initiate mobilization. The personnel at Baifeng Trading Company Limited sprang into action, forming various teams such as daily necessities procurement, vegetable procurement, fruit procurement, and snack procurement teams. These groups dispatched members nationwide to commence extensive purchasing operations. In the afternoon, and Xinghe arrived, dressed in a beige suit that elegantly highlighted her slender waist. Her perfectly manicured white toes peeked out from beneath her black high-heeled sandals. Drawing attention, Xinghe presented Zhou Yu with an exquisite box, stating, "Inside is our company's Centurion Black Card, with a limit of 30 million. Please take it." Zhou Yu accepted it, remarking, "Isn't a limit of 30 million somewhat inadequate?" And Xinghe replied with a hint of resignation, "Unfortunately, that is the maximum limit domestically." She then handed Zhou Yu a USB drive, explaining, "This drive contains our bank's list of available assets for sale. Simply input the password to access it." Zhou Yu took the drive, inviting, "Please come in." The two approached the computer, where Zhou Yu inserted the USB drive and entered the password, successfully opening the document. As he navigated through the information, he commented, "It appears that the properties on this list are priced slightly below the market rate." Xinghe smiled, explaining, "These assets will enter the auction process if there are no buyers. Given the current downturn in the real estate market, auction prices are typically not very high. Therefore, we offer a lower price to provide discounts for valued clients like you." Zhou Yu commended, "That is a prudent approach." After reviewing for a while, he inquired, "Director, are there any disputes regarding these assets? I am hesitant to acquire anything that is embroiled in conflict." Xinghe clarified, "Some assets do have disputes, but we have made note of those. Generally, properties with disputes are priced lower, and whether to purchase them is entirely at your discretion." Upon observing the situation, Zhou Yu found it to be indeed as he suspected. The properties, mineral resources, land, and factories embroiled in disputes were all clearly marked, and their prices were remarkably low. However, Zhou Yu had no desire to involve himself in such troubles. He chose to disregard anything that was contentious. He skimmed through the list from beginning to end, and then took up a pen, intending to note down the assets he wished to acquire. And Qinghe remarked, "Each asset is preceded by a number. You only need to record the numbers. How about this? You state them, and I shall write them down." Zhou Yu replied, "All right." In one breath, he recited over 100 numbers, and Qinghe swiftly recorded them, her heart brimming with excitement. Initially, she had thought Zhou Yu would only be interested in a few properties. But to her astonishment, he requested over 100. Among these were 2 residential complexes, comprising a total of 5,800 units. The owner, having faced a collapse of the financial chain, had opted to flee abroad. The bank, left with no alternative, had reclaimed the properties with the intention of auctioning them off for cash. The challenge was that the real estate market was currently in a downturn, with many industries in decline, leaving cash reserves scarce. Who would be willing to fork out $3 billion in cash for such a mess? Unsurprisingly, all 3 auction attempts had failed. The 2 complexes had languished in the bank's possession for 2 years, turning into a burden. Now, with Zhou Yu taking charge, this $3 billion in assets was instantly revitalized. This was a significant achievement. With such a contribution, coupled with the backing of his family, he stood a good chance of advancing further, potentially becoming the bank president, a position he had long coveted. At this juncture, Zhou Yu perused the information of a real estate company. This firm was of moderate scale, employing over 500 staff. However, due to the prolonged stagnation in the real estate sector, business had become increasingly difficult, and the company teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, ultimately being seized by the bank. Zhou Yu noted that the company was still functioning normally, with no issues pertaining to taxation, finance, or legal matters, and the asking price was $110 million. After reviewing the details, he decided to purchase it, intending to delegate the management of the extensive properties he planned to acquire to this company. Next, Zhou Yu came across a large-scale cold storage facility capable of holding 30,000 tons of goods. Additionally, it featured an ultra-low temperature chamber that could reach -70 degrees, suitable for storing tuna without issue. Acquiring this cold storage would allow him to place seafood inside, enabling him to retrieve it whenever he desired without raising suspicion. As he continued his search, he quickly identified an office building, the Yong'an Shopping Center. The main structure comprised 3 underground levels and 63 above-ground floors, standing at a height of 311 meters, and served as a comprehensive hub for commerce, finance, hospitality, office space, residential apartments, and cultural entertainment. This location had once thrived with foot traffic, but after a shift in the city's center, it had lost much of its appeal, with the occupancy rate plummeting to a dismal 41. Zhou Yu assessed the price, which stood at $2.15 billion. Although it was relatively expensive, he reasoned that considering the potential for the area to regain its status as the city center, purchasing it would not be a loss. And thus he decided to proceed. Qinghe was taken aback. He had opted for a complex worth over $30 billion and a shopping center exceeding $20 billion. "This is quite extravagant," she exclaimed. Attempting to confirm, "Zhou Yu, you are indeed purchasing this shopping center too? The total for both exceeds $50 billion. Zhou Yu smiled and replied, "Isn't it a delightful surprise?" And Qinghe nodded vigorously, saying, "Indeed, you have given me a tremendous surprise." Zhou Yu teased, "So how will you thank me? Would offering yourself suffice?" And Qinghe shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "Dream on." Zhou Yu laughed heartily, clarifying that he was merely jesting and held no serious intentions toward Qinghe. Given her young age and her position as the vice president of a branch, it was likely that her connections were formidable, either through a remarkable partner or a powerful father. Women with such significant backgrounds often came with complications. It was best to steer clear. Zhou Yu refocused his attention on the list. After a brief examination, he selected 2 parcels of land, both designated for residential and commercial use. One was located in the Gaoning district, spanning 68.55 acres, with a price of $420 million. The other was in the Luxiu district, covering 99.98 acres, priced at $369 million. In total, the combined price for the 2 parcels amounted to $789 million. Finally, Zhou Yu earmarked a hotel, the Green City Hotel, situated in the Luxiu district. The main building boasted 19 floors, accompanied by 2 8-story annexes, all constructed 2 decades prior. The hotel featured 350 guest rooms. With a 40-year property right, of which 19 years remained, the asking price was $453 million. That while not exorbitant, the hotel had already closed down, leaving it a hollow shell. Moreover, both the main and annex buildings were quite old, necessitating substantial investment for renovation and equipment procurement to become operational again. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu still chose to proceed with the purchase that he exhaled, stating, "Well, these are the assets I wish to acquire, Director, and this constitutes a transaction exceeding 60 billion. Can the bank offer a discount?" And Qinghe chuckled, "Well, we will need to return to hold a meeting to discuss this." Zhou Yu expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "When I buy a few hundred units on the street, the shopkeeper always rounds down or throws in a little something extra. Now, having purchased so much, it seems unreasonable for you not to offer any discounts or benefits. Director, and you must advocate for me." And Qinghe smiled coyly, saying, "All right, if you truly finalize these acquisitions, I will strive to secure the best interests for you. Does that sound fair?" Zhou Yu responded, "Now that's more like it." And Qinghe added, "Acquiring over 60 billion in assets is no small matter. I must return to the bank immediately to report this, so I must take my leave." With that, she grabbed her bag and hurriedly departed. Back at the Nanshire branch of Feng Bank, within the private banking department, Liang Fian had her hair elegantly styled into a bun, adorned with 7-centimeter silver high heels, and carried a DKNY handbag, both beautiful and graceful. Exuding confidence, just days prior, the bank had discovered the sudden emergence of a super client, whose account held an astounding $15 billion, making him the bank's largest individual client. Such a distinguished client necessitated the bank's utmost efforts to cultivate a relationship. Recognizing that this super client was a young man, the bank's higher-ups decided to assign a beautiful representative to engage with him and foster a connection. While Liang Fian may not have been the most skilled in business, her beauty and competency, coupled with her master's degree in finance, made her the ideal candidate. Thus, she was granted the opportunity to become Zhou Yu's private banking steward. Since assuming the role, Liang Fian's status within the department had soared, along with her salary and benefits, bringing her immense satisfaction. During this period, she felt as though she were living a dream, walking on air. Just as she returned to her workstation, her close friend Zhao Zi approached her. The weight of her presence felt like a mountain on Liang Fian's shoulders. Zhao Zi, the deputy general manager of the department, was in her 30s, possessed a great physique, and was quite attractive, scoring a solid 75. Liang Fian and Zhao Zi had graduated from the same school, making them mentor and mentee. This connection led Zhao Zi to take special care of Liang Fian, and over time, they had become close friends, sharing everything. "Fian, you must treat us since you came in first," Zhao Zi insisted. "Of course. Just tell me where you'd like to go. There's a new Japanese restaurant downstairs. I've heard their sushi and glazed fish are divine. Let us go try it." "Sounds great. Let us plan for Sunday." "Fantastic." After a few exchanges, they shifted to discussing work. Zhao Zi inquired, "Fian, how is your relationship with that super client?" Liang Fian hesitated before responding. "I just helped him acquire a company, so I suppose our relationship is fairly good. As a woman, Liang Fian could sense that Zhou Yu held a certain affection for her. Zhao Zi reminded her, "He is our bank's most significant individual client, extremely important. You must cultivate this relationship diligently. Do not let it slip away. There are many charming colleagues in the bank who are eyeing him." Eagerly waiting for their chance, a sense of urgency surged within Liang Fian. The bank was filled with beautiful women, and competition was fierce. She had struck a fortunate deal by becoming Zhou Yu's private banking manager. But this position was not unassailable if she did not perform well and failed to gain Zhou Yu's approval. "She could easily be replaced, I understand," Liang Fian replied. Zhao Zi lowered her voice. "This client is a master at currency and stock trading, with immense potential. Regardless of the circumstances, you must foster a good rapport with him. If necessary, sacrifices might be required. You understand." Liang Fian felt a tightening in her chest. She was well aware of what Zhao Zi meant by sacrifices. In the financial industry, it was not uncommon for women to dine, travel, or even share a bed with clients to maintain favorable relationships. She had seen it happen around her. "I understand," Liang Fian said resolutely. If she had to accompany him, she was more than willing. Zhou Yu was only 23, young, handsome, and affluent. With a pleasant demeanor to any girl, he epitomized the perfect man. Accompanying Zhou Yu was certainly preferable to spending time with older, portly men. Viewed from another angle, Cultivating a close relationship with a young and wealthy individual could be a fortuitous opportunity, a chance to alter her destiny and soar to new heights. Many would yearn for such an opportunity. Wouldn't they? After sitting for a while, Liang Fian decided to visit Zhou Yu at his residence, a private banking manager. It was entirely normal to pay a visit to a client's home. In Donghu community, Zhou Yu took 2 large blood eels and tossed them into a basin, preparing to steam them. One weighed over 5 pounds, while the other was around 4, totaling 9 pounds, far too much for an average person. However, Zhou Yu had no such issues. Ever since his rebirth, his appetite had greatly increased. He discovered that the more he ate, the better it was for his body. So, naturally, he intended to indulge. After all, his space was filled with an abundance of nourishing delicacies: sea cucumbers, oysters, soft-shelled turtles, blood eels, black fish, and tuna, far more than he could ever consume. That moment, Zhou Yu received a call from Liang Fian, informing him that she would be visiting him, his esteemed client. He casually agreed. In less than 20 minutes, there was a knock at the door. Tap, tap, tap. Zhou Yu opened the door to find a tall, exquisitely made-up woman dressed in professional attire, holding a gift box. It was none other than Liang Fian. A subtle, pleasant fragrance wafted from her, making her presence quite agreeable. Zhou Yu invited Liang Fian inside, poured her a glass of warm water, and said, "I apologize. I rarely have guests, so I lack proper hospitality." "Zhou Xiao, you are too kind," Liang Fian replied with a smile. She placed the gift box on the table and continued, "This is a ginseng gift set from our bank, specially sourced from Northeast China. I hope you like it." "Thank you." Zhou Yu said that he had developed a keen interest in nourishing products, and he figured that consuming ginseng would likely benefit his health. At that moment, Liang Fian spotted the blood eels in the kitchen and was somewhat surprised. In her mind, wealthy individuals like Zhou Yu should dine at high-end restaurants, not cook at home. Sensing an opportunity to impress, she said, "Zhou Xiao, are you preparing blood eels? Allow me to assist you." Zhou Yu hesitated for a moment. This woman was dressed in professional attire and was wearing high heels. Could she really cook? Furthermore, how many women today even knew how to cook? Liang Fian noticed Zhou Yu's skepticism and smiled, saying, "I am a nutritionist and possess some culinary skills. Preparing blood eels is certainly within my capabilities." Zhou Yu chuckled. Just yesterday, he had wanted to eat soft-shelled turtle, and Qin Shuang had prepared it for him. Today, he wished for blood eels, and now Liang Fian was offering to assist. He could simply sit back and enjoy. "How delightful. Wonderful. I'll leave it to you," Zhou Yu said. "Not a problem. Just wait here," Liang Fian replied. Finding it difficult to work in high heels, she removed them, changed into a pair of slippers, and adeptly tied on an apron before commencing to clean the blood eels. Her movements were remarkably proficient, indicating that she was someone accustomed to cooking. An hour later, a large bowl of aromatic steamed blood eels was ready. Liang Fian was thoughtful enough to have 2 bottles of fine red wine delivered. Research suggests that alcohol can slightly numb the nerves and quickly bridge the gap between 2 individuals. Numerous stories begin with a drink. The 2 sat together at a modest table, sharing one dish that was ample in portion and delightful in taste. Zhou Yu was accustomed to hunger and was satisfied with mere sustenance. One dish did not seem meager to him, but as for Liang Fian, her focus was on how to foster a better relationship with Zhou Yu. The food itself was of little consequence. Liang Fian appeared to be quite the drinker, downing 3 glasses at the outset and frequently urging Zhou Yu to join her, not wanting to appear weak in front of a woman. He followed suit. After they had finished eating and drinking, Liang Fian's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, indicating she had consumed too much. Nevertheless, her posture and movements remained poised and graceful, suggesting she had undergone specialized etiquette training. After a while, she took the initiative to wash the dishes. While she was washing, her phone rang. Liang Fian glanced at it and saw it was Zhao Zi calling. She partially closed the door and answered the call. "Fian, where are you? Are you visiting a client?" Zhao Zi's voice inquired. "Yes, I'm currently at Zhou Xiao's home. Just finished eating," Liang Fian replied quietly. "Oh, so you had a meal at Zhou Xiao's place. Well done. Have you had any alcohol? Do you want me to come pick you up?" Zhao Zi asked. "No need," Liang Fian responded. After a brief silence, Zhao Zi continued, "Fian, what are your intentions?" "Indeed," Liang Fian affirmed. "Have you thought this through?" "I have." "All right. Since you've made your decision, it's up to you. You have a secret weapon. The client is sure to take a liking to you. Stop saying such things." After hanging up, Liang Fian finished washing the dishes and stepped outside. Zhou Yu had brewed 2 cups of tea, placing one in front of Liang Fian. "Manager Liang, have some tea to sober up," Afterward, I'll drive you home. Liang Fian did not wish to leave, having chatted with Zhou Yu for a while. She learned that he was single. This was an opportunity. She aspired to become Zhou Yu's girlfriend or at least his woman. Liang Fian was a decisive individual. Once she had made up her mind, she did not hesitate, saying, I'm too tipsy to drive. I'll stay here tonight, if that's all right. Tipsy, you speak quite fluently. That doesn't seem to fit, Zhou Yu remarked, realizing that this woman was interested in establishing a closer bond with him. Excellent. He harbored similar thoughts. However, certain matters needed to be addressed beforehand that I must clarify. I am a scoundrel, Zhou Yu stated, making his intentions clear that he would neither marry nor limit himself to one woman. It was best to lay everything on the table to avoid future complications. If she could accept it, she could stay. If not, he would send her away. Liang Fian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, I don't mind. Zhou Yu was somewhat surprised by her reply. He had explicitly stated his nature as a scoundrel, yet she claimed not to care. That it seemed this woman was willing to risk everything for her career and future. Was the workplace truly this competitive nowadays? Zhou Yu remarked, very well. Then you may stay. Liang Fian stepped forward and said, Zhou Xiao, allow me to give you a massage. Next door, Chen Qingshuang and Cheng Yuan were engaged in a conversation while watching television. Chen Qingshuang said, Darling, the fridge is devoid of soft-shelled turtle soup. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to Xiaozhou to procure another one for you. Upon hearing the words soft-shelled turtle soup, Cheng Yuan's expression darkened. Damn it, the last large turtle bought had been divided into numerous portions by Chen Qingshuang and frozen in the refrigerator, making him consume it daily. While indulging in it for a day or two was a delight, enduring it every day was intolerable. Just the sight of the soup now made him feel nauseous. Cheng Yuan hastily waved his hands and exclaimed, No need, no need. I can no longer stomach this. Chen Qingshuang's expression turned stern as she retorted, How would I not know whether you need it or not? Do not wave your hands. You must drink this soup. Do you understand? Cheng Yuan, with a pained expression, replied, Wife, I truly cannot drink it. Chen Qingshuang insisted, Even if you cannot, you must. You are unwell. You need nourishment. Cheng Yuan felt quite embarrassed. His face flushed. He contemplated striking his wife, but dared not die in public. Chen Qingshuang exhibited elegance and grace, embodying the ideal of a devoted wife and mother. However, within the confines of their home, she was exceedingly domineering and audacious. Even more daunting was Chen Qingshuang's formidable physical prowess. He could not match her. Chen Qingshuang cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Yuan and stated, Do not take my words harshly. Your health is at stake. If you do not replenish your strength, we may never have children. What else could Cheng Yuan say? He had no choice but to concede. All right, I shall continue to drink the turtle soup. That's more like it. As the two conversed, suddenly, a raucous commotion resembling a scuffle among spirits erupted from outside. They exchanged bewildered glances. Chen Qingshuang's cheeks flushed. Cheng Yuan rushed to the wall to listen, exclaiming, It's coming from Zhou Yu's side. It seems this lad has finally found himself a girlfriend. Chen Qingshuang observed her husband's actions and admonished, Do not eavesdrop on others. It is inappropriate. Cheng Yuan chuckled. What is inappropriate about it? It adds a touch of excitement. Chen Qingshuang rolled her eyes and returned to watching television. Though her thoughts were far from the screen. 5 minutes later, Cheng Yuan was astonished. Zhou Yu was surprisingly more adept than he had anticipated. 20 minutes later, he was in shock. An hour later, Cheng Yuan felt utterly numb. This is ridiculous. Chen Qingshuang moved closer, linking her arm with Cheng Yuan's, saying, Darling, the television is dull. Let us retire for the night. Cheng Yuan's body stiffened, his expression conflicted, but ultimately, he gritted his teeth and replied, Very well, I shall drink some water first. Back in the bedroom, he swallowed 2 small blue pills in quick succession. After a moment's hesitation, he took another, totaling 3 yangs to usher in prosperity. He was committed. The following day, Zhou Yu awoke feeling elated. He had not anticipated that Liang Fian was already 26 years old and still a maiden. Moreover, she possessed a natural fragrance that was quite pleasing. This was a delightful surprise. Liang Fian, clad in Zhou Yu's t-shirt and wearing slippers, was preparing breakfast. She appeared lively, though her gait was somewhat awkward. Once breakfast was ready, Liang Fian brought it out, and they dined together. Liang Fian said, Godfather, I have found 2 elite teams for you. You may choose from them to assist you in managing your business, factory, and hotel. Initially, Liang Fian had always addressed him as Zhou Xiao. But after last night's emotional outpouring, She had unconsciously begun calling him godfather. Zhou Yu felt no embarrassment in this. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his mental age exceeded 40. What was there to fear? If she wished to call him that, so be it. Zhou Yu replied, "You have done remarkably well." Liang Fian beamed with a sweet smile, saying, "As long as you are satisfied." Zhou Yu, in a jovial mood, suggested, "Can you walk? Let me accompany you for a shopping spree." Liang Fian, though reluctant to walk, could not refuse Zhou Yu's offer to accompany her, responding, "I have the time. Will you truly accompany me shopping?" Zhou Yu nodded, "Of course, you shop, and I shall cover the expenses." Liang Fian was elated, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Thank you, godfather." After breakfast, Liang Fian washed the dishes and then took out her makeup bag to prepare herself. Zhou Yu remarked, "Fian, your complexion is lovely. There is no need for makeup." Liang Fian explained, "Women always apply makeup before heading out. It would be quite embarrassing to run into acquaintances while barefaced." After finishing her makeup, Liang Fian changed into a form-fitting skirt from her bag and linked her arm with Zhou Yu's, saying, "Godfather, let us go." They stepped out together, just as Chung Yuan was also exiting from across the way. Chung Yuan appeared dispirited and listless. Upon seeing Zhou Yu, he greeted him. "Zhou Yu, where are you off to?" Zhou Yu replied, "Accompanying my girlfriend to the mall." Chung Yuan glanced at Liang Fian, a look of astonishment momentarily crossing his face. He had not expected that Zhou Yu, an orphan, had found such a beautiful girlfriend, and no wonder he was so eager that in truth, Liang Fian and Qin Qingshuang were comparable in beauty, each possessing their unique charm. However, Chung Yuan had grown weary of Qin Qingshuang after seeing her every day and living under her strong personality, thus losing all attraction to her. Consequently, he found Liang Fian far more appealing. Zhou Yu inquired, "Qinggu, you don't look too well. Have you been sleepless?" Chung Yuan felt embarrassed, hesitating to respond. Last night, he had taken 3 small blue pills, hoping to match Zhou Yu's vigor. The outcome? Let us not dwell on that. It was too humiliating for him to recall. Cheng Yuan rubbed his backside, which still ached from being kicked off the bed by his wife last night. Zhou Yu drove Liang Fian to the largest shopping center in Nanshi, the Qianxiang shopping mall. Liang Fian, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed into a Saint Laurent boutique, quickly selecting a pair of satin high-heeled sandals and sitting down to try them on. Zhou Yu glanced over. They looked rather appealing. The sales associate complimented, "Miss, your foot shape is exquisite. The Saint Laurent jasp satin sandals are quite selective. Those with wider feet or higher arches often struggle to pull them off. Your legs are straight and slender, and your feet are delicate and fair, making them look stunning." Liang Fian was delighted but faltered upon seeing the price, 79.80 yuan. That was far too steep for her. She glanced at Zhou Yu. He waved his hand. "Wrap it up." Liang Fian, overjoyed, kissed Zhou Yu on the cheek, exclaiming, "Godfather, you are wonderful." The sales associate, hearing this endearment, remained unperturbed. Having worked as a sales associate for years, she was accustomed to seeing beautiful young women calling middle-aged men godfather. After a moment of appraisal, Liang Fian set her sights on a pair of glossy leather sandals. The sales associate promptly introduced, "This is a new model from Saint Laurent, featuring a lambskin upper and leather sole, with an elegant design adorned with oval buckles and a pointed toe. They are perfect for the workplace." Liang Fian showcased them before Zhou Yu, asking, "Do they look good?" Zhou Yu replied, "They look great." Liang Fian lamented, "Unfortunately, they are too expensive. This pair costs 89.99 yuan. Zhou Yu waved his hand again. "Wrap it up." Liang Fian rushed over to give Zhou Yu another fervent kiss. Next, she tried on a pair of OPYUM golden-heeled patent leather stilettos. These pointed toe heels boasted a structure adorned with the YSL metallic logo and provided remarkable comfort. Without hesitation, Zhou Yu instructed, "Wrap it up." Observing Zhou Yu's extravagant spending, Liang Fian silently rejoiced, feeling fortunate for her gamble. Last night, when Zhou Yu had referred to himself as a scoundrel, she had swiftly responded that she did not mind. Recognizing it as a wager, Liang Fian, having studied psychology and being a certified psychological counselor, excelled at discerning others' motivations. She understood that to elicit the utmost affection from someone, one must exhibit an unwavering trust in them. Her gamble paid off. Zhou Yu's fondness for her indeed increased significantly. Subsequently, during their intimate moments, when Zhou Yu realized she was a maiden, his admiration surged once more. With the benefactor's growing affection, the advantages naturally followed, granting her access to an entire marketplace for her indulgence. Thereafter, Liang Fian embarked on a frenzied shopping spree. The SK2 Gold Essence, 150 ml, promises rapid hydration, enhancing skin radiance while diminishing wrinkles, resulting in a firmer, more elastic complexion. Priced at 2,560 yuan. Purchased. The Estée Lauder Advanced Night Repair Set, designed to instantly smooth wrinkles and repair under-eye bags, tightening the skin. Cost 3,300 yuan. Purchased. The Jo Malone Sage Sea Salt Cologne, 100 ml. Priced at 1,400 yuan. Purchased. The Jo Malone Bluebell, fresh and natural, alluringly soft, is one of the brand's signature fragrances. Purchased. The Givenchy 4G logo asymmetrical ruffled dress, stylishly noble, elegantly sophisticated, is priced at 13,888 yuan. Purchased. The Givenchy short 4G logo top is 6,999 yuan. Purchased. The floral twisted knit skirt costs 10,999 yuan. Purchased. After shopping until midnight, the two enjoyed a meal, only to continue their retail therapy. The LV Loki Kaba medium handbag, a blend of luxurious elegance and practical safety features, retails for 33,500 yuan. A bit steep. Liang Fian glanced at Zhou Yu, seeking the benefactor's approval. Zhou Yu did not even flinch, stating, "Purchase." Though he was not extravagantly wealthy, nor did he possess a system. His account held $18.3 billion, with an additional 100 million domestically. A mere few tens of thousands were trivial in his perspective. With the benefactor's backing, Liang Fian's confidence soared. The shopping continued. The LV Pochette Métis, crafted from AP leather with multiple compartments, is perfect for both everyday use and formal occasions, a must-have for professional women. Priced at 21,900 yuan. Purchased. The classic Dior little black dress costs 23,888 yuan. Purchased. At that moment, Liang Fian truly reveled in the joy of shopping, feeling as though the entire mall was her personal wardrobe, makeup cabinet, and shoe collection, allowing her to take whatever she desired. By 3 p.m. Liang Fian could hardly move. The shopping spree had finally come to an end. Due to the sheer volume of purchases, neither she nor Zhou Yu could carry everything. Fortunately, the store offered delivery services. They simply provided an address, and the items would be brought to their doorstep. Liang Fian, possessing a high emotional intelligence, not only treated herself, but also procured a substantial collection of Armani, Gucci, and Versace menswear for Zhou Yu, along with several pairs of Dior and Prada men's shoes. Her discerning taste ensured that each garment and footwear she selected looked splendid on him. As they exited the mall, Liang Fian linked arms with Zhou Yu, her presence radiating a subtle and pleasant fragrance. Zhou Yu smiled and inquired, "Did you enjoy today?" Liang Fian kissed Zhou Yu passionately and replied, "Yes, I had a wonderful time. Thank you, my benefactor." Upon returning home, she could hardly contain her excitement, eager to relish the unboxing experience and share it on social media. Zhou Yu took a taxi back to Donghu Community. At the entrance, he fortuitously encountered Chen Qingshuang. Clad in a sleek black professional outfit and 7-centimeter white stilettos that accentuated her long legs, she exuded elegance, confidence, and a mature allure. Upon spotting Zhou Yu, her eyes flickered, subtly assessing him. The previous night, she had listened intently to the sounds emanating from his direction, her mind restless and troubled. Ever since Zhou Yu moved here, she had regarded him as a younger brother. However, now, she found it difficult to perceive him in that light. Zhou Yu greeted her, "Sister Chen, just finishing work?" Chen Qingshuang nodded and said, "Zhou Yu, do you still have the old turtle? I would like to purchase another." Zhou Yu understood that she intended to buy it for Cheng Yuan, although he wasn't certain of its utility. Yet, whether it was useful or not was ultimately her concern. If she desired it, he would sell it. Zhou Yu replied, "Yes, I will deliver it to you this evening." Chen Qingshuang responded, "All right." Upon returning home, the clothing and shoes were also delivered. After signing for them, Zhou Yu neatly arranged the items, discarding his previous garments straight into the trash. At 10 o'clock, Zhou Yu drove his Maybach to the investment bank for a business discussion. And Xinghe and several high-ranking bank executives were already waiting outside the bank. Upon his arrival, he was promptly escorted to the bank's VIP room. They all sat around a long table, akin to a negotiation. Zhou Yu stated, "Director, let us get straight to the point. I am looking to acquire assets worth over 6 billion. What discount can you offer?" And Xinghe tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "Mr. Zhou, we have consulted our headquarters and can offer you a 1 discount." Zhou Yu frowned, clearly dissatisfied that a 1 discount amounted to a mere 6 million yuan off. This discount was paltry. Zhou Yu expressed his displeasure. stating, "Director In, you should at least provide me with a 5 discount. This one seems utterly insincere." A and Qinghe explained, "Mr. Zhou, these assets are state-owned, and higher authorities are monitoring the situation. A 1 discount is already the maximum we can offer." Zhou Yu struggled for a considerable time, but it proved fruitless. A and Qinghe and the bank executives remained steadfast. Zhou Yu, reluctantly, remarked, "If you're unwilling to provide a discount, then please offer me some compensation in other areas. This request is reasonable, isn't it?" And Qinghe exchanged glances with the executives before stepping out for a brief meeting. 10 minutes later, they returned. A and Qinghe stated, "Mr. Zhou, we can offer you 2 forms of compensation. First, we will gift you 50 pure gold bars, each weighing 500 grams. Zhou Yu calculated. With gold prices around 18-15 yuan, these bars were valued at 45 million, which was acceptable. And Qinghe continued. The second form of compensation is 17 luxury cars. These vehicles are collateral pledged to the bank and are classified as our bank's premium assets." Zhou Yu's interest waned upon hearing this. Premium, indeed. These pledged vehicles were, in essence, second-hand and held little value. And Qinghe seemed to discern Zhou Yu's thoughts and smiled, saying, "Mr. Zhou, while these luxury cars may not be worth much, their license plates are quite remarkable. Please take a look." She gestured, and one of the executives stood to present Zhou Yu with a document. Upon reviewing it, Zhou Yu found several desirable license plates: NAN A00020, NAN A66666, NAN A16888, NAN B77777, NAN B12345, and NAN C99999, all exceptional. It could be said that affixing these plates to a minivan would elevate its status. And on a luxury vehicle, other drivers would surely keep their distance. However, despite the allure of these plates, they were not transferable. Wait. And Qinghe specifically mentioned the license plates, indicating that the bank had a means of transferring them to him. Zhou Yu regarded in Qinghe, awaiting her explanation. And Qinghe smiled slightly, refraining from elaborating, merely stating, "Mr. Zhou, I can assure you that these license plates can be transferred to your name. Of course, they can also be registered under your company's name." Zhou Yu felt a stir of excitement. Although he had not secured a larger discount, the value of these exceptional license plates outweighed even 100 million in his eyes. Zhou Yu rose and declared, "I am very satisfied with this compensation. It's a deal." Initially, Zhou Yu intended to expedite the signing process and depart. However, the bank placed significant importance on this transaction, organizing a lavish banquet. The bank's high-ranking officials arrived, all clad in tailored suits and flowing gowns, making a grand entrance. In stark contrast, Zhou Yu donned casual attire, which rendered the situation somewhat awkward. Fortunately, the bank's ladies were exceedingly warm and welcoming, with over 10 of them surrounding Zhou Yu, enveloping him in a spring-like warmth. Engaging in conversation with these ladies, Zhou Yu discovered that they all hailed from prestigious 985 or 211 institutions, possessing both talent and beauty. A few among them were even graduates with master's degrees in finance. Zhou Yu remarked, "Your bank seems quite competitive." A lady with an oval face sighed in response, "Indeed, the pressure of working in a bank is immense. I have been employed for less than 3 years, and I already feel quite aged." Another lady added, "A few years ago, banking was not as appealing. However, with the lack of better job prospects, I can only remain here for now." Zhou Yu chuckled. "Would you all be interested in switching jobs?" "Absolutely. Zhou Xiao, could you help us out?" They chimed in unison. "Yes, Zhou Xiao, arrange a job for me too. I want in." The atmosphere was lively and cheerful. At that moment, and Qinghe approached. The ladies surrounding Zhou Yu discreetly stepped aside, granting the two some space. And Qinghe was radiant, her demeanor exuding joy as she whispered to Zhou Yu, "Mr. Zhou, these are all the stunning ladies from our Nanxing branch. I specifically arranged for them to be here, so you must thank me." Zhou Yu was at a loss for words. Was he truly such a lecherous individual to warrant the presence of so many beautiful women? Well, he ultimately found the arrangement rather delightful. Having already added the WeChat accounts of over 10 lovely ladies, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Yu cast a glance at Qinghe and inquired, "President In, judging by your jubilant expression, are you due for a promotion?" And Qinghe flashed a smile, saying, "If all goes well, the position of branch manager in Nanxing should be mine." Zhou Yu felt a pang of admiration. Most individuals, even upon knowing of their impending promotion, would hesitate to share such news, adhering to the adage that secrets must be kept to succeed. Yet Qinghe spoke so candidly. What confidence she must possess! Zhou Yu responded, "Congratulations, at such a young age." Becoming the branch manager of Nancher is no small feat. Even on a national scale, In Qinghe smiled and added, I owe you a great deal for your assistance this time, that we must collaborate more in the future. What do you think? Zhou Yu returned her smile, saying, No problem. In Qinghe then mentioned, I must attend to other guests now that I'll introduce you to a few friends another day. Zhou Yu readily agreed. The soiree continued until 8 in the evening, during which Zhou Yu indulged in considerable amounts of alcohol and subsequently arranged for the bank to send him home, by 9 o'clock that evening. Zhou Yu returned home, scrolled through his phone for a while, and soon found himself hungry again. What the heck? He exclaimed that I ate quite a bit at the banquet, devouring more than 10 pieces of sirloin steak alone. How can I still be hungry after all that? He mused. Am I becoming a bottomless pit? Zhou Yu was perplexed, feeling as if his stomach were an insatiable abyss. That moment, he contemplated a visit to the hospital for a checkup. However, addressing his hunger was the immediate priority. After some deliberation, he decided to prepare something extraordinary. He retrieved a 2-meter-long snake weighing around 8 or 9 kilograms from his storage, planning to feast on it. This snake had been caught from a large reservoir, and though its species remains unnamed, it was known for its excellent meat quality. He also took out an old soft-shelled turtle, which he intended to gift to Chen Qingshuang later. Zhou Yu placed the snake on the chopping board, eyeing the sizable creature with trepidation. Fear of snakes is an instinctual reaction embedded in human DNA, and Zhou Yu was no exception. He pondered whether to take the snake to a restaurant and have the chef handle it for a small fee. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Chen Qingshuang standing there, dressed in a satin nightgown that elegantly showcased her graceful figure, paired with a set of black slippers. Her dainty, fair toes resembled white jade, and Zhou Yu felt a rush of heat at the sight. Discreetly averting his gaze, Chen Qingshuang called out, Zhou Yu, I've come for the turtle. Generally, accountants are meticulous and tend to speak gently. But Chen Qingshuang was an exception. While she was indeed detail-oriented, her speech lacked softness. A southern woman, her demeanor resembled that of a northerner. Though Yu inquired, Sister Chen, what brings you here? I was just planning to deliver it to you. She explained, making turtle soup takes time, so I came to take it back and prepare it slowly. Where's the turtle? Zhou Yu pointed. Right here. As Chen Qingshuang approached and spotted the turtle and snake. She exclaimed, Wow, Zhou Yu, you have a snake here too. It's enormous. She moved closer, grasping the snake by its tail and lifting it up. The stark contrast between her delicate hands and the snake's sinister appearance was striking. After weighing it, she remarked, This snake is impressive. It must weigh around 9 kilograms. Zhou Yu, how do you plan to prepare it? Zhou Yu hesitated before replying. I've heard snake soup is quite delectable, and I wanted to give it a try. Chen Qingshuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she responded, Snake soup has nourishing properties, beneficial for both men and women, promoting beauty. I'm eager to try this large snake. Let me handle the preparation. I'll provide the ingredients, and once it's ready, you can share some with me. How does that sound? Zhou Yu was taken aback. Sister Chen, aren't you afraid of snakes? Chen Qingshuang laughed. I'm from Yu province, where we often eat snake and even use it to infuse liquor. I've been killing snakes and making snake soup since childhood. I'm quite accustomed to it. Zhou Yu's expression changed. How many men would jump in fright at the sight of a snake? Yet this woman had been killing and consuming snakes since she was young. She was undeniably formidable. No wonder Cheng Yuan found it challenging to keep her in check. Zhou Yu was uncertain how to proceed with the snake, so Chen Qingshuang's willingness to prepare it was undoubtedly the best outcome. He promptly agreed. All right, I leave it to you. Chen Qingshuang instructed, step aside and wait to eat. As Zhou Yu exited the kitchen, he suddenly remembered that Chen Qingshuang was also preparing turtle soup for Cheng Ge. He added, Sister Chen, would you like to make the turtle soup first and then prepare the snake soup? Chen Qingshuang replied, let us start with the snake soup. It's been a while since I've had it. The turtle soup can be made slowly. After all, Cheng Yuan isn't particularly fond of it. Even if he drinks it, the effect is rather mediocre. I'm just trying to see if it works. Zhou Yu was left speechless. Her candidness was quite striking. He wondered how Cheng Yuan would feel upon hearing this. The preparation of snake soup was quite intricate, and Zhou Yu waited nearly 2 hours for it to be ready. Upon tasting a spoonful, he immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Sister Chen, your culinary skills are extraordinary. This soup is absolutely delicious. Chen Qingshuang beamed with joy. I love cooking. Whenever you come across any exotic ingredients, just let me know. Zhou Yu nodded eagerly. Absolutely. He indeed had a plethora of rare and unusual ingredients in his storage, even hundreds of whale pieces, though they were rather cumbersome to handle. The following day, Zhou Yu awoke feeling different. He looked in the mirror and noted that his features remained the same. However, his lines appeared more defined, standing taller with broader shoulders and longer legs, exuding an almost chiseled quality. Zhou Yu assessed himself, estimating that his previous attractiveness was a solid 70, but now it had climbed to around 72. Besides the refinement of his physique, he had also grown taller, measuring himself with a tape. He confirmed it without a doubt. Standing height was 178 cm, while lying down was 17.5 centimeter. Delightful. If this trend continued, perhaps one day his ordinary iron sword could transform into a heavy, exquisite sword. Every man harbors the desire for such a formidable weapon, and Zhou Yu was no exception. Zhou Yu retrieved a Gucci gray t-shirt, a pair of black Versace casual trousers, and a pair of black and white Prada sneakers from his wardrobe. Presenting a refreshing yet minimalist appearance, after enjoying breakfast, he drove to the warehouse to receive the first batch of goods. Motivated by financial incentives, the employees of Bifeng Trading Company exhibited an enthusiastic work ethic, completing procurement and logistics at remarkable speed. In merely 3 days, a substantial shipment arrived, primarily consisting of food items: 500 tons of high-quality flour, 500 tons of premium rice, 2,000 tons of assorted grains, 10,000 tons of milk, 8,000 tons of canned goods, 3,000 tons of beef, 8,000 tons of watermelon, 13,000 tons of vegetables, 5,000 tons of fruit, and 50,000 cartons of cigarettes. These goods filled the 3 warehouses of the trading company to capacity. Additionally, 3 10,000-ton warehouses and 2 10,000-ton cold storage facilities were rented to accommodate the excess inventory. Due to the overwhelming quantity and scattered distribution of the items, Zhou Yu was bustling about, taking 2 full hours to organize all the supplies into the designated space. The warehouse operated on a rotational system, with each person assigned to oversee operations for just 1 day. Furthermore, Zhou Yu would take a day off and disable surveillance while receiving goods. Thus, when he accepted the shipment, everything proceeded smoothly, without raising any suspicion that IT was indeed more efficient to entrust such procurement tasks to a trading company rather than attempting to manage them himself, which would only result in fatigue and inefficiency. Zhou Yu privately mused that acquiring a trading company to handle these matters was undoubtedly a wise decision. After completing the receipt of goods, Zhou Yu made his way to the VIP conference hall of Donghao Grand Hotel to meet with 3 subordinates: Liu Banian, the general manager of Dongqing Real Estate Company; Yong, the general manager of Yong'an Shopping Center; and Shenqing, the head of Meiwa Cold Storage. At that moment, Liu Banian, Yong, and Shenqing were sizing Zhou Yu up, each feeling a quiet tension, fearful that he might replace them. In the current global economic downturn, securing a good job had become exceedingly difficult. All 3 were in their 40s and were not keen on facing midlife unemployment and the challenges of job hunting anew. Zhou Yu glanced at them and remarked, "Last night, I reviewed your profiles, and your work capabilities are satisfactory, so for the time being, I will not replace you. However," he added, "should your performance falter, I will not hesitate to make changes." The 3 men exhaled in relief, promptly pledging to work diligently to earn Zhou Yu's approval. Zhou Yu continued, "The previous contracts are no longer suitable. We will be drafting new agreements. Perform well, and you will receive a raise. Fail to meet expectations, and you will be replaced. Do you have any objections?" "None," they replied in unison. Zhou Yu nodded and presented 3 contracts, which Liang Fian had hastily arranged with a lawyer overnight, favoring Zhou Yu significantly. After perusing the contracts, despite finding them somewhat restrictive, Liu Banian and his colleagues promptly affixed their signatures. Given the prevailing economic climate, even as career elites, securing a high-paying job was no easy feat. The salaries Zhou Yu offered were already at the pinnacle for this second-tier city, leaving them with no grounds for refusal. Once the contracts were secured, Zhou Yu swiftly outlined their responsibilities. These individuals were brought on with high salaries, necessitating a packed work schedule to maximize their productivity. Zhou Yu declared, "I will assign you your tasks. First and foremost, you must rebrand. Dongqing Real Estate Company will now be known as Xinyu Real Estate Company. Yong'an Shopping Center will be Xinyu Shopping Center, and Meiwa Cold Storage will be renamed Xinyu Cold Storage." Liu Banian and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Everything was to be named Xinyu. This seemed rather excessive, reflecting Zhou Yu's peculiar fondness for the term. However, Zhou Yu was indifferent to their thoughts. He yearned to embody the essence of Xinyu, living a leisurely life while transforming the company name into a manifestation of his aspirations. The aesthetics of the name were inconsequential. What mattered was his personal affinity for it. With substantial wealth backing him, the potential failure of these companies would bear no consequence for him. Zhou Yu proceeded with his directives. The primary focus for Xinyu Real Estate Company would be to process the necessary paperwork to establish Greentown Hotel as a subsidiary, as well as to acquire properties nationwide, with an initial budget of 10 billion. Additionally, they were to procure a number of office buildings across the country, with a first phase budget of 20 billion. The central mission for Xinyu Shopping Center would similarly revolve around acquisitions, with Zhou Yu stipulating a minimum of 50 shopping centers to be purchased nationwide. Allocating 35 billion for the initial phase. As for Xinyu cold storage, the singular objective was expansion, aiming to construct a supersized cold storage facility with a capacity of 200,000 tons, alongside a new ice production plant. Liu Banian, Hiang, and Xin Qing were left in stunned silence. Their boss had just casually mentioned hundreds of billions. Did he truly possess such wealth? 2 hours later, as the meeting concluded and Zhou Yu exited the conference hall, he received a call from Miao Lirong, who had invited him to dinner. Zhou Yu readily accepted. During this time, he had met several women, yet Miao Lirong's beauty was unparalleled among them, piquing his interest significantly. Zhou Yu had contemplated the possibility of supporting her financially, treating her as a prized companion. However, this seemed unlikely, as she appeared to be in a strong relationship with her boyfriend, with marriage on the horizon. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yu arrived at an upscale restaurant. Although the establishment was bustling with patrons, anyone entering would immediately notice Miao Lirong, radiating an almost ethereal beauty. Other women cast wary glances at her, anxious that their partners might be lured away, while men, emboldened by their own perceived charms, contemplated approaching her. However, before any of them could act, Zhou Yu arrived and promptly seated himself across from her. The men sighed in envy, while the women breathed a sigh of relief. Miao Lirong handed him the menu, saying, "Mr. Zhou, please feel free to order." Zhou Yu, unreserved, swiftly selected a dozen dishes without a glance at the prices, opting for his favorites. Confident that Miao Lirong was treating him, but he glanced at her and asked, "I finished ordering. Will you be ordering anything?" Miao Lirong shook her head, saying, "No, that's enough." Zhou Yu chuckled, placing the menu down and observing, "You seem a bit downcast. Did I order too much?" Miao Lirong quickly shook her head, explaining, "It's not that. My family's influence has affected my mood, making me somewhat unhappy." Zhou Yu prompted, "Care to share?" After a moment's hesitation, Miao Lirong divulged, "A couple of days ago, you acquired a batch of properties, and as a salesperson, I earned a commission of over 7.5 million. My family found out about it. And then?" Zhou Yu inquired. "My parents expect me to contribute 5 million to the family for savings and to buy my brother a house worth 1 million and a car costing 500,000. Zhou Yu nearly laughed at this revelation. Goodness, they were demanding a total of 6.5 million. Did they not realize that commissions were subject to taxation? Zhou Yu asked, "What are your thoughts? Are you willing to hand over all your earnings to your family?" Miao Lirong shook her head, stating, "I am willing to give them a sum, but giving everything is out of the question. I still need to buy a wedding house." It became evident that this young woman was eager to marry. Zhou Yu's curiosity about her boyfriend grew, and he inquired, "What does your boyfriend do?" Miao Lirong replied, "He is my high school physical education teacher." Zhou Yu expressed surprise that it was rather uncommon to date a former teacher. He remarked, "Isn't he significantly older than you?" Miao Lirong blushed slightly, murmuring, "He is 10 years my senior, but he treats me very well." Zhou Yu asked, "When did you start dating?" Miao Lirong hesitated before responding. "We began dating while I was still in school." Zhou Yu was taken aback, incredulous. This man was dating one of his students. He could not be a good person. Gazing at Miao Lirong's exquisite features, Zhou Yu felt a pang of regret. Such a beautiful young lady, during her school years, was ensnared by a male teacher a decade her senior. What a despicable fellow. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment and reminded, "Miao Lirong, your commission exceeds 7 million, and after taxes, it amounts to 4 or 5 million. This sum is essentially sufficient for you to attain financial independence. You must keep a close watch on this money. Never hand it all over to your family. At most, a few 100,000. Moreover," he continued, "human nature cannot withstand the test of wealth. Do not disclose your financial situation to your boyfriend. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Miao Lirong responded with a soft though it was unclear whether she truly absorbed his words. Zhou Yu chose not to elaborate further. He had no inclination to meddle in others' family affairs. A mere reminder was his limit. Whether it was heated mattered little. Once the dishes were served, Zhou Yu indulged heartily, devouring everything in sight. In stark contrast, Miao Lirong appeared downtrodden, consuming only 2 pieces of steak before stopping. After satiating their appetites, Zhou Yu took Miao Lirong by the hand and headed straight for the presidential suite at Donghao Hotel. Come on, I've heard the presidential suite at Donghao offers stunning views. And the grand bed is worth over $2 million. Let us go experience it. Zhou Xiao, this isn't appropriate, she protested. What's inappropriate about it? After a meal, isn't it only natural to rest? Come on, this truly isn't right. I'm about to get married. Miao Lirong's reluctance only spurred Zhou Yu to hasten his pace. She lightly struggled for a moment, but ultimately allowed him to lead her. Zhou Yu suppressed a chuckle. He discerned that she possessed a pleasing personality and a somewhat timid disposition. With a little assertiveness, she would comply without question. It was likely that her physical education teacher had exploited this vulnerability to win her over. For the next few hours, Zhou Yu assumed the role of a tyrant, issuing commands left and right. Miao Lirong cried out several times, yet she dutifully obeyed, flawlessly executing his orders. After leaving the hotel, Zhou Yu drove leisurely amidst the flowing traffic. The soothing strains of the guitar piece Aurora Borealis filled the car, and he savored the tranquility of the moment, when one is unburdened by the daily grind of acquiring meals. Their state of mind inevitably shifts. Even a traffic jam feels inconsequential. As they passed a health examination center, an impulse struck Zhou Yu. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and drove inside. Recently, he had felt his physical condition improving day by day. Strangely enough, at the age of 23, he was still growing taller. While this was undoubtedly a positive development, the uncertainty nagged at him, prompting a desire for a thorough checkup. Upon entering the examination center, Zhou Yu discovered that a company had organized health screenings for its employees, resulting in an exceedingly long queue. It seemed that it would take at least an hour before his turn arrived. Contemplating his options, he retrieved his phone and dialed the exclusive VIP service line for Beifacheng Black Card holders. There was hardly any wait before the call connected, and a sweet voice greeted him. Hello, Mr. Zhou. This is the Beifacheng Black Card VIP service line. How may I assist you today? Hello, I would like to schedule a full-body examination. Of course. When would you like the examination to take place? Would you prefer a home visit or an examination at the hospital? Do you require someone to accompany you? I want to be examined right now at the hospital. No need for an escort. Understood. We will arrange that shortly. Please hold on. 5 minutes later, a balding middle-aged man accompanied by 2 nurses hurriedly arrived. Respectfully introducing himself, I am Yang Xiangdong, the director of the examination center. May I confirm that you are Mr. Zhou Yu? Zhou Yu nodded. Yang Xiangdong extended his hand, shaking Zhou Yu's firmly, and continued, Welcome to our examination center, Mr. Zhou. Your examination is ready. Please follow me. Zhou Yu nodded, inwardly marveling at the power of the black card. He followed Yang Xiangdong to a separate, standalone building. This facility is dedicated to VIP services, Yang Xiangdong explained. All the equipment here is state-of-the-art, and our doctors and nurses are of the highest caliber. Thank you for your assistance, Zhou Yu replied. What followed was a display of professionalism and efficiency. A team of doctors and nurses surrounded him, completing the examination in just over an hour. The male full-body examination encompassed numerous assessments, including ultrasound scans of the liver, gallbladder, spleen, pancreas, kidneys, bladder, and ureters, along with liver and kidney function tests, blood lipid and glucose levels, routine urine and blood tests, electrocardiograms, and chest x-rays, among others. The examination of the male reproductive system was particularly thorough, consuming the most time. Despite the extensive array of tests, the efficiency was impeccable. After the examination, Zhou Yu relaxed in the VIP lounge, sipping tea, while 2 attractive nurses engaged him in lively conversation, enhancing his mood considerably. One nurse, Mo Kai, aged 24, was a graduate of the Nanjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The other, Li Shaoling, aged 25, possessed an even higher degree, having earned a master's in clinical nursing. It was evident that Yang Xiangdong understood the importance of customer service. During the examination, Zhou Yu had merely glanced at the 2 nurses, and they were promptly assigned to accompany him. Bored with mere conversation, Mo Kai brought out a deck of cards, and the trio began playing a game of do di ju. Zhou Yu discovered that his memory and calculation abilities had become remarkably sharp. He won every round, which left the 2 nurses feeling quite vexed. Brother Zhou, are you cheating? Li Shaoling teased. Zhou Yu chuckled. No, I just have a better memory and calculation skills that I don't believe you, Li Shaoling replied. Neither do I, Mo Kaikai echoed. Zhou Yu smiled slightly and declared, Li Shaoling, you have 5 cards in hand. I can accurately name them. Do you believe me? Skeptical, Li Shaoling retorted. That's impossible. Zhou Yu promptly recited the cards she held. With flawless accuracy, this revelation, Li Shaoling was left speechless. Zhou Yu then named the cards in Mo Caicai's hand, leaving her equally impressed. No wonder we keep losing. Your memory is extraordinary. Brother Zhou, you could easily become a gambling god in Hong Kong. Zhou Yu laughed heartily. Not interested, he was a formidable player in the foreign exchange and futures markets, able to earn $200 million in a single night. While being a gambling god might sound impressive, it paled in comparison to his actual earnings. Half an hour later, Yang Xiangdong entered with a stack of examination results. Recognizing the cue, Mo Kaikai and Li Shaoling discreetly excused themselves. The results are ready? That was fast, Zhou Yu remarked. Yang Xiangdong chuckled. Here, we utilize dedicated personnel and equipment for examinations, sparing no expense, which accounts for our speed. Is there anything wrong with my health? Zhou Yu inquired. Yang Xiangdong nodded. Mr. Zhou, according to the results, your health is exceptional. There are no issues whatsoever. I have never encountered such a healthy and perfect body. As he spoke, a note of astonishment crossed his face. As the director of the examination center, he had seen countless health data, including that of national-level athletes. In his eyes, Zhou Yu's data surpassed even that of elite athletes, rendering it almost unbelievable. For instance, Zhou Yu's lung capacity measured an astounding 15,800 times that of an average person. His heart rate was as low as 38 beats per minute, yet his blood pressure remained normal, indicating remarkable cardiac strength. Furthermore, his muscle density rivaled that of professional athletes. But intriguingly, his muscles felt neither hard nor rigid. Instead, they were supple and elastic. Moreover, Zhou Yu's active cell count was considerably higher than that of his peers. Active cells provide the body with immense energy, invigorating one's vitality while promoting metabolism, aiding in the expulsion of toxins, and enhancing skin texture and elasticity. After expounding on Zhou Yu's exceptional health, Yang Xiangdong sincerely concluded, Mr. Zhou, your physical condition is outstanding. I cannot identify any ailments, nor can I find even a single scar. With your physique, a little training would make you an athlete without any trouble. Given your physical condition, living to the age of 100 poses no challenge. I believe you possess the finest genes of humanity. I suggest you consider donating sperm, thereby leaving behind a greater legacy of descendants to propagate your genetic lineage. Zhou Yu shook his head, saying, No, I'd rather not donate. Despite Yang Xiangdong's inability to persuade him otherwise, he could only sigh in resignation. Zhou Yu added, Delete all my health data. Blood, sperm, urine, everything must be destroyed. Yang Xiangdong felt conflicted. He had intended to analyze this data for a scholarly article. However, as Zhou Yu was a VIP, his request for deletion and destruction had to be honored. Although Zhou Yu had purchased a property in Qingfu, the house required modifications such as the installation of central air conditioning and heat-insulating glass, making it uninhabitable in the short term. Thus, he continued residing in the Donghu community. At 5 p.m., Zhou Yu returned to the community, preparing to take a nap. Suddenly, he recalled that there was a surge in the London gold market today, prompting him to hurriedly sit at his computer to monitor the situation. Recently, global temperatures had been on the rise, and some individuals sensed an impending crisis. This sense of urgency manifested in the financial markets, causing gold prices to soar. It was now the year 2044, and the price of London gold had escalated to 7,200 per ounce. With prices reaching such heights, many had grown pessimistic, anticipating an inevitable downer. Yet, the timing of this decline was uncertain. What people did not realize was that London gold would experience a fierce surge that very night. As bulls unleashed their fervor, following this dramatic rise, the gold price swiftly plummeted. The volatility took everyone by surprise. No one expected the usually stable gold to fluctuate so wildly, leading countless individuals to financial ruin. For Zhou Yu, however, this represented an opportunity, one of the most significant market movements before the onset of extreme heat. Whether or not he could achieve financial freedom hinged on this moment. Although Zhou Yu possessed a substantial amount of cash, the nature of money is such that it is never enough. This time, he deployed 3 billion, utilizing a leverage of 50 times due to the substantial amount of capital involved, allowing him to control 150 billion in funds. While 150 billion seemed considerable, in 2044, The London gold market had expanded to a staggering 50 trillion, rendering his investment relatively insignificant. As the time drew near, Zhou Yu began typing on his keyboard. Entering the London gold market, shortly after he initiated his move, the gold price began to rise rapidly. 7, 290, 7, 300, 7, 350. Within 10 minutes, the price surged to 7,390 per ounce, showcasing the bull's fervor and strength. Financial investors, possessing a keen sense for opportunity, were drawn in by the robust upward movement, leading to an ever-increasing number of buyers, which in turn propelled the price even higher, despite having been aware of the trend. Zhou Yu could not suppress his excitement upon witnessing such a vigorous increase. His face flushed, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Each fluctuation in the numbers signified a dramatic increase in his wealth. Even as a billionaire, the magnitude of the surge left him breathless. Damn it. This is exhilarating. He decided to look away, rising to grab a chilled soda, gulping it down to quell his mounting excitement. Though he muttered that he wouldn't watch anymore, his gaze remained fixed on the screen. This was all money. The gold price continued to break through barriers that in that moment. Some individuals reveled in their newfound fortunes, exultantly howling at the sky, while many others faced impending disaster. Their hard-earned wealth vanished overnight, leaving them no choice but to leap from rooftops in despair, seeing the strength of the bears intensifying. Zhou Yu decisively closed his positions. 20 minutes later, feeling that the time was right, he re-entered the market, betting against the trend and joining the ranks of the bears that in the vast financial arena. Although Zhou Yu's capital was not insignificant, it was not overly large either. His entry into the short position triggered a chain reaction, striking a sensitive chord among investors. The gold price began to plummet at an alarming rate. This unexpected turn of events shocked everyone. Who could have anticipated that the recently surging gold would now plunge as if it had consumed a laxative? Countless investors faced liquidation. Even worse, some individuals found themselves in an even graver situation. Their accounts wiped clean, forced to incur debts. Conversely, some fortunate souls, having nearly lost everything during the rise, found themselves resurrected by the sudden downturn, their fortunes restored in an instant. Zhou Yu remained glued to his computer, his eyes bloodshot from fatigue. Yet, his spirits soared. Had it not been the dead of night, he would have felt compelled to sing with Joy. The moment approached. Zhou Yu decisively closed his positions once more. His account balance settled at 28.466 billion, netting a profit of 25.4 billion. The futures market indeed proved to be a swift avenue for wealth accumulation. That sum was equivalent to the annual GDP of a third-tier city. And Zhou Yu had amassed it overnight. He briefly checked a financial forum, discovering a cacophony of lamentations. Woe is me. I shall never trade London gold again. I lost everything overnight. 5 years of savings vanished. I nearly choked on my own blood. My wife lost 50,000. That spendthrift. I truly wish to sell her off. 50,000. I lost over 200,000. What a disaster. Now I have no idea how to face my wife. I hope this doesn't lead to divorce. Damn it. Tonight's market was more thrilling than a roller coaster. I nearly suffered a heart attack. All those who faced liquidation tonight, come forth. I wish to see how many of us there are. Seeking solace together, some experts seized the opportunity to emerge, boasting about their prowess and promoting their courses. Zhou Yu observed for a while, then discarded his phone and sprawled on the sofa, yearning for a good night's sleep. However, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The thrill of the recent events and the vast sums of money he had earned kept his mind racing. After contemplating for a moment, he picked up his phone and dialed Liang Fian. She answered promptly. Zhou Yu said, I can't sleep. Come keep me company. Liang Fian chuckled lightly. What? Are you missing me? Zhou Yu explained, I just made a significant profit, and I'm too excited to sleep. Liang Fian paused, realizing it was nighttime and the domestic market had long since closed. How could he possibly have made money? Then she recalled that Zhou Yu was likely trading in foreign exchange or international futures. Zhou Yu had built his fortune through trading futures and forex, and the 15 billion in his account was a testament to his success in the financial markets. Now, having earned more money, she wondered just how much it was. Liang Fian replied, Wait for me. I'll be right over in less than half an hour. She arrived, having rushed out without makeup, dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans, sporting sneakers that lent her a youthful allure. Without further ado, Zhou Yu pulled her onto the sofa, and they engaged in fervent intimacy. Meanwhile, next door, Cheng Yuan was sound asleep when he was suddenly awakened by a kick. Honey, why did you kick me? He groaned. Just listen to them. The next day, Liang Fian limped her way to work, demonstrating her strong-willed nature. Zhou Yu had suggested she take a break, yet she insisted on going in. After rising, Zhou Yu turned on his phone and discovered 2 text messages from the Meteorological Bureau, warning of the sweltering heat and advising caution against heat stroke. Such notifications had become commonplace recently. And Zhou Yu had grown accustomed to them, as had the populace. He logged into his account and withdrew funds to his bank card, extracting 25 billion from his total balance of 466 billion. Thus, the bank is now in possession of 38 billion US dollars. Zhou Yu has set aside 3.466 billion US dollars, a sum intended for leisure, to dabble in the American stock market whenever time permits. With profits accruing, Zhou Yu finds himself in high spirits, yearning to sing a melody and share his joy. But with whom should he share this elation? Naturally, with the one closest to him, Liang Fian. After some contemplation, he resolves to share this news with her. Zhou Yu transfers 500,000 to her account. Following the transfer, he sets out in his car, continuing his procurement endeavors. The second batch of supplies includes 2,000 tons of white spirits, 100,000 tons of beer, 2,000 tons of spices, 2,000 tons of beef, 2,000 tons of lamb chops, 5,000 tons of pork, 1,000 tons of sugar, 100,000 cigarettes, and a substantial collection of high-end daily necessities and cosmetics. Notably, among the 5,000 tons of pork, 500 tons are from the Dubai breed, known for its higher fat content and delectable flavor. The remaining 1,500 tons comprise various niche pig breeds, including Bama fragrant pigs, Northeast native pigs, Huanghuai black pigs, 8-eyebrow pigs, Diannan small-eared pigs, Luchuan pigs, Ningxiang pigs, and Jinhua pigs. These rare breeds are renowned for their exquisite taste, yet they are not widely raised, even with Zhou Yu's wealth. Obtaining them in large quantities poses a challenge. As for the 1,000 tons of sugar, it encompasses white sugar, brown sugar, red sugar, and black sugar, among others. Notably, white sugar is considered a strategic commodity and was procured in small batches to avoid drawing attention. Totaling only 300 tons, the other sugars were easier to acquire, amounting to 700 tons altogether. Sugar is a staple, essential in various aspects of daily life, and 1,000 tons will undoubtedly be insufficient, necessitating further purchases. Beyond domestic acquisitions, Zhou Yu, under the guise of an offshore company, placed an order for 300,000 tons of white sugar from Brazil, with Brazil exporting a staggering 30 million tons of white sugar annually. The order of 300,000 tons is relatively modest. Given the excessive quantity and slow transportation, this sugar will not be shipped domestically, but rather stored in designated warehouses. Zhou Yu also procured a substantial quantity of meat, grains, and milk overseas. The meat includes a total of 400,000 tons, comprising pork, beef, and lamb. In terms of grains, the focus is on rice, flour, soybeans, oats, rye, sorghum, and potatoes, totaling 450,000 tons. The milk procurement is also significant, reaching 300,000 tons, predominantly in bottled and boxed forms, with a small portion being powdered milk. This entire batch of white sugar, meat, grains, and milk amounts to 1.45 million tons, with a total expenditure of 8.2 billion US dollars, marking it as the largest expenditure in this stockpiling effort. Due to the substantial procurement volume, the meat will also remain in foreign warehouses. Zhou Yu plans to travel abroad in May to retrieve the meat and sugared in the bank office. Liang Fian, clad in a sleek black suit, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, possesses an elegant neck reminiscent of a swan. She appears invigorated and radiant, strikingly stunning. Zhao Zi gazes at Liang Fian and exclaims, "Fian, this Chanel dress suits you perfectly. You look absolutely beautiful. When did you purchase it?" Liang Fian, with no secrets from her close friend, replies, "I bought it last time." Zhao Zi notices the handbag on the desk and remarks, "Oh, is that a Loki Kaba's bag from Donkey brand? It must cost over 30,000, right? Was that also from the last shopping spree?" Liang Fian nods. Zhao Zi is taken aback. "Over 30,000? Your benefactor must be incredibly generous." Her gaze drifts down to Liang Fian's black high-heeled sandals, admiring them. "Saint Laurent heels? Did your benefactor buy those for you as well?" Liang Fian nods again. Zhao Zi can hardly contain herself, exclaiming, "Goodness, you're decked out in luxury. Honestly, how much has he bought for you?" Liang Fian ponders for a moment. I can't recall the exact amount, but altogether, my purchases exceeded 700,000. What? 700,000. Zhao Zi gasps in shock. She was aware that Liang Fian's benefactor indulged her, but she never imagined that this shopping spree would total over 700,000. How generous, how wealthy. He is the epitome of a dream benefactor. Zhao Zi, consumed by envy, muses, though she herself is a beauty with a master's degree in finance. Why has she never encountered such a generous benefactor? Suddenly, her eyes sparkle mischievously as she takes Liang Fian's hand. Fian, why not ask your benefactor if he needs another woman? I'm available, Liang Fian retorts. But you already have a boyfriend. Zhao Zi scoffs. True, but this boyfriend is merely for convenience, not for marriage. If your benefactor shows interest in me, I would drop him in a heartbeat. Liang Fian chuckles and playfully scolds. You materialistic girl. At that moment, Liang Fian's phone vibrates on the table. She unlocks it, glancing at the screen, nearly letting out a squeal. What is it? Zhao Zi inquires. Liang Fian, astonished, responds, my benefactor just transferred me 500,000. Zhao Zi, with a hint of jealousy, remarks, your benefactor bought you over 700,000 worth of items just days ago, and now he sends you another 500,000. Oh my, you're truly fortunate. Fian, you must share the wealth with me. Liang Fian rolls her eyes at her friend. Why are you sounding so envious? This isn't like you. Zhao Zi replies with a mock pout. I worry for my friend's struggles while also fearing them driving luxury cars. Fian, I'm jealous of you. At the very least, you owe me 10 meals to assuage my envy. In a splendid mood, Liang Fian responds generously. All right, 10 meals it is. She then picks up her phone to inquire why he suddenly transferred such a large sum. After stepping into the restroom to make a call, she returns. What did your benefactor say? Zhao Zi asks. Liang Fian, smiling, replies, he said he made a profit last night and is in high spirits, so he decided to share 500,000 with me. Profits from last night? Zhao Zi contemplates. There was quite a tumult in the London gold market last night, leading to numerous bankruptcies. A client of mine lost over 300 million. I wonder if he can recover. Your benefactor must have made a significant profit from the London gold, hence the 500,000 red envelope for you. Zhao Zi deduces. Such volatile market fluctuations can yield enormous gains if navigated wisely. He truly is remarkable. Liang Fian nods in agreement, acknowledging Zhou Yu's exceptional prowess in both finance and other realms. After concluding his procurement, Zhou Yu takes out his phone and calls Liang Fian. Fian, have you eaten yet? If not, come out and let us have dinner together. Liang Fian replies, I'm currently dining with Zhao Zi. Why not find a girl to accompany you? Zhou Yu responds, all right then, with Liang Fian unable to join. He opts to manage on his own. Zhou Yu enters his car and searches for nearby restaurants on his phone. Suddenly, there's a knock on the car window. He looks up to see Nurse Mo Kai Kai. Having changed out of her nurse's uniform, she dons a white t-shirt paired with blue jeans and white shoes, her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding a fresh and youthful vibe. Zhou Yu lowers the window and greets her with a smile. No work today. Have you eaten? Mo Kai Kai replies, I haven't eaten yet. I came out to find something to eat. Zhou Yu suggests, I haven't eaten either. How about we find a place to dine together? Mo Kai Kai eagerly agrees. Sounds great. She opens the passenger door and hops in. After fastening her seatbelt, Mo Kai Kai takes out her phone and snaps a few photos, a bit bashfully saying, I've never been in such a nice car before. I want to take some pictures for my social media. Zhou Yu chuckles. Feel free to take photos. Just don't include me. Mo Kai Kai beams. Really? Then I'll take a few more. With that, she captures several more pictures and even records a short video. As Zhou Yu drives, he asks, Kai Kai, do you have any restaurant recommendations? Mo Tsai's eyes light up. I know a Japanese restaurant that has great food and is reasonably priced. Shall we go there? Uncertain of the reasons behind it. The young girl seemed to have an undeniable affinity for Japanese cuisine. Zhou Yu remarked, of course, lead the way. Mo Kai Kai responded, all right, I will guide you. The streets were somewhat congested, and it took half an hour for the Maybach to navigate through the traffic before finally arriving at the sushi restaurant. At that moment, the advantages of driving a luxury car became apparent once more. Although there appeared to be no available parking spaces outside the establishment, under the direction of the security personnel, a spot was miraculously created, allowing for a smooth parking experience. Once seated, the waiter presented the menu. Mo Kai Kai ordered a sukiyaki pot, and then handed the menu to Zhou Yu. He glanced at it, and noted that the priciest item was the marbled Australian M9 Wagyu beef, priced at 999 yuan for a 100-gram portion, which translates to an astounding 5,000 yuan per kilogram. Additionally, there were sea urchins, the horse manure sea urchin, priced at 2,099 yuan for a box of 5, and the purple sea urchin at 2,999 yuan for the same quantity. Zhou Yu swiftly placed his order, requesting 10 kilograms of M9 Wagyu, 3 boxes each of horse manure and purple sea urchins. Along with an assortment of other dishes, he also ordered a bottle of the esteemed Junmai Daijinjo sake, Shijua Kikan. Observing the growing list of orders, Mo Kaikai could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, is this not a bit excessive? Will we be able to finish all of this?" Zhou Yu assured her, "Absolutely." As the dishes began to arrive, Mo Kaikai stood up, raising her phone to capture the moment with a flurry of photographs. Afterward, they dined and engaged in conversation. Suddenly, Zhou Yu's gaze sharpened as he spotted a familiar face, Cheng Yuan. Cheng Yuan entered with a woman in her 30s, their arms entwined, laughing and occasionally stealing kisses. Their demeanor remarkably intimate. They settled into the adjacent private room, separated from Zhou Yu's table by merely a thin paper wall, allowing Zhou Yu to overhear their conversation quite clearly. Cheng Yuan ordered 2 servings of M9 Wagyu. Appearing quite generous, the woman, smiling, ordered 2 servings of grilled chicken skewers, saying, "Chenggu, you've been working hard lately. These skewers are to nourish you." Cheng Yuan patted his chest, declaring, "Wang Meng, I'm perfectly healthy, no need for nourishment." The topic of health supplements made Cheng Yuan uneasy, as his wife, Chen Qingshuang, had been obsessively forcing him to consume various tonics lately, to the point where he felt he might burst if consuming them was beneficial. It would be one thing, but the truth was, they had proven utterly ineffective. Cheng Yuan feared that if this continued, he would be driven to madness by his wife's incessant care. He increasingly felt that Wang Meng was far more gentle. With her, he received encouragement, compliments, and validation. Despite Wang Meng being in her mid-30s and not nearly as attractive as Chen Qingshuang, his time with her was undeniably enjoyable. In contemporary terms, Wang Meng provided him with emotional value. Cheng Yuan asked, "Wang Meng, would you like some sea urchins? I've heard the horse manure sea urchins here are exceptional." Wang Meng appeared surprised, replying, "Is that so? Unfortunately, sea urchins are quite expensive," with a dismissive wave of his hand. Cheng Yuan replied, "A serving is merely 2,000 yuan. We can afford it." The waiter approached, and he ordered 2 servings of horse manure sea urchins. "Wow, Chenggu, you're too good to me," Wang Meng giggled. "Hee, I'll treat you even better tonight." The two grew increasingly affectionate, and through the paper wall, it was evident they were embracing. Goodness, Zhou Yu thought, astonished to discover Cheng Yuan with another woman. He was taken aback. Cheng Yuan's prowess, it seemed, lasted a mere 3 minutes. This was with the aid of some tonic. Without such support, it would likely dwindle to just a minute. With such limited stamina, how could he dare to seek out a mistress? Did he not fear disgrace? Moreover, if one were to seek companionship, shouldn't they aim for someone more attractive? This woman's looks paled in comparison to Chen Qingshuang's, leaving Zhou Yu puzzled as to what Cheng Yuan found appealing. Mo Kaikai noticed Zhou Yu's keen observation of the neighboring table and whispered, "Have you encountered an acquaintance?" Zhou Yu nodded. "A neighbor of mine." Mo Kaikai glanced over and remarked, "The woman next to your neighbor is definitely not his wife." "She is his mistress." Zhou Yu chuckled. "You discern that so easily?" Mo Kaikai beamed with pride. "What is so difficult about it? A man typically does not display affection when dining out with his wife. After all, they are an old married couple. However, when a man dines out with his mistress, affectionate gestures are completely normal. Your neighbor's intimacy with that woman clearly indicates their affair." Zhou Yu gave her a thumbs up. As they continued their meal, Mo Kaikai became increasingly anxious about the abundance of food they had ordered, prompting her to indulge heartily. However, she soon realized her concerns were unwarranted. Zhou Yu devoured the spread with the ferocity of a tempest, finishing everything within 20 minutes, including the drinks. Mo Kaikai sat in astonishment, finally managing to say, "Brother Yu, your appetite is truly impressive." Zhou Yu chuckled. "Do you think I'm a glutton?" Mo Kaikai quickly waved her hands, insisting, "Not at all. I graduated from a traditional Chinese medicine university, so I appreciate a good appetite. Eating well signifies a high energy intake, which fortifies the body. I'm genuinely curious about the strength of your physique." "Brother Yu," Zhou Yu smiled amiably. Would you like to find out? Emote Sai's heart raced at the implication, and no longer an innocent girl. She understood Zhou Yu's meaning. She whispered, "Yes." Zhou Yu responded, "Let us go." He took Emote Sai's hand and headed straight for the Donghao Grand Hotel. As they entered the elevator, they unexpectedly encountered Chen Xingxuang, who was holding a stack of documents and accompanied by several colleagues, presumably here for a meeting. The elevator was crowded, making conversation impractical, so Zhou Yu merely nodded at Chen Xingxuang in greeting, to which she returned the gesture. Chen Xingxuang assessed Zhou Yu and then Mo Kai, immediately discerning that Zhou Yu was likely bringing this young woman to the hotel for a rendezvous. Zhou Yu was a good catch, except for his apparent infidelity. He had previously brought another girl home, and now another to a hotel, clearly illustrating his playboy tendencies. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Xingxuang had been increasingly attentive to Zhou Yu. Though she remained oblivious to her own growing interest, Zhou Yu, for his part, stole a few glances at Chen Xingxuang, wishing to inform her of Cheng Yuan's indiscretion. However, the crowded elevator was hardly the place for such revelations. In the presidential suite, a 2-hour encounter finally reached its conclusion. After showering, Zhou Yu also assisted Mo Kai in washing up. She was utterly incapacitated. "Young Master Zhou, I believe you should consider changing your name." "To what?" "Zhou Donkey." "That sounds terrible." "Not at all. Women adore that name." "Huh? Do you really like it?" "I absolutely love it." While chatting, Zhou Yu opened his phone to check the futures and foreign exchange markets. After a brief perusal without finding any opportunities, he recalled a matter. He remembered that due to the prolonged heat wave, a previously niche futures category, weather futures, had become immensely popular, garnering significant attention. Some speculated that the heat would soon subside, while others believed it would persist indefinitely. Various media outlets were continuously amplifying the excitement surrounding weather futures, leading to an influx of participants and an expanding market. Zhou Yu held a keen interest in weather futures, but he decided to wait until May to enter the market, as the current participant numbers were insufficient. He understood the future weather trends, believing that playing weather futures posed no risk. He hoped for more participants, as the more who engaged, the more profit he could reap. After reviewing the international situation, Zhou Yu turned his attention to domestic affairs. His stock account remained untouched, now reaching a staggering 289 million yuan. Mo Kai nestled against Zhou Yu, her soft body pressing against him. One hand wrapped around his waist while the other ventured into forbidden territory. After a moment of observation, she asked, "Young Master Zhou, are you planning to invest in stocks?" Zhou Yu replied, "Just playing around." For Zhou Yu, domestic stocks were merely a pastime. After all, he had never touched a single cent of the money in his account. He was simply buying for enjoyment. Mo Kai gazed at the funds in the account, unable to suppress a gasp. Nearly 300 million had been thrown into the stock market for amusement. Remarkable indeed. After a brief observation, Zhou Yu selected 3 stocks, dividing his capital into 3 parts and investing entirely in these shares. As the funds flowed in, all 3 stocks experienced varying degrees of appreciation, and their upward momentum was quite vigorous. Although Mo Kai did not engage in stock trading, she was aware of rising stock prices and exclaimed, "They've gone up. Young Master Zhou, your stocks have increased in value. You've made a profit." Zhou Yu gently patted her, replying, "Stay calm." Mo Kai's eyes widened in astonishment as she replied, "Young Master Zhou, I can't remain calm. Look, in less than 3 minutes, we've gained over 2 million. It's exhilarating." Zhou Yu contemplated turning off his phone, but Mo Kai clung to him playfully, saying, "Young Master Zhou, let me have another look. Although this money isn't mine, witnessing it rise fills me with delight." Unable to resist a smile, Zhou Yu conceded, "Very well. If you wish to see, then see to at that moment." It was already 2:50 in the afternoon, and as the market approached closing time, the 3 stocks continued to soar. Ultimately, by the time trading ceased, 1 stock had hit the daily limit, while the other 2 had risen by 6. Zhou Yu's profit for the day was locked in at 18.69 million. Mo Kai, watching the completion of Zhou Yu's transactions, sprang up with excitement, wrapping her arms around his as she exclaimed, "Young Master Zhou, you are truly incredible. 18 million in just 20 minutes. Even the stock market gods can't compete with your prowess. I absolutely adore you." Mua, mua, mua. Zhou Yu was speechless. "Why are you even more excited than I am?" Mo Kai chuckled. "How could I not be thrilled when my master is so capable and financially astute?" Reluctantly, Zhou Yu admitted that this woman provided emotional value. Her words were most pleasing and made him feel quite comfortable. Thus, he decided to reward her. With a mere flick of his finger, he transferred 200,000 to her, stating, "Everyone gets a share." Mo Kai Kai became even more elated. With a grand gesture, she received the 200,000, which was equivalent to her salary for 2 years. Who wouldn't he fall for such a man? She promptly tugged at Zhou Yu's sleepwear. Zhou Yu remarked, "Didn't you say you were feeling unwell?" Mo Kai Kai bit her lip and mumbled, Yes, I am feeling a bit under the weather. Could you give me an injection to bring down my fever?" Very well. Since she was indeed unwell, treatment was necessary. Mo Kai Kai's condition was rather severe. During treatment, her consciousness blurred, insisting on calling Zhou Yu godfather. With no other choice, Zhou Yu accepted yet another daughter at 6 o'clock. Zhou Yu took Mo Kai Kai to a grand dining hall for dinner. Mo Kai Kai savored her meal slowly, contemplating her relationship with Zhou Yu. Undoubtedly, Zhou Yu was the ideal candidate for marriage. Young, handsome, wealthy, and endowed with relentless ambition, capable of fulfilling all her fantasies. Yet, deep down, Mo Kai Kai understood that Zhou Yu would never marry her. After working as a nurse in the VIP area for so long, she had encountered numerous wealthy individuals, most of whom either remained single, flitting between different women, or married someone of equal social standing. Living in a union of convenience, they would never marry an ordinary woman. No matter how beautiful she was, with her modest background, Mo Kai Kai could only aspire to be a mistress at best. The question then arose, was it worth being Zhou Yu's lover? At that moment, Zhou Yu asked, Kai Kai, do you have a boyfriend? Mo Kai Kai shook her head, saying, I had a boyfriend in high school, but we broke up long ago. Zhou Yu nodded. What are your plans for the future? Mo Kai Kai's heart skipped a beat. Sensing that Zhou Yu was contemplating her future, unsure of her standing in his mind or how he would arrange her life, she looked at Zhou Yu and said, Godfather, I want to follow you. Zhou Yu chuckled, Great. If you follow me, I'll provide you with a monthly allowance of 200,000 during holidays. I will surprise you with little gifts if I make money from stock trading. I'll send you a small bonus as well. Occasionally, I'll take you shopping, and you can buy whatever you desire. I'll cover all expenses. After a year, I'll gift you a house and increase your monthly allowance to 500,000. What do you think? Mo Kai Kai's heart raced. She recognized this as a life-changing opportunity, and seizing it meant she could relax. She immediately replied, I'm willing. After working for 3 years, she had endured the harsh realities of society. Earning merely over 10,000 a month in a big city, after deducting various expenses, she was left with only 4,000 to 5,000. Purchasing a car was a challenge, and owning a home was merely a dream. Now Zhou Yu had offered her a chance to transform her life. She would grasp it with both hands. Any hesitation would be a disrespect to wealth. Zhou Yu, observing her excitement, reminded her, While you're with me, you shouldn't date anyone else, or the benefits will be void. If you meet someone you like, feel free to tell me. I want to make things difficult for you. Do you understand? Mo Kai Kai expressed her understanding. Then cheerfully added, Godfather, in my eyes, you are the perfect man. With you, I could never be interested in anyone else. Zhou Yu laughed heartily, picked up his phone, and transferred 500,000 to her. This 500,000 includes 200,000 for this month's living expenses, while the remaining 300,000 is for your shopping. I may not have time to accompany you, so feel free to purchase whatever you fancy. Mo Kai Kai was astonished. Mo Kai Kai was overjoyed. Mo Kai Kai could hardly believe it. With the previous 200,000 and now 500,000, that totaled 700,000. Gazing at the figures in her balance, she was nearly bouncing with excitement. Thank you, Godfather. Godfather, let me feed you. She eagerly offered him a piece of tender steak, serving him like a devoted little maid until they finished their dinner. After the meal, Zhou Yu called for a designated driver to take Mo Kai Kai back to her dormitory. As she got out of the car, she kissed Zhou Yu and sweetly said, Godfather, I'll head back now. Call me if you need anything. I'm always available. Mo Kai Kai slowly ascended to the 5th floor, opened the dormitory door, and found Li Xiaoling lying on the bed, chatting on the phone, seemingly with her boyfriend. Indeed, Mo Kai Kai and Li Xiaoling were not only colleagues, but also roommates, sharing a double room and enjoying a close relationship. Upon seeing Mo Kai Kai return, Li Xiaoling hung up and asked, Kai Kai, I haven't seen you all day. Where have you been? Mo Kai Kai did not conceal anything, saying, I went out to dinner with my godfather. Godfather? Li Xiaoling sat up straight. Looking at Mo Kai Kai in astonishment, Mo Kai Kai shyly replied, "It's young Master Zhou. We happened to run into each other while dining, so we had Japanese cuisine together." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoling's mouth dropped open in disbelief. She jumped off the bed, circling around Mo Kai Kai with a knowing expression. "Kai Kai, are you with young Master Zhou?" "Yes. Good heavens, truly incredible. Come, tell me about your story. I'm very interested." No, this matter must not be spoken of lightly. Kai Kai, just share a little. We're best friends. And there's nothing we can't discuss that I share my matters with my boyfriend, don't I? Fine. After listening for a few minutes, Li Xiaoling's eyes widened in shock. Oh my goodness. Rich, generous, and capable. You found yourself a heavenly benefactor. I'm feeling tempted to go away. You have a boyfriend. Oh, I'm not sure if my boyfriend and I can go the distance. But your relationship has always been great. What has gone wrong? He has been spending quite a bit of time with his mentor's daughter, frequently dining and shopping together, that I suspect he has taken a liking to his mentor's daughter. How can that be? Your boyfriend is interested in his mentor's daughter, who is both short and stout. Huh. Though she may not be conventionally attractive, her mentor possesses valuable resources that could benefit his career. So, what do you plan to do? What can I do? I can only observe his choice. That if he chooses his mentor's daughter, I will quietly walk away. That if he chooses me, then we shall marry. I think you should be straightforward and simply propose a breakup. You are so beautiful. Finding another man after a breakup would be a piece of cake. Let me think it over. On another note, Zhou Yu directed the designated driver to take the car to the salted fish cold storage. The cold storage is located north of the southern city, adjacent to a large logistics center bustling with activity, with trucks coming in and out. Zhou Yu intends to store a portion of seafood in the cold storage. To facilitate matters, he granted the cold storage staff a day off, leaving the vast cold storage eerily silent, devoid of any human presence, save for the hum of machinery, somewhat reminiscent of a morgue. Zhou Yu disabled all surveillance cameras and then proceeded to a room at room temperature, systematically emptying 20,000 galvanized turnover boxes before refilling them. Upon opening the frozen storage door, a rush of icy air enveloped him. The ordinary frozen storage is maintained at a temperature of -36 degrees Celsius, while the ultra-low temperature storage reaches -70 degrees Celsius, ideal for rapid freezing of premium seafood like tuna. Zhou Yu entered the ordinary frozen storage, where the temperature of -36 degrees is sufficient for regular seafood. After a brief inspection, he placed the filled turnover boxes onto the shelves. In just a few minutes, the once empty cold storage was filled with an array of seafood. The dimensions of the turnover boxes are 610 423/60, with each box capable of holding approximately 50 pounds of seafood, totaling 5,000 tons across 200,000 boxes. Among these, 500 tons consist of various seafood such as hairtail, pomfret, large yellow croaker, small yellow croaker, turbot, stonefish, squid, blue crabs, mantis shrimp, and prawns, while the remaining 500 tons comprise freshwater fish, primarily grass carp, silver carp, black carp, bighead carp, and bass. Theoretically, 5,000 tons of fish is more than sufficient. Zhou Yu could not consume it all in a lifetime. In his space, there are abundant tuna, and he yearns to freeze some. However, the tuna has not been bled yet, rendering it unsuitable for low-temperature freezing, so he must forego that idea. After organizing everything, Zhou Yu surveyed his work with satisfaction. Storing the seafood here allows him to retrieve it whenever he desires, minimizing the risk of exposing his space. In addition to seafood, Zhou Yu also plans to store a variety of meats, including beef, pork, and lamb, all of which can be accommodated within. Upon returning to the Donghu community and waiting for the elevator, Zhou Yu encountered Liang Fian. The two exchanged smiles. Liang Fian wrapped her arms around Zhou Yu, her beautiful face resting against his shoulder. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a faint perfume emanating from him. Knowing that Zhou Yu never uses perfume, it became clear that the scent belonged to another woman. This indicated that Zhou Yu had just been with someone else. Liang Fian's eyes flickered momentarily, yet she maintained her sweet smile. From the very beginning, she understood that Zhou Yu could not possibly have only her in his life. Thus, even upon realizing he was involved with another woman, she accepted it with grace, choosing to enjoy the present moment. Zhou Yu gently caressed her hair and kissed her cheek, asking, "Have you eaten?" Liang Fian nodded, replying, "I have. You transferred 500,000 to me," and Zhao Zi was thrilled. insisting on treating me that I took her out for a steak dinner. Zhou Yu chuckled heartily as he led Liang Fian upstairs. Cheng Yuan was squatting at the door, smoking, and upon seeing Liang Fian and Zhou Yu return together, his face fell in despair. Damn it, another sleepless night awaited him. This life was becoming unbearable. Cheng Yuan returned to the room and addressed Chen Qingshuang, saying, "Dear, I believe this house has poor sound insulation. I'll call someone to improve it tomorrow." Chen Qingshuang, engrossed in the television, replied, "What made you suddenly think of soundproofing?" Cheng Yuan grimaced, "I can't sleep without soundproofing." Chen Qingshuang shot him a glance. "Why waste money on that? You might as well buy something nice instead. If there's a pair of beef tendons and beef tripe in the fridge, I'll stew them for you later." Cheng Yuan let out a groan, no matter how it's prepared. It always seems to carry an unpleasant odor. He truly did not want to eat it in the bedroom. After a deep and friendly exchange, the air was fragrant with the scent of rhododendrons. Liang Fian, breathless, dashed to the storage room, fetching a soft measuring tape and startling Zhou Yu. "What are you doing?" "I want to measure that." "Step aside. There's nothing to measure, just a quick measurement." "No measuring." Zhou Yu pushed Liang Fian aside and entered the bathroom for a warm shower. Changing into a set of La Perla pajamas before returning to bed, with nothing to occupy him, Zhou Yu opened the Tiger Securities app after 2 withdrawals. His account still held 3.466 billion US dollars, a considerable sum. Even among the wealthy, it would be challenging to possess such liquid assets. In recent days, there had been no significant movements in either the foreign exchange or futures markets, and Zhou Yu found it difficult to keep track of minor fluctuations. Hence, he refrained from making trades. However, tonight, the U.S. stock market showed promise, presenting an opportunity for profit. Zhou Yu accessed the U.S. stock trading page, selecting 4 stocks to purchase gradually, each with an investment of 800 million US dollars. While he could utilize leverage, these stocks were relatively small, and using leverage might alert others and lead to unforeseen consequences. After completing the transactions, Zhou Yu felt a pang of hunger. He turned to Liang Fian and asked, "Do you want a midnight snack?" Liang Fian, currently in the shower, inquired, "What snack?" Zhou Yu replied, "Giant crabs." Liang Fian exclaimed, "Yes." With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yu retrieved an enormous crab weighing around 30 pounds from his space. This was an Alaskan king crab, renowned for its exquisite taste and delicate texture. Often hailed as one of the finest crabs available in the domestic market, it commands a steep price and frequently appears in high-end restaurants. In reality, this creature has become a nuisance in the waters of Alaska and the neighboring country, with millions of them, making it impossible to catch them all. Zhou Yu had taken advantage of the situation, capturing tens of millions, nearly depleting the population of Alaskan king crabs. As Zhou Yu entered the kitchen with the crab, he was momentarily taken aback. This creature was too large. He didn't possess a pot big enough to steam it. However, this did not deter him. He wielded a knife, swiftly chopping off the crab's legs and cutting them into segments, placing them into a cast-iron pot for steaming. The crab's shell, he dismissed, tossing it back into his space as refuse. The meat of the Alaskan king crab is primarily in its legs, meaning that despite its large body, most of it is shell with little edible content. Steaming the crab would take some time. So Zhou Yu seized the opportunity to prepare 2 dipping sauces and chop some chili peppers. When Liang Fian emerged from the shower and glanced into the kitchen, she immediately exclaimed, "Wow, are those the legs of a king crab? They are so thick. How big must that crab be?" Zhou Yu responded, "Around 30 pounds, I suppose." Liang Fian was astounded. "Goodness, such a massive king crab is simply outrageous." Zhou Yu said, "Take a look and see if it's done." Liang Fian inspected it and declared, "It's good now. Any longer, and it'll be overcooked." Zhou Yu turned off the heat, set the lid aside, and brought the pot to the table. Liang Fian hurried to fetch the dipping sauce, adding some chili peppers. "Honey, wait a moment. Let me take a picture first." "Hurry up." Liang Fian took out her phone, selected angles, and snapped over a dozen photos, carefully curating 9 to create a grid for her social media. Indulging in a brief moment of flaunting. After posting, she retrieved a pair of scissors, deftly cutting open the crab legs and placing the succulent crab meat into Zhou Yu's bowl. Zhou Yu sampled a bite. Finding it exceptionally fresh and delectable, Liang Fian nibbled a few pieces before feeling satiated, leaving the remainder entirely to Zhou Yu. He relished the crab meat, consuming every morsel without leaving a trace. Liang Fian gazed at him with envy, yearning to indulge further, yet her appetite betrayed her. Even if she could, she hesitated, fearful of gaining weight. Liang Fian began to tidy up, while Zhou Yu checked his stocks on his phone. Among the 3 stocks he held, 2 had risen, 1 remained steady, and 1 had fallen. Upon reviewing his profits, he noted they were approaching 800 million USD. Feeling no inclination to wait, he gradually sold off his shares. An hour and a half later, he successfully closed his positions, securing a total of 805 million USD, bringing his account balance to 4.27 billion USD. Sharing the wealth, Zhou Yu effortlessly transferred 200,000 to Liang Fian. As she finished washing the dishes and noticed the transfer notification, she immediately understood that Zhou Yu had made another profitable venture. Without a word, she pulled him onto the large sofa and playfully pushed him down. "Oh, come on. This woman is all the same. Money drives them mad." Zhou Yu glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly 2 a.m., and hurriedly remarked, "All right, enough is enough that ITS to him. We shouldn't disturb others' rest." Liang Fian settled atop Zhou Yu, wrapping her arms around his waist, and huffed, "Who cares about them? Let us fight." The following day, Zhou Yu set out early to inspect the Xinyu real estate and Xinyu shopping center. The trio, Liu Beinian, He Yang, and Shenqing proved to be quite capable, managing the company with remarkable efficiency. The previous day, the first batch of funds had already been transferred to the 3 companies' accounts, and Liu Beinian and his team finally recognized Zhou Yu's formidable prowess. Treating him with utmost respect, Zhou Yu presented a list of cities for acquisition, instructing them to purchase real estate in accordance with it. The cities listed were all inland, as coastal cities were soon to face inundation, leaving Zhou Yu no choice but to focus on acquiring properties inland. The cities on the list were projected to experience significant price increases and possessed immense developmental potential, allowing for effortless profits post-acquisition. Zhou Yu aimed to deploy substantial funds in real estate with the intention of becoming the nation's largest landlord. Lounging and collecting rent daily, to ensure smooth acquisitions, he arranged for 2 teams from the bank to oversee the process. Such a transaction, amounting to hundreds of billions, necessitated supervision. Without oversight, there would inevitably be individuals seeking to profiteer. Liu Beinian and He Yang had no objections to the arrival of the supervisory teams. In fact, they understood it was not within their purview to voice opinions. They both assured Zhou Yu that they would establish a professional and robust acquisition team within a day and commence extensive purchases nationwide. Zhou Yu reminded them, "You must expedite this acquisition effort. It would be ideal to exhaust the first batch of funds within half a month. When acquiring properties, aim to purchase entire neighborhoods. Furthermore, do not be overly concerned with pricing. As long as the prices are comparable, proceed with the purchase." By the time Zhou Yu exited the office, it was already 3 p.m. that he wished to take a stroll outside, but after just a few steps, the unbearable heat compelled him to retreat to his car, cranking the air conditioning to maximum for relief. Since mid-April, temperatures in much of the world had soared above 39 degrees Celsius, with some regions experiencing highs of 42 degrees. Not only was it sweltering, but drought conditions prevailed. The southern city had not seen rain for over a month, causing water levels in many rivers to dwindle, with fish perishing in the shallows. As the relentless heat loomed closer with each passing day, Zhou Yu resolved to remind his 2 goddaughters to stockpile supplies. Without hesitation, he transferred 2 million to both Liang Fian and Mo Kai Kai. Just after completing the transaction, Liang Fian called, "Godfather, why did you send me so much money? Did you earn more from the financial market again?" This month, Zhou Yu had unexpectedly transferred money twice, and Liang Fian welcomed such sudden generosity with excitement. Zhou Yu explained, "This money is for you to purchase supplies. The weather is unusual, growing hotter by the day. You should stockpile essentials at home. Better to be prepared." Liang Fian exclaimed, "Godfather, have you received some news?" Aware that someone of Zhou Yu's wealth often had access to valuable information, she suspected he had heard something significant prompting her to prepare supplies. Zhou Yu replied, "Just follow my instructions. You can use 1 million to buy a property and the other million for supplies. Store the supplies in that property. I will send you a list shortly for your procurement. When stockpiling, be discreet and avoid drawing attention." Liang Fian responded, "Understood. I will start gathering supplies immediately and come to see you tonight." After ending the call, Liang Fian received the procurement list, her eyes immediately drawn to the most prominent items: grains, instant noodles, salted fish, and cured meats. Feeling increasingly anxious, she realized Zhou Yu's request to stockpile these items indicated that something significant was imminent. She promptly dialed her father, Liang Yuanqing. Hello, Dad. Daughter, what is it? Dad, I will transfer some money to you shortly. Use it to buy a property and stockpile supplies. Buy a property? Where would you get the money for that? And why stockpile supplies? Dad, don't concern yourself with where my money comes from. Just do as I say. Time is of the essence. Buy the property today and start stockpiling supplies tomorrow. Okay. Although Liang Yuanxing had a myriad of questions. He agreed to buy the property and stockpile supplies. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu had just finished his call with Yang Fian when Mo Kai also rang him. Godfather, why did you suddenly transfer so much money? You scared me. Zhou Yu chuckled before responding earnestly. I sent that money for you to stockpile supplies. Hurry and gather essential items like grains. Mo Kai asked, perplexed. Godfather, why do we need to stockpile supplies? Zhou Yu replied, I've received some news indicating that this extreme heat may persist for an extended period, and prices will rise daily. Therefore, you should stockpile items at home. Better safe than sorry. You can allocate 1 million for a property and the other 1 million for supplies, storing everything in the house. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Mo Kai felt immense gratitude, recognizing her godfather's generosity and concern. Godfather, I understand. I will start gathering supplies immediately and spend all 2 million. Zhou Yu laughed. That's the spirit. If you're too busy, feel free to enlist your family's help. After concluding the call, Zhou Yu contemplated for a moment before sending messages to Miao Lirong, Chen Qingshuang, and Xinghe, and all the sales and bank staff, reminding them to stockpile supplies. Of course, it was merely a suggestion. Whether they heeded it was up to them. Just after sending the messages, and Xinghe called, Zhou Xiao, why are you telling us to stockpile supplies? Where did this news come from? Zhou Yu vaguely replied, the news is from abroad, but I can't divulge further. And Xinghe didn't press for more details, simply responding, thank you. This information is quite important. She then inquired, Zhou Xiao, are you free tonight? I would like to introduce 2 friends to you. Zhou Yu remarked. When you have time, suggest a location. An Xinghe replied, all right, let us meet at the Blue Pavilion CAF at 8 o'clock this evening. Zhou Yu responded, excellent. At the Blue Pavilion CAF, in a private room, and Xinghe sat with a man and a woman, enjoying coffee and engaging in conversation. The man, Su Deshan, appeared to be in his mid-20s, slightly short and stout, yet the confidence and assertiveness in his gaze hinted at an impressive background. The woman, Zhu Yun, stood approximately 165 centimeters tall, possessing an exquisitely shaped oval face, with captivating peach blossom eyes that sparkled with charm, leaving others entranced. Zhu Yun inquired, and Jia, who is this Zhou Yu? You seem quite invested in him. And Xinghe sipped her coffee and replied, Zhou Yu comes from an ordinary family, but he is a financial expert, having amassed considerable wealth in the foreign exchange and futures markets. Zhu Yun appeared somewhat disappointed. Given in Xinghe's regard, she had assumed Zhou Yu hailed from a prominent family, only to discover he was merely a financier. Noticing Zhu Yun's thoughts, and Xinghe smiled and asked, do you look down upon him? Zhu Yun nodded, and Xinghe extended a slender finger, reminiscent of a spring onion, and said, do you know how much he has earned in the financial market? Zhu Yun, glancing at the finger, speculated, 100 million? And Xinghe shook her head. Zhu Yun, astonished, exclaimed, 1 billion? And Xinghe still shook her head. Zhu Yun, now incredulous, asked, 100 billion? That can't be true. And Xinghe stated, I am uncertain of the exact amount he has earned. But I can assure you his wealth far exceeds 100 billion. This revelation left Zhu Yun utterly astonished. Su Deshan, who had remained silent, also appeared taken aback, and Xinghe added with a knowing smile. Furthermore, he earns in clean, unblemished U.S. dollars. Now, do you understand why I value him? Both nodded in agreement that it was evident that Zhou Yu was a person of genuine capability, and such individuals were always regarded with particular esteem. Moreover, it was likely that Zhou Yu held a substantial amount of U.S. dollars, precisely what they needed. Thus, it was imperative to value him and cultivate a good relationship. Su Deshan spoke in a serious tone. And Jia, what is Zhou Yu like? Without hesitation, and Xinghe replied, beautiful women. Although she had not known Zhou Yu for long, she could discern his fondness for beauty. Su Deshan chuckled, haha, I'll take him out to a club sometime. I am sure he will enjoy himself. Zhu Yun's eyes lit up. If he liked beautiful women, that was splendid. Her media company had been suffering losses for years. Perhaps she could take this opportunity to sell it to Zhou Yu. At 8 o'clock, Zhou Yu arrived punctually at the CAF, and Xinghe introduced the parties. and soon they were sipping coffee and enjoying pleasant conversation. As they parted ways, they exchanged contact information. Su Deshan raised his phone and cheerfully said, "Zhou Xiao, let us explore a great place in a few days." Zhou Yu smiled. "Sounds good. I look forward to it." Upon returning home, Zhou Yu discovered several messages from Zhu Yun. Upon opening them, he found 3 WeChat business cards accompanied by a cheerful emoji. Zhou Yu texted, "Whose business cards are these?" Zhu Yun quickly replied, "They belong to beautiful women. Add them quickly." Zhou Yu was astonished. He hadn't expected Zhu Yun to introduce him to beautiful women. What was she thinking? Zhu Yun reassured him, "Don't worry about adding them. I own a media company, and these 3 ladies are all anchors in my company. They are quite attractive and healthy." Zhou Yu responded, all right then." Zhu Yun continued, "Are you interested in investing in my media company?" Zhou Yu inquired, "What is the name of the company?" Zhu Yun replied, "Nanshur Honyun Cultural Media." Zhou Yu searched for it and found that the company was fairly substantial, ranking among the top 3 media companies in the province. However, its operational status was not ideal, having suffered consecutive losses for 3 years, with several prominent anchors leaving. In truth, as the live streaming and short drama trends waned, the media industry had significantly declined, leading to a substantial reduction in revenue, and many media companies had gone under. Honyun Media, if nothing changed, would likely meet the same fate. Zhou Yu remarked, "Your company seems to be in dire straits, suffering losses year after year. It probably won't last much longer." Zhu Yun sent a video, sighing, "Indeed, a few years ago, we could earn 20 to 30 million annually, which was too much but manageable. Last year, we lost 20 million, and this year's short dramas have flopped, likely resulting in further losses of several million. It's truly challenging." Zhou Yu retorted, "Your struggling company still has the audacity to invite me to join?" Zhu Yun laughed, "I'm inviting you for your own good. Although my company is at a loss, it is filled with beautiful women. You understand, right? Models, budding stars, campus beauties, and professionals. There's bound to be someone you fancy." Hearing Zhu Yun's words, Zhou Yu felt somewhat tempted. Perhaps investing in a media company wouldn't be a bad idea, especially since he wasn't short on funds. Zhu Yun eagerly promoted, "How much equity are you willing to part with?" Zhu Yun promptly replied, "I could sell you the entire company. You can acquire the whole company for just 340 million. That price seems exorbitant." "Not at all. Hongyan Media boasts 4 major anchors with millions of followers and 24 with over 500,000. There are 61 with over 1 million followers, and their contracts still have 3 years to run. I've leased the 35th and 36th floors of the Jinhui building as office space, with 1.5 years remaining on the lease. I've also invested over 70 million in creating more than 200 live streaming rooms and 2 broadcasting bases, making it a top-tier operation in Nanshur." After listening, Zhou Yu asked, "May I see the detailed assets, accounts, and operational status of the company?" Zhu Yun readily agreed. Of course. Soon, the relevant documents and accounts were sent over. Zhou Yu, uninterested in examining them himself, called Liang Fian and entrusted the task of reviewing the accounts and evaluating the company to a professional team from the bank. 2 hours later, Liang Fian called, "Godfather, we have reviewed the accounts and documents. There are no significant issues, but the operational situation is not promising. Our valuation of Hongyan Media is between 280 million and 300 million. Given the intense competition in the live streaming industry and its current slump, we advise against the acquisition." Zhou Yu replied, "Thank you for your advice. Nonetheless, I still intend to proceed with the acquisition of Honyun Media. Please handle this matter." Liang Fian simply acknowledged, "Understood. Leave it to us." Zhou Yu once again reached out to Zhu Yun, and soon enough, the acquisition of Hongyan Media was settled, with the price set at 280 million. The task of acquiring Hongyan Media was entrusted to the bank's acquisition team, relieving Zhou Yu of any further involvement. Instead, he focused his attention on stockpiling goods. On April 24th, the 3rd batch of supplies arrived. This shipment primarily consisted of fruits, side dishes, and tea and liquor. The fruit selection included over 30 varieties, totaling 28,000 tons. In addition to the fruits, there were also 3,000 tons of imported beef, 2,000 tons of lamb chops, 5,000 tons of premium liquor, 20,000 tons of mid-range liquor, 3,000 tons of high-quality yellow wine, 1,000 tons of wine, 100,000 tons of beer, 1,000 tons of premium tea, 3,000 tons of mid-range tea, 10,000 tons of medicinal herbs. 100,000 tons of side dishes, and 100,000 cartons of cigarettes. Among these, the side dishes included dairy products, soy products, meat and egg products, preserved goods, fruit products, vegetable products, beverages, ice cream, cooking oil, condiments, eggs, honey, candies, biscuits, compressed biscuits, sausages, pastries, and more. On April 25, the acquisition of Hanyun Media was completed, and it was renamed Xinyu Media. This marked Zhou Yu's fifth company following Xinyu Trade, Xinyu Real Estate, Xinyu Shopping, and Xinyu Cold Storage. On April 26, the fourth batch of goods arrived, which included 20,000 tons of milk, 10,000 tons of pork, 30,000 tons of watermelons, 20,000 tons of canned goods, 50,000 tons of side dishes, 20,000 tons of poultry meat, 20,000 tons of vegetables, 500,000 boxes of instant noodles, 30,000 tons of alcohol, a large quantity of seeds and seedlings, along with pharmaceuticals and snacks valued at 200 million each. That day, Zhou Yu took a flight and high-speed train, traversing 4 major cities in a single day, visiting 13 large warehouses and securing over 200,000 banquet tables, along with various local delicacies and desserts. On April 30, the fifth batch of goods arrived, primarily consisting of coal, firewood, clothing, daily necessities, household appliances, small appliances, and battery packs. Among these, he stockpiled 100,000 air conditioning units alone. Additionally, there was a batch of livestock meat, including donkey, dog, horse, and deer meat, totaling 13,000 tons. On May 1, the renovation of the Qingfu residence was finally completed. Zhou Yu inspected it and was quite satisfied. This renovation utilized only the finest materials, such as fire-resistant and heat-insulating glass, costing over $1 million for a single unit. Furthermore, the central air conditioning system employed T3 air conditioning, capable of operating normally in extreme temperatures of 52 degrees Celsius, a feat unattainable by standard units. Zhou Yu's residence was located on the 66th floor of a 66-story building, where he combined 3 units into a sprawling flat of 1,848 square meters. Considering the excessive number of rooms, Zhou Yu demolished part of the space to create a 300 square meter activity room for sports and fitness, and established a 50 square meter swimming pool for relaxation. Additionally, he expanded the small garden from 180 square meters to 295 square meters, allowing for the cultivation of numerous plants and the construction of a small fish pond. Although the renovation was complete, Zhou Yu did not move in immediately, as he had plans to travel abroad for stockpiling. On May 3 RD, he received news that the imported sugar and meats had been stored in the designated warehouse. Zhou Yu promptly set off overseas, visiting dozens of warehouses to secure sugar, meats, and grains, all of which he brought back to his storage space. Simultaneously, he procured 50,000 tons of gasoline and 50,000 tons of diesel in Venezuela, where fuel prices were exceedingly low, costing only a few $100,000 for 10,000 tons. During this trip, he also visited several large lakes to collect millions of tons of high-quality water, suitable for drinking after boiling. Having completed the water collection, Zhou Yu did not linger and returned directly to his homeland. This overseas venture was smooth sailing, completed without any unforeseen circumstances in just 7 days. On May 11 with only 3 days remaining before the onset of hot weather, Zhou Yu collected the fifth batch of goods. This shipment was quite fragmented, encompassing various items for eating, wearing, and using, all procured according to an online shopping catalog. Regardless of necessity, the items were acquired nonetheless. The expenditure for this batch reached $2.6 billion, with the most costly items being mobile electronics, cosmetics, clothing accessories, and daily necessities. This was the final substantial procurement. Zhou Yu noticed that the authorities had begun to sense something amiss and were starting to regulate large transactions. The national machinery's response was swift and exceeded individual expectations, displaying a crisis awareness surpassing that of the elderly. In the face of consecutive high temperatures, the system had already reacted. Initially, Zhou Yu intended to post a reminder, but upon observing the official response, he deemed it unnecessary. He also noted that some influential forces had begun covertly stockpiling supplies, causing the prices of essential goods like grains, vegetables, and fruits to rise quietly. In light of this situation, Zhou Yu decided to halt large-scale procurement. However, small-scale acquisitions continued, as substantial funds remained available. Upon reflection, Zhou Yu calculated that his overseas stockpiling had cost $8.2 billion US. While domestic expenditures totaled $7.6 billion. Currently, he possessed an impressive inventory of 200 million tons of seafood and 2.09 million tons of various goods, ensuring his survival for ages to come. During this period of frenzied stockpiling, his subordinates scoured the nation for properties, purchasing villas, office buildings, and shopping centers with reckless abandon. High-end residences, acquired. Mid-range homes, acquired. Low-end housing, also acquired. Completed communities, purchased. Abandoned projects, also purchased. Office buildings, acquired. Hotels, acquired. Within a week, the acquisition team exhausted the funds at their disposal. A staggering sum of over 60 billion in a single day. With the first batch of funds depleted, Zhou Yu waved his hand, and a second batch of funds arrived, totaling a colossal 100 billion. With the money in place, the team continued their relentless acquisitions, only to deplete this sum in just over 10 days. Each day, a multitude of property certificates, contracts, and keys poured in, filling his space to capacity. Zhou Yu himself lost track of how many properties he owned, only knowing that they were scattered throughout the nation in great abundance. These numerous properties required the establishment of subsidiaries for management, a task entrusted to Albanian and Hyang, both of whom possessed commendable capabilities. However, as the enterprises multiplied, the scale of Xinyu real estate and Xinyu Shopping Center expanded rapidly, prompting Zhou Yu to consider establishing Xinyu Group for unified management. He had already decided on Liang Fian as the group's president. During this time, Zhou Yu frequently consulted with Liang Fian and discovered her remarkable work ethic, despite any setbacks she faced while working for Zhou Yu. She consistently arrived punctually for work. This kind of dedication was indeed rare, clearly marking her as a career-oriented woman, and he believed she would be interested in the presidential position. On May 13th, Zhou Yu returned to the cold storage facility, now designated solely for his own use, with no orders to fill, only his possessions stored within. This time, he placed 5,000 tons of seafood, 500 tons of steak, 1,000 tons of beef, 3,000 tons of pork, and 3,000 tons of lamb in the cold storage. He also stored a batch of fruits and vegetables, which could be preserved for 2 to 3 months under optimal temperature and humidity conditions. Returning to the Donghu community at 8:30 in the evening, Zhou Yu noticed that the door to room 903 was ajar, with lights illuminating the interior and the sound of a phone conversation drifting out. Perhaps alerted by his footsteps, a young man of around 18 or 19 emerged, clad in stylish attire and wearing glasses. He was clearly a university student from a nearby institution. Upon seeing Zhou Yu, he greeted him warmly, to which Zhou Yu reciprocated with a wave that he recognized the young man as Zhang Yang, a student from the Southern Province Art Institute, and a wealthy second-generation heir known for his frequent change of girlfriends and a rather carefree lifestyle. In a previous life, Zhou Yu had envied Zhang Yang immensely. The young man spoke. "Brother, do you live in 902? I'm Zhang Yang, the new tenant of 903. From today onward, we are neighbors. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." It is quite evident that this individual possesses a remarkable social charm, effortlessly engaging in conversation. Zhou Yu nodded and introduced himself. "I am Zhou Yu, residing in Unit 902. Should any matters arise, let us assist one another." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Yang's phone rang, and a girl's voice echoed from the receiver. "Zhang Yang, are you on the 9th floor of Building 5? I'm already in the elevator." Zhang Yang replied, "Yes, Xiaoying. I will be waiting for you at the door today." As the elevator doors opened, a young woman in her 20s emerged. Zhou Yu glanced at her and noted her striking beauty. She was likely Zhang Yang's temporary girlfriend. The term temporary was apt, as Zhang Yang had a habit of changing girlfriends every couple of weeks, his frequency of romantic turnover surpassing even that of changing clothes. However, this individual had a generous custom of providing his ex-girlfriends with a financial settlement upon parting ways, thus avoiding any romantic fallout. Such financial prowess was indeed formidable. Zhou Yu remarked, "Your girlfriend has arrived." "I shall take my leave." Zhang Yang nodded. "All right, we'll chat another day." Upon returning home, Zhou Yu felt a palpable emptiness in the air. The two girls, Liang Fian and Mo Kai Kai, were preoccupied with stockpiling supplies and had little time to spare. With an abundance of energy, Zhou Yu found the absence of women in the house quite unusual. After some contemplation, he retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, intending to invite someone over. Whom to invite? Zhou Yu had a plethora of options. Firstly, there were two young women he had met at the Qingfu Sales Center, Huang Tiantian and Tao Wei. Secondly, there were the bank employees. Zhou Yu had added over a dozen attractive bank girls to his contacts, all of whom were well-educated and capable. Lastly, there were 3 female streamers introduced by Zhu Yun: Tian Lingling, Zhang Shu, and Chen Yuding. After some thought, Zhou Yu decided to invite Huang Tian and Tao Wei. In recent days, both had been fervently messaging him to go out for meals, displaying a commendable enthusiasm. Such eagerness was hard to resist. Zhou Yu discerned that both women had a penchant for materialism, which, in his view, was a positive trait. He was drawn to such women. Materialistic girls, who were primarily motivated by wealth, would shower him with affection as long as he met their financial expectations. They were adaptable and sociable, providing an abundance of emotional value, and most importantly, they were easily summoned and just as easily dismissed. In contrast, pursuing a girl who was overly romantic could lead to complications. Zhou Yu had numerous strategies to keep Miao Liron close, but he refrained from doing so, as she exhibited a somewhat romanticized mindset. Zhou Yu typed a location into WeChat for Huang Tian, followed by a message: "Are you free?" The same was done for Tao Wei. Such directness was refreshing. In a restaurant, Huang Tian was dining with a man in his 30s. She was exceptionally beautiful, having been the belle of her school, attracting many suitors. After entering the workforce, her admirers multiplied. The man before her was one of her pursuers, albeit a rather devoted admirer who had showered her with gifts without ever having the audacity to touch her hand. As he spoke animatedly, he said, Tian, next month I'll have over 20,000 yuan. I can buy you an LV bag that I believe would suit you perfectly. Huang Tian responded with a sweet yet polite smile. Yang Guanglin, please don't. I am not that kind of woman. I do not accept gifts from others. Yang Guanglin insisted. A beautiful girl like you deserves a fine bag. It's settled then. Once my salary comes in next month, I shall buy it for you. Huang Tian, savoring her dessert, replied softly, There's really no need. That's too expensive. I cannot accept such a lavish gift. Yang Guanglin pleaded, Tianteng, you are my favorite person. It is only right for me to give you a gift. Please allow me a chance to express my feelings. In the midst of their conversation, Huang Tian felt her phone vibrate. Upon checking, a delighted expression crossed her face. Zhou Boss had contacted her, for Huang Tian. This was of utmost significance. A man who effortlessly purchased properties worth 1.5 billion was undoubtedly a super-rich individual. Not only was he wealthy, but he was also young and handsome. What girl wouldn't he be enamored? Associating with him, even as a mistress, would be worthwhile. Huang Tian promptly replied, I'm free, brother you. I'll come right over. After sending her response, she stood and said, Yang Gu, I have an urgent matter to attend to. We shall dine together another time. Yang Guanglin felt a sense of reluctance, but with the goddess departing, he had no choice. Very well, I shall invite you again next time. Be safe this evening. If anything arises, feel free to call me. My phone is always on. Huang Tian had no interest in his words, quickly grabbing her bag and striding away in her high heels. Meanwhile, Tao Wei had also received the message. At that moment, she was indulging in a spa at a beauty salon. Blessed with beauty from a young age, she had long understood the advantages of her looks. She recognized that beauty was a resource, prompting her to frequent beauty establishments, spending significant portions of her salary on treatments. The results were evident. At 26, she appeared as youthful as a girl of 18 or 19. That upon seeing Zhou Yu's message, she immediately called for a halt, quickly drying off and changing her clothes. The beautician inquired, Xiao Wei, why are you getting up? Your treatment isn't finished yet. Tao Wei replied, I'll reschedule. I have an urgent matter that requires my attention. The beautician, who had a close rapport with Tao Wei, chuckled, Is it your boyfriend calling you? You're such a stunning lady. Even if it's your boyfriend, there's no need to rush. Tao Wei shook her head, saying, This is more important than a boyfriend. The beautician's eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be a wealthy benefactor? Oh, when did you find a sugar daddy? Tao Wei smiled and replied, Not quite yet. However, this is an opportunity one must seize. The camaraderie allowed for such candid exchanges that on Zhou Yu's end. After reviewing the responses from the two women, he set his phone down and retrieved a large batch of freshly washed oysters. After placing them in a pot with water for a brief 45 seconds, he relished their exquisite flavor without any dipping sauce needed. He savored a few. Zhou Yu suddenly remembered that a heat wave was about to hit, leading to dramatic fluctuations in weather futures. A lucrative opportunity indeed. Recently, he had invested over 83 billion in real estate. nearing 12 billion USD that he intended to recoup this amount from the futures market. With the onset of high temperatures, the USD's purchasing power remained robust, and the pursuit of profit must continue. Checking the time, it was 9:30 p.m. in Beijing, which translated to 8:30 a.m. in Eastern America. In half an hour, the weather futures market would open. Zhou Yu took note that there had been a surge in interest in weather futures, with many participants, including major institutions, involved, a promising development, after observing the market for a while. The clock struck 10, signaling the opening of the weather futures. Without hesitation, Zhou Yu invested $3 billion into the weather futures, utilizing a 30x leverage. Beyond the weather futures, he also allocated $15 billion into over 20 different futures commodities, all related to agriculture, livestock, air conditioning manufacturing, and beverages, all sectors significantly impacted by high temperatures. At this moment, Huang Tiantian had arrived. She donned a pink sleeveless t-shirt paired with light blue, frayed denim shorts that hugged her curves snugly. Accentuating her shapely figure, her long legs were exposed, enticingly fair and inviting to the touch. Huang Tiantian surveyed her surroundings, bemused, as to why someone as affluent as Zhou Yu resided in such a commonplace neighborhood. Dismissing her thoughts, she proceeded to knock on the door. Just as Zhou Yu was about to answer, Tao Wei also arrived, dressed provocatively in a black strapless top that showcased her alluring collarbone and hint of cleavage. Complemented by a black mini-skirt, sheer stockings, and stiletto heels, she epitomized a striking silhouette. Most women would shy away from an all-black ensemble, but she wore it with confidence. Only individuals with an exceptionally fair complexion, like Tao Wei, dared to don such attire. The stark contrast between her porcelain skin and the ebony garments creates an arresting spectacle. Upon their first encounter, both women were momentarily taken aback. In unison, they voiced their surprise, quickly realizing they had both been summoned by Zhou Yu. Despite their shared status as beautiful colleagues, their relationship was far from amicable. After exchanging hostile glares, they began to exchange barbed remarks. Huang Tiantian remarked, "Tao Wei, at less than 1.6 meters tall, Zhou Gu would hardly fancy your type. Perhaps it's best for you to return home." Tao Wei responded with a cold smirk, "Huang Tiantian, I concede that you are taller and have longer legs, but your flat figure is nearly indistinguishable from a man's. Zhou Gu would undoubtedly not be interested." Huang Tiantian bristled with irritation. Though she was somewhat petite, to label her as flat was intolerable. The two engaged in a heated exchange of insults. In room 903, Zhang Yang and his girlfriend were drying their hair, preparing to unwind when the commotion outside piqued their curiosity. Without hesitation, they leapt from their bed and rushed to the door to eavesdrop. Zhang Yang, faster than his partner, claimed the vantage point and peered outside. He was astonished to witness two stunning women embroiled in a quarrel over Zhou Yu. Although his girlfriend was attractive, she paled in comparison to the striking beauty of Huang Tiantian and Tao Wei. The sight of these two enchanting women clashing over Zhou Yu seemed surreal as he observed their confrontation. A thought struck him, prompting him to turn to Xiao Ying and ask, "Do you think I could date two girlfriends simultaneously?" Xiao Ying, indignant, retorted, "You scoundrel." Zhang Yang defended himself. "Xiao Ying, I am not a scoundrel. I simply have a fondness for girls." Xiao Ying insisted, "That is precisely what makes you a scoundrel." Their banter escalated into a quarrel. In room 901. Cheng Yuan peered out, envious as he spotted the two stunning women seeking Zhou Yu. He thought to himself, Zhou Yu must be experiencing a stroke of good fortune lately, entertaining beautiful women at his home. And now he has two at once. How utterly absurd. If only it were me. In his excitement, he inadvertently voiced his thoughts, only to receive a sharp slap on the head, leaving him dazed and seeing stars. Chen Qingshuang's icy voice cut through the air. "Cheng Yuan, do you really think you can have your cake and eat it too? Have you taken a good look at your own physique? Get to the kitchen and drink that bowl of sambian soup." Cheng Yuan dared not protest, hastily making his way to the kitchen. Chen Qingshuang was not only fierce in temperament, but also possessed far greater physical prowess than he. He vividly remembered a recent outing when a dog had barked at them. He had trembled in fear, while Chen Qingshuang had effortlessly dispatched the canine with a single blow, leaving the animal cowering in fear. Faced with such a formidable woman, Cheng Yuan had no choice but to comply with her every command. In the kitchen, a steaming bowl of sambian soup awaited Cheng Yuan's arrival. He lifted it to his nose, nearly retching, but the chilling glare of his wife compelled him to suppress his nausea and gulp down the entire bowl in one breath. Once he set the bowl down, his eyes brimmed with tears, pondering when his suffering would come to an end. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, hearing the commotion outside, opened the door and called out, "What are you two arguing about? Come inside." "Yes, Brother Yu." "All right, Brother Yu." Huang Tiantian and Tao Wei instantly transformed from fierce competitors to demure maidens, responding sweetly before following Zhou Yu indoors. Zhou Yu, wearing a stern expression, admonished, "You two were arguing outside the door. This is a significant blunder." Tao Wei lowered her gaze, biting her lip in a pitiful manner. She took delicate steps towards Zhou Yu, linking her fair hand through his arm, and pleaded, "I acknowledge my mistake. As a girl, could you kindly forgive me just this once, Brother Yu?" Huang Tiantian, witnessing Tao Wei's display, inwardly cursed her for being so cunning yet feigned submission, kneeling at Zhou Yu's feet and imploring, "Master, I realize my error. Please forgive me." Zhou Yu, adopting a tone of righteous authority, declared, "When one commits a transgression, one must face the consequences. Henceforth, I shall impose a stern punishment upon you both." By 2 a.m., both Huang Tiantian and Tao Wei, exhausted from their altercation, had succumbed to slumber. Zhou Yu was engrossed in his phone when he stumbled upon news of an unprecedented heat wave sweeping across the eastern United States, with temperatures soaring to 49.8 degrees Celsius, transforming the region into a veritable sauna. Residents were advised to refrain from venturing outdoors to avoid heat stroke. Meanwhile, much of Europe was similarly afflicted by soaring temperatures, with meteorological reports indicating highs of 50.2 degrees Celsius, leading to noticeable melting of the alpine snowpack. The entire Western Hemisphere was enveloped in this oppressive heat, leaving scientists baffled as they sought to uncover the underlying causes. Average temperatures in Antarctica had risen to a chilling -15 degrees Celsius, with concerns mounting that further increases could result in glacial melt. Currently, personnel at research stations were diligently monitoring the situation. Upon reading these alarming reports, Zhou Yu realized the era of extreme heat had truly arrived. The southern hemisphere was already grappling with soaring temperatures, and it would not be long before the northern hemisphere succumbed to the same fate, ushering in a global heat wave. Under such scorching conditions, vegetation would wither rapidly, followed by the desiccation of shrubs, and eventually even the hardiest of wild grasses would perish. It was projected that 99% of surface flora would die off, leaving only sea buckthorn, cacti, and algae thriving amidst the devastation. The foundation of the food chain. The loss of plant life would lead to mass extinction among animal populations, plunging humanity into a dire food crisis. Zhou Yu continued to peruse the news, clicking into a live stream from an Antarctic research station. On screen, a man in his 40s was seen wandering through the snow, thermometer in hand, registering a temperature of -14 degrees Celsius. The foreign man gasped in disbelief. "Incredible! The temperature in Antarctica has reached -14 degrees. I can scarcely fathom it." As everyone knows, Antarctica is referred to as the cold pole, the coldest place on Earth, with an average temperature around -30 degrees, perpetually covered in snow. Now, with temperatures climbing to -14 degrees, the implications of continued warming are unfathomable. God forbid the temperature rises any further. Viewers from around the globe were equally astonished, inundating the chat with frantic comments. My goodness, I thought it was just hot here. I can't believe Antarctica is heating up too. Please, let Antarctica remain cold. So many glaciers. If they melt, coastal cities worldwide will be submerged. The climate this year is so abnormal. Is the apocalypse upon us? Oh, please, Antarctica must not melt. I implore you. My home is in a coastal city. I dread the thought of it being inundated. I genuinely hope the temperature returns to normal soon. Zhou Yu scrolled on, entering the next live stream. The screen displayed a car engulfed in flames. The host exclaimed excitedly, "Folks, do you see that vehicle? It's an electric car that has spontaneously combusted. The heat is so intense that cars are catching fire. This marks the third instance of spontaneous combustion I've encountered today. When you head out, be sure to monitor your vehicle's condition. If you smell something burning, pull over immediately to avoid danger." Furthermore, the host continued, "Please keep an eye on your household appliances. I've already documented 2 incidents of fires caused by overheating devices today. Firefighters are stretched thin. If your home catches fire, you'll be in serious trouble." Zhou Yu glanced at the next live stream. This one featured a hospital, bustling with ambulances delivering patients. The host turned the camera and exclaimed, "Can you see this? Today, the hospital is inundated with patients. It's absolutely packed. Most of those arriving are suffering from heat stroke. Additionally, there are concerns regarding dehydration and cardiovascular diseases. Everyone must be vigilant against the heat. Otherwise, it could lead to serious complications. Oh dear, someone over there has already fainted. I hope they are all right. As the broadcaster spoke, they noticed another alarming situation. The hospital's air conditioning had ceased to function. Goodness, the air conditioning has stopped working. It has malfunctioned. The temperature in the hospital is rising rapidly. If this continues, the patients will not be able to endure it. Dear friends, do you have any effective solutions? The audience in the live stream began to voice their opinions. There's nothing we can do. This is disastrous. All the equipment in the hospital requires a low-temperature environment to function. With the air conditioning broken, these devices can only be shut down, or they too will be damaged. The standard air conditioning systems can only operate effectively up to 43 degrees Celsius. Beyond this threshold, they are prone to failure. We need to call for repairs immediately. However, repairs may be futile. It will break down again soon. We must quickly switch to tropical air conditioning units, which can function at temperatures as high as 52 degrees. Zhou glanced at the live stream and realized it was already past 4 a.m. So he closed the page and turned to look at futures trading. As anticipated, the arrival of the scorching weather had caused significant fluctuations in the futures market. Some futures contracts plummeted dramatically, while others soared rapidly. The futures that Zhou had invested in were all yielding profits. Among them, the gains from weather futures alone amounted to an astounding 34.23 billion US dollars. Initially a niche market, weather futures had garnered increasing attention due to the unusual climate conditions, attracting more and more capital. Wall Street financiers recognized the opportunity and eagerly fanned the flames, transforming this once obscure futures category into a sensational hot topic within the market. Weather futures are settled based on actual temperatures, providing speculators with substantial profit potential with each degree of temperature rise or fall. Today, the temperature surged from the usual 40 degrees to 50 degrees, a remarkable increase of 10 degrees, yielding Zhou immense profits, over 30 billion US dollars in a single wave. Besides weather futures, Zhou also reaped significant gains from other futures, totaling an impressive 86.9 billion US dollars. After reviewing his earnings, Zhou concluded that this sum was sufficient for his needs and decided to close his positions at that moment. The futures market was exceptionally active, making the process of closing positions quite smooth. Upon completion of his transactions, Zhou noted that he had secured a profit of 86.9818 billion US dollars, marking the largest income he had ever achieved in his financial endeavors. Setting his phone aside, he observed that Huang Tiantian and Tao Wei were soundly asleep. He playfully gave each of them a gentle slap on their backsides, waking them up. Huang Tiantian rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, "Zhou Xiao, why did you hit me?" Tao Wei chimed in, "How rude. I was sleeping so soundly." Zhou chuckled and replied, "I'm giving you both a chance to earn some money. Whoever impresses me will be rewarded with 500,000.do you want it?" At this, Huang Tiantian and Tao Wei's drowsiness vanished in an instant, their enthusiasm akin to that of ferocious wolves. At 10 o'clock, Zhou awoke and casually opened his phone, discovering several messages that a red warning for extreme heat had been issued nationwide. The highest daytime temperature is expected to reach 50 degrees. Citizens are advised to take precautions against heat exposure and avoid going outside unless necessary. The Meteorological Bureau of the Southern Province issued a red alert at 9:04 a.m., stating that the daytime temperature in our city is predicted to peak at 50 degrees. Residents are advised to stay indoors and take measures to stay cool. The Disaster Prevention Center of the Southern City issued a red alert. Today, extreme heat is expected, with temperatures reaching 50 degrees. Relevant departments and units are urged to implement emergency measures against heat exposure, halt outdoor work, and remain vigilant against fire hazards. Zhou opened WeChat and found messages from a dozen people. "Dad, everyone around me is rushing to the supermarket to stock up on supplies. The money you sent me has all gone to buy provisions. I feel like I can survive for 2 or 3 years without going to the supermarket again. I'll come over tonight to thank you properly." This message was from Liang Fian. "Dad, thank you for the funds and the reminder. Did you know the extreme heat was coming? I will always love you. Tonight, I want to reward you." This was from Mo Kai Kai. "Zhou Xiao, thank you this time. I owe you a favor, and if you ever need assistance, we will do our utmost." This message came from Qingha. "Zhou Xiao, I'll thank you properly another day. This was sent by Su Deshan. Zhou Xiao. Thank you. I'll introduce you to some beautiful friends next time. This was from Zhu Yun. Miao Lirong. Thank you. Zhou Xiao. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Qin Qing Shuang sent a message of gratitude as well. Thank you. If you ever need help, feel free to ask that I will do my best. Apart from these individuals, there were about 10 messages from the bank staff expressing their thanks. It seems Zhou Yu's earlier reminders had indeed made a difference. Zhou Yu walked to the window and pulled back the curtains, only to see the sun blazing down, transforming the entire city into a sweltering hotcake. The leaves appeared wilted, and there were significantly fewer vehicles and pedestrians than usual. Although the outdoor temperature was exceedingly high, urgent matters still required him to step outside. However, most people opted to drive. Cranking the air conditioning to its maximum setting, Zhou Yu glanced at the outdoor temperature, which had reached a staggering 48 degrees, beyond the tolerance of standard air conditioning systems. Fortunately, he had installed a tropical model, which continued to operate normally even at 48 degrees, emitting a refreshing breeze that at this moment, Tao Wei and Huang Tiantian had awakened. After reading the messages from the Meteorological Bureau, they were surprised but not alarmed. They believed that such extreme heat could not last long and would soon return to normal. In truth, many shared this sentiment, unaware of the severity of the situation, mistakenly thinking the extreme heat would only last a few days. However, the reality was that this weather would persist for 9 years, if not longer. Having finished her morning routine, Huang Tiantian began putting on her shoes, saying, Zhou Xiao, I'll go buy breakfast for you. Tao Wei, already prepared to head out, added, Zhou Xiao, what do you like for breakfast? I'll go get it for you. It must be said. These two young ladies were quite thoughtful, remembering to get breakfast for Zhou Yu at such a time. Zhou Yu called out to them, don't go out. It's already 48 degrees outside. Running around like that is bound to cause heat stroke. Let's just have something simple. He went to the kitchen and took out a few breakfast items from the pantry. And the three enjoyed a meal together. After breakfast, Huang Tiantian and Tao Wei reluctantly departed, both expressing that although they had faced punishment once, they still had not fully recognized the gravity of their mistakes. They hoped Zhou Yu would find time to discipline them again, helping them correct their errors. Zhou Yu agreed. Assisting others in rectifying their mistakes is a deed of great virtue. After the two ladies left, Zhou Yu leisurely took out a plate of vibrant red lychees from the pantry and began to enjoy them. In the south, early maturing lychee varieties had hit the market, though in limited quantities. Zhou Yu had managed to acquire nearly all of these early maturing lychees, resulting in a scarcity in the market, with even large supermarkets unable to stock them. While savoring the lychees, Zhou Yu scrolled through his phone. Brothers, I'm live streaming for you under 50 degrees of heat. Look at this. Yes, you guessed it, these are eggs. Today, I'm going to show you how to fry an egg on the road. Family members who enjoy this, please send in some gifts. In the live stream, a young man stood before the camera, drenched in sweat, demonstrating how to fry an egg on the hot pavement. The audience flooded the chat with comments. What a brave soul to live stream in such extreme heat. He certainly shows no fear of danger. This kind of weather poses a high risk of heat stroke. He ought to leave quickly. Wow, those eggs are actually cooking. The temperature of the pavement must be around 60 to 70 degrees. Zhou Yu watched for a moment before scrolling to the next video, which featured a bustling supermarket. Inside, throngs of people pushed shopping carts, filling them with goods. The host, a plump individual, stood among the shelves, shouting, Brothers, last night the Southern Hemisphere experienced unprecedented heat. And today, we too are facing record-breaking temperatures. 50 degrees, a full 50 degrees. In recent times, the discourse surrounding the apocalypse on the internet has intensified, prompting many to become restless. Ignoring the sweltering heat, they have rushed to supermarkets to stockpile supplies. Here I am, at the RT Mart. Do you see? Today, the number of shoppers at RT Mart is particularly high, likely exceeding 2,000. The items being purchased predominantly consist of water and food. Rice, flour, noodles, and instant ramen have been completely snatched up. The mineral water and purified water are also gone. Even snacks and other provisions are nearly depleted. Families, do you think we should rush to the supermarket to stock up? Personally, I believe there is absolutely no need. Resources are plentiful, so why the panic? On the screen, viewers are voicing their opinions, comments scrolling incessantly. If there's no need, truly no need. My grandfather bought salt 20 years ago, and we still haven't finished it. What era are we in? That we resort to hoarding? Such extreme heat cannot possibly persist. There is no reason for anyone to panic. However, I do think it prudent to stock up a bit, as this wave of heat is rather unusual. If it were just one location experiencing high temperatures, it would not be a problem. The issue lies in the fact that this heat wave is global. It seems to herald an impending doom. I urge everyone, buy some supplies to keep on hand. The audience in the live stream has split into two factions, one advocating for hoarding, the other opposing it, and tensions are rising. Zhou Yu is tempted to remind everyone to stock up, but ultimately decides against it. After all, why bother alerting those with whom he has no ties? As long as he is well, that suffices. Exiting the short video, Zhou Yu checks the community group chat and finds it buzzing with activity, with discussions about vegetable prices. Today, at the market, he sought to buy some pork belly, only to discover that prices have surged by over 5 yuan, now costing 35 yuan per jean. How outrageous! Even the lettuce, which typically sells for 5 yuan a jean, has risen to 7. The vendors at the market are like this. As soon as they see someone rushing to buy, they immediately raise their prices. Prices in the supermarket haven't increased much, but there are simply no vegetables or fruits left in stock. Online, there are constant claims of an impending apocalypse, which has led to widespread anxiety and soaring prices. In my opinion, these individuals should be apprehended. They seem to have the leisure to chat here. Nearby, several small supermarkets have been stripped bare, and the large supermarket is packed with people. If you have the time, you should go and purchase some supplies. Better safe than sorry. That makes sense. I will go buy some too. Zhou Yu chuckled as he read the chat, knowing that prices are about to skyrocket. Currently, the increase is merely 3 to 5 yuan, but in a few days, prices will likely multiply. For some scarce items, a 2 or 3-fold increase is entirely normal. The rise in prices will inevitably trigger a buying frenzy. A significant surge in purchases is on the horizon. People have a psychological tendency to stock up when prices rise. If one arrives too late, who knows how high prices will soar? In a few days, it might be that 1 month's salary could barely buy a few vegetables. Downstairs, the wailing of police sirens can be heard. Zhou Yu approaches the window to look out onto the street, where police cars are stationed near the supermarket and market. It seems the authorities have recognized the soaring prices and dispatched officers to maintain order. However, even with the arrival of the police, it will be difficult to suppress the rising costs. There are numerous ways for merchants to covertly increase prices, such as charging membership fees to shop at the supermarket, or requiring the purchase of a plastic bag for 50 yuan alongside each item. Take it or leave it. After scrolling through his phone for a while, Zhou Yu realizes it is already 11:30 and begins to dress in preparation to head out. The Qingfu area has already been renovated. The view from the 66th floor is far superior to this one, with much more space. Zhou Yu plans to move there and reside there henceforth. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, he finds his Maybach patiently awaiting him, its license plate prominently displaying NAND A66666. Indeed, in recent days, Zhou Yu transferred this number to his Maybach. One must admit, a premium license plate enhances the car's presence by a significant margin. On the road, no one dares to cut in line. As he drives out of the underground garage, Zhou Yu is immediately struck by the blinding sunlight. The sun is exceptionally bright, making it difficult to keep his eyes open, which explains the high temperatures. The streets are sparsely populated, yet there are more cars than usual, suggesting that many are opting to drive. After a while, Zhou Yu notices an increasing number of vehicles ahead, eventually coming to a complete standstill. Traffic jam. Zhou Yu opens the navigation app and checks the chat, discovering that everyone is engaged in lively conversation. Does anyone know why there is a traffic jam? A nearby electric vehicle has caught fire, the flames raging fiercely, overwhelming even the firefighters' hoses. If you have the option, it's best to turn around at the next intersection. It turns out there was an automobile self-ignition. No wonder. Heeding this advice, in such high temperatures, it's best to refrain from driving electric vehicles, as they are prone to self-combustion. Damn it, I was hoping to reach the supermarket quickly to snag some vegetables and fruits. With this delay, by the time I arrive, I fear the fruits will all be gone. Zhou Yu glances around, seeking an intersection to turn around, but finds none, so he must patiently wait till a Mercedes E-Class pulls up beside him. Zhou Yu glances over and instantly recognizes it as Cheng Yuan's vehicle. Looking into the driver's seat, he confirms it is indeed Cheng Yuan, who is seated next to a girl in her 20s. Dressed rather scantily, engaged in a flirtatious conversation, Zhou Yu is somewhat taken aback. Cheng Yuan seems to be quite the charmer. Last time it was a woman in her 30s, and now he is with a girl in her 20s. Is he not worried about Chen Qingshuang finding out? At this moment, Cheng Yuan lifts his head and locks eyes with Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu amicably waves at him. Cheng Yuan's body stiffens instantly, a wave of dread washing over him. Having been caught in a close interaction with the girl by Zhou Yu, he fears that if Zhou Yu informs Chen Qingshuang, he will undoubtedly face her wrath. At that moment, Cheng Yuan's mind races back to the image of a dog cowering in fear. Damn it, if he were to receive a slap from Chen Qingshuang, it would surely leave him bedridden for a month. Cheng Yuan, as if jolted by electricity, abruptly pushes the girl away. The girl, puzzled, asks, Chenggu, what's wrong? Cheng Yuan, feeling frantic internally, forces a calm demeanor and replies, it's nothing, just suddenly thought of a dog, felt a bit anxious. A flicker of disdain flashes in the girl's eyes. This guy is truly useless. Not only does he perform poorly, but he is also afraid of a mere dog, were it not for his money. She wouldn't bother with such a pathetic man. The girl then inquires, Chenggu, have you booked the room? Cheng Yuan, clearly distracted, grumbles, no, we're not getting a room. The girl presses, what about my bag? Cheng Yuan responds, I'll transfer you 10,000 later. You can buy one yourself. The girl excitedly raises her fist, exclaiming, thank you, Chenggu. She promptly dismisses him, pulls out her phone, and logs onto a shopping site to select a bag. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuan is left pondering his predicament. He cannot allow his wife to discover his infidelity. The consequences would be dire. The issue is that Zhou Yu has a close relationship with Chen Qingshuang, who often visits, making it highly likely that Zhou Yu could spill the beans. It seems he must resort to bribery to avert disaster. Cheng Yuan pulls out his phone and dials Zhou Yu. Speaking in a hushed tone, Zhou Yu, I'll transfer you 10,000. Just pretend you didn't see anything. All right? Zhou Yu chuckles in response. I'm not interested in money. Cheng Yuan falls silent. This guy is truly indifferent to money. If he is not interested in money, then what does he care about? Cheng Yuan's mind races, quickly connecting the dots, and he slaps his thigh in realization. Of course, Zhou Yu is interested in Chen Qingshuang. Cheng Yuan initially feels a surge of anger but then pivots to a bold idea. He speaks softly. Zhou Yu, are you interested in Chen Qingshuang? If you truly are, I can play matchmaker for you. Recently, Chen Qingshuang has been excessively controlling, making him drink various soups daily while also throwing sarcastic remarks his way. Faced with Chen Qingshuang's assertiveness, Cheng Yuan dares not protest and can only comply silently. People have their own thoughts. If they do not erupt in silence, they may transform in silence. Cheng Yuan cannot afford to explode, so he chooses to deviate. Zhou Yu suspected he had misheard. After confirming, he was rendered speechless. What on earth was Cheng Yuan thinking? Was this even a matter for a human being? Zhou Yu remarked, Brother Cheng, you can't be serious, can you? Cheng Yuan replied without hesitation, of course I am. Brother Zhou, just wait. I will create an opportunity for you. Zhou Yu found it incomprehensible, yet Cheng Yuan believed this was a stroke of genius. His actions served two purposes. Firstly, after proposing a matchmaking scheme, Zhou Yu would be disinclined to inform Chen Qingshuang. Secondly, if Chen Qingshuang truly ended up with Zhou Yu, he could divorce her and terminate this dreadful marriage. Indeed, Cheng Yuan had long desired a divorce, but had been too intimidated by Chen Qingshuang's domineering nature to voice it. After enduring a traffic jam for over 10 minutes, 2 police cars arrived with sirens blaring. Several young traffic officers emerged, braving the sweltering 50-degree heat to direct traffic. Before long, they were drenched in sweat and resorted to pouring bottled water over themselves to cool down. After more than 20 minutes, a 30-something traffic officer suddenly collapsed, causing a commotion. His colleagues quickly rushed him to the car and sped off to the hospital. The remaining police vehicle continued to manage traffic until noon. When the congestion was finally resolved, Zhou Yu resumed driving, but after less than 3 kilometers, he encountered another traffic jam. Upon checking the map, he discovered a large supermarket ahead, where shoppers had flocked to stock up on supplies. Cars were parked haphazardly on the road, and numerous shopping carts were abandoned in the middle of the street, exacerbating the traffic chaos. The traffic police reappeared, directing drivers to clear their vehicles, and after considerable effort, the road was finally free-flowing. After meandering along the road for over an hour, Zhou Yu's car finally entered Qingfu at AS. The Maybach came to a halt in the parking space. A middle-aged man in a property management uniform hurried over and bowed deeply to Zhou Yu. The man respectfully introduced himself. Good day, Mr. Zhou. I am Wu Tong, the property manager of Qingfu, and I welcome you home. Zhou Yu inquired. Is there something you need? Wu Tong nodded and politely replied, Mr. Zhou, we have established a communication group for the convenience of the residents and the property management. We hope you will join us and provide guidance on our work. Zhou Yu said, all right. He took out his phone, scanned Wu Tong's QR code, and successfully joined the Qingfu residents group. Upon glancing at the group, he was surprised to find over 1,300 members. There are quite a few people here, he remarked. That Wu Tong smiled. Due to the recent scorching weather, many affluent individuals are seeking riverside properties, which is why they have chosen our establishment. Zhou Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Tong continued, Mr. Zhou, our property department has prepared a welcome package for you, which we will send over shortly. Zhou Yu replied, sure, please deliver it to 6601. At the entrance door to Unit 6601 had been replaced with a heavy armored door, boasting an astonishing thickness of 10 centimeters, exuding both luxury and sturdiness. Units 6602 and 6603, adjacent to his, had also been fitted with the same doors, both of which belonged to Zhou Yu. He had connected 6601, 6602, and 6603, creating an expansive open-plan space totaling 1,848 square meters. The original foyer had been transformed into an 88-square-meter entrance garden, adorned with roses, peonies, and cornflowers. Sunlight filtered gently through the overhead light tube system, casting a warm glow upon the garden, where the flowers thrived splendidly. This overhead sunlight came from a light-guiding tube system designed to channel natural light indoors while softening it through optical diffusion panels. This lighting system alone cost over 300,000 yuan, with installation fees pushing the total to over 400,000 yuan. Zhou Yu installed it for one purpose: indoor cultivation. In addition to the entrance garden, the residence featured a 295-square-meter large garden and a 126-square-meter vegetable plot, all in need of sunlight. The rationale behind creating a vegetable plot was straightforward: growing vegetables. Although Zhou Yu's space contained a plethora of vegetables, their source was difficult to explain. With this small vegetable plot, the origins of the greens would be self-evident. Zhou Yu proceeded to the kitchen, which had 2 doors. Opening one revealed a food pantry of approximately 25 square meters, maintained at a constant temperature of 0 to 4 degrees Celsius, ideal for storing canned goods, eggs, milk, nuts, and butter. It served as a cold storage equivalent to a refrigerator. Zhou Yu assessed the pantry and found it nearly empty. He then extracted a batch of supplies from his space and filled the pantry to capacity. Leaving the food pantry, Zhou Yu opened the other door to reveal a walk-in freezer, essentially a small cold store of around 30 square meters. Shelves lined the perimeter and center, resembling a miniature supermarket. The temperature could be adjusted to as low as -30 degrees Celsius, suitable for storing perishable items such as frozen fish, meat, and ice cream. Zhou Yu filled the shelves with a substantial stockpile of goods, ensuring they were brimming with fish and meat. In addition to the food pantry and walk-in freezer, there was also a non-refrigerated storage area adjacent to the kitchen for items that did not require cooling. After surveying the expansive home, Zhou Yu concluded that it was overwhelmingly large and that he would need to hire a housekeeper to manage it. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yu picked up his phone and called Liang Fian. Fian, I've moved into a new home, and I need a housekeeping team here, Zhou Yu stated. Liang Fian understood immediately and replied, all right, I will arrange a top-notch housekeeping team for you right away. You can try them out. And if you're not satisfied, you can change them at any time. By the way, she added, do you have any gender preferences for the housekeeping team? Zhou Yu inquired. Can I specify the gender? Liang Fian explained. You can specify the gender of the housekeeper and chef, but the nanny must be female, as all nannies are women. Zhou Yu posed another question. Can the housekeeping team maintain confidentiality? Liang Fian assured him. Of course. Top housekeeping teams undergo rigorous training and sign stringent confidentiality agreements. If they breach the employer's privacy, the consequences are severe. Therefore, unless in extreme situations, you need not worry about privacy issues. Zhou Yu understood and replied. I have no requirements regarding gender, but I want the best housekeeping team. Please make the arrangements. Liang Fian confirmed. Understood. I will take care of that for you. Once Liang Fian had organized her tasks, she grabbed her LV handbag and prepared to go out for a meal. Previously, she had relied on takeout, but now that she had money, she was more generous, often dining in restaurants for Chinese cuisine. During this period, she had sampled nearly every restaurant near the bank. Occasionally, if she heard about a particularly good eatery, She would even take a taxi to dine there. She relished the freedom to eat whatever she pleased. Feeling that this was truly the enjoyment of life, she stepped out of the office. A man in his mid-20s, dressed in a suit and holding a large bouquet of flowers, approached her eagerly. Fian, you're off work. Shall we go for Chinese food together? Liang Fian's expression darkened as she replied, No, I can manage on my own. This suit-clad man was Chow Yun, a fervent admirer of hers. He was a mid-level employee at the bank, handsome and from a well-off family, making him quite the catch among women. When Liang Fian first began working, she considered whether to pursue a relationship with him. However, she later heard rumors that Chow Yun was a notorious womanizer, lecherous and quick-tempered. Prone to violence, he had been in relationships with over a dozen women, all of whom had suffered at his hands. Some had emerged with bruises so severe that even their parents could barely recognize them. Upon learning this, Liang Fian distanced herself from Chow Yun entirely, severing all ties. Yet, Chow Yun seemed particularly infatuated with Liang Fian, persistently pursuing her and occasionally showering her with gifts, demonstrating a relentless determination that left her quite vexed. Upon hearing Liang Fian's refusal, his brow furrowed as he said, Fian, all I wanted was to share a meal with you. Can't you even grant me this small favor? Liang Fian explained, I already have a boyfriend. So dining with you wouldn't be appropriate. Chow Yun's expression shifted dramatically as he retorted, When did you get a boyfriend? Liang Fian replied, Last month. With an air of domineering authority, Chow Yun declared, Break up with him. Liang Fian, not one to be easily intimidated, found his overbearing tone ineffective against her. She glared at Chow Yun and stated, Chow, this is none of your business. Step aside. Chow Yun's face flushed crimson, his temper on the verge of eruption as he shouted, Fian, I am the one who truly deserves you. You should break up with your boyfriend. Liang Fian, uninterested in further discussion, sidestepped Chow Yun and headed towards the exit that he reached out, attempting to grasp her arm. But she forcefully swatted his hand away, warning, Chow, if you lay another hand on me, I won't hold back that I in her youth. Liang Fian had been quite the tomboy, frequently engaging in fights, and knowing precisely how to strike at her opponent's weaknesses. Should Chow Yun attempt to pull her back again, she would not hesitate to bite down hard, refusing to relent until she drew blood. Without casting a glance at him, she navigated past him, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor as she descended the stairs to dine. Chow Yun remained rooted in place, his features contorted into a grimace of fury. Damn it, he cursed, after spending a month entertaining a model. Liang Fian had inexplicably found herself a boyfriend. Was it possible they had even shared a bed? The thought ignited his rage. Among the women he knew, Liang Fian wasn't the most beautiful, yet she stirred his heart more than any other. Her subtle fragrance captivated him, reminiscent of the fabled Xiang Fei. 3 years prior, Chow Yun had pursued Liang Fian, but upon discovering he was a superior male, she had consistently rebuffed him. He was not in a hurry. He was still enjoying himself while simultaneously pursuing her. He believed that, given his attributes, Liang Fian would inevitably soften and become his girlfriend. Yet, upon returning after a month, he was met with the shocking news that she had a boyfriend. The mere thought of her shopping, dining, or even engaging intimately with another man sent him into a frenzy. If she had been with another man, he could never marry her. However, he resolved, after pursuing her for so long, I must have her. I will make her my plaything. He recalled Liang Fian's boyfriend, daring to steal what was his. He would not let this go unpunished. Just you wait. Chow Yun clenched his fists, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Bank employees passing by were taken aback by his demeanor, instinctively keeping their distance. One of Chow Yun's ex-girlfriends, enraged after being beaten, had spread the word about his status as a superior male. And soon the entire bank was aware. Consequently, female employees kept their distance from him. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Zhou Yu pressed a button, and the door slowly opened to reveal Wu Tong and several staff members from Qingfu property, all standing before a mountain of gift boxes. With a beaming smile, Wu Tong addressed Zhou Yu. Mr. Zhou, we have brought you your gifts. Zhou Yu surveyed the towering pile and remarked, Isn't this a bit excessive? Wu Tong explained, Indeed, you have purchased a total of 108 properties from us at Qingfu. Hence we have brought you 108 gifts. Understanding the generosity of the gesture, Zhou Yu acknowledged that it was prudent to accept the items, especially as resources became scarce in the sweltering heat. Please bring them inside, he requested. Wu Tong nodded. Of course, Mr. Zhou. With that, he gestured for the property staff to commence their work, The gifts included staples such as rice, noodles, and cured meats, as well as nourishing delicacies like matai, ginseng, deer antler, and bird's nest, alongside several beauty and shopping vouchers. The food was placed in the refrigerated storage room, while the nourishing items were stored at room temperature. Once everything was in order, Wu Tong exchanged pleasantries with Zhou Yu before taking his leave. Zhou Yu glanced at the clock. It was already 12:30 p.m. Rather than venturing out to eat, he opted to summon a lavish spread from his space, enjoying his meal while admiring the scenic view from the dining area. Outside, the sun blazed mercilessly, yet indoors, it remained refreshingly cool, thanks to the insulating glass that kept the sweltering heat at bay. His phone vibrated, and upon checking, he found a message. The Disaster Relief Emergency Command Center stated, "In light of the impending high temperatures, measures are being taken to ensure market price stability, maintain social order, and guarantee the smooth operation of the market in accordance with relevant laws and regulations. All operators and related entities are required to clearly price their goods and are prohibited from price gouging or raising prices arbitrarily." This was a price control order. The official response had been remarkably swift, issuing the decree in less than a day. However, Zhou Yu understood that the effectiveness of this order would be limited. As the heat persisted, price increases were inevitable, and no one could control that. After finishing his lunch, Zhou Yu gathered the dishes into his space, marking the end of that meal. Feeling slightly bloated, he wandered around the house, retrieving various items from his space to stock the refrigerator. His home boasted over a dozen large refrigerators, all previously emptied, and he filled them to the brim with beverages, beers, ice creams, and other essentials. Additionally, he stocked up on tea, coffee, and cigars, items he deemed necessary for hosting guests, placing some premium tea in the tea room for future USAT. That moment, Zhou Yu realized there were certain things he lacked, like books in his study, which should ideally be filled to the brim. Ironically, despite his abundance of resources, he had no books to speak of. With no other option, he decided to fill the bookshelf with an assortment of fine wines. At 4 p.m., a 5-person housekeeping team arrived, and Zhou Yu conducted interviews with them. This team consisted of 1 butler, 2 chefs, and 2 housekeepers. The butler, named Yin Dongqing, was a middle-aged man in his 40s, holding a master's degree and fluent in 3 foreign languages, with 13 years of experience in high-end hotels, upscale clubs, and fine dining establishments, where he had trained several butler teams. The chefs were also men in their 40s. One, named Yu Shun, specialized in Cantonese, Shandong, and Fujian cuisines, while the other, Fan Jincheng, was adept in Hunan and Sichuan dishes. Both had experience working in high-end restaurants and had ranked in the top 8 of national culinary competitions. The 2 housekeepers were women in their 30s, not particularly striking, but possessing a dignified demeanor that left a favorable first impression on Zhou Yu. Upon reviewing their profiles, Zhou Yu noted that all of them had families and appeared to lead happy lives. Individuals with stable and content families typically exhibited a steady temperament, patience, and attention to detail, making them suitable for domestic work. After the interviews, Zhou Yu concluded that Liang Fian had indeed put thought into this selection. After a thorough evaluation, he decided to hire them, offering an annual salary of 2.6 million. That once the contracts were signed, Zhou Yu handed a bank card to Yin Dongqing, stating, "All household expenses will be drawn from this card. I will deposit 2 million monthly. If that isn't sufficient, just let me know." Yin Dongqing respectfully accepted the card, affirming, "Understood." Zhou Yu then retrieved a set of BMW car keys, adding, "This vehicle is for your use." The BMW was a second-hand luxury car acquired from the bank, well-maintained despite its pre-owned status, and Zhou Yu had placed it in the underground garage at Qingfu. Subsequently, Zhou Yu escorted them to the southwestern corner, where 7 spacious houses were designated for the butler, chefs, and housekeepers. Each residence was generously sized and included bathrooms, providing a view of the river. Additionally, they had exclusive access to a private elevator for their convenience. After inspecting their living arrangements, Yin Dongqing and the others felt quite pleased. The mere quality of their accommodations was a delightful surprise. Zhou Yu then guided them through the house, and Yin Dongqing, having frequently served wealthy clients, was no stranger to such opulence. As he completed the circuit, he felt an undeniable shock within. This house was simply colossal, spanning an impressive 1,848 square meters. It equated to nearly 3 acres. While he had encountered numerous 3-acre villas before, this was his first encounter with a 3-acre flat. The sheer expanse of this residence, the multitude of rooms, and the breathtaking views left him utterly mesmerized. What astonished him the most was the presence of a grand garden, a quaint garden, a fitness room, and a swimming pool, along with a 126 square meter vegetable plot. Yin Dongqing could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Zhou Xiao, will this fitness room disturb the occupants below?" Zhou Yu replied, "Not at all, for the residence below is also mine." Yin Dongqing suddenly understood. He realized that this young man before him was not merely affluent. He was a billionaire, and no wonder the bank had repeatedly instructed him to provide the utmost service to ensure the employer's satisfaction. Zhou Yu addressed the two housekeepers. "Are you both skilled in gardening and horticulture?" Both housekeepers nodded in affirmation. Yin Dongqing interjected, "They have all received professional training. They are adept in cleaning, gardening, flower arrangement, color coordination, organization, and even basic home first aid." Zhou Yu felt reassured and said, "I entrust both gardens and the vegetable plot to you." The housekeepers responded in unison, "Understood." Yin Dongqing then remarked, "Zhou Xiao, I've noticed that there are quite a number of rooms here. Would you like to furnish them with some essentials, such as clothing and shoes?" It was at this moment that Zhou Yu recalled that although the house was fully equipped with furniture and appliances, clothing and shoes had not been prepared. Yin Dongqing's keen eye had discerned this detail. A testament to his high-end housekeeping skills. Zhou Yu responded, "Yes, please take care of that." Yin Dongqing nodded and asked, "May I inquire if these rooms will be occupied by females or males, and what are their ages?" Zhou Yu replied, "Apart from the master bedroom, all other rooms are occupied by females. Their ages are all under 30, and none exceed 35." That upon hearing this, Yin Dongqing realized that this young tycoon was a man of considerable affection, with a penchant for the company of women. Knowing this, he understood precisely how to proceed. Yin Dongqing stated, "Very well. I shall procure a selection of clothing, shoes, and cosmetics tailored to the preferences of young women. May I ask what level of luxury you desire for these purchases?" Zhou Yu casually replied, "I would prefer first-tier luxury brands and second-tier designer labels. The clothing, shoes, cosmetics, and bags should be from the latest collections or timeless classics. Cost is of no concern. Let us fill the wardrobe, shoe cabinet, and cosmetics drawer to capacity." In Zhou Yu's mind, the women residing here would undoubtedly be those he favored. Naturally, he wished to provide them with the best. With ample funds available, his bank account boasting over $1,000 billion, he felt free to indulge. Yin Dongqing smiled and said, "In that case, this will be straightforward. That I will call each luxury brand directly and arrange for delivery to your doorstep." Zhou Yu affirmed, "That works. By the way, I have the sizes for 2 individuals. Please take note." With Yin Dongqing's calls, luxury brands began delivering an array of expensive garments, exquisite shoes, and top-tier cosmetics, all meticulously arranged in the respective rooms. The delivery process lasted 2 to 3 hours before concluding. In addition to women's clothing, a selection of men's attire was also delivered, filling the master bedroom's wardrobe to the brim. Upon settling the bill, a store owner from a luxury brand respectfully presented a card, stating, "Zhou Xiao, you have now become our VIP customer. With this card, you will experience our highest level of service, and new products will be sent to you prior to their official release. Should you shop at our store, we can provide a private shopping experience exclusively for you." Other luxury brand owners also approached, acknowledging Zhou Yu as their most valued client. Entitled to the finest service at 8 o'clock, 2 chefs showcased their culinary skills, preparing a sumptuous dinner that Zhou Yu relished. Although he had a plethora of ready-made delicacies from renowned chefs in his space, he believed that the taste of freshly prepared meals was unparalleled. After he finished eating, Yushun cheerfully remarked, "Mr. Zhou, I prepared these seafood dishes myself. If you have any dissatisfaction, please do not hesitate to voice it. I will make the necessary adjustments next time." Zhou Yu replied, "I am very pleased. Your culinary skills are impressive." Yushun beamed, responding, "I'm delighted to hear that. The ingredients you provided are of exceptional quality, thus enhancing the flavors." The seafood supplied by Zhou Yu had been sourced from the Antarctic. Generally, seafood harvested from colder waters tends to be more flavorful, given the perpetual low temperatures of the Antarctic. The seafood produced there was notably exquisite, earning even Yushun's admiration. At that moment, Fan Jinqing approached and inquired, "Mr. Zhou, I prepared several dishes. Do you have any feedback? Please feel free to express any concerns for future improvements." Fan Jinqing had prepared Sichuan cuisine that evening. While many associate Sichuan cuisine with spiciness, numerous high-end dishes are actually quite mild. For instance, Fan Jinqing's chicken tofu dish, a national banquet delicacy, emphasizes subtlety. This dish tantalizes the palate without overtly presenting its components, boasting a complex preparation process that results in a fragrant and slightly sweet taste, leaving a lasting impression. Additionally, the renowned twice-cooked pork, often hailed as the pinnacle of Sichuan cuisine, was executed splendidly by Fan Jinqing, with vibrant colors and delectable flavors, rich yet not greasy. Zhou Yu remarked, "Mr. Fan, your cooking is also excellent. I am very satisfied and have no complaints." The two chefs smiled upon hearing this. It was evident that this employer was not a demanding individual. Such employers are indeed rare, making this a job that should be enjoyable. Yin Dongqing approached and handed Zhou Yu a compact intercom, stating, "Mr. Zhou, we provide 24-hour housekeeping services. Whenever you require our assistance, simply speak into the intercom, and we will respond immediately." Zhou Yu praised, "Your attention to detail is commendable." Yin Dongqing respectfully replied, "This is merely our duty." Zhou Yu acknowledged, "Understood that I will call upon you as needed." After Yin Dongqing and the others returned to their respective rooms, Zhou Yu sat alone in the living room, scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, he recalled that Liang Fian and Mo Kaikai had both mentioned they would be arriving that evening, and he wondered if they had already come. Zhou Yu picked up his phone and called Liang Fian, who answered promptly, saying, "Godfather, I'm almost there. Please hang on a moment." He then called Mo Kaikai, who also indicated she was on her way. Outside the gates of Qingfu, Liang Fian exited her vehicle and surveyed the grand entrance, internally marveling at the distinction of this upscale community. That a security guard noticed her arrival and approached, inquiring, "Ma'am, whom are you here to see?" Liang Fian replied, "I'm looking for Mr. Zhou in Building 1, Unit 6601." The guard responded, "All right, I will contact Mr. Zhou now. Please come over to verify your identity." As Liang Fian approached, a youthful girl with a bun and a vibrant demeanor walked over, saying, "Excuse me, security, I'm looking for someone." The guard asked, "Who are you looking for?" The girl replied, "Mr. Zhou in Building 1, Unit 6601." Upon hearing this, the guard chuckled and said, "It seems both of you are looking for Mr. Zhou in Building 1, Unit 6601. What a coincidence." Liang Fian and Mo Kaikai exchanged glances, confirming with a look that they were both involved with Zhou Yu. Liang Fian smiled and extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Liang Fian. From now on, we shall be sisters." "I look forward to your support." Mo Kaikai felt a bit shy, but still shook Liang Fian's hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Mo Kaikai. I hope you'll look after me as well." Two individuals scanned their faces, and upon receiving confirmation from Zhou Yu, they proceeded inside, engaging in pleasant conversation as they walked. Both understood implicitly that they were each a woman of Zhou Yu, and there was no reason for rivalry, thus avoiding any tumultuous scene. Upon hearing the doorbell, Zhou Yu opened the grand entrance and welcomed them in. Liang Fian and Mo Kaikai, though already aware that Qingfu was an upscale community, were nonetheless profoundly astonished upon entering. Setting aside other details, the small garden by the foyer alone broadened their horizons. After touring the interior, they were left in awe, as the size of the residence far exceeded their expectations. The garden, vegetable patch, swimming pool, gym, and a breathtaking 270-degree view of the river further revolutionized their perceptions. Liang Fian exclaimed, "This house is simply exquisite. Sitting here with a cup of coffee while admiring the river view is the epitome of bliss." Mo Kaikai nodded in fervent agreement, adding, "Living here is akin to experiencing a celestial existence." Zhou Yu chuckled softly, remarking, "It's not that extravagant. There are many houses here. If you wish to reside, you may choose one and come over whenever you like." Upon hearing this, Liang Fian and Mo Kaikai could scarcely believe their ears. Liang Fian was the first to regain her composure, asking, "Godfather, are you serious? Can I really move in here?" Mo Kaikai also snapped back to reality, inquiring, "Godfather, can I stay here too?" Zhou Yu affirmatively replied, "Of course." Overcome with emotion, they expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Godfather. You are too kind to me." The two women were on the verge of tears. Zhou Yu's willingness to let them stay indicated that he regarded them as family rather than mere playthings. Although he had not given them formal titles, treating them as family was already beyond their wildest dreams. Zhou Yu playfully tapped them on their plush areas, chuckling, "All right, it's merely about letting you stay. Is such excitement necessary?" Liang Fian gazed at Zhou Yu, her eyes shimmering. Mo Kaikai mirrored her expression, Zhou Yu inquired. What do you wish to do? With a light-hearted laugh, he added, no rush. Let us first see your rooms. Leading the two women to a door, he announced, this room belongs to Mo Kaikai. From now on, you shall reside here. He then gestured to the adjacent room, saying, Fian, this room is yours. Both women were ecstatic. Staring blankly at the doors, Mo Kaikai was the first to react, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Her room, over 60 square meters, was astonishingly spacious, surpassing even some small apartments. After surveying the room, she repeatedly exclaimed, it's enormous. This place is truly vast. I never imagined I would live in such a grand residence. Zhou Yu and Liang Fian followed her in, with Zhou Yu feeling indifferent while Liang Fian continued to marvel. Upon entering the bathroom, Mo Kaikai let out a shriek. Wow, there's even a large bathtub. It's so big I could swim in it. Zhou Yu burst into laughter at that moment. Liang Fian casually opened the wardrobe, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, This wardrobe is completely full. Mo Kaikai rushed over, astonished. Indeed, I never expected this wardrobe to be filled with clothes. Godfather, can I wear these? Zhou Yu replied casually. Of course, try them on to see if they fit. If not, we can have more sent over. With a cheer, Mo Kaikai said, Wonderful, I will try. She pulled out a garment and held it against herself. Finding it to fit perfectly, the fabric felt exquisite, and upon glancing at the label, she gasped, Oh, this is a new release from Chanel. Liang Fian, at that moment, took out a dress, equally astonished. This dress is a new release from LV. Selling for over 20,000, the two women exchanged glances, each realizing the implication. The items they casually picked were all luxury brands. Therefore, surely the wardrobe was filled with high-end fashion. They pulled out several more pieces. Confirming their suspicions, everything was either a first-tier or second-tier luxury brand. My heavens, there must be at least 200 to 300 pieces in this wardrobe, worth no less than 2 to 3 million. Mo Kaikai gazed at the overflowing garments, feeling as if she were floating, and stammered, Godfather, are all these clothes really mine? Zhou Yu affirmed, Of course, they are yours. He pointed to the nearby shoe cabinet and cosmetics cabinet, stating, The shoes and cosmetics inside are also yours. Feel free to take a look. With trembling hands, Mo Kaikai opened the shoe cabinet, discovering it stuffed with boots, dress shoes, high heels, sandals, flats, and sneakers, each one a luxury brand. Upon opening the cosmetics cabinet, she was dazzled by an array of top-tier cosmetic products. Possessing a wardrobe filled with high-end clothing and a cosmetics cabinet brimming with premium products was every woman's dream. Mo Kaikai thought she would never achieve this in her lifetime, yet Zhou Yu had unexpectedly granted her this dream. Oh my, I am so happy. Thank you, Godfather, thank you. Mo Kaikai squealed with joy, her face flushed. Nearly fainting from excitement at that moment, Liang Fian dashed out, entering her own room. Soon, her shrieks of delight echoed from within, uncontainable and exuberant. That evening, Liang Fian and Mo Kaikai, the host, revealed a thermometer, which prominently displayed a chilling figure, -10 degrees. Upon witnessing this temperature, the audience in the live stream erupted with astonishment. Was it not said that Antarctica is the coldest place on Earth, with an average temperature of -30 degrees? How had it suddenly risen by as much as 20 degrees? Oh my God! 10 degrees is an exceedingly perilous temperature. If it were to rise even slightly more, Antarctica could begin to melt. Just yesterday, I watched another host who recorded a temperature of -14 degrees that I cannot believe that within a mere day, the temperature has increased by 4 degrees. This is utterly terrifying. At this rate, in 3 days, the temperature in Antarctica could well surpass zero. It is currently the polar night in Antarctica. The rapid rise in temperature during the polar night is simply inconceivable. Zhou Yu glanced at the subtitles and suddenly remembered that the Arctic is presently in the polar day. He wondered what the condition of the glaciers there might be. He conducted a quick search and soon entered a related live stream. The host stood atop a glacier, surveying his surroundings with a look of shock, exclaiming, I am currently standing on a glacier in Greenland. As you can see, this glacier is melting at an alarming rate. I can hear the cracking sounds as the ice melts. Good heavens! I can hardly believe that such a massive glacier is also succumbing to melting. Look, this is the river formed by the melting glacier, and it is growing ever larger. At this rate, within half a month, these glaciers will be gone. At this juncture, the host recalled a pressing issue that he stated solemnly. Ladies and gentlemen, If the glaciers in the Arctic are melting, it is only a matter of time before those in Antarctica follow suit. Once the Arctic melts, sea levels will inevitably rise. Coastal cities, with elevations of merely a few meters, at most a dozen, will face catastrophic flooding. If the polar ice caps were to melt, sea levels could rise by 60 to 70 meters, submerging all coastal cities around the globe. Dear friends, do you reside in coastal cities? If so, I strongly advise you to sell your homes, resign from your jobs, and distance yourselves as far as possible. This is my earnest counsel. Zhou Yu listened and nodded slightly. The host's foresight was commendable, for the scenario he described would soon come to pass. Zhou Yu opened a domestic news app to gauge the reactions of netizens. Upon entering the app, an official news article appeared on the screen. Currently, global temperatures have risen to 50 degrees, posing a risk of melting for the polar ice caps. We are continuously monitoring the polar glaciers through satellites and research stations. 24 hours a day. Should we detect any melting, we will take immediate action. Please continue your work and lives without panic. The comment section was filled with over 300,000 remarks. Oh heavens. Please do not let the poles melt. I have worked tirelessly for over 30 years and finally managed to buy a house in the Central Sea that if the poles melt, all my hard work will be for naught. I own 3 properties in Pingcheng. I would like to ask whether I should sell these houses or hold on to them. The population density in coastal areas is staggering, reaching up to 4 or even 500 million people. If the poles were to melt, these individuals would have to relocate to inland cities. The consequences would be unimaginable. Haha. I sold my property in Yancheng last month and returned to my hometown to live a leisurely life. I urge all of you with properties in coastal cities to sell them while you still can. Otherwise, it may be too late. As for myself, I too wish to sell, but the coastal property prices have suddenly plummeted. And selling now would incur significant losses. Do not melt, do not melt, do not melt. Zhou Yu observed the comments and noted that property prices in coastal cities had indeed begun to decline. In this climate, many homeowners were reluctant to sell. They were gambling on the hope that temperatures would drop and the polar ice caps would not melt. However, Zhou Yu understood that these individuals were bound to lose their bet. In merely 3 or 4 days, the Antarctic ice would begin to melt, and sea levels would rise day by day. Eventually, the homes they had worked so hard to acquire would be reduced to mere bricks. Utterly worthless, it was not until 10 o'clock that Liang Fian and Mo Kaikai finally managed to rise from their slumber. Both were sore all over, trembling as they walked, devoid of energy. Zhou Yu chuckled. You two seem a bit under the weather. You ought to consume more high-quality protein to replenish yourselves, the Mo Kaikai replied weakly. I've eaten quite a bit, but it hasn't helped. Liang Fian sighed. It's not that we are weak. It's that our benefactor is simply too formidable. I feel as though I have been trampled by a donkey. My bones feel like jelly, and I can scarcely muster any strength. Zhou Yu couldn't help but laugh after they finished washing up. Zhou Yu summoned the housekeeping team to introduce everyone. Subsequently, he recorded Liang Fian and Mo Caicai's facial recognition data, enabling them to enter and exit freely in the future. After enjoying breakfast, Zhou Yu produced a box and placed it on the table, revealing several car keys within. There are some vehicles available in the garage. Feel free to choose one to drive, that it's a waste to let them sit and used in the underground garage. The keys, some for sports cars, others for luxury vehicles, sparkled enticingly, overwhelming the 2 women with excitement. Mo Kaikai exclaimed, Benefactor, are we truly free to choose any of these cars? Zhou Yu nodded and explained, these are all second-hand luxury cars gifted by the bank. They are well-maintained, so if you don't mind, pick one for your convenience. Liang Fian and Mo Kaikai gazed at the keys with shining eyes. Disdain? How could that be possible? These are luxury cars worth millions. Even as second-hand vehicles, driving one would be quite impressive. Mo Kaikai picked up the key to a Porsche and asked, Benefactor, which model is this Porsche? Zhou Yu glanced and responded, Porsche 911 Hybrid, in white. Mo Kaikai quickly declared, I want this one. Liang Fian also selected a key featuring a winged band. Asked, Benefactor, which Bentley model is this? Zhou Yu replied, Continental GT, in red. Liang Fian joyfully exclaimed, I'll take it. Zhou Yu said, Let's go. I will take you to the garage. Upon arriving, they beheld a dozen luxury cars parked neatly inside, their emblems glinting under the lights, dazzling Liang Fian and Mo Kaikai. What astonished them even more were the license plates adorning the luxury vehicles. Nan A00020, Nan A00888, Nan A16888. My heavens, These plates are remarkable, each one a gem. In the presence of these exceptional license plates, the luxury cars seemed almost secondary. NAN C99999, NAN B77777. These two plates are truly exquisite. I recall they belonged to two prominent business tycoons, and I never imagined they would end up in our benefactor's possession. The two women quickly located their chosen vehicles. However, their first instinct was not to sit inside, but to admire the license plates. Mo Kaikai glanced at the 911's plate, NAN A00666. This plate pleased her greatly. While not the most exceptional, it certainly held its own in terms of prestige. Liang Fian also examined her plate. NAN B123456. The number flowed smoothly, undoubtedly a premium number, and she was very satisfied. Zhou Yu inquired, "Do you two know how to drive?" Liang Fian nodded. "I do. I often drive my friend's car. However, I have never driven this Continental GT before and am unfamiliar with some of its features." Mo Kaikai also expressed her ability. Though her driving experience was limited, Zhou Yu reassured them, "As long as you can drive, that's all that matters. If you are not accustomed to the cars, you can take it slow. In complex driving situations, you can activate the autopilot. The current autopilot technology has reached level 4, capable of fully replacing human drivers. Even those who have never driven can easily hit the road." Zhou Yu accompanied the two women in the garage for an hour of practice, feeling confident they were ready to drive on their own, and then returned home to relax. Liang Fian asked, "Kaikai, are you heading to work or going home?" Mo Kaikai, brimming with excitement, replied, "Of course, I'm going to work. Just imagine driving a luxury car to the office. It's exhilarating. By the way, what about you? Are you going to work or heading home?" Liang Fian responded, "I'm going to work as well." Mo Kaikai gazed at the car and eagerly said, "Then let us go. Let us." The two cautiously drove the cars out of the underground garage, after which they parted ways to head to their respective workplaces. Liang Fian navigated the Continental GT along the main road, where traffic was abundant. However, the remarkable individual found that all the vehicles cautiously steered clear of her. A sports car sped up from behind, initially intending to cut in line, but upon noticing Liang Fian's license plate, it abruptly slammed to a halt and became quite docile. The driving experience was exhilarating. As if everyone were yielding to her. This the advantage of driving a luxury car. It was simply delightful. Liang Fian drove into the staff parking lot of the bank and serendipitously encountered her close friend, Zhao Zi. Upon seeing Liang Fian emerge from the Continental GT, Zhao Zi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, Fian, it's been just a few days, and you're already driving a Bentley." After taking a closer look, she noticed the license plate and was even more astounded. "Goodness, that license plate is simply exquisite. Even our boss would be envious." She rushed to Liang Fian's side and whispered, "Is this a gift from him?" Liang Fian nodded. Zhao Zi stared at her, exclaiming, "I'm feeling envious again. Fian, you must treat me to at least 10 lavish meals to cure my jealousy." Liang Fian chuckled, covering her mouth, and replied, all right, I'll treat you." As the two chatted, Chao Yun approached. Upon seeing the Continental GT, Chao Yun's expression darkened, and he loudly demanded, "Fian, whose car is this? Tell me the truth." Liang Fian remained calm, replying, "This is a personal matter. I prefer not to discuss it." Chao Yun, feeling irate and wanting to lash out, restrained himself due to the bank's setting and coldly remarked, "Liang Fian, this car must have been gifted by an older man, right?" In his view, the most a wealthy second generation could manage would be to offer some jewelry or clothing. Only a financially robust older man would casually bestow a Continental GT. Liang Fian shot him a sidelong glance, and then smiled sweetly, saying, "You've misjudged. The person who gifted me this car is younger, more handsome, and wealthier than you'd. In every conceivable way, he surpasses you." After saying this, she ignored Chao Yun and took Zhao Zi's arm, walking away. Chao Yun watched Liang Fian's retreating figure, his heart heavy with frustration. As he recalled her alluring demeanor as a seasoned player in the romantic arena, he recognized that Liang Fian was evidently well taken care of. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. "Liang Fian, you will eventually fall into my hands. Just wait." Gritting his teeth, he made a call. "Hey, investigate Liang Fian for me. I want to know who her boyfriend is." Meanwhile, Liang Fian and Zhao Zi exited the parking lot, softly conversing. Zhao Zi cautioned, "Fian, Chao Yun is quite the formidable man. His desire for revenge is intense. Now that you've crossed him, you need to be cautious." Liang Fian nodded silently, her eyes flickering as she contemplated how to handle Chow Yun. His frequent interruptions had become intolerable. It would be a simple matter to have the bank deal with him. All she needed to do was charm Zhou Yu into making a phone call to the bank's higher-ups. Zhou Yu was the bank's largest and most significant client, his words carrying more weight than even the directors. If he asked the bank to take action against Chow Yun, they would undoubtedly comply. However, Liang Fian desired more than just a mild reprimand for Chow Yun. She envisioned having him dismissed from the bank and perhaps even facing legal consequences. Indeed, Liang Fian was that type of person. On the surface, she appeared beautiful, elegant, cultured, and decisive, with exceptional professional abilities that in reality, she harbored a cunning side, meticulously keeping a record of those who had crossed her, waiting for the opportune moment to retaliate. In the Qingfu district, Zhou Yu lounged on the sofa, scrolling through videos. It must be said that the algorithms today are remarkably sophisticated, recognizing Zhou Yu's preferences and recommending an endless stream of beautiful streamers, making it impossible for him to stop. As he scrolled, Zhou Yu suddenly recalled that he owned a media company. He had acquired it over 20 days ago, but hadn't yet checked in. He was curious about its status. Rumor had it that the company had many beautiful women, so he thought it prudent to pay a visit. Zhou Yu sent a message to the media company's manager, Zheng Nan, and then set off. 40 minutes later, Zhou Yu arrived at Xinyu Media. General Manager Zheng Nan, accompanied by several department heads and a few prominent streamers, greeted him at the entrance. Zhou Yu took a glance at Zheng Nan, who was a striking middle-aged man, yet his demeanor exuded a certain effeminacy. His speech was similarly affected. It was evident that he was a homosexual. Zhou Yu then assessed the prominent streamers present. These individuals boasted millions of fans, and while they appeared charming and lovely during their live streams, in reality, their looks were rather mediocre. At that moment, upon seeing Zhou Yu, Zheng Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was the individual who had spent 280 million to acquire the company. He had initially anticipated significant changes. However, since the acquisition, Zhou Yu had seemingly abandoned the company, leaving it to its own devices. The company was teetering on the brink of financial collapse, and if the owner continued to neglect it, closure would be inevitable. Zheng Nan approached Zhou Yu enthusiastically, saying, "Boss, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. It's your first visit, so let me show you around the company." Zhou Yu nodded. All right. After a tour, Zhou Yu discovered that the top streamers, who had millions or even tens of millions of followers, did not possess exceptional beauty. For instance, Tian Lingling, Zhang Shu, and Chen Yuding were all major internet celebrities with millions of fans, yet none exceeded a score of 80 in attractiveness, most being in the 70s. Conversely, among the smaller streamers, there were several with striking features. Zheng Nan noticed Zhou Yu's confusion and explained, "Actually, these top streamers were quite attractive when they started. However, after entering the streaming industry, many have suffered from the toll of late nights. Deteriorating their health, prolonged use of cosmetics has damaged their skin, and their private lives often become chaotic after they achieve fame. Consequently, their original beauty diminishes over time. Fortunately, modern makeup and beauty techniques are incredibly advanced, allowing them to still appear stunning during live streams." Zhou Yu lamented, "Fame comes at a price." Zheng Nan nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. However, the most beautiful individuals in the company are not the top streamers, but rather the new recruits who have just graduated and joined us. These young streamers were the flowers of their schools, possessing both beauty and youthful exuberance, making them the most attractive." Zhou Yu felt somewhat speechless. Sensing that Zheng Nan was hinting at something, upon returning to the office, Zheng Nan stated, "Boss, since this is your first visit to the company, I would like to report on the financial and operational status." Zhou Yu nodded. After listening to the report, he remarked, "So, the largest issue facing the company right now is cash flow?" Zheng Nan eagerly affirmed, "Yes, the company has been operating at a loss, and cash flow issues have hindered many projects. We can barely manage to pay salaries. In fact," he continued, "the live streaming and short video industries are currently struggling, with fierce competition resulting in most of the top 10 media companies in the southern province operating at a loss. It's merely a matter of how severe the losses are." Zhou Yu nodded, as he was already aware of this situation. That he also understood that the live streaming and short video industries would soon experience a resurgence. The reasoning was simple. As the sweltering heat set in, people would be unable to go outdoors during the day and would inevitably stay home, consuming videos and watching live streams instead. Additionally, the high temperatures would lead to widespread unemployment, with those out of work also confined indoors, finding their entertainment in live streaming, video consumption, reading novels, and gaming. Zhou Yu inquired, "How much funding does the company currently require?" Zheng Nan pondered for a moment and replied, "The more, the better. Ideally, around 200 million, if it weren't for so much. Even 100 million could resolve many issues," Zhou Yu remarked. "How about this? I will inject 500 million into the company." Zheng Nan was overjoyed. However, he quickly waved his hands in his plan. 200 million was already sufficient. With the boss suddenly offering him 500 million, he wouldn't even know how to spend it. There simply weren't enough avenues for expenditure. Expand the scale? That's absurd. Given the current downturn in the industry, he dared not take such risks. The larger the scale, the more disastrous the failure. Zheng Nan stated, "Boss, we don't need 500 million. 200 million will suffice." Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively. "I am giving you 500 million to expand the company's scale that I require more hosts, more streaming rooms, and more short videos and dramas. Do you understand?" Zheng Nan cautioned. "Boss, the media industry is currently in decline. Expanding now could lead to even greater losses." Zhou Yu replied, "That's not your concern. Just do as I say." After hearing this, Zheng Nan chose not to press further. Saying, "I understand that in his heart." He murmured that the boss's significant investment and desire for more female hosts must be for personal pursuits. Given this, he felt compelled to find more attractive female hosts, preferably those who had never had boyfriends. Once the matter of investment was settled, Zhou Yu inquired, "Our Xinyu Media possesses the qualifications to produce television dramas and films, correct?" Zheng Nan nodded. "Of course. Xinyu Media is the most qualified media company in the southern province. Whether it be television dramas, films, or short dramas, we have the credentials for production and distribution." Zhou Yu nodded in agreement that he then retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Zheng Nan. "What is this?" Zheng Nan asked as he accepted it. Zhou Yu replied, "This USB contains 2 scripts I have written. You need to prepare everything as swiftly as possible and then commence filming." In his previous life, during the heat wave, Zhou Yu had spent his days at home binge-watching videos. He had seen every popular television drama, film, and short drama. After acquiring the media company, he conceived an idea. He wished to adapt all these hit works from his past life. These 2 scripts were crafted by Zhou Yu, inspired by a blockbuster movie and a sensational television drama. If executed well, they were bound to succeed. As Zheng Nan took the USB, he thought to himself that while the boss was indeed skilled at making money, he was uncertain about the quality of the scripts. "Boss, are these scripts for a film or a television drama?" "One is a film, and the other is a historical drama." "What is the budget for filming?" "The budget for the film is 500 million, and for the drama, it's 400 million, totaling 900 million. This 900 million is considered my personal investment, to be directly deposited into the company's account for designated use." Upon hearing this, Zheng Nan gasped in shock. "To allocate 900 million for a film and a drama. Was the boss serious? Did he not fear losing it all?" Unable to contain himself, Zheng Nan exclaimed, "Boss, this budget is too large. Are you not concerned about losses?" Zhou Yu replied confidently, "Not at all. I have the funds and can afford to lose." With that, Zheng Nan refrained from further questioning. The boss had declared he was unafraid of losses. "Boss, let me take a look at the scripts," Zheng Nan said. "Go ahead." Zhou Yu replied. 10 minutes later, Zheng Nan's expression shifted to one of surprise as he discovered that the television drama script was far more captivating than he had anticipated. It seemed the boss was not only adept at generating revenue, but was also quite skilled at scriptwriting. An hour later, after finishing the script, Zheng Nan's face lit up with excitement. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Brilliant! Truly brilliant! Boss, this script is unexpectedly excellent. If filmed, it will undoubtedly be a hit. This drama has the potential not only to generate profit, but also to elevate several third-tier stars into prominence." Zhou Yu smiled faintly. In his previous life, this drama achieved a viewership rating of 1.886 upon its premiere. 5 days later, the rating soared to 2.906, and the final episode reached an astonishing 4.215, making it a sensational hit. Online, the drama's view count was also staggering, igniting a fervent discussion and earning the title of the year's most popular drama. After completing the television script, Zheng Nan moved on to the film script. It was shorter, and he finished reading it within half an hour. Clutching the script tightly, his face was brimming with excitement. Fantastic. Boss, this film's script is also exceptional. The resulting film will surely be a blockbuster. You are truly a genius. Let us film it immediately and rake in the profits. Zheng Nan enthused, his eagerness evident as he practically wished to begin filming right away. Zhou Yu, equally keen to expedite the process, asked, "How long will the preparation take?" Zheng Nan replied, "That's hard to say that if casting goes smoothly, we can start filming in half a month, that if not, it could take a month or even 2. Given the substantial investment, he dared not be careless in the casting process. Upon hearing that filming could not commence for at least half a month, Zhou Yu expressed dissatisfaction, stating, "This preparation time is too lengthy. We need to expedite the process." After a moment's thought, Zhou Yu proposed, "How about this? Gather all the company's artists, and I will assign the roles directly. In truth, the optimal solution would be to use the original cast. However, since those individuals belong to other companies, it would require time for recruitment." Zhou Yu was unwilling to wait and preferred to find actors himself. Fortunately, Xinyu Media had hundreds of artists, so selecting 20 or 30 for the shoot should not pose a problem. With AI technology now highly developed, even if an actor's skills were lacking, AI could compensate for that, albeit at a higher cost. Zheng Nan, upon hearing Zhou Yu's plan to assign roles himself, felt this was an amateur directing professionals and deemed it frivolous, a waste of a good script. He quickly interjected, "Boss, selecting roles is a very important matter. We should take our time. I have some connections in the entertainment industry and can organize a public audition to find suitable actors." Zhou Yu shook his head, responding, "No need for such trouble. Our company has its own director. I only need to designate the actors, choose from our company's artists, and you handle the arrangements." Initially, Zheng Nan intended to argue further, but upon hearing Zhou Yu's resolute tone, he recognized the boss had made up his mind and relented, saying, "All right, I will arrange for all the company's artists to come to the conference room for auditions." Zheng Nan realized that this was the boss's company and he could run it as he pleased. As an employee, his role was to cooperate. If it resulted in losses, he could simply pack his bags and leave. Zheng Nan sent out the notice, and soon, news of the impending film and television drama shoot spread throughout the company, causing a stir. Haha, ever since the boss arrived, the company has been buzzing with activity. It's truly wonderful. My goodness, a filming budget of 900 million. This is undoubtedly a major production. If selected, it's very likely to lead to fame and fortune. This was a golden opportunity for recognition. Zheng Nan fervently hoped to be chosen. For this casting, I must be selected. I don't even aspire to be the lead. I would be satisfied with a supporting role. He exclaimed, "Quick, bring me my makeup kit. I need to get ready. I want to get ready too." The male and female artists in the company are utterly beside themselves. A colossal production with an investment of 900 million has landed in their laps. A monumental opportunity that feels almost dreamlike. Should they seize this chance, it could propel them to extraordinary heights, transitioning from the ranks of a modest company to the grand stage of the entertainment industry. Everyone is on high alert, determined to present their finest selves. Some of the more attractive female artists have already begun to entertain thoughts of seeking proximity to the boss, contemplating shortcuts to success. 20 minutes later, the auditions commenced as a procession of artists enters the conference room, each awaiting Zhou Yu's judgment. Xinyu Media boasts a total of 855 artists, with 207 male and 648 female, a clear reflection of the dominance of femininity over masculinity. Zhou Yu sits in his position, observing the long, slender legs and beautiful faces, feeling akin to an ancient monarch selecting concubines. As the chief examiner for this casting, Zhou Yu has the power to determine their fates. If chosen, they might soar to unprecedented success. Each individual harbors a silent prayer, hoping to be selected. Some self-assuredly beautiful female artists cast flirtatious glances at Zhou Yu, attempting to capture his attention and garner favor. These young ladies are remarkably enthusiastic and proactive. Rumor has it that the girls from the vertical stores are even more eager and passionate, with many beautiful maidens in every small production team vying for affection. Zhou Yu ponders the veracity of these claims that he glances at Zheng Nan beside him, signaling for the process to begin. However, Zheng Nan remains fixated on the young male talents. Zhou Yu's skin prickles. Zheng Nan is openly gay, and he wonders if any of the young men in the company have fallen victim to his charms. As the auditions proceed, one by one, the artists present themselves before Zhou Yu. After viewing over 30 performers, an 18 or 19-year-old girl steps lightly into view. Her hair cascades down her back like a waterfall, her complexion fair and delicate, captivating without a trace of makeup. Standing at 168 centimeters, she possesses an enviable figure, exuding an aura of youthful vitality. Zheng Nin leans in, whispering, "At Xinyu Media, we have 3 exceptionally beautiful girls, and this Shao Jie is one of them. She is a student at the Southern Province Art Academy, skilled in dance, having secured 9th place in the Southern Province College Dance Competition, 5th in the Silk Road Dance Competition, and 7th in the National Dance Competition's Southern Province Division." Zhou Yu is taken aback. To place in the top 10 of so many competitions indicates her considerable talent. It raises questions as to why she would wish to join a media company. At this moment, Shao Jie finishes her introduction and showcases her dance skills. Clad in a black practice outfit that accentuates her curves, Zhou Yu nods in approval. Such a striking young woman deserves to grace the screen and be seen by more people. Zhou Yu swiftly envisions her as a supporting female character in a television drama. This role, characterized by both singing and dancing, suits Shao Jie perfectly. After her performance, Zhou Yu provides her with a line to act out. Upon watching her, he concludes that while she is beautiful and dances exceptionally well, her acting leaves much to be desired. Nevertheless, this is hardly a significant issue. AI technology can remedy any shortcomings. Upon completing her performance, Shao Jie sweetly states, "Teacher Zhou, I have finished my talent showcase. Should I be selected for the crew, I am willing to accept all arrangements that Here is an ambitious young woman indeed." Zhou Yu regards her with appreciation. Replying, "Understood, please await further news that Shao Jie smiles gently and departs. Next comes a young male artist, in his 20s, wearing glasses, appearing clean-cut and slender, exuding a certain delicate charm that many affluent women find appealing. Zhou Yu notices that as soon as this young man enters, Zheng Nan's face lights up with a smile, reminiscent of a love-struck individual who has just spotted his beloved. How infuriating! Zheng Nan must have some sort of affair with this young man. Zhou Yu rubs his arm to smooth out the goosebumps and addresses Zheng Nan. "I leave this audition in your capable hands." Zheng Nan beams with delight, exclaiming, "Absolutely. Thank you, boss. I am quite familiar with this young man." Zhou Yu rolls his eyes. He knows Zheng Nan is well acquainted with the young talent, but there is no need to vocalize it. Zheng Nan gestures for the young artist to showcase his abilities. To Zhou Yu's surprise, the young man exhibits commendable skills in singing, dancing, and acting, proving to be quite talented. Zheng Nan leans over, somewhat bashfully stating, "Boss, I think this young man is exceptional. Could we offer him a role?" Zhou Yu nods, saying, "Very well, let's assign him the role of the 3rd male lead." Zheng Nan is elated, thanking Zhou Yu profusely. Zhou Yu shoots him a sideways glance, asking, "Zheng Manager, be honest, have you used your influence to coerce any of the young men in the company?" Zheng Nan quickly shakes his head, insisting, "Absolutely not. I admit I have some connections with a few of the young men, but they are all willing participants. I have employed no coercive measures." Zhou Yu scrutinizes him, replying, "Let us hope that's the case." Checking the time, Zhou Yu realizes it is already noon. Zheng Nan arranges for lunch to be delivered, and after eating, they resume the auditions. In the afternoon, another young woman captures Zhou Yu's attention. Standing at 165 centimeters with her hair styled in a bun, she appears both tall and charming. Dressed in a light yellow top paired with a white skirt that reveals her delicate arms and calves. She radiates freshness and natural beauty. What captivates most about this girl are her eyes, resembling the petals of a peach blossom, exhibiting a dreamy allure that is quite enchanting. Zheng Nan, perceptive as ever, approaches to introduce her. This is one of the company's 3 leading beauties, Li Kai LV, age 20, the campus belle of Southern Province Normal University. Currently in her 3rd year, Li Kai LV lacks formal training. Yet her acting skills are impressive. She can effortlessly mimic another's demeanor and expressions, even shedding tears in an instant. She has gained fame through cosplay, amassing a substantial following. However, her passion for cosplay has left her in debt, leading her to join the company to pay off her obligations with her signing bonus. After Zhou Yu requests a performance from Li Kai LV, he realizes she possesses genuine talent. Consequently, he decides to cast her in a role. The film's 2nd female lead is a character who embodies the traits of a green tea girl, perpetually playing the victim, and Zhou Yu believes this role suits Li Kai LV splendidly. Zhou Yu and Zheng Nan spend a grueling 8 hours in the conference room. from 11 in the morning until past 7 in the evening, finally finalizing the casting. The lead female roles in both the film and television series are assigned to two elegant and poised young women named Winnie and Bai Shuelu. As for the male lead, he is merely a supporting character, unworthy of further mention. After sitting for so long, Zhou Yu feels relatively fine, while Zhang Nen is already suffering from back pain. The cast is selected. Funds will be available by tomorrow. Regarding the director, they can utilize AI technology to assist in filming. The subsequent tasks are now in Zhang Nan's hands that I expect filming to commence within 3 days. Zhou Yu instructs, rest assured, boss, I will gather the crew overnight and ensure we start on time. Zhang Nan replies eagerly. Zhou Yu responds, we'll see how it goes. That he recalls that 3 days from now marks the melting of the Antarctic. An event that will be broadcasted worldwide. A spectacle he cannot afford to miss. As Zhou Yu prepares to leave, Zhang Nan detains him, producing his phone and revealing a QR code with a smile. Boss, let us add each other to the group. Zhou Yu did not ponder for long. He took out his phone and scanned the code to join a large group of over 600 members. Zhang Nan blinked and said, this is our artist communication group at Xinyu Company. Once the boss joins, it will be much more convenient for her to communicate with them. Zhou Yu nodded. Excellent. You truly understand the art of communication. Zhang Nan sent a message in the group. Ladies, I have added the boss. However, she is quite busy, so please refrain from chatting with her unless it's urgent. That he thoughtfully tagged Zhou Yu. Instantly, the group erupted in excitement. Messages refreshing rapidly. Welcome, boss. Boss, I am Yu Qingqing. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. I am Huang Xiao. I am fair-skinned and beautiful, talented in both singing and dancing. Whenever you need me, boss, don't hesitate to call. I am Lan Wanqing. I hope you get to know me, boss. Suddenly, someone shared a provocative photo in the group, and with that lead, a flurry of selfies followed, each more daring than the last. Zhang Nan had to step in to call a halt. If he didn't, the group would surely be shut down. Zhou Yu then sent out 10 red envelopes, each worth 20,000, along with some encouraging words, before taking the elevator to the garage and driving his Maybach back to Qingfu. As he passed a skyscraper, Zhou Yu noticed it was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any lights. Groups of white-collar workers were emerging from the emergency stairs, looking disheveled. Zhou Yu chuckled softly that it was evident that the building had encountered a power failure due to a wiring issue. Following the outage, those working inside had no choice but to descend the stairs. Although the sun had set, the temperature still soared to a sweltering 43 degrees, making the stair descent a true ordeal. This extreme heat wave was testing the building's power supply lines, as people cranked their air conditioning to the maximum. Such heavy loads could lead to power failures and even fires if the wiring quality was subpar. Suddenly, Zhou Yu recalled that he had recently purchased a considerable amount of real estate, including shopping malls and office buildings. It would be prudent to inspect the wiring in these properties to prevent any issues. Thinking of this, Zhou Yu promptly called Albanian and Hiyang, instructing them to conduct a comprehensive safety inspection of the properties they had acquired. He also requested that they order a batch of explosion-proof, high-temperature air conditioners and tropical air conditioning units to be installed in those buildings. After driving a few kilometers and passing by the First People's Hospital of Nam Province, Zhou Yu observed a multitude of private cars blocking the entrance, rendering it impassable. Ambulances returning from outside were unable to enter, forcing doctors and nurses to push patients in on stretchers. While stuck in traffic, Zhou Yu opened his phone and browsed the news. Given his proximity to the hospital, the big data algorithms pushed him news related to it. Due to the high temperatures, thousands of people were suffering from heat stroke, and the hospital was overwhelmed for those with mild heat stroke. Self-treatment was advised. The hospital's central air conditioning and cooling systems had broken down due to the extreme heat, rendering many medical devices inoperable. The heat was causing heat stroke, strokes, gastroenteritis, and cardiovascular diseases. Those with weakened constitutions were advised to stay indoors. The hospital was already at capacity. The high temperatures were also leading to frequent fires. After skimming through a dozen news articles, the traffic finally cleared, and Zhou Yu quickly pressed the accelerator to leave the area. As he passed a vegetable market, he noticed an agricultural vehicle parked by the roadside, laden with numerous dead chickens. The owner squatted nearby, looking forlorn. Zhou Yu paused and inquired, "Are you selling dead chickens?" The owner, with a grim expression, replied, "Yes, it's too hot today. Even the fans are ineffective. Over 10,000 chickens perished from the heat. I'm just trying to recoup some of my losses." Zhou Yu asked, "You sell dead chickens?" The owner reassured him, "It's fine. These chickens have only just died and taste no different from live ones. If you're interested, they're 10 yuan each, and you can choose as you like." Zhou Yu quickly waved his hand. No, I can't eat that at this moment." An elderly fish seller nearby chimed in. "Boss, I have dead fish. Would you like some? They all died from the heat this afternoon." Zhou Yu looked over and gasped. The old man's tricycle was filled with dead fish, mainly grass carp and tilapia, with some grass carp weighing over 5 or 6 pounds. Zhou Yu asked, "Did these fish die from the heat?" The old man sighed. "The fish pond is too shallow. The sun heated the water temperature rapidly, and nearly all the fish died." Zhou Yu suggested, "You could lower the water temperature by adding some ice bricks." The old man shook his head. "It's impossible to buy ice now. Everyone is flocking to the ice factory, and the lines are long. We can't get any, so we just watch the fish die. This year's farming is going to incur significant losses." The chicken farm owner nodded in agreement. "Indeed, every farmer will suffer huge losses this year." My neighbor, old Luo, lost over 30 pigs last night to the heat. His wife has been crying nonstop. Zhou Yu inquired, "Can't you sell them live?" The chicken farm owner replied, "No one is buying. With the heat, feed prices have gone up, and every farm is trying to sell off their pigs. Chickens, cattle, sheep, and fish, but there's simply no market to absorb them." The fish seller added, "Yes, I can't sell my fish either." As Zhou Yu drove away, an idea began to form in his mind. With the soaring temperatures, many poultry and livestock were suffering. Coupled with the rising feed prices and increased farming costs, many farms were eager to offload their livestock at this moment, establishing a cured meat factory to buy chickens, ducks, fish, and pigs from farms and process them into cured meat could turn out to be a lucrative venture. Making money was secondary. Zhou Yu considered that having a cured meat factory would allow him to enjoy meat freely without raising suspicions. Furthermore, buying up large quantities of chickens, ducks, pigs, and fish would also help mitigate the losses of farmers, making it a benevolent act. This was a task Zhou Yu need not undertake personally. He simply needed to delegate it. After some contemplation, he decided to assign this responsibility to Qian Baifeng. Qian Baifeng had recently found himself with some free time, making him the perfect candidate to establish the cured meat factory. After all, the process wasn't too technically demanding. It was simply a matter of slaughtering and drying the meat. Zhou Yu made a phone call to Qian Baifeng, requesting him to acquire a cured meat factory. Qian Baifeng gladly accepted the task on the spot. Upon returning to Unit 6601 of Building 1 in Qingfu, Zhou Yu was greeted by the warm glow of lights. Yin Dongqing stood at the entrance with 2 chefs and 2 housekeepers, welcoming him home. Inside, the floors, tables, and various furnishings had been meticulously cleaned, gleaming without a speck of dust, reflecting the shadows of those present. In the dining room, a lavish and steaming dinner awaited his enjoyment. Tonight's feast was a full venison banquet, with every dish prepared from deer meat. Zhou Yu surveyed the spread and asked, "Housekeeper Yin, where did you procure this venison?" Yin Dongqing smiled. "I purchased it from a small deer farm. With the heat, the farm's spotted deer are struggling, so the owner is selling them off in bulk. That I bought 10 or so, each weighing between 150 to 180 pounds, free-range spotted deer with excellent meat quality. After buying them, I had them slaughtered and frozen, so you can enjoy them anytime you wish." Zhou Yu praised, "Well done." Though he had ample venison in his space, having additional supplies was always beneficial. Yin Dongqing smiled slightly. Zhou Yu allocated 2 million for household expenses each month, and with such a budget, he made it his mission to ensure Zhou Yu dined well, enjoyed himself, and was satisfied. Noticing that Zhou Yu had multiple girlfriends, he had intentionally prepared a full venison banquet to treat him as a top-notch housekeeper. One must consider every aspect of the employer's needs if the employer is happy. So too are they. Yin Dongqing said, "Young Master Zhou, please give it a try. This venison banquet focuses on nourishment while also being delicious. Let me know if it suits your palate. The chefs will make adjustments if needed." Zhou Yu was speechless. What was this? Did he really need nourishment? It appears that there is indeed a need, that he is currently in a period of growth and requires ample nourishment. Zhou Yu picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The banquet featuring venison comprised over 20 exquisite dishes, such as braised deer tendons, stir-fried venison with hazelnuts, aromatic deer legs, deer antler and whip soup, and venison blood rice, all of which were exceptionally delectable. Leaving Zhou Yu thoroughly satisfied, Zhou Yu remarked, "Manager Yin, in the future, whenever you encounter any novel ingredients, Be sure to procure them for me. If funds are insufficient, you may contact me directly. Yin Dongqing responded respectfully. Understood. Zhou Yu then provided Yin Dongqing with Shunqing's contact information, stating, this Shunqing manages a large chain of cold storage facilities. In the future, should you come across any quality ingredients, you can procure them and store them in the cold storage. Yin Dongqing nodded in agreement. He discerned that this employer before him had a penchant for both beautiful women and exquisite cuisine. Well, such preferences are quite normal. After finishing his meal, Zhou Yu entered his study and pulled out his phone. Upon checking, he noticed 2 alert messages. The National Disaster Relief Center announced, tomorrow will continue to experience high temperatures. All residents are advised to take necessary precautions against heat. All units must strictly adhere to relevant regulations to maintain social stability. The South Province Meteorological Bureau stated, tomorrow daytime temperatures are expected to reach 50.3 degrees Celsius. All units and individuals must prepare for heat prevention. High temperatures may increase line loads. All units should inspect lines to prevent fires. Citizens are advised to minimize outdoor activities. If urgent matters require going out, please turn off all electrical appliances and power sources. The Municipal Education Bureau's latest notice indicated, schools without air conditioning should immediately suspend classes. Zhou Yu glanced at the messages, casually dismissed them, and scrolled through the news. At present, the high-temperature weather had become a hot topic, with 5 or 6 out of 10 news articles related to it. Many self-media outlets were proclaiming that the apocalypse was upon us, urging people to stockpile necessities. In response to the flurry of doomsday theories, the authorities decisively intervened to suppress the chatter. However, the topic was too sensational. Even official suppression proved ineffective. Moreover, with public sentiment in flux, the authorities were hesitant to impose too stringent measures, allowing some space for discussion. What the officials could do now was to tightly control prices. Within a single day, they issued numerous regulations to restrict price surges. Zhou Yu observed that prices remained largely within normal ranges, and some items, such as poultry and vegetables, had even seen significant price drops. This was due to the high temperatures causing a large number of poultry and livestock deaths, resulting in these deceased animals flooding the market, thereby lowering prices. Nevertheless, this decline was temporary. Once the livestock had perished, meat prices would soar like a rocket. At that time, a pound of pork might cost several hundred yuan, and a single chicken could reach 1,000 yuan. Indeed, in a year or two, even having money might not suffice to purchase live chickens. After perusing the news, Zhou Yu logged into his Tiger Securities account, lost in thought. In just a few days, the Antarctic glaciers would begin to melt, turning science fiction into reality. The melting of Antarctic glaciers and the encroachment of seawater into the mainland had always been a popular theme in science fiction. Yet, people had merely regarded it as cinematic fantasy, never truly contemplating the actual melting of glaciers. When the populace finally realizes that glaciers can indeed melt and sea levels can rise by several meters, inundating coastal cities, it will undoubtedly deliver a tremendous shock and impact. At that time, the world would be in an uproar, and the financial markets would undergo tumultuous shifts. For Zhou Yu, every instance of intense fluctuation in the financial market represented an opportunity for wealth accumulation. Although Zhou Yu already possessed substantial funds, sufficient for his expenditures, he believed that whenever opportunities arise, one must seize them. He planned to capitalize on the impending glacier melt to earn a significant profit. However, this time he intended to proceed discreetly, opting to use offshore accounts to quietly amass wealth. With 3 days remaining until the glaciers began to melt, he could utilize this time to prepare meticulously before executing his plans. Zhou Yu contemplated whether to enlist the assistance of several traders. Having traders could potentially allow him to earn more with less effort. However, after some consideration, he ultimately decided against it, given that this venture might involve hundreds of billions of dollars. Perhaps even thousands of billions, he deemed it prudent to handle it himself for the sake of confidentiality, even if it meant earning slightly less to ensure absolute security. Zhou Yu noted that he still had over $100 billion at his disposal. This operation would likely require around $60 billion, leaving him with a surplus of $40 billion that he intended to spend this sum promptly, as prices were expected to skyrocket with the onset of heat. Even the dollar was depreciating rapidly. It was wise to spend while he could. $40 billion was an enormous amount of capital. What should he purchase? Zhou Yu pondered and took a blank sheet of paper, listing an extensive array of items for procurement. He intended to embark on another grand shopping spree, albeit this time conducted entirely overseas and discreetly through offshore companies. As Zhou Yu scribbled, he began to feel a bit overheated around 9 o'clock. Likely from indulging in too much venison, he called Liang Fian, who answered, "Godfather, I'm currently at home and cannot come over right now. I will visit you tomorrow evening." Zhou Yu replied, "All right then." Liang Fian added, "Why not reach out to Mitsai? She should be available." Zhou Yu agreed, "That works." Mitsai, while slightly less attractive than Liang Fian, possessed a youthful charm that was quite alluring. Moreover, she had a keen understanding of human anatomy and excelled in massage techniques. Thus, Zhou Yu had allocated a room for her. Zhou Yu dialed Mitsai's number, and it was quickly answered. Mitsai greeted, "Hello, Godfather Zhou Yu." Upon hearing her address, Zhou Yu realized she was currently in a situation that made conversation inconvenient. So he succinctly asked, "Mitsai, are you free to come over tonight?" As Mitsai walked outside, she replied, "Zhou Yu, I'm at home having a gathering right now and cannot come over at the moment. Can I make it up to you tomorrow?" Zhou Yu chuckled, "That's fine. Enjoy your meal. Be sure to eat well to build your stamina." Mitsai laughed. Okay, I'll make sure to nourish myself well to please Godfather." After hanging up, Mitsai returned to her meal. However, her father, Mo Ba, wore a displeased expression. Hearing his daughter refer to someone as Godfather unsettled him greatly. Those who frequent the internet understand the implications of a girl calling someone Godfather. Mo Ba glared and asked, "Daughter, who were you just speaking with?" Mitsai sensed trouble and replied softly, "My boyfriend." Regardless of how many women Zhou Yu had around him, she firmly believed herself to be his girlfriend. Upon hearing his daughter had a boyfriend, Mo Ba felt a flicker of joy, yet he continued to glare, demanding, "When did you begin dating?" Mitsai answered, "This month." After a few more inquiries, Mo Ba remarked, "You silly girl. If you're going to date, that's fine, but why call him Godfather? That sounds so off." Mitsai was at a loss for words. She couldn't very well explain that she had been punished by Zhou Yu to the point of calling him that out of habit. If she dared to say so, her father would surely give her a severe reprimand, as he was quite the traditionalist that moment. Mo intervened, shooting Mo Ba a glare and saying, "Enough, it's just a little playful banter between young lovers." "Don't ask so many questions," that Mo Ba retorted, "but it shouldn't be called that." Mo Ma countered, "When you were young, you called me little sweetheart and goddess. What's the harm in a daughter calling someone Godfather?" With that, Mo Ba fell silent. It was ironic how terms of endearment that once rolled off his tongue so easily now felt so awkward. Mitsai had just breathed a sigh of relief when her mother turned to her and asked, "Daughter, why don't you tell us about your boyfriend? What's his name, and what does he do?" Mitsai scratched her head and replied, "His name is Zhou Yu, and it seems he doesn't have a job." Mo Ba and Mo Ma exchanged concerned glances, their brows furrowing. To no job implied no stable income. The daughter has always had high standards. It is quite perplexing that she has suddenly chosen a boyfriend who is unemployed. While a man may possess a certain degree of physical unattractiveness or come from a less than ideal family background, it is utterly unacceptable for him to lack employment. Upon noticing her parents' discontented expressions, Mo Kaikai hastily interjected, "Although he is currently without a job, his family is exceedingly wealthy. He is a black card client at the bank, and when he visits our health examination center, the director personally attends to him." Hearing this, most parents' expressions softened. Both are secondary school teachers, well versed in the implications of being a black card client at a bank. However, upon learning of the young man's considerable wealth, a sense of unease crept back over them. Mo's mother skeptically scrutinized her daughter and inquired, "With such affluence, how could he possibly be interested in you?" After a moment of contemplation, Mo Kaikai replied, "Perhaps it is because I am attractive and skilled in massage. I provide him with quite a pleasant experience." Mo's father, unable to tolerate the conversation any longer, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, enough of this. Let's eat." Meanwhile, Zhou Yu found himself bored as neither of the two girls could join him. To alleviate his ennui, he decided to open the chat group for female artists and peruse the discussions. Following Zheng Nan's warning, the women in the group refrained from sharing photos or initiating private conversations with Zhou Yu. However, one particularly clever young woman devised a scheme to compress her selfie and upload it to the group files. Upon discovering this, others followed suit, eagerly sharing their own images. They not only uploaded photographs, but also short videos, showcasing a wealth of content. Zhou Yu, intrigued by the continuous influx of uploads, clicked to view them, unwittingly unlocking a new realm of experience. These enchanting women were engaged in self-introductions, performing songs and dances, flaunting their long legs, and even acting in brief skits. The common thread among them was their revealing attire and sultry gestures, their manner of speaking akin to that of sirens. After watching several videos, Zhou Yu felt a rush of excitement. "Goodness," he exclaimed, astounded by their allure. "Are they testing me?" After a while, Zhou Yu noticed that Shao Jie had also uploaded a file. He clicked it open to find a video of her practicing yoga in a dance studio. Her supple form moved gracefully as she executed various poses in time with the music: the advanced snake pose, standing backbend with leg grasp, king dancer pose, scorpion pose. Each intricate movement was performed with exquisite fluidity, showcasing remarkable flexibility, elegance, and the beauty of the human body. After watching it twice, Zhou Yu felt a growing heat within him and was just about to head for a shower when he noticed that Shao Jie had uploaded another new file. Curious, he opened it to discover a dance video. Shao Jie, clad in embroidered shoes and a flowing green qipao, gracefully wielded an oil paper umbrella as she performed a traditional dance titled Rain Alley in a small town. The rhythm of the folk dance was gentle and beautiful, and as Shao Jie danced to the soothing melody, her movements flowed effortlessly, capturing the purity, grace, and charm of a Jiangnan woman. Though she was in the living room, it felt as though one had been transported to a picturesque Jiangnan scene, with green waters and blooming peach blossoms. Zhou Yu rarely watched folk dances, yet he found himself captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. "It seems," he mused, "that I should engage with her more and nurture her talent." Indeed, Zhou Yu was the type to cherish talent, eager to cultivate those he found promising. Ultimately, he retired to bed alone. In the coming days, he aimed to optimize his state of mind for a significant harvest in the financial market. While the allure of companionship was enticing, the prospect of financial gain was paramount. The following morning, Zhou Yu awoke feeling a bit taller. He retrieved a soft measuring tape and confirmed his height had indeed increased. Standing, he measured 178.5 cm. While lying down, he measured 183 cm. While these figures may not rival those of seasoned readers, they were still commendable. This growth spurt underscored for Zhou Yu the importance of nutritional supplements. Clearly, to foster healthy development, he needed to consume more supplements. He recalled that both the bank and the property management company had sent over some ginseng. Although not of the highest quality, they should still prove beneficial. Zhou Yu summoned the housekeeper, and soon 2 maids arrived with the ginseng. That he unwrapped the packaging and examined the ginseng, noting its decent appearance. Yin Dongqing, seeing Zhou Yu's interest in the ginseng, remarked, "Young Master Zhou, this piece should be 20-year-old forest ginseng. Its efficacy is quite good." Intrigued, Zhou Yu asked, "Oh, do you have knowledge about ginseng?" Yin Dongqing replied with a smile. "I have some understanding. My previous employer was a man in his 60s who had a penchant for collecting health products like ginseng and deer antlers, having been by his side for some time. I learned a bit." Zhou Yu inquired, "What type of ginseng is considered the best?" Yin Dongqing responded, "Undoubtedly, the wild ginseng that is aged the longest." Zhou Yu pressed on, "Do you have any channels to acquire such aged wild ginseng?" Yin Dongqing nodded. "Yes." Zhou Yu instructed, "Please keep an eye out for any aged wild ginseng and purchase it for me. If funds are insufficient, notify me immediately." After breakfast, Zhou Yu received a call from Qian Baifeng. "Boss," Qian Baifeng began, "I have successfully acquired a cured meat factory. Strictly speaking, it is a food processing plant that IT can produce not only cured meat, but also sausages and similar products." Zhou Yu was somewhat taken aback. The efficiency of the acquisition was remarkable. "You secured it that quickly?" he asked, astonished. Qian Baifeng chuckled. "My hometown is in the outskirts of Nan City, where several food processing plants are located. I happen to know of one that was up for transfer. So I went there overnight and purchased it. The factory is quite large, employing over 300 workers, and the acquisition price was 15 million. Zhou Yu praised. "Well done. Now that we have the factory, you can begin sourcing poultry and livestock for processing." Qian Baifeng affirmed. "Understood. Nearby farms are eager to sell, allowing us to procure a substantial quantity of livestock at favorable prices. By the way," Zhou Yu continued, "is there a limit to how much livestock we can acquire?" Qian Baifeng replied, "There are no restrictions. We will purchase as much as our processing capacity allows. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep can be procured, and fish as well. However, for safety reasons, ensure that we only acquire live animals, none that are deceased. If you feel short-staffed, you can hire temporary workers locally. Do not worry about funding. I will transfer 100 million to you shortly as an initial amount. And when that is exhausted, just ask for more. After concluding the call, Zhou Yu contacted the bank, and within moments, the 100 million was transferred to the processing plant's account. After spending the day engrossed in his phone, Zhou Yu suddenly had an idea. The Antarctic glaciers are rapidly melting, but if a team were dispatched to Antarctica to livestream, it would undoubtedly attract a significant wave of attention. In that case, Xinyu Media would achieve worldwide renown. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yu could no longer remain still. He immediately called Zheng Nan at that moment. Zheng Nan was engrossed in a tender moment with a young man. Upon answering Zhou Yu's call, he abruptly stood up and slapped his thigh in excitement. The young man nearly cried out in distress, feeling wronged. Why slap his thigh instead of his own? Zheng Nan, however, paid no heed to the young man, his mind captivated by the prospect of a live stream from Antarctica. The more he considered it, the more he believed it to be a brilliant idea. Boss, you are truly a genius. This concept is fantastic. The entire world is focused on Antarctica right now. A live stream from there would undoubtedly be eye-catching. Zhou Yu smiled and said, since you also find this idea appealing, let's proceed. We must ensure logistical support, as there will be no food or clothing in Antarctica. That we can rent a large cruise ship to reach the vicinity of Antarctica directly, which will be both convenient and will alleviate bureaucratic hassles. Nowadays, large cruise ships embark on excursions to Antarctica daily. These magnificent vessels are duly qualified to traverse the frigid waters of the South Pole. By simply chartering a cruise ship, one can bypass the cumbersome procedures, making it exceedingly convenient. Zheng Nan remarked, indeed, we can directly rent a cruise ship. However, my dear boss, the cost of renting such a large vessel is rather steep. Zhou Yu, unfazed, responded, not to worry, it's merely a matter of tens of millions. Zheng Nan was left speechless. Tens of millions is an amount that many might toil a lifetime to accumulate. Yet, to the boss, a few coins seem inconsequential. Zhou continued, for convenience, we ought to prepare a fleet of helicopters. During the live broadcast, we can take a helicopter deep into the Antarctic interior, even landing on the glaciers. By the way, he added, we should also rent an oceanic fishing vessel for our return journey, allowing us to cast nets and capture some Antarctic krill for our viewers. Zheng Nan nodded repeatedly, saying, excellent ideas, boss. However, he mused, while the concepts are commendable, renting the aircraft entails yet another significant expenditure. Fortunately, the financial burden falls upon the boss, who merely needs to give his approval. Zheng Nan then posed a question, boss, how many individuals should we dispatch for this Antarctic live broadcast? Zhou Yu inquired, what do you think? After some contemplation, Zheng Nan replied, our media company boasts around 40 to 50 promising hosts, so I believe sending 50 should suffice. Zhou agreed, very well, let it be so, and do include Shao Jia in the list. Upon hearing this, Zheng Nan understood that the boss had taken a liking to this young lady, and it seemed she was destined for rapid success. Without hesitation, Zheng Nan affirmed, no problem. I will add all the beautiful women in the company to the list. Their potential for fame now rests upon their shoulders. After ending the call, a charming young man approached and exclaimed, Nangu, I overheard your conversation with the boss. Could you possibly add me to the list as well? Zheng Nan glanced at him. The young man had a rather handsome visage. In an era where looks reigned supreme, including him posed no issue. Zheng Nan readily replied, certainly. However, the final approval lies with the boss. I can only add your name to the list. Whether he accepts it is beyond my control. The young man beamed, saying, understood, thank you. Nangu Ti then playfully nudged Zheng Nan's arm, reminiscent of a girl-esque flirtation. With financial resources at his disposal, Zheng Nan swiftly secured a 7,200-ton cruise ship, accompanied by 5 7-seat helicopters, as well as a 7,000-ton oceanic fishing vessel. Concurrently, within Xinyu Media, he promptly selected 50 promising hosts, comprising 15 male hosts and 35 female hosts. The chosen individuals were gathered in the conference room. Although they were unaware of the specifics, Zheng Nan's beaming demeanor indicated good news was afoot. He announced, ladies and gentlemen, I have an exciting announcement. With the recent heat wave, Antarctica has become the focal point of attention. Our esteemed boss, Mr. Zhou Yu, has decided to dispatch 50 individuals to Antarctica for a live broadcast. Upon hearing this, the attendees quickly grasped the situation and erupted into cheers. Zheng Nan, with a grin, added, indeed, you are the chosen hosts. I hope you seize this opportunity to attract a wave of viewers and achieve rapid fame." "Understood," they chorused. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, manager. I will strive to shine," they all declared enthusiastically. Zheng Nan's gaze swept across and Xiao Jia, Li Kai Lu, and other beautiful hosts, and he meaningfully remarked, "Our boss has invested several tens of millions for this event. Therefore, upon your return, make sure to express your gratitude to him." "Understood." The most striking female hosts felt a flutter in their hearts, especially Pan Duo, who was particularly anxious. Among the three leading beauties of Xinyu Media and Xiao Jia, Li Kai Lu, and Pan Duo, only Pan Duo had a boyfriend who was quite possessive, often visiting the company to check on her. Generally, female hosts in media companies were discouraged from dating due to the nature of their work, which often involved close interactions with influential figures. Pan Duo's relationship had diminished the company's support for her, leading to a gradual decline in her income, much to her distress. However, despite her urgency, there was little she could do. Once a hostess' popularity wanes, regaining momentum is an arduous task. Pan Duo had contemplated various strategies, but found none effective, leading her to abandon hope. To her astonishment, the company unexpectedly offered her a slot for the Antarctic live broadcast, leaving her feeling as though she were in a dreamed at that moment. While elated, she also felt a pang of anxiety. Was this opportunity a sign that the boss had taken an interest in her? If so, how should she respond? Zheng Nan remained oblivious to Pan Duo's thoughts and had no desire to delve into them. His sole reason for including her was her striking beauty, as attractiveness often equates to potential in the live broadcasting realm, thus warranting investment. After providing a few instructions, Zheng Nan waved his arm, declaring, "I have secured a grand cruise ship. You all need to return and pack your belongings. We depart tonight." "Off you go." The attendees dispersed eagerly. Two alluring female hosts approached Zheng Nan, linking their arms with his in an attempt to foster intimacy. This unexpected gesture startled Zheng Nan, prompting him to shake them off with a vigorous motion, brushing his arms as if they were covered in goosebumps. He muttered to himself, "Damn it. Women are the last thing I desire." Nearby, two handsome young men rushed over to link arms with Zheng Nan, exclaiming, "Ha! Nangu is ours. You ladies can step aside." In a rented apartment within the Xingfu community, and Xiao Jia hurried home, packing her clothes while simultaneously starting a live broadcast. Over 2,000 viewers flooded into her streamed, and Xiao Jia, an accomplished dancer, was categorized as a talent host, though her beauty also warranted her classification as a visual host. Many viewers tuned in primarily to admire her striking features and long legs. Though, is Xiao Jia broadcasting from home? Is this her residence? I would love to stay there for a while. It seems she is packing. Is she preparing to leave? Perhaps she is heading somewhere far. Noticing the rising viewer count, and Xiao Jia felt a surge of delight, perhaps due to the weather. Her audience was swelling. Usually, she averaged around 3,000 viewers. But now, only 5 minutes into her stream, the count had reached 2,500, and it seemed poised to surpass 3,000 shortly. While packing, she announced, "Dear viewers, I have some wonderful news. The company has decided to send personnel to Antarctica for a live broadcast, and I have been selected to go tonight." The chat erupted in excitement. Wow, in this scorching heat, heading to Antarctica is nothing short of a luxury. Congratulations, Xiao Jia. Going to Antarctica during this heat wave will be like a journey to paradise. I am so envious. What kind of company is Xinyu Media to send people to broadcast from Antarctica? Surely, such an endeavor costs millions. Incredible. They're actually sending people to Antarctica to broadcast. Xinyu Media must be quite affluent. This Antarctic live broadcast is undeniably a captivating venture. I will be following the entire event. Xiao Jia, give it your all. Viewers began inquiring about the cost of traveling on the cruise ship, expressing their desire to join in Xiao Jia on her journey. Xiao Jia quickly responded, "Our company has chartered a large cruise ship, so unfortunately, we cannot all travel together." After chatting with everyone for a while, and Xiao Jia discovered that the number of viewers had reached a new high, exceeding 3,500, suppressing her excitement. She introduced, "I have heard that our company has chartered a luxury cruise ship weighing 7,200 tons, named Polar Exploration. The ship is equipped with 5 helicopters that can directly transport us to the glaciers. In addition to the cruise ship, the company has also rented a 7,000-ton deep-sea fishing vessel that will conduct several fishing expeditions in the Antarctic waters on our return journey. We will be live streaming the entire process, so I hope everyone won't miss it." As she spoke, The audience in the livestream grew increasingly envious, marveling not only at the luxurious cruise ship, but also at the deep-sea fishing vessel, exclaiming how wealthy the company must be. While Xiao Jia was live-streaming, other hosts from Xinyu Media also began streaming, spreading the news about the upcoming Antarctic broadcast. In no time, the internet buzzed with excitement. And this small company, Xinyu Media, suddenly gained widespread recognition. Countless aspiring hosts contemplated joining Xinyu Media, inundating them with emails in hopes of making contact. Pan Duo tidied herself up, changing into a lightweight white lace blouse paired with a mid-length khaki skirt, complemented by a pair of silver-studded high heels from a police family, giving her an elegant and slender appearance, exuding a subtle charm. This was what one might call the essence of a mature woman. The viewers in the live stream adored this allure, likening her to the charming neighbor next door. Pan Duo glanced at herself in the mirror and was pleased with her appearance, undeniably a stunning beauty. However, when she caught sight of her shoes, her brow furrowed slightly. These high heels had cost over 30,000 yuan and were indeed beautiful, yet the design was already 2 years old and felt somewhat outdated. She longed to purchase a new pair, but on one hand, her boyfriend did not permit it, insisting that having shoes was sufficient and there was no need to chase after new styles. On the other hand, Pan Duo's income had significantly decreased over the past 2 years, leaving her with little money in her pocket. Thus, despite her yearning for new heels, she had refrained from buying any. This Antarctic livestream offered a glimmer of hope for an increase in viewership. If all went well, she could finally indulge in the shoes and clothes she desired. Pan Duo, you can do this. She motivated herself, clasping her small hands as she lifted her suitcase, ready to embark. Her boyfriend, Lu Dongyang, entered the room, fixing his gaze on her. Lu Dongyang, a handsome civil servant and Pan Duo's university classmate, had a stable income. Their relationship had been harmonious, yet he was extremely protective, often checking up on her, which caused Pan Duo considerable frustration. It could be said that her struggles in the media company stemmed largely from Lu Dongyang's overbearing nature. Noticing his unusual expression, Pan Duo asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Dongyang replied loudly, "Xiao Duo, where are you going?" Pan Duo explained, "Didn't I tell you? The company is organizing a live stream in Antarctica, and it's a fantastic opportunity for me. I need to get to the airport for the gathering." Lu Dongyang frowned and said sternly, "Don't go." Pan Duo, puzzled, asked, "Why not?" Lu Dongyang reasoned, "You've been sidelined in the company for so long. It's clear they don't value you. Now they suddenly offer you a chance to go to Antarctica for a live stream. There must be something amiss. Perhaps the higher-ups have ulterior motives. You shouldn't go." Pan Duo chuckled. "Yang, you're overthinking it. The manager of the media company, Zheng Nan, is a gay man who has a strong aversion to women. Even if I were to pay him, he wouldn't give me a second glance for the higher-ups. They are 2 women in their 30s or 40s. How could they possibly have any ulterior motives?" She tugged at her boyfriend's sleeve, insisting, Yang, I'm in a hurry. Please let me through. When I return, I'll bring you a piece of Antarctic rock." Seeing that Pan Duo was still intent on going, Lu Dongyang grew increasingly frustrated, exclaiming, "I told you not to go. You are my woman, and you must listen to me." Pan Duo also felt a surge of anger but remained patient. Yang, this live stream in Antarctica is a wonderful opportunity for me. I don't want to miss it." The past 2 years had been quite challenging for Pan Duo. Even the simplest desires, such as buying a decent outfit or enjoying a nice meal, required careful consideration. At only 25 years old, her life felt akin to that of a woman in her 30s or 40s, devoid of any financial freedom. Although her relationship with Lu Dongyang was solid, she was weary of living such a constricted life. Unbeknownst to Lu Dongyang, Pan Duo's thoughts were far more complex. He simply knew he could not allow her to go. Pan Duo was beautiful, and since university, she had attracted numerous admirers. Consequently, Lu Dongyang was exceedingly possessive, forbidding her from attending various events, meeting influential individuals, returning late, or even dressing too attractively. At that moment, Pan Duo, seeing Lu Dongyang's resistance, maneuvered around him with her suitcase. Lu Dongyang's expression darkened as he shouted, "Why are you still intent on going? Would it kill you not to go?" Pan Duo's temper flared. "Yes, if I don't go, I might as well die. I'll suffocate." Lu Dongyang bellowed, "If you go, we'll break up." The moment those words left his mouth, Pan Duo froze, staring at him in disbelief, feeling as though she were looking at a stranger. After a long pause, she coldly replied, "Fine, Then let us break up. With that, she grabbed her suitcase and, in her high heels, marched out with resolute steps. She had had enough of this life of financial strain and frustration. That evening, several executives from Xinyu Media, accompanied by 50 hosts, boarded a plane directly to Ushuaia to save time. Zhou had chartered an entire aircraft, significantly expediting their journey. Upon arrival in Ushuaia, the luxurious cruise ship, polar exploration, and a deep-sea fishing vessel awaited them at the port. After disembarking, they immediately set sail, traversing the Drake Passage toward Antarctica. Simultaneously, Xinyu Media launched a massive promotional campaign for this expedition. Feeling the heat? Let us take you to Antarctica. Still sweating away at the office, burning the midnight oil over presentations? Put it all aside. We'll take you to see glaciers and penguins in Antarctica. Chartering a vessel to Antarctica. Are you intrigued yet? This extensive promotion garnered increasing attention, drawing a torrent of online traffic. Even before reaching Antarctica, the host's live streams were already trending wildly. For instance, during regular broadcasts, Antarctica would typically attract around 3,000 viewers. Now, her audience had soared to over 10,000, tripling in size. Similarly, Panduo, whose live stream usually attracted about 2,000 viewers, saw her numbers surge to over 7,000 upon arriving in Ushuaia. Zhou, however, did not accompany them, as he was preoccupied with the impending changes in the financial market and lacked the inclination for leisure. Moreover, he had visited Antarctica before and even had several small icebergs preserved in his collection. Watching the hosts aboard the luxurious cruise ship, navigating the vast ocean, Zhou suddenly reflected on his own wealth. Despite being a billionaire, he possessed remarkably few means of transportation, limited to a handful of cars. He resolved that once this operation concluded, he would invest in 2 super yachts, each exceeding 150 meters in length. Additionally, he intended to purchase a private jet, dismissing smaller aircraft like the Gulfstream, opting instead for a Boeing or Airbus passenger jet. After all, a large passenger aircraft would only cost several $100 million, with annual maintenance and operational costs amounting to a mere few million, a burden he could easily bear. His phone vibrated slightly. Zhou noticed a series of pristine images sent by Antarctica. After watching her dance the previous night, he had added her as a contact. Antarctica was well aware of Zhou's interest and frequently sent him pictures and short videos. It must be said that she had a talent for photography, capturing precisely what Zhou longed to see. Antarctica then sent a short video, in which her delicate face was flushed from the sea breeze, her long hair flowing gracefully, creating an ethereal appearance. In a soft voice, she said, "Zhou, we just crossed the Drake Passage, and the winds and waves are quite fierce. I'm feeling a bit scared. It would be nice to have you by my side." Zhou replied with a voice message, "When will you be live streaming? I'd like to watch." Antarctica promptly replied, "I will begin my live stream immediately." In no time, her streaming room lit up, showcasing her in a resplendent red dress as she broadcasted from the deck. The pristine white deck, the vibrant red of her attire, and the azure sea formed a captivatingly beautiful tableau. The live stream commenced. A multitude of viewers flooded in. "Wow, how stunning!" exclaimed many. Xiaojia's red dress was indeed exquisite, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. Despite the tumultuous waves, her determination to stream was commendable. Xiaojia's hair was simply magnificent. Her abundant locks boasted exceptional quality, evoking an irresistible urge to touch. Yet, what truly captivated was her legs and figure. I dare say that over half of the audience had tuned in primarily to admire Xiaojia's legs and physique. Zhou observed that the viewer count in Xiaojia's streaming room had surpassed 12,000, marking her as a burgeoning online sensation. However, to Zhou, this number seemed rather modest. After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly recharged 10 million in the back end. Subsequently, with a flurry of clicks, he sent 100 years of carnival gifts in Xiaojia's live stream. The carnival effects caught Xiaojia's attention, and she instantly recognized Zhou's support, exclaiming with excitement, "Thank you for the 100 years of carnival. I am immensely grateful." The influx of the carnival gifts brought a tremendous surge in viewership, skyrocketing the audience numbers. Observing the rapid increase, Zhou sent 50 large red envelopes of dough coins, igniting the chat room into a frenzy. With popularity soaring like a rocket, Xiaojia, overflowing with excitement, babbled her thanks. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, Zhou exited the live stream and returned to WeChat. He noticed another girl, Li Kai Lu, had messaged him. This little green tea had also been added last night. What could he do? Her beauty was undeniable, and Zhou was indeed a man easily swayed by appearances. Li Kailu's coy voice came through. Zhou Xiao, my live stream is so desolate. The viewership just one tea budge. Could you possibly think of a way to help me? Zhou chuckled that it seemed this girl had already caught wind of his gifting in Xiao Jie's stream, hastily messaging him in hopes of receiving similar support. Such is the nature of green tea girls. They subtly hint at wanting gifts without stating it outright, employing charm to manipulate others into assisting them. Many boys fall prey to this tactic. Green tea represents a milestone in a young man's journey. Those who fail to navigate it often become sycophants, while those who succeed transform into charismatic figures. Zhou was evidently the latter. He replied candidly, Li Kailu, I have no issue gifting you, but you must offer me something in return. You understand, Li Kailu quickly replied. Zhou Xiao, I understand. I'm very obedient. Just tell me what you want. Competition within Xianyu Media was fiercely intense, with both Li Kailu and Xiao Jie being the most beautiful girls in the company, their rivalry perpetually simmering. Li Kailu possessed remarkable skills, adept at discerning the audience's psychology to secure abundant gifts while offering little in return. Among the three beauties of Xianyu Media, her development outpaced both Xiao Jie and Pan Duo. Nevertheless, after Zhou had just showered Xiao Jie with gifts, her star began to eclipse Li Kailu's, igniting a sense of unease within Li Kailu. Counter Xiao Jie's rising prominence. Li Kailu was determined to act decisively. Whatever Zhou desired, she would agree to it. Zhou was pleased with her response and laughed heartily. Very well, then I shall send you 100 as well. Entering Li Kailu's live stream, he wasted no time and gifted 100 years of carnival. Witnessing the cascade of carnival gifts, Li Kailu's face flushed with excitement, and she practically leaped in delight, nearly bouncing out of her skin. After completing his gifts, Zhou left a note wishing her a fruitful stream and exited the room. That moment, Zhou received a call from Liang Fei Yan. Earlier that morning, he had contacted her to arrange an overseas procurement team to source materials under the guise of an offshore company. Half a day had passed, and he was eager to know whether the procurement team had been assembled. Upon answering the call, Liang Fei Yan's voice came through. Mr. Zhou, we have assembled a procurement team of 46 members. They will depart tonight. Do you have any further instructions? Liang Fei Yan, calling from a bank phone, spoke with the utmost respect. Zhou stated, for this significant procurement, my requirements are speed, discretion, and confidentiality. Is that clear? This procurement involved a vast array of high-tech products and components, various production line lathes, specialized instruments, office buildings, factories, shipyards, and fleets, among others. Given the sensitive nature of certain materials, utmost discretion and confidentiality were paramount during the procurement process. Liang Fei Yan assured him, rest assured, our procurement team is highly professional and will adhere entirely to your specifications. In addition to the domestic team, we will also establish a team overseas. The collaboration of both teams will significantly enhance efficiency. Zhou nodded. Thank you for your hard work. If you execute this to my satisfaction, I shall present you with a grand surprise. The grand surprise Zhou referred to was the establishment of Xianyu Group, with Liang Fei Yan as its president. For some time now, Zhou had been observing Liang Fei Yan. She was ambitious, had strong ideas, and demonstrated remarkable competence. Thus, he believed she would excel in the role of president. Such a position required someone with ambition to thrive. However, this would take time, and Zhou merely hinted at the surprise without elaborating on the other end of the line. Upon hearing about the surprise, Liang Fei Yan was elated. She understood that Zhou was a super-rich individual, and his surprises would undoubtedly be extraordinary. The South Province Meteorological Bureau announced, today, there will be a continuation of extreme heat, with the maximum temperature reaching 50.4 degrees Celsius and a minimum of 46.6 degrees Celsius. The National Disaster Relief Emergency Command Center reminded, as the high temperatures persist, all units must ensure that relevant work is well organized, with responsibilities clearly assigned. 3 days passed, and the world continued to endure the oppressive heat of 50 degrees. With air conditioners and fans becoming the most sought-after appliances, all of which had been sold out in stores, major air conditioning and fan manufacturers were working overtime, striving to meet the overwhelming demand. Orders for air conditioners from abroad poured in like snowflakes, each offering a higher price than the last, causing the heads of air conditioning companies to beam with delight. For the past 2 days, Zhou Yu had been quietly preparing at home. His study had been transformed into a stock trading room, adorned with over 30 screens, a truly spectacular sight. Checking the time, he noted that only a little over 2 hours remained until the melting of the Antarctic glaciers. Prompting him to grab a bite to eat, he then instructed Yin Dongqing that he needed to work in the study and requested not to be disturbed. After ensuring everything was in order, Zhou Yu returned to the study and gradually established his positions. This task had persisted for 2 days, with investments totaling over 57 billion US dollars. He allocated the last of his funds to the futures and foreign exchange markets. Then, fully relaxed, taking out his phone to browse live streams.in the broadcast, the host stood atop a hill. Dear viewers, this heat wave is terrifying. Even the plants are beginning to wither. I am currently at Qingshan Park in the South Province. Look here, the trees are drooping under the relentless sun, their leaves hanging limply. I came across a study stating that when temperatures exceed 46.7 degrees, plant leaves become scorched, losing their ability to photosynthesize, leading to rapid wilting. If this high temperature continues, these trees are likely to perish. All plants across the globe, including flowers and trees, are at risk of dying. The host, drenched in sweat, expressed their concerns. In the live chat, viewers began to voice their thoughts. The host is right. This heat is overwhelming. The trees in my neighborhood have started turning yellow, and the property management has to water them 3 times a day. I am from the countryside, and I can see the trees are indeed withering. If this heat persists, those with weaker vitality will surely perish. Plants are the foundation of the food chain. They must not wilt. If the plants disappear, all animals will perish, including us humans. I hope this heat wave ends soon. We can't endure it, and neither can the plants. Having acquired air conditioners, anyone in possession of one, please contact me. I am willing to purchase at a premium. I too desire some. If anyone has air conditioners to spare, kindly sell a few to me. Zhou Yu swiped his finger and entered the next live stream. The host was a young man in his 30s, seated in a spacious room of over 100 square meters, surrounded by towering piles of appliances and components. That moment, the host was dismantling an air conditioner while exclaiming loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the weather is scorching and everyone needs to run their air conditioners all day. However, the units you have purchased are temperate models, which cannot withstand the extreme heat of 50 degrees for long. Look," he continued. In our repair shop, dozens of malfunctioning air conditioners are delivered daily, and we can barely accommodate them. If you are in the market for an air conditioner, please opt for the anti-explosion, ultra-high temperature models, or the tropical units. These 2 types can operate normally even in 50-degree heat. The audience flooded the comments section in response. Host, you are completely unaware of the situation. Don't talk to me about anti-explosion, ultra-high temperature air conditioners, and tropical models. We can't even get our hands on regular units. They vanish the moment they are stocked. The scene is more intense than the salt rush back in the day. Even as a 20-something, I wouldn't dare get close for fear of being jostled. Damn it, my central air conditioning broke last night, and I couldn't sleep even with 2 fans blowing. Early this morning, I set out to see if I could buy a new air conditioner. I am offering high prices for air conditioners. Anyone with units available, please contact me. I will purchase at 1.5 times the price. Regardless of the model, I also need a few, preferably 3 horsepower. In an instant, the live chat was inundated with messages seeking to buy air conditioners, and Zhou Yu chuckled at the spectacle. Air conditioners were in high demand, utterly unavailable offline. Some savvy netizens were scouring the internet for units, and in any live stream, one could find messages about air conditioner purchases. Zhou Yu had plenty of air conditioners himself, but he had no intention of selling them for now. They might be needed for his factory, so he decided to hold on to them. Zhou Yu opened in Xiao Jia's live stream, where she and several other hosts were aboard a helicopter flying towards a glacier. "Dear family," she exclaimed, "I am currently on a helicopter. Do you see the glacier ahead? We will land on it shortly for an intimate encounter with the Antarctic ice. I am so excited. I will take close-up shots of the glacier for you." The noise of the helicopter was deafening, yet in Xiao Jia, determined to continue the broadcast, spoke with great enthusiasm, creating a comical scene. Aside from Xiao Jia, the other hosts on the helicopter were also fervently engaging with their audiences, creating a lively atmosphere. 10 minutes later, the helicopter landed on the glacier, and Xiao Jia and the other hosts disembarked. She took a few steps on the glacier and excitedly declared, "Family, I have now set foot on the glacier. Let me show you the Antarctic ice." She held up her phone to give everyone a close-up view of the glacier Antarctic, then pulled out a thermometer from her clothing, announcing, "I've heard that Antarctica is extremely cold. Let me show you the temperature here." Huh? And Jia was taken aback. She discovered that the thermometer displayed a temperature of 2 degrees Celsius. The viewers in the live chat erupted with laughter, bombarding the screen with comments. Haha, 2 degrees. That's impossible. The average temperature in Antarctica is minus 30 degrees. The temperature cannot be this high. Jia, your thermometer must be broken. At 2 degrees, the glacier would already be melting. And Jia, realizing the thermometer might indeed be faulty, awkwardly remarked, "All right, it must be the thermometer. Let us not focus on that. Let us explore instead." She cautiously walked a few dozen meters. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. Jia spotted a small stream trickling down the glacier. This scene was captured live for the audience to see. Zhou nodded slightly at the sight of the stream. In a previous life, this stream had been discovered by an American who, upon its revelation, alerted people to the melting glaciers of Antarctica. That individual gained a massive following and became a global internet sensation. Now, Zhou had sent his company personnel to the glacier 3 hours prior, ensuring that the discovery of the melting glacier would be attributed to his own team. There were 7 hosts exploring the glacier, and Jia was the first to notice the stream. She was indeed fortunate, the first to uncover the glacier's melting, and Jia would undoubtedly garner a significant influx of viewers, propelling her to internet fame. Meanwhile, Xinyu Media would also gain greater recognition in the live stream. Viewers were mesmerized by the flowing stream, their comments flooding the chat. What is going on? Am I seeing things? Is there really a stream? Does Antarctica have rivers too? This can't be good. Is this the melting of the glacier? Damn it, I bought a seaside property last month, hoping to live the life facing the sea. Antarctica's glaciers must not have any issues. Quick, Jia, zoom in for us to see. And Jia, glancing at the comments, approached the stream with the camera, bringing it closer. The camera's high resolution allowed viewers to clearly see that it was indeed a stream. As Jia crouched down, she noticed the glacier beneath her feet felt somewhat damp. She wiped her finger along the surface, revealing a layer of water that was now confirmed. This stream was water from the melting glacier. The live chat exploded with responses. Jia's thermometer wasn't broken at all. The temperature in Antarctica is indeed 2 degrees. My heavens, at this temperature, Antarctica will definitely melt. Damn it, the glaciers are really melting. The sky is falling. Something big is about to happen. Didn't the authorities say they were closely monitoring Antarctica? If the glaciers are melting, why haven't they reacted? Where are the officials? Hurry, direct the satellites here for remote temperature sensing. We want to know the real temperature in Antarctica right now. God bless. Please don't let the glaciers melt. My company is right by the sea. If the sea levels rise, my company will be gone. What is a small company like yours worried about? I'm a native of Pengcheng, owning 5 buildings in a village within the city, collecting hundreds of thousands in rent every month. I was planning to live a life of leisure because of these properties. I never expected the glaciers to melt, and my blood pressure is skyrocketing. At this moment, the viewers from coastal regions were the most anxious. Anyone who had seen disaster films knew that melting glaciers would inevitably lead to rising sea levels. If the sea level rose by just 1 meter, many places would be submerged. The consequences of a 70-meter rise were unimaginable. However, among the viewers, some reacted with excitement upon hearing about the melting glaciers. The melting of Antarctica is fantastic. If the sea levels rise, it will drown both Japan and Korea. Let us see where they run to. Bring it on. I'm broke and just waiting for a grand destruction. I hope the Antarctic glaciers melt quickly. Let us all go down together. My company went bankrupt yesterday, and I was feeling terrible. But seeing the glaciers melting has lifted my spirits. Brothers, who understands this mindset? Melt away, let the sea levels rise and drown my boss's properties. I need to rush over and share this good news with my boss to cheer him up. Welcome to the apocalypse. Before the glaciers had even begun to truly melt, a multitude of spectators had already succumbed to hysteria, voicing various opinions to this juncture. Social media outlets recognized the opportunity to capitalize on the trending topic. Without hesitation, they activated their AI writing assistants to swiftly generate visually captivating articles, disseminating them on prominent platforms, thereby attracting a considerable readership. These readers, in turn, propelled the articles through numerous shares across major media applications and social circles. Consequently, The news of the Antarctic glaciers melting spread at lightning speed, drawing massive traffic to the live streaming sessions. An Xiaojia observed an astonishing surge in the number of viewers in her live stream. In a mere 3 minutes, attendance skyrocketed from 18,000 to 35,000, and the increase showed no signs of abating. The official staff monitoring the live stream noted the anomaly in Xiaojia's data, and after witnessing the broadcast, they promptly granted her a significant recommendation, elevating her stream to the homepage. This endorsement further accelerated the growth of her audience. At that moment, other streamers also took notice. And after recovering from their shock, they directed their cameras toward the small stream, launching their own live broadcast with commentary. In an instant, these streamers experienced a frenzied increase in their audience numbers as well. Among these hosts, Li Kale displayed the most cunning and swiftest response. She decisively altered her live stream's title to "Antarctic Glaciers Are Melting. Come and watch." It is undeniable that this strategic move proved to be exceedingly astute, as her audience multiplied tenfold within mere minutes following the name change. Even more gratifying, upon noticing her escalating viewership, the live stream's official team generously provided her with a substantial recommendation, further propelling her audience numbers to new heights. As Li Kale beheld the meteoric rise in her popularity, she was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Meanwhile, in the live streams of the 7 hosts, viewers began to shower them with celebratory messages, including one that read, "Hello, host. I am a staff member from the Meteorological Bureau. Please provide your coordinates so we can immediately deploy meteorological satellites for remote sensing temperature measurements of this area." Upon receiving this message, Xiaojia and the others readily complied, locating their coordinates on their phones and promptly sharing them. The Meteorological Bureau staff responded, "Coordinates received. We will commence temperature measurements immediately. This glacier melting may be an isolated incident. Please remain calm and refrain from spreading rumors. We will announce the temperature results as soon as they are available. Please follow our official account for updates." Following the Meteorological Bureau's announcement, official personnel also entered the live stream, urging viewers to remain calm and avoid panic or misinformation. With the authorities stepping in, the atmosphere in the live stream became more subdued as everyone awaited the Meteorological Bureau's findings. Zhou concluded his live stream and redirected his focus back to the financial markets. At that moment, global meteorological satellites had zeroed in on the glaciers wherein Xiaojia and her companions were located. Soon, temperature data from the glaciers would be released. As 2044 approached, satellite technology had reached impressive heights, and within mere minutes, several countries began to announce their findings. 2.2 degrees Celsius. This temperature undoubtedly constituted a high reading for Antarctica. However, meteorological agencies worldwide clarified that this 2.2-degree spike was an isolated phenomenon, with only one location currently exhibiting such temperatures, while the average temperature across Antarctica remained at a frigid -10 degrees Celsius, warranting no cause for alarm. Yet, despite this being merely an isolated incident, the fear it instigated among the populace was immense. Major media outlets swiftly disseminated news and videos, crafting sensational headlines to capture attention, each more alarming than the last. Antarctic glaciers record a shocking 2 degrees Celsius. What does this mean? Glaciers melting in Antarctica could raise sea levels by at least 70 meters. What lies ahead for humanity? Flee now. The melting of Antarctic glaciers will submerge everything. In this moment, billions stand to lose everything. The disaster film scenario had become a reality. The glaciers were indeed melting. The media's relentless amplification of the narrative hastened the spread of the news at breakneck speed, igniting global fervor as nations hurriedly convened to discuss their responses. Upon the release of the data, the global financial markets immediately experienced intense upheaval. Stocks of certain companies plummeted drastically, particularly those located in coastal cities, where the inundation following the melting glaciers seemed inevitable. Some currencies swiftly depreciated, such as the Japanese yen, as fears mounted that Japan might be submerged, rendering the yen worthless. Consequently, a frantic sell-off ensued, leading to a yen collapse. Conversely, certain commodities surged in value, including corn, soybeans, and cooking oil, as food security became paramount in the wake of impending disaster. For Zhou, these tumultuous shifts in the financial markets presented a prime opportunity for wealth acquisition. In a mere 2 hours, he deftly maneuvered through the futures market, foreign exchange market, and U.S. stock market, amassing over $400 billion. This fortune was distributed across dozens of accounts, rendering it less conspicuous amidst the chaotic financial landscape, thereby avoiding undue scrutiny. After completing his acquisitions, Zhou Yu paced excitedly, reveling in the numbers displayed in his accounts. After a refreshing glass of iced water to clear his mind, he resumed trading, turning his attention to stock purchases. While many believe that the melting of the Antarctic glaciers heralded humanity's demise, transforming both currency and stocks into worthless paper, Zhou Yu understood that human resilience surpassed expectations. Rising sea levels simply relocate to inland cities. Crops failing, establish plant factories and underground gardens. Excessive heat on the surface, dig basements for subterranean living. Insufficient energy, construct numerous nuclear power plants. Water scarcity, set up desalination plants near the nuclear facilities. Food shortages, create mushroom cultivation factories. Rodent breeding facilities, fly breeding operations, worm farms, and maggot production plants. Reluctant to reproduce, encourage, and even mandate childbearing. Lacking funds to marry. Consider sourcing brides from submerged regions at a low cost. In essence, even if the Antarctic glaciers melted and temperatures soared to 50 degrees Celsius, humanity's industrial machinery would continue to operate, life would persist, and currency and stocks would retain their value. Given this reality, Zhou Yu resolved to reinvest his newfound wealth into the financial markets, acquiring shares of major corporations. Presently, as people grappled with apocalyptic fears and stocks of large companies plunged, this moment undoubtedly represented the optimal time for investment. Acquiring shares of these corporations would not only yield a stable cash flow, but also ensure that, even if Zhou Yu chose to take a back seat, these stocks would continue to generate ongoing profits. He was aware that some companies would not only survive, but thrive in the aftermath. For instance, a certain shipping conglomerate rapidly ascended to the top of the industry following the advent of high temperatures, becoming the go-to entity for transporting goods between nations. Similarly, an international grain trading group leveraged its extensive resources, swiftly rising to the status of a premier food supplier, amassing immense wealth. Another advantage of acquiring shares in these companies was the swift expansion of influence, positioning oneself as a true industry magnate. For example, after purchasing shares in an international shipping company, Zhou Yu became a stakeholder, thereby gaining a voice within the corporation. This newfound influence meant that domestic trading firms seeking to transport goods would need to collaborate with him. Likewise, after acquiring shares in an international grain trader, Zhou Yu found that purchasing food became a straightforward endeavor, with others relying on him for their grain needs. In the domestic sphere, even the most successful enterprises paled in comparison. Holding substantial stakes in international companies was the true hallmark of a magnate. Zhou Yu remained fixated on his screen, continuously making purchases. Shipping giants acquired. With rising sea levels, the ocean's expanse would widen, increasing humanity's reliance on shipping. Promising boundless prospects. Pharmaceutical titans acquired. Following the onset of high temperatures, public health would decline dramatically, necessitating an increased demand for medications. Now was the time to invest without risk. Construction magnates acquired that as humanity turned to excavating subterranean dwellings, underground factories, and undertaking global infrastructure projects, the real estate and construction industries were poised for a renaissance. Agricultural leaders acquired. With the arrival of extreme temperatures, many agricultural giants faced collapse. However, there are indeed some agricultural giants that have emerged resilient against the odds. Not only have they avoided collapse, but they have also grown increasingly formidable. Zhou Yu meticulously selected and acquired shares from over 200 companies, holding as little as 6 and as much as 34, thereby directly becoming a major shareholder. The stocks were purchased through multiple accounts, and currently, there is a substantial number of individuals selling their shares, making Zhou Yu's acquisitions remarkably smooth. In addition to acquiring stocks, Zhou Yu has also invested heavily in Japanese yen and Korean won. Many investors believe that after the rise in sea levels, these two nations, Japan and South Korea, will be submerged by the ocean and vanish from the face of the earth. However, in reality, over 80% of Japan's landmass is situated at an elevation of 300 meters. Even if sea levels were to rise by 70 meters, only some plains would be inundated, while the majority of the territory would remain intact. South Korea's situation is quite similar, with an average elevation of 128 meters. Even with a rise in sea levels, destruction would not be absolute. Rather, the losses would be significant. The currencies of these two nations have depreciated sharply. And Zhou seizes the opportunity to invest, anticipating substantial profits in the future. After a night of bustling activity, Zhou harvested 400 billion US dollars from the financial markets, which he promptly reinvested into a vast array of stocks and foreign currencies. Numerous tasks await him, but these can be delegated to a professional team, sparing Zhou from involvement. Presently, Zhou retains approximately 63 billion US dollars, which essentially constitutes the capital for this venture. The profits have been expended, yet the principal remains intact. Zhou intends to divide this sum into two parts, one for personal expenses and the other for purchasing high-quality domestic stocks. There are indeed numerous reputable companies within the country, and their stocks possess considerable investment value. Acquiring shares and becoming a shareholder is a commendable endeavor. As Zhou stepped out of his study, Yin Dongqing, who had been waiting outside, immediately presented him with a steaming cup of ginseng tea. Young Master Zhou, you have toiled throughout the night. A cup of ginseng tea will surely bring you some comfort. Thank you for your efforts, Zhou replied. Yin Dongqing continued, Young Master Zhou, Madame Mo visited last night that I informed her that you were preoccupied, and she quietly departed. Understood, Zhou acknowledged. Yin Dongqing further remarked, Young Master Zhou, I have contacted some individuals in the northeast. They possess some wild ginseng that I wonder if you might be interested. Without even inquiring about the price, Zhou responded, Yes, please procure it for me. Yin Dongqing nodded. Certainly. After finishing his ginseng tea and freshening up, Zhou proceeded to breakfast. The meal was quite simple, consisting of millet porridge, eggs, bread, and a glass of juice. While dining, he unlocked his phone and noticed that dozens of messages had arrived on WeChat. Most of them from women. Among them, and Xiao Jia had sent over a dozen messages, including images, videos, and texts. Young Master Zhou, I adore you. My follower count has now surpassed 7 million, and during my live stream, the audience exceeded 150,000. It's absolutely exhilarating. I can't believe I received over 2 million in gifts after streaming for just 5 hours. My goodness, how should I spend such a fortune? So many foreigners have become my fans. It's simply incredible. Young Master Zhou, the glaciers in Antarctica are melting, and the apocalypse is upon us. What should I do? I can hardly enjoy the scenery anymore. After reading her messages, Zhou casually replied, Eat and drink as you please. Even if the Antarctic glaciers melt, it is not the end of the world. Remain calm. Li Kai Lu, the little green tea enthusiast, sent even more messages, around 30 in total, predominantly comprising videos and images. Alongside 7 or 8 text messages. Is the glacier white? Or am I the one who's pale? Pictures, pictures, pictures. Wow. I am now a big internet celebrity with 6 million followers. Young Master Zhou, how can I express my gratitude? I've heard the apocalypse is near, and I'm quite frightened. Young Master Zhou, I wish to return home. I want to be by your side. If the end of the world comes, let us embrace and face it together. Zhou was at a loss for words. They hadn't even held hands yet. So why the dramatics? Although he recognized her attempt at evoking emotion, he found it somewhat endearing and replied, Upon your return, I shall offer you ample comfort. Liang Fian also sent a few messages. Godfather, everyone is saying the glaciers are melting. What are your thoughts? Thank you immensely. Now that news of the melting glaciers has surfaced, a global buying frenzy has erupted, leaving all supermarkets empty. If it weren't for your reminder, my family would have rushed to the supermarket as well. Godfather, the financial markets are experiencing intense fluctuations. Have you entered the market? If you need assistance, feel free to reach out at any time. In contrast to the two young women, Liang Fian appeared significantly more rational, embodying a mature, empathetic, and astute businesswoman. Zhou replied, I entered the market last night and achieved satisfactory results. I require 2 professional teams to finalize the remaining tasks. We shall discuss this further upon our meeting. Mo Kai similarly sent several messages. Godfather, I miss you. May I come to see you? I just attempted to visit, but Steward Yin informed me that you were busy, so I returned on my own. Am I not obedient? Zhou responded, Come over this evening. Huang Tiantian and Tao Wei also reached out. Zhou had not contacted them in several days, and their messages were likely a means of gauging his interest. These 2 young women were quite perceptive, so Zhou did not wish to appear heartless and casually replied that they could arrange a meeting when he had time. After reviewing the messages, Zhou opened a news app to catch up on the headlines. The most prominent position featured an official announcement. Last night, the Meteorological Bureau recorded a high temperature of 2 degrees in Antarctica and observed signs of glacier melting. According to data, this is merely an isolated incident. and the average temperature in Antarctica currently hovers around -10 degrees. There is no imminent danger of widespread melting in the short term. Thus, there is no need for panic that we are implementing more stringent monitoring of Antarctica, and should any anomalies arise, we will notify the public immediately. Our disaster response agencies are well equipped, and with a population of 1.5 billion brave and capable people, we are confident in our ability to withstand any natural calamities. We also possess 900 million tons of reserve grain, sufficient to sustain the entire nation for a year, making us unafraid of any natural disasters. That we urge everyone to remain calm and conduct their daily lives as usual. Please refrain from spreading rumors or inciting unrest. Those who do will face legal consequences. The comments section beneath the announcement was abuzz with activity. Wow, this announcement is quite imposing. Well said. We have 1.5 billion people and a comprehensive disaster response system with 900 million tons of reserve grain. We fear no disaster. It seems another societal upheaval is on the horizon. I feel invigorated and confident in facing any calamity. A mere glacier melting? I can handle that with ease. To the person above. If you don't live in a coastal city, of course, you have no reason to fear that I'm from Luhai, and I couldn't sleep last night, terrified that the glaciers might melt and the sea would inundate us. Indeed, I also reside near the coast, and I'm quite anxious that I suggest that the authorities dispatch a team of meteorological experts to Antarctica for a live broadcast, ideally a 24-hour stream, so we can stay informed about the situation in Antarctica. In response to the comment above, the hosts from Xinyu Media are currently conducting a 24-hour live broadcast from Antarctica. You can certainly tune in. Zhou scrolled through the trending topics and discovered that they were all related to the Antarctic glaciers. When will the glaciers completely melt? Will ancient viruses from the glaciers spread after the melting? How much will sea levels rise? Should coastal populations prepare for mass relocation? Is the end of humanity upon us? In response to these issues, various self-media outlets sprang forth, fervently analyzing maps and garnering a substantial wave of clicks and followers. Experts and professors, unwilling to be outdone, also made their appearances, hastily recording programs overnight, which drew considerable attention. Zhou watched a few videos but soon lost interest. The discourse from these experts was utterly banal, devoid of any substance. Upon clicking into a live stream, Zhou noticed that the official platform had prominently featured in Xiaojia's broadcast on the homepage, making it readily visible upon entry. Zhou entered the stream and beheld in Xiaojia, gracefully dancing upon a glacier in a striking red gown, though it was the polar night in Antarctica. The vibrant auroras overhead, combined with the reflective ice and snow, created a scene that was anything but dim. Rather, it exuded a misty beauty, and Xiaojia's dance prowess was exceptional, even on the slick ice surface. She moved with poise, executing leaps, spins, and impressive splits, showcasing various challenging maneuvers that captivated a vast audience. Zhou glanced at the viewer count, astonished to find it had reached an astounding 1.03 million. An extraordinary figure indeed. Nearly 2 days prior, and Xiaojia's online audience was a mere 3,000. Now, it had surged past 1 million. A statistic typically reserved for top-tier streamers. It is worth noting that many streamers with tens of millions of followers often only attract a few 100,000 viewers during their broadcasts. How breathtaking. Zhou mused, in Antarctica, where the scenery was dominated solely by glaciers. Watching a dance performance was a welcome diversion. The juxtaposition of the glacier and the red gown was simply stunning, creating a visual masterpiece. With the impending apocalypse looming, it was peculiar that he found himself so engrossed in watching a dance. Zhou perused the barrage of comments, which, alongside Chinese, featured a plethora of peculiar foreign languages, indicating a substantial presence of international viewers in the stream. He surmised that the influx of foreign audiences was precisely why the platform was vigorously promoting in Xiaojia, positioning her live stream in the most conspicuous location. Zhou casually sent 30 virtual gifts before swiping away to enter another live stream, which surprisingly turned out to be Li Kail. She too was broadcasting from the glacier, clad in a delicate green strapless dress that emanated a refreshing elegance, embodying the essence of an ancient Eastern beauty. Though Yu shook his head in disbelief, given the frigid temperatures of Antarctica, it was quite audacious for her to wear such a light and thin garment for her stream. Li Kail's live stream was equally bustling, featuring an online audience of 860,000, with gifts being showered continuously, without pause. It was no wonder she appeared increasingly invigorated, seemingly oblivious to the cold. Zhou similarly sent 30 virtual gifts before moving on, The next stream featured Pandora. In terms of visual appeal, the three beauties of Xinyu Media, Pandora, and Xiaojia, and Li Kailv, could all be rated at 85 points. However, Zhou Yu's interest in Pandora was somewhat greater, for a simple reason. Her mature allure, characterized by a caviar physique, exuded a certain sophistication often associated with mature women. Pandora did not showcase any particular talent. Instead, she merely held her phone, engaging in casual conversation with her audience, occasionally turning the camera to display the scenery. Despite this, her stream attracted a commendable audience of 560,000 after watching for a while. Zhou Yu sent 30 virtual gifts. Pandora, fixated on the screen, noticed the influx of gifts and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. When she recognized Zhou Yu's account, her heart raced. I am to Xinyu. This was clearly the account of her esteemed boss. To her astonishment, the big boss had tuned into her live stream and even sent gifts. What could this mean? Was he interested in her? At that moment, Pandora's heart was tumultuous, and her composure shattered. Zhou Yu exited the live stream and turned his attention back to the news. Feeling quite relaxed, in his previous life, he had been overwhelmed by various doomsday narratives online, prompting him to rush to the supermarket overnight to purchase a plethora of costly items. Now, however, he was well equipped with resources, wealth, property, and a thriving career, which significantly altered his mindset. At this juncture, Zheng Nen sent over a ranking table of streamer followers. Zhou Yu discovered that, capitalizing on the Antarctic glacier buzz, these streamers had flourished remarkably, with Xiaojia's follower count soaring to 21 million. Li Kailv also enjoyed a substantial following, reaching over 16 million. Other streamers experienced significant gains as well, with increases ranging from 6 to over 10 million, truly astonishing figures. This phenomenon was easily explicable. Currently, only these 50 streamers were broadcasting from Antarctica, capturing the attention of viewers worldwide. Thus, a sudden surge in followers by millions overnight was a perfectly natural occurrence. In the coming days, their follower counts would likely continue to soar. The extent of this growth would ultimately depend on their performances. Zhou Yu's phone vibrated gently as Zheng Nen called. Upon answering, he was greeted by an exhilarated voice. "Boss, we struck gold. Overnight, our Xinyu Media has added 24 streamers with millions of followers. It's absolutely exhilarating." Zhou Yu chuckled, feeling quite pleased. Zheng Nen continued. "Now, Xinyu Media has gained national recognition, and we are also gaining international fame. Just moments ago, several individuals contacted me, inquiring about potential investments. Their valuation has already surpassed 1.5 billion. Zhou Yu responded with a nonchalant hum, as this valuation fell within his expectations. The addition of 25 million-level streamers to Xinyu Media, coupled with their burgeoning global prominence, naturally drove up the company's valuation. For a media company, streamers represent a form of asset. The greater the number of top-tier streamers, the higher the company's valuation. At this moment, Zheng Nen expressed profound admiration for Zhou Yu, declaring, "Boss, sending streamers to Antarctica for live broadcasts was truly a stroke of genius. With this strategy, we can undoubtedly ascend to become the largest media company in Nan Province. Who knows, we might even break into the top 30 media companies nationwide." Zhou Yu chuckled, replying, "What is the significance of merely being in the top 30? Our ambition is to reach the top 10. Or even the top 3 nationwide." Zheng Nan, filled with confidence, acknowledged, "You're right. I was indeed thinking too small." Zhou Yu instructed, "In the coming days, you all must diligently continue broadcasting from Antarctica. I have but one requirement. Ensure safety at all costs." "Do you understand?" Zheng Nan comprehended fully. The eyes of the world were upon them. Any mishap would tarnish Xinyu Media's reputation. Zheng Nen promptly assured, "Rest easy, boss, that we prioritize safety immensely each time we venture out to broadcast. We always have bodyguards accompanying us." Zhou Yu nodded and added, "While the Antarctic broadcasts are crucial, filming movies and television is equally important. You must also keep a close watch on that to ensure quality." Initially, Zhou Yu intended for the filming of television and movies to commence today. However, with Zheng Nen heading to Antarctica, he had to delegate the filming responsibilities to a deputy manager. Fortunately, this deputy manager was quite capable. Under her guidance and coordination, preparations were well underway, and filming was set to begin imminently at 9:30 a.m. The domestic stock market opened as anticipated. It plummeted, with stocks across the board experiencing a decline. The screens awash in green. Zhou Yu observed without taking action. These stocks had yet to reach their lowest point that he decided to wait a while longer before making any purchases to ensure better value. Zhou Yu called Liang Fian to arrange a meeting before setting off in his car. Upon exiting the garage, he noticed a considerable gathering of vehicles outside Qingfu, where a long line of people had formed. The scene was chaotic, with security personnel from Qingfu intervening, and even the property supervisor, Wu Tong, had emerged to maintain order. Zhou Yu found himself blocked by several cars and had to stop, lowering his window to inquire. "Supervisor Wu, what is going on?" Wu Tong, hearing Zhou Yu's call, exchanged a few words with the nearby security captain before hurrying over with a smile, saying, "Young Master Zhou, I apologize. Today, we have an unusually high number of visitors, leading to some disorder. Please bear with us for a moment." Zhou Yu surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Are all these people here to buy houses?" Wu Tong replied with a chuckle, "Indeed, there are widespread rumors that rising sea levels will inundate coastal areas. Consequently, wealthy individuals from coastal cities are flocking to inland cities to purchase properties." Zhou Yu was taken aback. These wealthy individuals certainly reacted with remarkable swiftness. It is likely that they set off immediately after watching the live stream to purchase properties here. Such decisiveness and efficiency are precisely why they have amassed their fortunes to this moment. Wu Tong chuckled and said, "In the past, the housing prices in coastal cities were exorbitant, costing 30 to 40,000 per square meter. And in prime locations, even 50 to 60,000. A single property could easily reach several million or even tens of millions. But now, these houses are virtually worthless. One can acquire a property in Luhai for merely a few $100,000. Zhou Yu remarked, "The housing prices in Luhai have plummeted rather swiftly." Wu Tong, in high spirits, continued, "It's not just Luhai. The prices of properties in all coastal cities have dropped to rock-bottom levels. Pingcheng, Yangcheng, Yeqing, Bincheng, Qingdao, Luda, all have witnessed a dramatic decline. Currently, there is a plethora of seaside properties available online, and they are astonishingly cheap. Some seaside villas spanning 3 to 4 acres are available for just over 2 million. Even I find them enticing." Zhou Yu observed the lengthy queue and smiled. With so many people coming to buy properties, it seems the houses in Qingfu will soon be sold out. Wu Tong nodded. "Indeed. I just received news that in less than half an hour, over 40 units have been sold. These buyers are quite straightforward with their payments, hardly bothering to negotiate." Zhou Yu inquired, "Has the price of Qingfu's properties increased?" Wu Tong replied, "Yes, the price per unit has surged by 9,900. It's not just us. Properties throughout the entire southern city are appreciating, with some increasing by 8 to 9,000, while others have risen by 3 to 4,000. Our area comprises high-end developments, hence the significant rise. However, the buyers here are all business owners, successful individuals, or minor celebrities and internet personalities. They are quite affluent, and a slight increase in price does not concern them. At this point, Wu Tong sighed. "Zhou Xiao, your foresight is commendable. You purchased 108 units in one go, and now their value has appreciated by a third. Flipping them would yield billions." Wu Tong extended his thumb, genuinely admiring Zhou Yu. Initially, when Zhou Yu acquired those 108 properties, many deemed him foolish with too much money. Yet, it now appeared that he possessed far-sighted vision and astute investment acumen. After conversing for a while, Wu Tong lowered his voice. "Zhou Xiao, the 108 properties you acquired have the best views. I've heard that some wealthy individuals are interested in purchasing them from you. Would you consider selling?" Zhou Yu replied, "Not for now." Wu Tong nodded. "Understood. Should you wish to sell, you may contact me, and I will ensure you receive a favorable price." After waiting for about 10 minutes, Zhou Yu was finally able to leave. He gently pressed the accelerator and drove to the Xinyu Hotel. The Xinyu Hotel was formerly known as the Green City Hotel. After acquiring it, Zhou Yu changed the hotel's name and placed it under Xinyu Trust Company, transforming it into a subsidiary of Xinyu Real Estate. Following a month of intensive renovations, the Xinyu Hotel had undergone a stunning transformation, evolving from its former dilapidated state into a gleaming establishment that radiated sophistication. The hotel boasts 19 floors, and after the refurbishment, the top floor has been converted into a vast luxury suite, rivaling the presidential suites of five-star hotels. This presidential suite will serve as Zhou Yu's residence and will not be open to the public. It is exclusively maintained by dedicated hotel staff, allowing him to enjoy meals prepared by the hotel chef, offering both convenience and security. After sitting in the presidential suite for a while, Liang Fian arrived. And after a fierce battle, she leaned against Zhou Yu, holding him tightly. Zhou Yu, inhaling her fragrant scent, smiled and said, Fian, your fragrance is quite pleasant. I really like it. Liang Fian beamed with pride. Her fragrance was so appealing that even women like Zhao Zi adored leaning against her to enjoy it. As for the men, they were even more fervent in their admiration. During her school days, she earned the nickname Fragrant Princess, as the boys in her class would often gravitate towards her in hopes of catching a whiff of her scent. Zhou Yu playfully tapped her backside, saying, You seem particularly excited today. Have you encountered some good fortune? Liang Fian shook her head, replying, No good fortune, just the feeling that meeting you is truly wonderful. Encountering you is the greatest blessing of my life. Zhou Yu chuckled softly. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Liang Fian earnestly insisted, Not exaggerated. It's the truth. During this period, she had been clad in luxury goods, dining at fine establishments, and riding in an European GT, elevating her quality of life significantly. She had transitioned from merely living to truly enjoying life. Even the wives of affluent families could hardly compare. All of this was made possible by Zhou Yu. Recently, Zhou Yu had transferred $2 million to her for purchasing properties and supplies. With a substantial stock of resources, Liang Fian felt incredibly secure. Meanwhile, news of the melting Antarctic glaciers had spread like wildfire, causing her colleagues, neighbors, and friends to panic and rush to supermarkets for supplies that in contrast. Liang Fian remained completely unperturbed, sleeping soundly. Her family mirrored her calm demeanor, each of them exhibiting a composed and tranquil attitude. In the morning, her father, mother, and younger brother praised her for being smart and resourceful, commending her for having prepared supplies in advance. Otherwise, their family would have been like their neighbors, scrambling to line up at the supermarket for provisions. Liang Fian understood that it was not her own cleverness that ensured her preparedness, but rather the wisdom of the man before her. Thanks to Zhou Yu's guidance and financial support, she was able to live such a glamorous, carefree, and comfortable life. Thus, her gratitude towards Zhou Yu blossomed from fondness into love. Zhou Yu sensed something peculiar about Liang Fian today, yet he dismissed it, as his heightened physical condition had sharpened his instincts. If Liang Fian harbored any ill intentions, he would surely sense it. Inhaling her delicate fragrance, Zhou Yu felt invigorated once more, and they engaged in another round of intimacy, although Liang Fian felt somewhat unwell. She said nothing and obediently complied throughout. When it concluded, Zhou Yu lifted Liang Fian and strolled through the grand living room to a massive bathing pool, sliding in to enjoy a soak. After a while in the bath, Liang Fian regained some energy and moved over to massage Zhou Yu. While massaging, she remarked, Godfather, you don't seem particularly muscular, yet you feel incredibly solid. No wonder your stamina is so impressive. Zhou Yu laughed heartily. Liang Fian then noticed a faint sulfur scent in the bathwater and asked, Why does this bathwater have a hint of sulfur? Zhou Yu casually replied, This is natural spring water transported from Beisling. It reportedly flows naturally from deep rock layers and is rich in various minerals beneficial to the body. The spring water is a mineral resource. Xinyu Hotel paid a fee and signed a supply agreement with the spring operator, establishing a small transport team to deliver 20 tons daily. The cost involved is not insignificant. However, for Zhou Yu, this expense was hardly a concern. After their bath, the two enjoyed lunch together, then moved to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Savoring coffee while discussing business, Zhou Yu handed Liang Fian a document, saying, Last night, I acquired some stocks. Please assemble an elite team to manage the follow-up that Liang Fian said, glancing at the document, her eyes widening in shock. It detailed Zhou Yu's stock holdings, revealing that he owned shares in 246 companies globally, each valued in the tens, hundreds, or even thousands of billions of dollars. Liang Fian recognized many familiar companies among them, noting that Zhou Yu held a minimum of 6 and a maximum of 34 in each. Typically, acquiring such a substantial number of stocks in the market would be nearly impossible, but it appeared that Zhou Yu had seized the opportunity presented by the recent market panic to turn the improbable into reality. The document did not disclose the amount spent on these acquisitions, but as an insider, Liang Fian made a rough estimate, arriving at a staggering figure that left her dizzy. She slapped her forehead to regain focus and said earnestly, Godfather, I will arrange an elite team to manage the follow-up. When assembling the team, I will ensure they sign a long-term confidentiality agreement to protect your stock information. Zhou Yu nodded and said, Then I shall leave it to you. After speaking, he handed over an authorization agreement, which would allow the team to act on Zhou Yu's behalf for subsequent matters. Liang Fian carefully tucked away the documents and the authorization, remarking, "Godfather, your assets are too numerous. It would be prudent to establish a conglomerate to manage them." Zhou Yu chuckled upon hearing this. As her thoughts aligned closely with his own, that he replied, "That is precisely my intention. I wish to establish two conglomerates, one named Xinyu Group, to oversee my domestic enterprises, and the other called Feiyu Investment Group, to manage my overseas assets. What do you think?" Liang Fian nodded. "I believe that is an excellent idea. However, we must pay careful attention to the design of the equity structure." The two engaged in an extensive discussion regarding the equity structure, during which Zhou Yu realized that Liang Fian possessed considerable knowledge in finance and law. She provided flawless answers to all his inquiries. Zhou Yu could not help but exclaim, "You are quite impressive." Liang Fian smiled modestly. "Of course, the MY academic performance has always been exemplary from elementary school through university. Had I not wished to alleviate my family's burdens early on, I would have pursued a doctoral degree." Zhou Yu lightly tapped his fingers on the table and said, "I would like to entrust you with the task of establishing the conglomerate. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Liang Fian's eyes widened in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. The establishment of a conglomerate is an immensely significant matter, and for Zhou Yu to entrust her with such a crucial responsibility filled her with astonishment. Simultaneously, she felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. If Zhou Yu assigned her the task of forming the conglomerate, it was highly likely that she would also be appointed as its president. This was an unparalleled opportunity for her. Seizing this chance could propel her to new heights, allowing her to swiftly ascend the social ladder and truly become a top-tier figure. The thought of transforming from a bank client manager to the president of a 100 billion conglomerate was exhilarating. With her fingers tightly clenched, her nails digging into her palms, she struggled to maintain her composure. She looked at Zhou Yu and asked, "Godfather, do you truly have such faith in me?" Zhou Yu nodded. "I have been observing you during this time. You possess ambition, capability, and courage, and you are one of my closest confidants. Thus, I believe you can excel in this endeavor." Liang Fian's eyes sparkled with emotion. She was deeply touched by Zhou Yu's high regard for her. She did not deny her ambition. In fact, she believed ambition to be a commendable trait, as those with ambition possess the drive necessary to achieve great things. With determination, Liang Fian declared, "Godfather, please entrust me with the task of establishing the conglomerate. I will not let you down." Zhou Yu replied, "Very well. This task is yours. I will only provide the funding. All other matters will be entirely up to you. Prepare yourself accordingly." Liang Fian, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief. Merely receiving funding without interference was indeed advantageous for her as a subordinate. The most daunting scenario is when an inexperienced boss meddles in specialized matters, hindering progress. Zhou Yu's decision to delegate everything to her would allow her to truly showcase her abilities. At that moment, Zhou Yu added, "Establishing a conglomerate is quite a complicated affair. If you perform well, the position of president will likely be yours." Upon hearing this, Liang Fian felt a surge of adrenaline. She could no longer contain her excitement and declared, "Godfather, I will return immediately to arrange my work and then resign." With that, she stood up abruptly, ready to leave. Zhou Yu glanced at her and noticed her trembling slightly. He smiled and suggested, "You haven't fully recovered yet. Perhaps you should rest a bit before heading back?" Liang Fian shook her head. "No, I can't sleep now. I just want to work. I'm leaving." She clutched the documents and, in her high heels, hurriedly made her way out, unresponsive to calls for her to stop. After Liang Fian departed, Zhou Yu scrolled through his phone for a while before noticing a large shopping mall adjacent to the hotel, which piqued his interest. He decided to explore it. The hotel and the mall were only about 100 meters apart, making it unnecessary to drive. So Zhou Yu walked there directly. As he stepped outside, a wave of heat hit him, making it feel as though his hair might curl. Within a minute, beads of sweat began to trickle down his back. When the external temperature exceeds the body temperature, the human body can only cool itself through perspiration. After walking a few paces and reaching the sidewalk, Zhou Yu noticed that the greenery along the roads appeared lackluster and wilted. Water trucks continuously passed by, slowly driving along the inner edge of the greenery to water the plants and trees. Zhou Yu shook his head. Under the scorching 50-degree heat, these flowers and plants were destined to wither. Even if sanitation workers came every day to water them, it would be futile. In the future, if people wish to cultivate flowers and trees, there are only two methods: One is to construct air-conditioned rooms to maintain temperatures below 30 degrees. And the other is to dig underground planting chambers and channel sunlight in. Both methods are costly, only feasible for the wealthy. Ordinary individuals, already exerting all their effort to survive, cannot afford to cultivate plants. Zhou Yu quickened his pace and arrived at the mall's entrance, where he found it filled with cars, and several security guards were hoarsely maintaining order with loudspeakers. He navigated around a few vehicles and entered the mall, where he immediately felt a refreshing coolness. Inside, the crowd was overwhelming, to the point of congestion. Some people were there to make purchases, while others simply sought to enjoy the air conditioning. Zhou Yu made his way toward the food section, only to find the shelves nearly empty, with even soy sauce sold out. A group of elderly women was gathered around a female sales associate, voicing their complaints. In such a large mall, how can you not even have instant noodles? When I visited yesterday, there were plenty of snacks and bread available on the shelves. How is it that overnight, the snacks have disappeared? Miss, when will you restock? The sales associate explained. Ladies, there was a significant rush last night, and all the beverages and food in the supermarket have been cleared out. Our team is currently working hard to restock. Please be patient. One elderly woman asked. Young lady, do you still have milk for sale? I would like to buy a few cartons. Upon hearing the mention of milk, the surrounding crowd quickly gathered, as milk is a staple requirement for both adults and children. The sales associate replied. All the milk in the mall has been sold out. As for what is in the warehouse, I cannot say. You may wait a moment to see. Then we shall wait. It was widely believed that common items like milk would likely still be available in the warehouse, so they decided to wait for restocking. Zhou Yu listened quietly without interjecting. He understood that, with a bit of extra payment and a little patience, one could still procure milk for the time being. However, in a few days, even if one were willing to pay more, it would be impossible to find. The reason was simple. The dairy cows would have perished from the heat. Dairy cows are more tolerant of cold than heat. Their preferred temperature range is between 8 to 20 degrees in the sweltering 50-degree weather. Such conditions are fatal for dairy cows. Under such extreme temperatures, they would suffer severe heat stress, resulting in mass mortality. Unless they are housed in air-conditioned facilities, all dairy cows would perish. However, the cost of raising dairy cows in air-conditioned environments is significantly higher, making it unaffordable for the average person. The widespread death of dairy cows also leads to a severe consequence: the disappearance of milk powder. Many families with infants face insufficient breast milk and rely on formula to supplement. Without milk powder, the implications would be dire. Zhou Yu recalled that starting from late May, the price of milk powder began to skyrocket, with a can that previously cost 200 to 300 yuan now exceeding 800 by June. The price surged even more, with a can of ordinary domestic milk powder reaching 1,500 to 2,000 yuan. And even at that price, supply was scarce. Zhou Yu meandered through the mall and arrived at the electronics section, where the most sought-after items were air conditioners, refrigerators, and fans, with long queues of customers waiting to purchase them. Among the throng, a striking figure in high heels caught Zhou Yu's attention. He approached and greeted. Sister Chun. Chun Qingshuang smiled and said, Zhou Yu, what brings you here? Zhou Yu replied with a grin, I'm not buying anything. I just came to browse. By the way, Sister Chun, what are you doing here in line? The shopping mall is quite a distance from the Donghu residential area, and I cannot fathom why Chun Qingshuang has come here. With a look of helplessness, Chun Qingshuang remarked, I am here to purchase an air conditioner. My father's unit has malfunctioned, and he cannot sleep at night due to the heat. I wish to buy him a new one. However, air conditioners are in high demand, and there is a shortage everywhere. I've already visited 3 malls today, and I am uncertain if this one will have what I need. Before Zhou Yu could respond, the people in line nearby chimed in. Indeed, air conditioners are exceedingly sought after. I have already been to 2 places myself. I've been at it for 2 days. I hope this mall has an air conditioner. It's impossible to sleep without one. It's truly a struggle. Alas, not only are air conditioners scarce, but they are also exorbitantly priced. A 2-horsepower unit starts at 4,500 yuan, which is a staggering increase. Zhou Yu observed the lengthy queue ahead and said, Sister Chun, there are far too many people in front of you. Even if they do have air conditioners for sale, it is unlikely you will get one. Chun Qingshuang replied, Since I am already here, I might as well wait. Who knows? I might just get lucky. Zhou Yu remembered that he had a surplus of air conditioners in his space, since Chun Qingshuang was in urgent need. He decided to lend her one. With that thought, Zhou Yu patted Chun Qingshuang on the shoulder and beckoned her aside. I have an air conditioner available that you can use for now, he said. Chen Xingxuang's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, then I shall not be polite. Where is the air conditioner? Zhou Yu nodded and replied, it's in my car. Let us head to the hotel parking lot to retrieve it. Subsequently, Zhou Yu rode in Chen Xingxuang's BMW 3 Series to the hotel parking lot. Zhou Yu exited the vehicle first, and, while Chen Xingxuang parked, he opened the trunk and placed the air conditioner inside. As Chen Xingxuang approached and spotted the unit, a smile blossomed on her face as she exclaimed, T3 tropical air conditioner. Zhou Yu, I cannot thank you enough. I will transfer the money to you. Without hesitation, she transferred 5,000 yuan to Zhou Yu. Once the transaction was complete, she effortlessly moved the air conditioner by herself, leaving Zhou Yu astonished by her strength. Brother Cheng's health may be poor, yet he married a woman of such strength. It's no wonder he struggles. Zhou Yu mused silently. Chen Xingxuang settled into the car and said, Zhou Yu, tonight I will prepare a feast for you. You must come over for dinner. Zhou Yu, wishing to visit his old house, readily agreed. At 6 p.m., Zhou Yu drove back to the Donghu residential area. As he ascended the stairs, he happened to see Zhang Yang returning with a long-haired girl. The girl was simply yet refreshingly dressed, clearly a first-year college student. In just a week, Zhang Yang had already changed girlfriends. He truly knows how to enjoy life. Zhou Yu greeted him, saying, Zhang Yang, finished with class? Upon seeing Zhou Yu, Zhang Yang's expression grew somewhat peculiar as he replied, Yes, it's sweltering. I rushed back as soon as class ended. Zhou Yu inquired, Surely your school has air conditioning? Zhang Yang sighed. The dormitory has it, but it's just a standard unit that frequently malfunctions. To get a good night's sleep, I have no choice but to stay at a rental. Zhou Yu chuckled softly, thinking to himself that Zhang Yang had not come to the rental merely to sleep, but rather for more pleasurable pursuits. Zhang Yang cleared his throat and asked quietly, Brother, what do you usually eat? Zhou Yu casually replied, Oysters, venison, snake meat, beef. Zhang Yang exclaimed, No wonder you're so robust. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Zhou Yu entered first, while Zhang Yang and the long-haired girl entered room 903. The girl asked, Zhang Ge, didn't you just say that neighbor is quite formidable? Zhang Yang nodded. Indeed, he is quite the individual. Upon returning home, Zhou Yu tidied up and, just as he finished, heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Cheng Yuan, who greeted him with a smile. Zhou Yu, dinner is ready. Xingxuang has invited you to eat. Zhou Yu nodded. All right. Cheng Yuan glanced around and said in a hushed tone, Little brother, this is quite the opportunity. Let us encourage Xingxuang to drink a bit more. You know what I mean. In recent days, due to the high temperatures, both Cheng Yuan and Chen Xingxuang's companies had shortened work hours and even encouraged working from home, allowing them to spend more time together. Whenever Chen Xingxuang had nothing to do at home, she would prepare soups and dishes for Cheng Yuan, who needed to drink several bowls daily. This existence was nearly unbearable for him. He now dreaded seeing Chen Xingxuang and could only think of escaping through divorce. Noticing Zhou Yu's dazed expression, Cheng Yuan added, Little brother, I believe you and Xingxuang are a perfect match. If you married her, you could enjoy delicious soups every day. Your happiness index would surely skyrocket. You must seize this opportunity. Zhou Yu scratched his head, feeling both amused and bewildered, unsure how to respond. In his 2 lifetimes, he had encountered all kinds of people, but this was the first time he had met someone eager to set their wife up with another. The two arrived at room 901, where Chen Xingxuang was still busy in the kitchen, and the dining table was laden with an impressive array of dishes, including 7 meat dishes, quite extravagant indeed. Zhou Yu observed, This spread is rather lavish. Hearing the noise, Chen Xingxuang emerged from the kitchen, shaking the water from her hands as she replied, What is so surprising? You've done me a great favor. It's only right that I treat you to a good meal. Cheng Yuan chimed in, Zhou, after dinner, you and Xingxuang should have a few drinks together. Both of you are capable drinkers. With such fine dishes, it would be a waste not to enjoy a few glasses. Chen Xingxuang insisted, pushing Zhou Yu into a seat. That's right. Let us drink a bit more. Zhou Yu glanced at a plate of beef and asked, This beef must be expensive, right? Chen Xingxuang shook her head. Not at all. It's 25 yuan per gene. Currently, meat prices in the market are quite low. I'm not sure why. Zhou Yu explained, the low prices are due to farms and ranches fearing livestock might perish from the heat. They are rushing to sell, leading to oversupply and plummeting prices. Once the livestock situation stabilizes, prices will skyrocket. You should take advantage of this time to buy more meat. and store it if your fridge is full. Consider making sausages and cured meat. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingshuang immediately turned to Cheng Yuan, saying, "Tomorrow, you should buy a batch of meat." Cheng Yuan nodded eagerly, though venturing out in the scorching heat was a chore. He was more than willing, as it meant avoiding Chen Qingshuang's displeasure. Chen Qingshuang then turned to Zhou Yu. "Have some wine. What would you like to drink?" Before Zhou Yu could respond, Cheng Yuan brought over 2 bottles of high-proof liquor. Grinning as he said, "When drinking, one must indulge in strong spirits. It's truly exhilarating." He attempted to open a bottle, but after some time, the cap remained stubbornly sealed. Chen Qingshuang, unable to bear it any longer, took the bottle, gripping the neck with one hand and the cap with the other, effortlessly twisting it open. With a flick of her fingers, she sent the cap flying directly into the trash bin. Zhou Yu's eyelids twitched. Chen Qingshuang's fingers were slender, delicate, and white as scallions, exuding a faint sheen that seemed almost translucent, just as the ancients described delicate jade hands. Yet, such beautiful hands possessed immense strength. Creating a striking contrast, Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask, "Sister Chen, have you practiced martial arts?" Chen Qingshuang nodded. "I practiced for about 10 years. I was once part of the provincial martial arts team." Zhou Yu understood. No wonder Chen Qingshuang was exceptional. She had indeed trained. Anyone who made it onto the provincial team was selected from millions, and none were ordinary. Curiously, he asked, "Sister Chen, if you were part of the provincial martial arts team, why did you become an accountant?" Chen Qingshuang replied, "I injured someone, and subsequently left the team to pursue accounting." After a moment's thought, she added, "It was about 8 years ago. I witnessed a few thugs bullying a little girl in a narrow alley. I was furious and intervened, breaking their bones. I was later taken to court, but fortunately, the judge ruled it as an act of heroism, and I only had to pay for medical expenses. However, I had still harmed someone, and the provincial team advised me to leave." This matter was indeed a first for Cheng Yuan. Upon hearing that Chen Qingshuang had reduced several small ruffians to mere bones, his complexion turned ashen. He was well aware of his wife's formidable capabilities, yet he had never anticipated them to reach such extraordinary heights. Fortunately, since their marriage, he had been exceedingly cautious, never daring to provoke her wrath. Otherwise, Zhou Yu lamented, "What a pity. Sister Chen, with your remarkable skills, had you remained with the provincial team, securing several championships would have been a mere formality." Chen Qingshuang, lifting a bottle, poured Zhou Yu a glass of wine. Cheng Yuan wished to partake as well, but upon receiving a sidelong glance from Chen Qingshuang, he promptly withdrew. Chen Qingshuang then rose, retrieving a bowl of thick soup from the kitchen and placing it before Cheng Yuan, declaring, "You cannot drink alcohol. You may only have soup. Drink up." Cheng Yuan stared at the viscous concoction before him, his expression one of dismay. "Damn it, drinking soup every day, while my physical ailments remain untreated. I seem to have acquired a psychological disorder." He longed to shatter the bowl in frustration, yet he dared not. Chen Qingshuang was not to be trifled with, and should he break the bowl, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Thus, with a furrowed brow, Cheng Yuan resigned himself to consuming the soup, which was so thick it resembled glue, necessitating he take it in small spoonfuls. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not shared. Zhou Yu observed Cheng Yuan's plight without a hint of pity, even stifling a chuckle. Zhou Yu picked up a piece of beef, savored it, and exclaimed, "Sister Chen, this red wine-braised beef is absolutely exquisite." Chen Qingshuang smiled, encouraging, "If it pleases your palate, indulge further. Come, let us share a toast." The two raised their glasses and drank deeply. Chen Qingshuang then offered Zhou Yu a piece of meat, stating, "This is donkey meat. In the south, it's quite rare to find. Do try a piece and savor the flavor." Zhou Yu took a bite, relishing its tender and flavorful texture. The old adage, heavenly dragon meat and earthly donkey meat, rang true. Zhou Yu recalled the dozens of tons of donkey meat he had stored away, yet he had never gotten around to enjoying it. After finishing the donkey meat, Zhou Yu poured himself a glass of wine. "Pour me one too," Chen Qingshuang requested. "Sister Chen, you've already had a glass. Can you handle more?" Zhou Yu inquired. Cheng Yuan interjected, "Of course she can. Pour the wine." Chen Qingshuang affirmed, "If I can handle it, do pour." Zhou Yu obliged, and as Chen Qingshuang raised her glass to clink with his, they both downed their drinks. Zhou Yu initially assumed that as a woman, Chen Qingshuang's tolerance for alcohol would be limited. However, he quickly realized he was gravely mistaken. Chen Qingshuang possessed an exceptional tolerance. After consuming 2 bottles of Wu Yangye, her complexion remained unchanged. Zhou Yu had read that individuals who do not flush while drinking possess remarkable metabolic abilities. And Chen Xingxuang seemed to fit that description. He himself shared this trait. After downing more than a bottle of the potent liquor, he felt no different than usual, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. After finishing the Wuliangya, Chen Xingxuang appeared unsatisfied and procured 2 bottles of matai, and they continued to drink. Even then, she showed no signs of intoxication. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Yu remarked, "Sister Chen, your drinking capacity is astounding. Among all the women I've encountered, yours is the best. You outdrink many men." Chen Xingxuang, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with mirth, replied, "I've trained for it, which is why both my drinking and eating capacities are considerable." As Zhou Yu and Chen Xingxuang indulged in their libations, Cheng Yuan, after finishing his soup and consuming a few bites of food, succumbed to slumber, his head resting on the table. Zhou Yu was taken aback. "How did he fall asleep so quickly?" Chen Xingxuang cast a glance and stated nonchalantly, "His health is poor. This is to be expected. I'll assist him to the bedroom. He can sleep there." Without requiring Zhou Yu's help, Chen Xingxuang effortlessly guided Cheng Yuan to the bedroom, and the two continued their drinking until well past 10 o'clock. But at this point, Chen Xingxuang's complexion had taken on a subtle flush, indicating she had finally reached a slight level of inebriation. Nevertheless, she walked steadily, likely only 3/10 drunk. Zhou Yu returned home, poured himself a cup of tea, took a shower, and then reclined on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Meanwhile, the sounds of a spirited altercation from room 903 echoed through the walls, quite intense. After a while, Zhou Yu heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Chen Xingxuang standing there, clad in a black sleep dress that shimmered, presumably made of silk. The contrast of the black fabric against her fair skin was both striking and alluring. "Sister Chen, is there something you need?" "Come in," Zhou Yu said. Chen Xingxuang nodded and entered, taking a seat. The raucous sounds from next door persisted, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere between the two solitary figures. Zhou Yu hastily broke the silence. "Sister Chen, has Cheng Ge fallen asleep?" Chen Xingxuang confirmed with a nod. "I added something to his soup. He will sleep soundly until dawn." Zhou Yu was astonished. "You added something to the soup? That's quite a peculiar approach." At this juncture, Chen Xingxuang made a startling revelation. "I know that Cheng Yuan has women outside, and not just one. That you must be aware of this, right?" Zhou Yu nodded. Indeed, he regarded Chen Xingxuang with curiosity. It was peculiar that she seemed so composed, seemingly unperturbed by this knowledge. Zhou Yu inquired, "Since you know, why not address it?" Chen Xingxuang sighed. "When I first discovered this, I was indeed infuriated, contemplating giving him a good beating. However, I ultimately refrained for 2 reasons. The first is that his father once saved my father, thus he has a debt of gratitude to my family. His father is in poor health and quite proud. I cannot afford to escalate the situation. The second reason is that Cheng Yuan is already unwell. A single slap from me could leave him bedridden for a month or 2, and I would be the one to bear the burden." Zhou Yu suggested, "If you aren't going to hit him, at least give him a warning?" Chen Xingxuang replied, "I can't be bothered to say anything. However, I have punished him ever since I discovered his infidelity. I have denied him any intimacy and enforced a daily regimen of soup." Zhou Yu was taken aback. He had assumed Chen Xingxuang's daily soup making was an expression of concern for Cheng Yuan. Little did he know it was, in fact, a form of punishment. Chen Xingxuang was an excellent cook. She could whip up delicious soups, but she could just as easily concoct those that were utterly unpalatable. It was no wonder that Cheng Yuan's face contorted in misery each time he consumed his soup, making him appear as though he were eating something vile. In his heart, Zhou Yu silently mourned for Cheng Yuan. In the days to come, it seemed Cheng Ge would continue to endure his daily soup regimen. As for how long this would last, that remained uncertain. The two fell into silence, the sounds of the altercation next door continuing unabated. Chen Xingxuang gestured towards the neighboring room and asked Zhou Yu, "Is this truly such a pleasurable experience?" Zhou Yu, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, responding, "I suppose so. They all claim it's quite delightful." Chen Xingxuang fixed her gaze on Zhou Yu. "Let me experience it." Zhou Yu was taken aback. What was Sister Chen implying? Was this a form of retribution against Cheng Yuan? He found himself perplexed by her intentions and mindset. Yet his blood surged with excitement, eager for the prospect. "Should we turn off the lights?" "No need. Come over here. Alright. In room 903, Zhang Yang and the long-haired girl lay in bed, utterly unable to fall asleep. The uproar from next door was simply too intense. The long-haired girl glanced at the time on her phone, exclaiming in disbelief, "It's been 3 hours already." Zhang Yang, "Is your neighbor even human?" Zhang Yang wore a wry smile, replying, "Now you understand why I call him the ferocious one. Go fetch the headphones. Without them, we might as well forget about sleeping tonight." In the morning, Zhou Yu opened his WeChat to find a message from Chen Qingxuang. The experience was delightful. The 3 consecutive exclamation marks clearly indicate that Chen Qingxuang is quite pleased. Zhou Yu smiled and exited WeChat, only to find several text messages on his phone, which he promptly opened to read. These messages were all from official sources. Nowadays, the authorities send daily notifications, and Zhou Yu has become accustomed to it. The National Disaster Emergency Command Center announced, due to the daytime temperature soaring to 50 degrees Celsius. In order to reduce travel and mitigate the hazards posed by the extreme heat, working from home is being encouraged. The government has begun to advocate for remote work, but as the heat persists, they will further promote night shifts with daytime rest. The National Meteorological Administration reported. Currently, the average temperature in Antarctica is minus 10.3 degrees, with no signs of melting as of yet, so there is no cause for concern. We will continue to monitor closely and will report any anomalies immediately. Zhou Yu's gaze sharpened slightly. He calculated the time and realized that in just a couple of days, the Antarctic glaciers would begin to melt comprehensively, which would once again send shockwaves around the world. The State Administration for Industry and Commerce, along with the National Price Bureau, stated, "Recently, there have been significant fluctuations in national prices, severely impacting daily life. Therefore, we will jointly establish a National Price Supervision Task Force to strengthen market price management. The authorities have exhausted all means to curb price hikes. While there has been some effect, it is minimal. As the saying goes, you have policies, and I have countermeasures. If you prohibit me from raising prices, I shall simply declare that I have no stock." Subsequently, supermarkets and factories have taken their goods to the black market, thereby evading regulation. Zhou Yu recalled that the authorities eventually took over related factories to control prices from the source, the health department of Nanjing province advised, due to a surge in the number of patients seeking medical attention. To ensure order in medical services and facilitate access to healthcare, please download the app and queue through it. Queue jumping and reselling appointment slots are strictly prohibited. After the heat wave, hospitals have become the busiest, yet most chaotic places. Scalpers, pharmaceutical traffickers, and con artists flock to hospitals, exploiting people's urgent need for medical assistance to make a fortune unethically. The authorities eventually apprehended a number of them and executed several to restore order in the hospitals. The Nanjing Province Fire Department reported, yesterday, the province experienced a total of 3,560 fires, resulting in 963 fatalities. Please remain vigilant about fire safety. Ensure that all electrical, gas, and fire sources are turned off when going out. Zhou Yu sighed. Thousands of fires occurring in a single day left the fire services overwhelmed. However, this was merely the beginning. As the extreme heat continues, the number of fires would escalate, with the parched forests igniting at the slightest spark, rendering them virtually impossible to extinguish. Zhou Yu remembered that in about 10 days, a significant number of outdoor plants would wither away. When that happens, a single fire could envelop the entire city in a haze of smoke, blocking out the sun. Many individuals with respiratory ailments would be rushed to already overcrowded hospitals, further burdening the exhausted doctors and nurses. Simultaneously, the overwhelming influx of patients would lead to a shortage of medicines, causing prices for certain drugs to skyrocket, making healthcare increasingly difficult to access. The rising temperatures do not merely signify heat. They are having a comprehensive impact on people's livelihoods, ushering in profound and long-lasting changes. Stepping outside, Zhou Yu glanced at the living room and sofa, which had turned into a battlefield of chaos the previous night. However, when Chen Qingxuang left, she tidied everything up, restoring order and cleanliness. The elder sister truly embodies thoughtfulness and understanding. As Zhou Yu finished washing up and was having breakfast, a call came in from Qian Baifeng. 4 days prior, Zhou Yu had assigned Qian Baifeng the task of procuring large quantities of poultry and livestock, such as chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep, for making preserved meats, and he was curious about the progress. Zhou Yu answered the call, proactively inquiring, "Hello, Manager Qian, how is everything going?" Qian Baifeng replied, "Hello, boss. The situation is quite good. Over the past few days, we have procured a substantial amount of poultry and livestock, including 680,000 chickens, ducks, and geese. as well as over 13,000 pigs, cattle, and sheep. Currently, all these animals have been slaughtered. Some are being sun-dried, while others are in the curing room, and some have been processed into sausages. Upon hearing these figures, Zhou Yu was somewhat astonished and remarked, "How did you manage to slaughter so many poultry and livestock in just a few days?" Qian Baifeng chuckled and explained, "Our processing plant has an automated slaughter line that can handle 70,000 chickens a day if operated continuously. Additionally, we rented 5 slaughter production lines at a high price from a slaughterhouse. Thus, the procured poultry and livestock were quickly processed. We also hired over 2,000 temporary workers to assist with the procurement, slaughtering, and processing, ensuring everything went smoothly without any issues." Zhou Yu nodded in approval and said, "Well done." "Are there any difficulties?" Qian Baifeng responded. "There are 3 challenges. First, our procurement funds are nearly depleted. If we are to continue purchasing, you will need to transfer more money. Second, we have run out of spices. Making preserved meats and sausages requires ingredients like Sichuan pepper, star anise, dried chili, cinnamon, and bay leaves. But these spices are currently unavailable. We are trying to source them from other regions that it would be ideal if we can purchase them. If not, we will need your assistance. The third issue is that the first batch of preserved meats and sausages is nearly ready. Due to the large quantity, our storage space is insufficient, and we need to find a place to store them." After listening, Zhou Yu lightly tapped his fingers on the table and provided his response. "Starting today, your processing plant will cease all procurement and will no longer acquire any poultry or livestock. Once you finish processing the current stock, shut down the plant. I have a large chain of cold storage facilities under my name. I will send you the contact information shortly. The processed preserved meats and sausages should be delivered there. Pay the temporary workers a sum and let them go. On the other end of the line." Qian Baifeng was taken aback. He had anticipated continuing the large-scale procurement to convert more poultry and livestock into preserved meats and sausages. He did not expect the boss to call it off. "Boss, why are we stopping?" Qian Baifeng asked. Zhou Yu replied, "We have already procured enough. There is no need to continue. In truth, the reason Zhou Yu requested the halt was to avoid drawing attention. He was aware that soon, the authorities would take over food-related factories entirely. If he went on with extensive procurement, the factory would undoubtedly be seized. Therefore, knowing when to retreat was the wisest choice. As he was about to hang up, Zhou Yu suddenly recalled that with the soaring temperatures, vegetables would become increasingly scarce and expensive. It would be prudent to establish a vegetable farm to supply his hotel and employees with fresh produce. "I want to set up a farm for growing vegetables. You can take charge of this matter," Zhou Yu instructed. Qian Baifeng was already aware that the boss occasionally had some unorthodox ideas, so he was not surprised by Zhou Yu's proposal for a farm. "Boss, given the current weather, it's not feasible to grow vegetables directly. We must construct greenhouses or photovoltaic greenhouses for cultivation. Then let's build a photovoltaic greenhouse. The higher cost is of no concern. As for the farm, it would be best to acquire one. If that isn't possible, then we can purchase a piece of land to establish one ourselves." "Understood," Zhou Yu continued. "The larger the farm, the better. Do not worry about funding. By the way, seeds will likely become hard to procure as well, so arrange for someone to buy vegetable seeds immediately." "As many as possible," Qian Baifeng promptly agreed. "Okay. In truth, Zhou Yu possessed a substantial stock of seeds, but he preferred to conserve them for the long haul, as natural disasters were bound to persist. After arranging these matters, Zhou Yu opened a live stream. To his surprise, the first live stream was still hosted by Xiaojia. It appeared that the official support for her was exceptionally strong. On screen, Xiaojia stood on a massive fishing boat, excitedly announcing, "Everyone, tired of glaciers? Today, let's see something fresh. Do you see this big ship? That's right. We are fishing. We are currently in Antarctic waters, teeming with Antarctic krill, Antarctic cod, Antarctic eel, and Antarctic perch, all delectable seafood. The fishing boat is hauling in the nets. Let's see what the catch is like." In the live broadcast room, the audience exhibited a profound fascination with Antarctic fishing, continuously inundating the screen with barrage comments and showering gifts. Zhou Yu glanced at the viewer count, astonished to find it nearing 4 million, a staggering figure indeed. Even the most prominent internet celebrities with hundreds of millions of followers struggled to achieve such numbers during their streams. However, it was evident that the majority of these viewers were captivated by the allure of Antarctica rather than by the charms of Xiaojia. Should Xiaojia return from Antarctica, the viewership would likely plummet dramatically, with even maintaining 50,000 online viewers being a notable feat. At that moment, As the fishing vessel's winchward, a colossal net was hoisted from the depths of the sea. Elevated to an angle before being gently lowered onto the deck. Through the lens, the audience could vividly discern the net brimming with a vibrant crimson hue, teeming with countless krill. It appeared to contain no less than several dozen tons. A truly magnificent sight. Wow, is this the Antarctic krill? There's an astonishing amount. My goodness, this haul must weigh several tons. What fortune it could yield. Xiao Jie drew the camera closer, revealing a massive fish weighing several hundred pounds. And it seems there's an enormous squid as well. At this juncture, and Xiao Jie approached the net, allowing everyone to clearly see an immense squid thrashing desperately within. Goodness, that squid is colossal. Could it be the legendary sea monster? A voice from the live chat inquired. Are there any marine biologists in the audience? Please identify this squid. A professor of marine science chimed in. This squid appears to be a giant squid. There have been reports of fishing vessels capturing specimens weighing up to 900 pounds, and experts estimate they can grow to a staggering 1,500 pounds. However, this species typically resides at depths of 1,000 to 2,000 meters. How on earth has it been caught? Is there some upheaval occurring in Antarctica? Upon hearing the professor's remarks, the barrage of comments in the live room momentarily ceased. My goodness, a giant squid that inhabits depths below 1,000 meters has been caught. This omen does not bode well. Indeed, it feels as though something is amiss in Antarctica, and it may very well be melting. First, we witness a 2-degree rise in temperature, and now the deep-sea squid has surfaced. This is undeniably abnormal. Many viewers began to sense the irregularity and engaged in fervent discussions. Zhou Yu then navigated to Li Kai-lu's live stream at that moment. Li Kai-lu was also broadcasting from aboard the fishing vessel, with her viewer count reaching an impressive 3.12 million. Clearly, the allure of the green tea girl had captivated many. Li Kai-lu, holding her phone close to the giant squid, displayed an expression of feigned fear that tugged at the heartstrings of numerous male viewers. Zhou Yu noticed that the number of gifts showered in her stream surpassed that of Xiao Jie. It must be said that Li Kai-lu possessed an innate talent for live streaming. With just a modicum of resources, she could easily ascend to fame. Zhou Yu resolved that upon her return, he would offer her more roles in films and television series, transforming her from an internet sensation into a bona fide star. Departing from Li Kai-lu's live stream, Zhou Yu glanced at other streamers, finding that they too were flourishing. As noon approached, he received a call from Su Desan, a connection made through Qinghe. Although Su's background and family remained a mystery, Zhou Yu surmised he was likely a second-generation wealthy individual. Upon answering, Su Deshan's cheerful voice resonated. Zhou Xiao, are you free tonight? Zhou Yu replied. I'm. Su Desan continued with enthusiasm. That's splendid. We're hosting a yacht party at 8 this evening, and I'd like to invite you. Zhou Yu's interest was piqued. A yacht party promised a celebration of wealth and beauty, an enticing prospect. However, he voiced a concern. But isn't Nan province an inland city? Are there even yachts here? Su Desan chuckled heartily. A friend of mine is a member of the Guangdong East Yacht Association and recently acquired a 25-meter luxury yacht. Just a few days ago, he navigated it along the inland river from Guangdong East, and the fuel alone cost over 100,000. It seemed he wished to flaunt his acquisition, hence the yacht party. If you have no plans, come and join us. Zhou Yu inquired, who else will be attending the party? Su Desan explained, it will be individuals from our circle, all young and of similar status, aiming for a night of enjoyment. Of course, aside from revelry, we will also exchange resources. Feel free to participate or simply observe. There are no strict rules. After pondering, Zhou Yu decided it would be worthwhile to experience the gathering, with a smile. He confirmed, all right, I will definitely attend. Su Desan responded, it's settled then. I will send you a QR code shortly. Just present it when boarding the yacht. Before long, a QR code appeared on Zhou Yu's phone. At noon, Chen Qingshuang knocked on his door, inviting him to lunch. Following Chen Qingshuang, Zhou Yu discovered that Cheng Yuan was not home. Has Chen Ge gone to work? He asked. Chen Qingshuang replied. He went out to buy meat. But he has been rather unfaithful, sneaking off to meet a little lover at a hotel right now. Zhou Yu was taken aback. How do you know this? Chen Qingshuang replied. I have acquaintances at the hotel. After a brief pause, she added, he has found someone, and I have too. Where even now, I will be divorcing him tomorrow. Zhou Yu, unsure of what to say, merely scratched his head. Chen Qingshuang continued, I married Cheng Yuan out of a sense of gratitude. Not for love. Ending it will be beneficial for both of us, so there is no need for you to overthink it. After their meal, Zhou Yu returned to room 902, dozing off until afternoon. Before browsing his phone for a while, When the clock struck 7, he set off towards the dock. Due to the sweltering daytime heat, the roads were congested with vehicles during the evening, by the time Zhou Yu arrived at the parking lot of the dock. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Exiting the parking area, he immediately spotted the yacht moored at the dock. A 25-meter yacht may not seem overly impressive by sea standards, but on the inland river, it exuded an air of grandeur and dominance. Most ordinary individuals would feel intimidated by such opulence, hesitant to approach. However, Zhou Yu was undeterred. His bank account could easily purchase 100, even 1,000 of such yachts. Instilling him with confidence, striding towards the entrance, he was greeted by a tall beauty adorned with a tin badge, who approached him respectfully. "Hello, may I inquire if you are here for the yacht party?" Zhou Yu nodded. The beauty smiled warmly. "Welcome. Please present your QR code." Upon scanning the code, she respectfully announced, "Zhou Xiao, verification is complete. Please follow me aboard." Zhou Yu nodded and accompanied her onto the yacht. As they walked, she remarked, "Zhou Xiao, you may call me number 10. Should you require anything on the yacht, do not hesitate to call for me." Zhou Yu sensed the implication behind number 10 and smiled. While the girl was indeed attractive, scoring an 80 on the beauty scale, she bore a hint of a worldly demeanor that did not appeal to him. Upon reaching the yacht, 2 individuals awaited them. One was a short, stout fellow, Su Desan, and the other appeared to be in his 20s, tall and slender, yet somewhat lackluster. Su Desan greeted him with a hearty laugh. "Zhou Xiao, you've finally arrived. Allow me to introduce you to my companion here, Xia Wenjun, the owner of this yacht." They exchanged casual shoulder pats, signifying their acquaintance. Zhou Yu observed the yacht and inquired, "Xia Xiao, this yacht looks impressive. How much did it cost?" The mention of the yacht invigorated Xia Wenjun, who replied excitedly, "Oh, I think it's fantastic as well. I customized it for 58 million. He launched into an enthusiastic description. This yacht measures 25.86 meters in length, 6.16 meters in width, and has a draft of 1.7 meters. It features a flybridge design with 3 levels. The main deck and the lower cabin. The yacht is exquisitely designed, boasting 105 square meters of outdoor space and 142 square meters of indoor space. I thoroughly enjoy hosting parties aboard. It offers privacy, freedom, and safety. In moments of ennui, one could gracefully sail alone upon a yacht, gliding across the azure expanse of the sea, a sensation that is particularly exhilarating." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu felt a flutter of excitement. Possessing a yacht truly seemed delightful. Xia Wenjun perceptively noted Zhou Yu's intrigue and jovially suggested, "Zhou Xiao, why not consider purchasing one for yourself? If you have a particular type of yacht in mind, feel free to share. I possess considerable knowledge about yachts and could offer some insights." Zhou Yu replied, "I desire a grand yacht exceeding 100 meters in length." The moment these words escaped his lips, both Xia Wenjun and Su Desan gasped in astonishment. Xia Wenjun, his eyes wide, exclaimed, "A 100-meter yacht? That qualifies as a super yacht. Such vessels do not come cheap. I estimate the cost to be around 2 to 300 million US dollars, and once ordered, one must wait at least 2 years to receive it." Zhou Yu responded, "Money is not an issue. However, that wait is rather excessive." Xia Wenjun and Su Desan were rendered speechless. To dismiss 2 to 300 million US dollars so casually speaks volumes of one's wealth. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Wenjun suggested, "If you wish to avoid the wait, consider buying a second-hand yacht. My friend, if you genuinely desire one, I can assist you in your search." Zhou Yu concurred. "All right." Just as Xia Wenjun was about to continue, Su Desan, growing impatient, interjected, "Enough with the chatter. Let us board the yacht." Everyone proceeded onto the vessel. Despite it being 8 in the evening, the temperature remained high, nearing 40 degrees Celsius, and they all gathered inside the cabin. Upon entering, they found 2 young men reveling amidst a group of beautiful women. One bespectacled gentleman brandished a supreme money gun, playfully shooting bills at the ladies, eliciting waves of laughter and gasps. The sweltering heat did little to hinder the affluent from indulging in pleasure. Su Desan clapped his hands to draw attention and made introductions. The bespectacled man with the money gun was named Duan Yuhang, while the other was Dai Shin. As for the women, their identities were deemed unnecessary to disclose. Whether they were models, internet celebrities, or professionals, they were simply referred to as number 1, number 2, and so forth. Xia Wenjun, Duan Yuhang, and Dai Shun extended warm welcomes to Zhou Yu, likely having been informed of his status by Su Desan. With a snap of his fingers, Xia Wenjun boisterously declared, "Everyone is here. So what are we waiting for? Set sail." Turn up the music, and let the ladies dance. The yacht trembled slightly as it began to move. Simultaneously, the lights dimmed, and music filled the air, prompting the women aboard to sway to the rhythm. Su Deshan, Xia Wenjun, Duan Yuhang, and Dai Shun joined in jubilantly, plunging into the throng of ladies, transforming the cabin into a lively nightclub. Zhou Yu found himself somewhat reserved in this vibrant atmosphere, but Xia Wenjun effortlessly pulled him into the revelry. Encouraging him, "Brother, let loose. Elegance can be tedious. The more uninhibited we are, the greater our joy. Let us indulge in merriment." Su Deshan echoed, "Zhou Xiao, feel free to enjoy yourself. This yacht is a sanctuary for releasing stress." With that persuasive encouragement, Zhou Yu began to relax, and indeed, he found the experience quite exhilarating. After dancing for a while, fatigue set in, and they settled down to enjoy drinks and games, each accompanied by two lovely ladies. Zhou Yu found himself beside number 9 and number 7. Number 7 exuded a youthful innocence tinged with allure, likely a recent university graduate, while number 9, with her chic short hair, appeared to be a poised professional. As for number 10, sensing Zhou Yu's lack of interest, she moved to sit next to Daishin. They engaged in playful games, bottles of exquisite Imita red wine circulating amongst them, creating a lively and spirited atmosphere. After a brief visit to the restroom, Zhou Yu encountered Daishin. Perhaps noticing Zhou Yu's initial reticence, Daishin patted him on the shoulder and said, "Zhou Xiao, these ladies are all professionals and university students. They come with health certifications, if you catch my drift." Zhou Yu inquired with curiosity, "Are these what one refers to as escort girls?" Daishin chuckled. "To be precise, they are part-timers. It's a legitimate line of work." Zhou Yu glanced outside, observing the twinkling lights, realizing that the yacht had ventured far. Daishin explained, "The yacht is navigating the flat land canal toward the open sea. In about 10 minutes, we should reach the ocean." After exchanging a few more words, they returned to their games, continuing their light-hearted banter. The conversation shifted to the topic of melting Antarctic glaciers when Su Deshan suddenly posed a question, "Zhou Xiao, we each have factories along the coast. Do you think we should relocate?" At this remark, Xia Wenjun, Duan Yuhang, and Daishin all turned their attention to Zhou Yu, eagerly awaiting his response. Zhou Yu understood their intentions. They had invited him to this yacht party in hopes of extracting information from him. After all, he had previously advised them on stockpiling, and in their eyes, he was a person of considerable insight. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from giving a direct answer, merely stating, "If my factory were situated along the coast, I would relocate at once, the sooner the better." The four men were taken aback, their composure shaken by his words. Zhou Yu's implication was crystal clear. The glaciers would undoubtedly melt, and soon Su Deshan asked, "Zhou Xiao, is your information reliable?" Zhou Yu smiled but offered no reply. He had conveyed what was necessary. Leaving it to them to choose whether or not to believe him, Su Deshan stood up, saying, "Excuse me, I need to make a phone call." Observing Su Deshan stepping out to make his call, Xia Wenjun, Duan Yuhang, and Daishin also felt compelled to rise and exited to make their own calls. That Su Deshan reached the deck and promptly dialed his elder sister, Su Qingsu, 8 years his senior. Su Qingsu was the head of the Su family group and held his utmost admiration. The call connected swiftly. Su Deshan inquired, "Sister, someone believes the glaciers will soon melt. What are your thoughts?" Su Qingsu's calm voice resonated through the phone. "Who is it?" Su Deshan replied. The individual who previously advised on stockpiling. Su Qingsu's demeanor shifted. While she could dismiss many opinions, Zhou Yu's insights were not to be overlooked. After all, he had alerted them to stockpile before the heat wave. A warning respected by Qingha, she exclaimed, "Zhou Yu believes the glaciers will melt? What did he say? Please recount it in detail." Su Deshan relayed Zhou Yu's words, concluding with, "Our family has significant investments in coastal cities. Relocating would entail substantial losses. However," she continued, "if we do not relocate and the glaciers do melt, our losses could be even greater. I find myself uncertain about the best course of action. Should I consult Zhou Yu again?" Su Qingsu replied with composure, "It is evident that he prefers not to elaborate, so do not press further. Inquiring again could offend him." After a brief pause, Su Qingsu added, "In my personal opinion, I advise against relocation. Nevertheless, this matter is of great import. Regardless of our decision, I must convene a meeting at the Su family estate to deliberate. Please return tomorrow to participate," Su Deshan affirmed. "Understood." Meanwhile, Xia Wenjun was also making a phone call. Reaching out to his father, Xie Tingfei, a visionary and astute individual. Xie Tingfei had helmed the Xie family for over 30 years, transforming their modest restaurant into a culinary empire. Dad, I have something to discuss. Go ahead. Xie Wenjun elaborated on Zhou Yu's identity and recounted his statements verbatim. Upon hearing this, Xie Tingfei fell silent. As a leader in the culinary industry, the coastal cities were a focal point for the Xie family's investments. Over the past 2 decades, they had poured substantial resources into the coastal region, with their stores exceeding 350 in number. Relocating such a vast network would entail immense logistical challenges and financial losses. Moreover, if the Antarctic glaciers remained intact, their decision to relocate would become a source of ridicule. Dad, should we consider relocating our stores along the coast? Xie Tingfei promptly decided, stating, no relocation. Zhou Yu possesses some acumen. But we cannot hastily uproot hundreds of stores based solely on his words. That would be reckless. Moreover, the coastal stores are the result of our strategic planning over the past 2 decades, representing the primary source of income for the Xie family, and must not be taken lightly. Xie Wenjun nodded repeatedly, saying, Father, you make a valid point at this moment. Xie Tingfei added, regardless of whether we move or not. Do not offend Zhou Yu. This person has earned substantial wealth in the international market. He is truly a talent. Perhaps, he continued, we may need to seek his assistance in the future. Xie Wenjun responded. Understood. Duan Yuhang also called his father. The Duan family is engaged in the medical supplies industry and operates several factories along the coast, employing over 50,000 workers. Upon hearing the news, Duan Yuhang's father, without a moment's hesitation, replied, no relocation. Duan Yuhang concurred, believing that the cost of moving was excessively high. Meanwhile, Dai Shun was on the phone with his cousin, Anqinghe. After listening, Anqinghe remarked, Cousin, you called to seek my opinion. Didn't you? Dai Shun affirmed. Yes, Anqinghe responded without hesitation. My opinion is to move. My family has a business in the coastal region as well, and I will also persuade my family to relocate. Dai Shun was taken aback and asked, why do you have such faith in Zhou Yu, cousin? Anqinghe pondered for a moment before saying, I can only say that Zhou Yu is an exceptionally gifted individual. Such people invariably possess qualities that transcend the ordinary. Moreover, she added, he once advised me to stockpile goods, prompting my family to amass a considerable supply in advance. Thus, I trust him. Shortly thereafter, Su Deshan and his companions entered the cabin. Their expressions varied. Zhou Yu cast a glance and discerned that these individuals likely had not heeded his words, or perhaps their families had dismissed his counsel. This was, however, within Zhou Yu's expectations. After all, relocating is a significant matter. Who would uproot industries employing thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people based on the words of an outsider? Following this, the group ceased discussing the Antarctic glaciers, gathering instead to revel together until the following morning. When the party finally concluded as they disembarked, both number 7 and number 9 reluctantly clung to Zhou Yu, requesting his WeChat contact, but he declined. Zhou Yu had broadened his horizons. Unless a girl was exceptionally beautiful, he would no longer add WeChat contacts. Upon returning to Qingfu Building 1, Unit 1, Apartment 6601, Zhou Yu noticed exquisite boxes adorning the table, the air infused with a subtle scent of ginseng. Is this ginseng? He inquired. Yin Dongqing smiled and nodded, saying, Young Master Zhou, as per your suggestion, I procured a batch of high-quality ginseng from northeast China. He proceeded to point out the boxes, introducing them one by one. These 2 are wild ginseng over 100 years old. These 21 boxes contain wild ginseng aged over 50 years. This batch consists of wild ginseng over 10 years old. Wild ginseng is a first-class protected plant and cannot be harvested lightly. All of these wild specimens were legally sourced and are collectible. In addition to the wild ginseng, I also acquired a stock of 30-year-old forest ginseng. Due to the quantity, they have been stored in the warehouse. Zhou Yu was quite pleased. This supply of ginseng would last him a considerable time. Having previously experienced the benefits of ginseng, he was determined to consume it regularly. At that moment, the lights suddenly dimmed, and the running appliances ceased abruptly. A power outage. Yin Dongqing made a call, stating, I just inquired with the power company. Due to line issues, the entire city is experiencing a blackout. Fortunately, we have energy storage cabinets. Zhou Yu replied, activate the energy storage cabinets. When he renovated the place, he had anticipated potential power outages, investing over 4 million to install 2 sets of 10 megawatts energy storage cabinets. By 2044, the energy density of batteries had reached 1500 whkg. With energy storage cabinets becoming commonplace in factories and enterprises, Zhou Yu's cabinets utilize top-tier solid-state batteries capable of supplying power for at least 2 months, ensuring he remained unfazed even amidst a citywide blackout. Yan Dongqing disconnected the external connection and then activated the energy storage cabinets. Instantly, the lights illuminated once more, and the air conditioning and appliances resumed operation. Zhou Yu took out his phone and called Xinqing to inquire about the cold storage situation. The call connected swiftly, and Xinqing spoke loudly. "Boss, rest assured. All our cold storages are equipped with enterprise-level energy storage stations to provide power. Additionally, we have installed high-performance photovoltaic systems on the rooftops, which can supplement considerable electricity daily to as a result. Even during a citywide blackout, we can sustain operations for an entire month." Zhou Yu nodded, saying, "Very well. However, please keep a close watch. There are ample goods in the cold storage, and any mishap could result in significant losses." Xinqing replied, "Understood." After hanging up, Zhou Yu received 2 text messages. The first was from the Nanshur Power Company. Due to high temperatures, electricity consumption has surged dramatically, placing an unbearable load on the lines and substations, leading to the blackout. Personnel have been dispatched for emergency repairs, and power restoration is expected within 24 hours. The second message came from the Community Property Management, Qingfu Property. Dear residents, due to the citywide blackout, we have activated the Community Energy Storage Station to power elevators, streetlights, surveillance, and booster pumps. The energy storage station will ensure continuous power supply for public facilities, so there is no need for concern. Zhou Yu read the messages and nodded slightly. He had chosen to reside on the top floor precisely because he recognized the community's energy storage station would guarantee power. He checked the companies under his name. All had installed energy storage cabinets, maintaining power even during the blackout, and everything was functioning normally. The group chats of several companies were bustling, filled with expressions of gratitude towards him. "Thank you, boss." Last month, the boss replaced all the company's wiring and air conditioning and added energy storage cabinets. This decision was absolutely correct. Ha ha. After the blackout, the neighboring company is in utter chaos, not knowing what to do. The young ladies from the neighboring company have come over to our office to enjoy the air conditioning. TSK. Those ladies usually walk around with their noses in the air, never giving me a second glance. Now, they're all calling me Big Brother. Zhou Yu noticed the group of 600 female streamers was particularly lively and decided to join. It turns out our Xinyu Media has energy storage cabinets. This is simply delightful. Thank you, boss. Thankfully, the company has energy storage cabinets. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to escape the heat. The boss is young, wealthy, and possesses foresight. Having installed energy storage cabinets early on, I adore you for it. My loyalty index has skyrocketed. Boss, you can call on me anytime you need assistance. Boss, I love you. I would willingly dedicate myself to you. Zhou Yu's expression darkened as he quietly exited the female group and opened the local news app. Upon entering the app, an official announcement appeared prominently. Due to line and substation malfunctions, Nanshur is experiencing a citywide blackout, which is expected to take 24 hours to repair. All units, factories, and schools in the city are on holiday. During the blackout, indoor temperatures will rise dramatically. Residents can seek refuge in nearby malls, banks, hospitals, or service unit offices. Alternatively, they may enter air raid shelters and underground spaces such as subways to cool off. Those with vehicles can sit inside their cars and turn on the air conditioning. In these extraordinary times, please maintain a positive mindset and weather this challenge together. Below the announcement, the comments section erupted. With 200,000 comments posted within 10 minutes, there's a large mall near my home. Speaking of which, will there still be power inside the mall during a citywide blackout? Upstairs, large malls have energy storage stations, so they will definitely have power. Hurry over to secure a good spot. Today the mall will surely be packed. The population of Nanshur City exceeds 6 million. Can the mall accommodate that many people? It certainly can't. Everyone should hurry to the mall. I've packed my things and am on my way. Oh no, it feels like many will perish today. This blackout is too extensive and sudden. There will undoubtedly be incidents. For households with elderly members, it is imperative to exercise caution. Zhou Yu, upon perusing the comments, felt a slight tightening in his gaze. In his previous life, this widespread power outage resulted in the demise of over 1,000 individuals, the majority of whom were solitary seniors. These elderly individuals, often slow in their movements, were unable to promptly relocate to cooler areas following the blackout, and combined with their frail health, many succumbed to heat stroke. However, despite his awareness of the impending fatalities, he found himself powerless to intervene. One can only act within the bounds of their capabilities. Zhou could only ensure his own well-being, leaving little room for concern for others. This power outage was merely the beginning. As the Antarctic glaciers continue to melt and sea levels rise, coastal nuclear power plants are compelled to shut down, resulting in a significant decrease in electricity production. In the coming years, power outages will likely become commonplace, making life increasingly arduous for the populace. Zhou had long been prepared for such eventualities, having acquired a substantial number of energy storage cabinets, photovoltaic generator sets, and diesel generators. He was unfazed by the prospect of a 100-year blackout. He reached out to Liang Fian, Mo Kai, and Qinxing. Liang Fian and her family had taken refuge in their car without issue. Emo's sight-size situation was similar, with her entire family seeking solace in their vehicle. After all, modern cars are equipped with large batteries capable of sustaining them for a day. As for Qinxing, she was in the administrative hall finalizing her divorce proceedings when the power went out. Opting to remain inside the hall, she enjoyed the cool air conditioning. Zhou inquired, "Have you completed the divorce formalities?" Qinxing chuckled lightly. "Yes, all done. Are you perhaps feeling a bit disappointed?" Zhou replied, "Why would I feel disappointed?" Qinxing teased, "I've heard some men are fond of married women, now that I am no longer a wife. Will you lose interest in me?" Zhou laughed, "Not at all." Pleased with his response, Qinxing said, "Do come visit me when you have the time. The house is now mine post-divorce." Zhou replied, "Certainly." After ending the call, Zhou scrolled through the news for a while. Lunchtime arrived, and today's fare featured seafood and steak, prominently showcasing bluff oysters. These oysters, harvested near the Antarctic waters, are reputed to be the finest in the world, with their sweet, delicate flesh being both plump and juicy. Indeed, a luxury seafood that is difficult to procure even for the affluent within the country. Yu Shun, a master of his craft, grilled the bluff oysters to perfection, yielding a delectable, juicy delight that left Zhou thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Fan Jincheng was responsible for the ribeye steak, which, with its generous marbling, released a tantalizing burst of juice with each bite. Zhou devoured over 50 oysters and more than 20 pieces of steak, causing the eyes of the two chefs, Yu Shun and Fan Jincheng, to widen in astonishment. Fan Jincheng exclaimed, "Mr. Zhou, your appetite is truly remarkable. To be able to eat so heartily is indeed a blessing. With such an appetite, your health must be splendid." Yu Shun nodded in agreement, adding, "Young Master Zhou, after consuming so many oysters, remember to meet up with your girlfriend tonight." Zhou erupted in laughter. After finishing lunch, he strolled around the house and ventured into the vegetable garden, where he discovered that the lettuce had flourished, creating a vibrant green expanse. It appeared that in just a few days, the lettuce would be ready for harvest. In addition to lettuce, the garden also boasted thriving tomatoes, cucumbers, chives, and scallions, a testament to the diligent care provided by the two housekeepers. One of the housekeepers, Aunt Deng, noticing Zhou's interest in the garden, remarked, "The lettuce will be ready for picking in 4 days. The scallions and chives will be ready in 10 days. Zhou nodded appreciatively. "You have done an excellent job caring for them." He glanced around and inquired, "Is it possible to plant some watermelons?" Aunt Deng replied, "Certainly, but watermelons take longer to grow. If we plant them now, they will take about 3 months to mature," Zhou stated. "The longer growing period is of no concern. If we can plant them, please do so." Aunt Deng smiled. "It's no trouble. Watermelons are relatively easy to cultivate. However, we lack bees for pollination, so it will need to be done manually." After inspecting the vegetables, Zhou took a leisurely stroll in the garden, which had been meticulously tended, with roses, peonies, violets, and roses blooming vibrantly, creating a visually pleasing scene. The most striking feature of the garden was a 2-meter-high lychee tree, transplanted from Yin Dongqing, which was now bearing fruit. It appeared to yield 30 to 40 pounds, likely maturing in about a month. Zhou settled at a stone table in the garden, where Yin Dongqing served him a cup of ginseng tea. As he sipped the tea, he browsed through a live broadcast out on the screen. A hefty individual stood amidst a bustling supermarket, surrounded by throngs of people. "Dear family, I am live from the RT Mart supermarket," he announced. "As you can see, a large crowd has gathered here, but thankfully, police and security are maintaining order, preventing chaos." This supermarket can accommodate around 3,000 people, and over 2,000 have already entered. Friends nearby should hurry. For those with cars, I advise you to remain inside your vehicles and avoid rushing to the supermarket, as it is overcrowded, with no seating available. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "What the hell? Someone just touched my butt." You swiped to the next live stream.in this scene. The host was filming a rental building in an urban village. Did you see that? Someone is breaking in and stealing. The residents of the opposite building had fled to their cars or the supermarket to escape the heat, leaving their homes unattended. Seizing this opportunity, the thieves were at work. There were 4 thieves in total, one of whom was skilled at picking locks. They had already robbed 2 households. The live stream attracted immense attention, with viewers furiously commenting, "Host, call the police. Where are you? I'll report it. These thieves are outrageous, stealing in broad daylight. Indeed, if they dare to steal during the day, they might be even bolder at night. Everyone must be vigilant tonight. Ensure your doors and windows are securely locked and take valuables with you." It was evident that the ongoing citywide blackout had driven people away, and with surveillance systems offline. It was indeed an opportune moment for thieves that I suspect many will be out and about tonight. Soon, police personnel stepped in and posted a prominent comment. "Host, please send your address. We will dispatch officers immediately." The host quickly relayed the address. The police responded again. Received a reminder to everyone. This is a critical time. Please take your important belongings with you when you go out to prevent theft. You swiped away to the next live stream, which was from a hospital. The host stood outside the hospital corridor, rotating the camera to reveal a scene teeming with people, making it difficult for doctors and nurses to navigate. The host exclaimed, "Do you see this? Less than 2 hours into the blackout, the hospital is already at full capacity, truly overflowing, with no space even to stand. The overwhelming crowd was severely hampering hospital operations. Just moments ago, an elderly individual was obstructed by the throng and could not be transported to the emergency room in time, ultimately passing away in the corridor. I must urge everyone, do not come to the hospital. Do not come to the hospital." You watched the video, deep in thought. The hospital was perpetually overcrowded, with ambulances struggling to maneuver in and out, making access to medical care a dire challenge that was only bound to worsen. In the future, even the wealthy would find themselves waiting in line for treatment. It appeared prudent to acquire a private hospital. This way, should anyone close to him fall ill, they could receive prompt medical attention without the hassle of queuing at a public hospital. Acquiring a private hospital would cost only several tens of millions, at most 200 to 300 million, which was a trifling sum for Zhou Yu. Contemplating this, he summoned Yin Dongqing and said, "Yin, I would like to acquire a private hospital. Is this something you can handle?" Yin Dongqing was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of excitement. The fact that such a commercial endeavor was entrusted to him indicated Zhou Yu's growing confidence in his abilities. He recognized the importance of seizing this opportunity. Yin Dongqing respectfully replied, "Of course, may I ask if you have a specific target for acquisition?" Zhou Yu responded, "I do not have a particular target in mind. I simply desire to possess a private hospital, facilitating medical care for myself and my employees at AS for which one to acquire, how to manage it post-acquisition, what equipment to purchase, and which talents to recruit. I shall leave those matters in your capable hands. My only responsibility will be to provide the funds." Yin Dongqing discerned that this young employer before him merely wished to be a hands-off manager, which, for him, was rather fortuitous. Yin Dongqing continued, "Mr. Zhou, do you have any specific requirements for the hospital?" Zhou Yu replied, "Top-tier equipment and an exceptional medical team." Yin Dongqing cautioned, "Mr. Zhou, the acquisition of a hospital won't be overly costly. However, procuring equipment and assembling a medical team will necessitate a substantial investment. Talented doctors are not short of financial incentives, making it quite challenging to entice them." Zhou Yu stated, "Difficulty does not equate to impossibility. If we cannot recruit the best, we can initially seek out promising talents to cultivate. With such a vast land as Daxiat teeming with talent, as long as one is willing to spend, success is assured." After hearing this, Yin Dongqing said, "Mr. Zhou, I know someone who owns a private hospital that is managed quite well. I will reach out to him immediately." Zhou Yu inquired, "With hospitals booming and business thriving, would your friend be willing to sell?" Yin Dongqing chuckled, "Certainly. Managing a hospital is a cumbersome task fraught with high risks. Once something goes awry, it could lead to substantial financial losses. My friend has long wished to divest himself of the hospital, but until now, no one has been willing to take it over. With the current success of the hospital, It is indeed the optimal time for valuation that I believe that provided a suitable price is offered. He would be more than willing to sell. Yu nodded. Then I shall entrust this matter to you. After Yin dodging departed, Yu savored his tea while admiring the blooming flowers in the garden. Feeling somewhat reflective in his previous life, during this very moment, he would have been hastily rushing to the mall to escape the heat, scarcely in the mood for tea or flowers. Suddenly, his phone chimed twice, signaling the arrival of several messages. The Southern Province Disaster Relief Emergency Center announced, "Dear citizens, all public buses have been deployed. If you are unable to find a cool place to escape the heat, you may board the buses for relief." Yu acknowledged this message with a slight nod. The deployment of buses to assist citizens had indeed saved numerous lives. The Southern Province Emergency Center added, "Dear citizens, if you are driving and encounter an ambulance, please yield to provide a clear path for life-saving transport." Yu shook his head. The issuance of such a message by the emergency center indicated a high volume of patients, suggesting that hospital staff would soon be overwhelmed with work once more. Yu thought of Mo Kai Kai, who had also been exceptionally busy of late. However, when asked to resign, she was reluctant, insisting that a woman ought to have a job. If they acquired the hospital, he could certainly arrange a more manageable position for her within its administration, perhaps in logistics or human resources. The Southern Province Public Security Bureau declared, to maintain social stability, "We will implement 24-hour patrols. Any unlawful behavior detected will be dealt with swiftly and severely." The tone of the Public Security Bureau's message was quite intimidating, likely sending shivers down the spine of any would-be thieves. Yu recalled that in the future, security measures would only grow stricter, and around-the-clock patrols would become commonplace. Beyond police officers, the Bureau would also recruit a significant number of auxiliary security personnel to ensure societal peace. In the wake of the heat wave, many had lost their jobs, and hiring temporary security staff was one way to address the unemployment crisis. After perusing the messages, Yu opened the chat group for female anchors at Xinyu Media and accessed the shared files. Industrious young women. There were numerous new photos and videos uploaded. After more than 2 hours of viewing, he selected 4 candidates. The first was a freshman from the Southern Province Academy of Arts, who had gained fame for her performance at a freshman gala, quickly rising to become a campus beauty. Given her background in dance, she boasted an exceptional figure, and she was also single, having never had a boyfriend. The second was a minor celebrity, known for her role as a maid in a television drama. After 2 years in the entertainment industry without achieving notable success, she had opted to join Xinyu Media to produce short films. Zhu Yun had high hopes for her, having cast her in 4 to 5 projects last year, which had significantly raised her profile. Nevertheless, short films remained just that short, and she had not reached the level of stardom. Despite her beauty and ambition for advancement, Zhou Yu recognized her potential and decided to offer her an opportunity. The third candidate was also from the Southern Province Academy of Arts, though her focus was on painting rather than dance. Hailing from a scholarly family, she had been immersed in art from a young age, exuding a gentle literary charm. She had a particular fondness for traditional Han clothing, which made her resemble an ancient noblewoman. Zhou Yu marveled at her photographs, surprised to see such a cultured young woman striving for progress. Since she was so eager to improve, he resolved to provide her with a chance as well. The fourth candidate was from Southern Province University and hailed from the Northeast that in terms of both beauty and figure, she was on par with Xiaojia and Li Kaof. However, her heavy Northeast accent significantly hindered her ability to attract followers. And after 2 years as a beauty anchor, she had amassed fewer than 1 million fans. Zhou Yu was unfazed by this. In fact, he found her speech quite entertaining that he sent them a message inviting them to the Xinyu Grand Hotel for a discussion. Soon, responses flooded in. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I will certainly perform well, Mr. Zhou. I will bring along all the short films I have acted in. We can watch them together and discuss, Mr. Zhou. I'm on my way now, Mr. Zhou. I have many props. Should I bring them along?" The last message was from the Northeast girl, causing Zhou Yu to sit up straight. "Bring them, absolutely. Bring all the props." Zhou Yu set off, driving to the Xinyu Grand Hotel, where he observed the fountain spraying water over the greenery, while over 20 workers labored under the sweltering heat to construct shade canopies for the plants. Under the scorching sun, many plants had already begun to wilt, and the hotel was making every effort to preserve the greenery, watering them multiple times a day while erecting canopies to shield them from the sun. In fact, many establishments were constructing shade structures to protect their plants, all hoping that these flowers and greenery could survive. The flora in urban areas benefited from management, allowing them to endure a bit longer. However, in the wild, the vegetation was left to fend for itself, with many areas witnessing signs of wilting. Recently, an abundance of watermelons had flooded the market at remarkably low prices, albeit still unripe. These early harvests were due to the wilting of the vines, forcing farmers to pick the immature watermelons for sale. Other crops, too, shared a similar fate. As for rice and corn, a significant reduction in yield was certain, with some even facing total loss. Wheat was affected as well, though not to the extent of total failure. This year, farmers and ranchers were suffering considerable losses. Those who had purchased insurance fared somewhat better, while those without had to bear the burden of their losses alone. Upon arriving at the entrance of the parking lot in his Maybach, Zhou discovered a traffic jam. These drivers had no real need to flock to the hotel for relief from the heat. It was puzzling to him that he honked his horn, and several security personnel, recognizing Zhou's vehicle, hurried over to manage the situation. After about 20 minutes of sorting through the congestion, Zhou finally maneuvered his car into a designated parking spot. Upon entering the hotel, he found the lobby and corridors of all the floors teeming with people, enjoying the cool air from the air conditioning. Every company under Zhou's name was equipped with photovoltaic panels and energy storage cabinets. And the Xinyu Grand Hotel was no different. At that moment, 2 enterprise-level 50 megawatts energy storage cabinets were continuously supplying electricity, ensuring the hotel's appliances operated smoothly and dispensed refreshing cool air. Zhou made his way to the suite and awaited the arrival of the young women. He could not help but admire their determination to improve. They had promptly braved the heat upon receiving his message, without a hint of hesitation. As soon as they spotted Zhou, the young women gathered around him, chattering excitedly. "Mr. Zhou, may I perform a dance for you? It is exceedingly hot, and I wish to change into cooler attire. Zhou Xiao, the director has remarked upon my lack of skill in kissing. I would like to seek your guidance on this matter." "Zhou Xiao, do you have any plans?" Zhou smiled and replied, "My arrangements are quite simple. First, I shall teach you how to swim, then we shall engage in a fill-in-the-blank game, and finally, I will treat you all to a meal of chicken." Upon hearing this, the girl from Northeast China and the little star giggled, while the 2 young ladies from the Art Academy appeared utterly perplexed. Zhou, discerning their confusion, realized that among the 4, the 2 from the Art Academy were likely inexperienced, whereas the Northeast girl and the little star were seasoned. The following day, Zhou created a WeChat group for the 4 young ladies, aptly named Diligently Study for Daily Progress. This group was established specifically for those who aspire to improve. Zhou's intention in forming this group was to motivate these young women to achieve advancement. He proclaimed, "After a day of learning, your acting skills have markedly improved. I have decided to assign each of you a short play. Should you perform well, I will arrange for you to partake in a television series or film." Upon hearing this, the young ladies erupted in cheers, filled with excitement. The Northeast girl, Chen Lu, leaned in and said, "Boss, though my acting has improved, it is still insufficient. I wish to study for a few more days." The little star, Yang Xueqing, nodded vigorously, echoing, "Me too, I also wish to learn for a few more days." The 2 young ladies from the Art Academy, He Jinming and Pan Yulian, also expressed their desire to continue learning. Zhou waved his hand, saying, "Perhaps another time. I have other matters to attend to." Breakfast was delivered by the hotel, and everyone gathered to eat. Zhou voraciously consumed over 10 eggs to replenish his protein intake before returning to Qingfu. Upon his return, Zhou entered his study and powered on his computer. Today marks the day of the complete melting of the Antarctic glaciers, and the financial markets were poised for yet another tumultuous upheaval. Zhou intended to seize this opportunity to acquire stocks at a lower price. Recently, he had garnered significant attention in the financial market, becoming a focal point of scrutiny. Thus, he refrained from harvesting gains in the international financial market and hesitated to purchase stocks. If foreign stocks were off-limits, he would invest domestically, as there were indeed many high-quality companies within the country. Zhou planned to procure a selection of stocks in agriculture, high technology, and healthcare, without specific targets, opting to buy whatever caught his eye, investing as much as he could. For this venture, Zhou prepared 200 billion in funds, intending to cease once that amount was exhausted, with time to spare. He opened a live stream to check in on Shao Jie and her companions. In recent days, many had flocked to Antarctica, eager to capitalize on its trending status. However, the most popular streams remained those of Shao Jie and Li Kai Lu. Zhou entered Shao Jie's live stream and, After watching for a while, sent 30 virtual gifts. And Xiaojia immediately recognized Zhou Yu's presence and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. She sincerely appreciated Zhou Yu. For in these few days, she had transitioned from an obscure streamer to a superstar with tens of millions of followers. While other prominent streamers might have inflated follower counts, and Xiaojia's audience was comprised of genuine and active participants. With her live streams concurrent viewers surpassing 6 million. Presently, and Xiaojia possessed immense commercial value, with countless advertisers eager to collaborate with her. Li Kai Lu's situation mirrored that of Xiaojia. Her live stream boasting over 5 million concurrent viewers, making her one of the hottest streamers in the industry. Zhou Yu then visited Li Kai Lu's live stream, adhering to his routine of sending 30 virtual gifts. He also contributed 30 gifts in Panduo's live stream. Panduo beamed with joy upon receiving the 30 gifts, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Her Antarctic live stream had yielded substantial rewards, garnering over 20 million followers, with concurrent viewers exceeding 5 million. She was now quite financially secure. Nevertheless, she remained thrilled to see Zhou Yu supporting her with gifts, signifying his regard for her. Finally, Zhou Yu ventured into the live streams of other hosts, sending a flurry of gifts until his hand grew weary. Checking the time, he noted it was 9:32, with the anticipated complete melting of the Antarctic glaciers set for 9:41. Only 9 minutes remained. At 9:41, the first to detect the anomaly were the monitoring satellites of various nations. In recent days, the online chatter about the melting of the Antarctic glaciers had diminished, leading many to underestimate the situation. However, countries worldwide maintain vigilant watch over the Antarctic glaciers, particularly the major powers, which continually directed meteorological satellites towards the region. At this moment, data transmitted from the satellites began to surge alarmingly, rising from -10 degrees to -5 degrees within mere minutes, a shocking increase of 5 degrees. Staff members, initially doubting their own eyes, rubbed them only to confirm the reading of -5 degrees. They then suspected a malfunction in the satellite and initiated a self-diagnostic check. However, the results indicated that the satellite was operating normally, and the ground reception and software were also functioning without issue. The temperature continued to escalate rapidly, triggering alerts and sending chills down the spines of the Meteorological Bureau staff. My goodness, the average temperature in Antarctica has risen to -5 degrees. No. Wait, it's -4.6 degrees now. Good heavens, the satellite indicates that some glaciers have reached above freezing. They hurriedly activated the self-diagnostic program to ascertain whether there was an issue with the equipment. The diagnostics have already been conducted. Everything is functioning properly. What is abnormal is the temperature in Antarctica. Panic ensued as the reality of the glacier's impending complete thaw became apparent. It's not just Antarctica. Data from the Arctic has just come in, showing an average temperature of 3 degrees. With surface ice already melting, the duty officer arrived, glanced at the data, and his expression shifted dramatically. Immediately report this data. Notify everyone and convene an emergency meeting, someone suggested. Our monitoring data has already been synchronized online. Should we cut the feed? The duty officer waved dismissively, stating, no need. The data is synchronized across the entire network. Cutting it now would be futile. Besides, other nations have their data synchronized as well, so it would serve no purpose. The Meteorological Bureau's data was disseminated online, and the abnormal rise in Antarctic temperatures was swiftly noticed by netizens. Ordinary users hurried to screenshot and share the information on their social media. Meanwhile, self-media accounts utilized AI writing assistants to generate detailed articles within a minute, complete with sensational headlines, flooding the internet. Incredible! I woke up to find Antarctica at -4 degrees. Can this be real? One user exclaimed. I just checked the Meteorological Bureau's official website. The data is indeed accurate, and it's no longer -4 degrees, but -3 degrees. Is there an error in the Meteorological Bureau's data? Another user questioned. Quickly, Meteorological Bureau of Daxia, come forward. Countless users clamored for an explanation from the Bureau, but they remained silent. This silence, in itself, spoke volumes, and some astute users began to sense that something was amiss. That a few clever users turned to foreign meteorological agencies to check the Antarctic monitoring data, only to discover that the results were nearly identical to those reported domestically. We're doomed. The data from the U.S. Meteorological Agency matches ours. The figures from Gaul and Sakura countries are also similar. I don't trust the data. I want to see it live. At this moment, netizens recalled that there were still live streams occurring in Antarctica, and they could simply tune in to witness the situation firsthand. Consequently, the online viewership for the streamers broadcasting from Antarctica skyrocketed. Hosts from Xianyu Media were astonished to see their concurrent viewers double within minutes. Stop dawdling. Quickly take a temperature reading. See if the ice is melting. Where's the thermometer? Hurry, bring out your thermometer. Enough chatter, just measure the temperature. As viewers entered the live stream, they inundated the chat with requests for temperature readings, despite having seen the data from various countries. They still clung to a sense of denial. Until they witnessed it with their own eyes, they remained unconvinced. One host, noticing the barrage of comments, chuckled and said, "It seems many of you are eager to know the temperature in Antarctica. Allow me to test it for you." In recent days, those broadcasting live from Antarctica have each been equipped with a thermometer, frequently checking the temperature for no particular reason. One presenter took out an electronic thermometer, pressed a button, and was instantly met with a chilling reading. -2 degrees. This temperature not only startled the audience in the live stream, but also took the host by surprise, leading her to suspect a malfunction in the device. With a hint of confusion, she remarked, "This reading seems rather high. Let me check again." She adjusted her position and tested once more, only to receive the same result. "My goodness," she exclaimed. -2 degrees represents a perilously low temperature, dangerously close to the point of ice melting. One can only hope the temperature does not rise any further. Meanwhile, another broadcaster from a nearby glacier had already recorded a temperature of 3 degrees, making the melting of the ice caps seem inevitable. It was confirmed. The Antarctic glaciers were indeed in dire straits. Coastal residents, it was time to evacuate. The meteorological data corroborated the broadcaster's findings, indicating a genuine rise in Antarctic temperatures, which could soon surpass the freezing point. "I possess a spacious 200 square meter house available for a mere 500,000 yuan. Who is interested?" At that moment, another broadcaster from a different glacier, responding to the audience's urgent requests, took a temperature reading, revealing a staggering 5 degrees. The viewers were left in disbelief, as was the host. She hesitantly gestured in the air and stammered, "Ladies and gentlemen, you may find this hard to believe, but here in Antarctica, I am sensing warmth. Indeed, warmth." It felt as if a gentle spring breeze from the south was caressing her, providing an unexpectedly pleasant sensation. The audience, upon hearing this, was nearly driven to madness, with comments flooding in. "While I understand that 5 degrees above zero can be quite comfortable, do you not realize the implications of this in Antarctica? A spring breeze reaching these frigid shores paints a picture both beautiful and terrifying. Warmth, indeed. I am currently shivering, concerned for my home." Broadcaster, quickly direct the camera to the ground and check for any changes in the glacier. The host aimed the camera downwards, and under the high-definition lens, viewers could distinctly observe a layer of water droplets forming atop the glacier. Subsequently, she raised her phone to capture the distant icebergs, zooming in to reveal that the once crystalline icebergs now appeared dulled, shrouded by a veil of moisture, a clear sign of impending melting. At that moment, the host struck a piece of ice against a rock and proclaimed, "Let us see how long it takes for this ice to melt." Within a minute, the ice began to dissolve. After 5 minutes, half of it had melted away. In less than 10 minutes, it was completely gone. The audience fell silent. The situation was evident. The glaciers were melting at an alarming rate. "It's over," netizens across the nation echoed in unison. At 10 a.m., power was finally restored in the southern city, and air conditioning units resumed operation. Yet, no one felt inclined to celebrate, for both the data and the live stream confirmed the comprehensive melting of the Antarctic glaciers, although the southern city is located inland. Who could predict whether rising sea levels would lead to an influx of seawater? Experts could not even estimate how many meters the sea level would rise due to the melting of the Antarctic glaciers, nor could they ascertain which areas would be submerged. At 10:05 a.m., meteorological agencies from several major nations issued coordinated announcements, stating that they had observed a significant increase in Antarctic temperatures and that the glaciers were undergoing extensive melting. This marked the official confirmation of the Antarctic glacier crisis. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the internet, sparking widespread lamentation. The authorities had finally acknowledged it. Was the end of the world upon us? Disaster had struck. Just a month ago, many had warned that the Antarctic glaciers were on the verge of melting. After so many cries of wolf, the wolf had finally arrived. Were we prepared? My father had recently taken out a loan to purchase land in a coastal city to establish a factory. Little did he know that the glaciers would begin to melt. As if fate were against us, I had emptied 6 wallets and still owed the bank over 1 million yuan after securing an 80 square meter apartment in Pengcheng. What was I to do? Should I continue repaying the loan? As the meteorological agency released their announcement, over a dozen major nations declared a state of emergency, causing tumultuous fluctuations in the financial markets. My phone buzzed incessantly with incoming messages. The first 3 messages were from the National Disaster Relief Center. Message 1. The Antarctic glaciers are undergoing extensive melting, which will result in rising sea levels that could inundate low-lying areas. Residents of coastal cities are urged to swiftly gather their belongings and prepare for evacuation. Message 2. Factories, companies, and enterprises in coastal regions are to disband workers and dismantle machinery with utmost urgency. In these extraordinary times, compliance with national directives is imperative. Message 3. Coastal cities must promptly establish relocation command teams to facilitate the evacuation process. Inland cities should form immigrant resettlement teams to ensure proper accommodation. Upon reading these messages, I reflected. The mass exodus had finally begun. The response from the Dacia government was remarkably swift. Upon confirming the inevitability of glacier melting, they immediately initiated a large-scale relocation plan. Moving populations, factories, enterprises, and companies from coastal areas inland. Dacia's economic and financial epicenter lay along the coast, and this mass relocation would result in incalculable losses. Yet, it was the only viable response to rising sea levels. For coastal cities, this mass relocation spelled catastrophic consequences. However, for the southern city, it represented a tremendous opportunity for growth. Situated just 150 kilometers inland, many individuals chose to relocate to the southern city, causing its urban population to swell from over 6 million to more than 13 million in a mere month, a staggering increase. The total population migrating to the southern province exceeded 100 million. The influx of people brought chaos, but also a wealth of opportunities. The real estate market flourished, with all properties being snatched up in a frenzy. Previously overlooked commercial plots became highly sought after, with auction prices soaring, even for remote parcels of land. Infrastructure development also surged, as the population explosion created an acute housing shortage, prompting developers to build frantically. The government, in turn, embarked on the construction of various public facilities. Industries linked to real estate, such as steel, cement, and decoration, thrived, with owners reaping substantial profits. However, the influx of people also led to numerous challenges, the most pressing of which was food scarcity, causing prices to skyrocket and rendering price controls ineffective. Ultimately, it was the government that intervened, distributing reserve grain to stabilize the situation. In the end, the southern city, previously a weak second-tier city, transformed into a robust first-tier metropolis with a population of 25 million in just over a year. I remained in the southern city, partly because it was my hometown and partly because I recognized its potential for development. The fourth message I received was from the National Meteorological Bureau. Currently, the Antarctic glaciers have begun to melt comprehensively. According to AI simulations, the entire melting process will take approximately 1 to 3 months. We have sufficient time to respond. Residents need not panic. Upon reading this message, I shook my head. I knew that the melting of the Antarctic glaciers would not take a month. Within just 3 days, vast amounts of ice had melted, resulting in a 12-meter rise in sea levels and the inundation of numerous cities and lands. The complete melting of both the Antarctic and Arctic glaciers would only require 10 days. This process was occurring at a pace far quicker than anticipated. After finishing the message, I wanted to check the situation along the coast. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was Xinghe. I answered the call, smiling as I said, "Director, I didn't expect you to call me. Do you bring good news?" And Xinghe replied, "I'm calling to express my gratitude." I was taken aback. "Gratitude? What do you mean?" And Xinghe explained, "A couple of days ago, during the yacht party, you suggested that Dai Shun expedite the relocation of coastal industries. While he did not heed your advice, I certainly did. I immediately arranged for the relocation and, at lightning speed, acquired several factories in the southern city, allowing us to seize the initiative and significantly mitigate our losses." I was astonished. I had casually remarked at the yacht party that it was best to move quickly. And yet Xinghe had taken my words to heart and acted upon them without hesitation. I was left wondering whether to commend her decisiveness or question her recklessness. "Zhou," remarked, "I casually mentioned something, and you took it seriously. What audacity you possess. Aren't you afraid I might be mistaken?" And Xinghe chuckled softly and replied, "My judgment of character has always been quite astute. And the facts have once again validated my assessment. You may be unaware, but factories along the coast are contemplating relocation. However, they find themselves in a predicament. Unable to source labor for dismantling machinery or transportation for moving it, each one is in a state of utter disarray. Even if they manage to relocate, they will struggle to find new premises, as the prices for factory spaces nationwide have surged to astronomical levels. And sure, the price of factory buildings tripled within half an hour. I foresightly purchased several, yielding me substantial profits. In summary, my decisive actions this time have spared my family a staggering loss of 40 billion. That the elders in the family now sing my praises. By the way, she continued, the Xie, Duan, Su, and Dai families, having ignored your counsel, are now lamenting their decisions. After exchanging a few more words, and Qinghe extended an invitation, saying, my family is quite interested in you and would like to invite you for a meal to express their gratitude. What do you think? Zhou Yu replied, a meal from you will suffice. Visiting your home is unnecessary, and Qinghe responded, very well. Then I shall treat you to dinner tomorrow. Putting down her phone, Zhou Yu glanced at the stock market, which, as anticipated, was awash in red, with numerous stocks plummeting within mere minutes. He merely observed without making any trades. Knowing the market would continue to decline for several more days, he planned to wait until the prices stabilized before making his purchases for better value. Buzz. His phone vibrated twice. Upon opening WeChat, he discovered a message from the Qingfu Property Owner Group. Wutong, the property manager, announced, attention, esteemed residents. The Community Committee for Qingfu District has officially commenced operations today at Building 9. Unit 1, Room 1002. I will soon add Director Wei of the committee to this group. Upon reading this message, the residents began to express their surprise. What do you mean a community committee has suddenly arrived? We are all individuals of status here. There should be no trivial matters requiring a committee. Wu Tong responded, dear residents, all communities within Daxiao are required to have a community committee. Previously, the occupancy rate at Qingfu was low, hence the absence of a committee. Now that the occupancy rate has risen significantly, a committee must be established to better serve everyone. Shortly thereafter, a notification appeared, inviting Director Wei Fong to join the group. Wu Tong continued, now that Director Wei has joined, I invite her to address the group. Wei Fong, the director of the community committee, greeted everyone, stating, hello, everyone. The nation has entered a state of emergency, and to enhance grassroots management, the street office has assigned us to Qingfu District, appointing me as the director. Moving forward, I will be working in the Qingfu community, and I kindly ask for your cooperation. A few residents welcomed her. But the group soon fell silent. The inhabitants of Qingfu were all affluent and esteemed. They hardly regarded a community committee leader with any importance, seeing the lack of engagement in the group. Wei Fong felt a surge of irritation. Securing the position of director had been a hard-won achievement, and she had anticipated a warm reception and compliments upon her arrival at Qingfu. Instead, the residents' indifference was disheartening, as they couldn't even muster a word of praise. These insufferable wealthy individuals dare to look down upon me. Just wait until they face hardships. Wei Fong fumed inwardly, in the Pengqing high-tech zone. At a large electronics factory, Su Desan was directing workers in the chaotic dismantling of machinery. Hurry, move that rotor. Don't you dare apply excessive force. You're damaging the equipment, he bellowed. Use some strength. Can't 5 of you lift a single shaft? Su Desan, along with his sister Su Qingsu, had received a notification demanding the swift evacuation of workers and dismantling of the machinery, with an official supervisory team overseeing the process, requiring completion within 10 days. Upon receiving this notice, they sought specialized workers for the task but found it impossible to locate anyone. All skilled laborers had already been summoned for dismantling elsewhere, and even the workers at repair shops had been lured away with lucrative offers. After making dozens of calls without success, they resigned themselves to gathering the available laborers to dismantle the machinery. While these workers could manage basic tasks like tightening screws, they were ill-equipped for the intricate dismantling of precision machinery and production lines. Faced with no other option, Su Desan and his sister had to assure them that they would not be held accountable for any damages incurred during the process. Hearing this promise, the workers finally agreed to start. However, their lack of expertise led to frequent mishaps, and as Su Desan surveyed the area, he was dismayed to find several parts had been broken. A sudden crack drew his attention. Turning around, he saw a worker holding a shattered circuit board. Su Desan nearly lost his composure. This circuit board was from the control panel. If damaged, it would require the manufacturer to replace it, incurring both time and financial costs. Could you be more careful? You can't apply force when dismantling the circuit board. Su Desan couldn't help but shout. The worker explained, young boss Su, This circuit board won't come off without some force. I applied a bit of pressure. And it cracked. It's not my fault. Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, Sudesan replied, just be careful going forward. If it truly won't budge, call someone else to assist. Don't use brute force. These machines are precious. The workers acknowledged him and continued their dismantling, applying force as necessary, reassured that the boss had absolved them of responsibility for any damage. As Sudesan walked away, he heard another crack. Yet another component had been ruined, fueling his frustration. The worker called out, young boss Su, this part requires specialized tools. I don't have the right equipment, so I have no choice but to use force. If you don't want me to proceed, I can leave. Sudesan seethed internally, wishing to lash out, but he knew better than to act on his impulse. If he were to strike, these workers would leave in an instant. And then who would dismantle the machinery? Suppressing his anger, he gruffly said, it's not your fault. Just continue dismantling. After uttering those words, he exited the chaos. Fearing for his own health. In the office, he found his sister Su Qingsu on the phone, attempting to arrange transportation. Dismantling the production lines was already complicated, and transporting them posed an even greater challenge. Only large vehicles could manage the task, however, with every factory in the city needing to transport machinery. Finding adequate vehicles was nearly impossible. After Su Qingsu hung up, Sudesan inquired, did you manage to find any vehicles, sis? With a sigh, she replied, no, a portion of the city's vehicles have been requisitioned by the authorities, while another part has been contracted by those larger factories, even offering 5 times the usual transport fees. I still can't find any vehicles. It's incredibly frustrating. After a moment's thought, she added, the factory on Qingha's side has already finished dismantling their machines and is in the process of transporting them. I am at a disadvantage compared to her. Sudesan raked his fingers through his hair in regret. If only we had heeded Zhou Yu's advice that day, we could have dismantled the machines early and arranged for transportation, saving us so much hassle. Su Qingsu felt a twinge of regret, but at this point, remorse was futile. Meanwhile, on Qingdao Island, Xie Wenjun and his father, Xie Tingfei, sat on a seaside terrace, gazing at the expansive azure ocean before them. Despite the breathtaking view, both wore troubled expressions. The Xie group had initially built its foundation in the restaurant industry, and after achieving significant success, had ventured into the hotel sector, planning to create a fully integrated dining and hospitality conglomerate. The hotel before them had been acquired at a hefty price by Xie Tingfei. After its renovation, business had thrived, and prospects appeared bright. However, Xie Tingfei could never have imagined that, within less than a year of operation, the hotel would face relocation. This establishment, purchased for billions, was now at risk of sinking beneath the waves. The thought of it submerging into the depths of the ocean left both Xie Wenjun and Xie Tingfei breathless with anguish. In addition to this hotel on Qingdao Island, the Xie family owned over a dozen other seaside establishments, all of which faced the same grim fate of submersion. The anticipated total loss was projected to exceed $4.5 billion. This was undoubtedly a colossal blow to the Xie group, likely leaving them unable to recover for at least a decade, if they could recover at all. Damn it, Xie Wenjun cursed, his voice heavy with frustration. If only we had sold off those seaside establishments when Zhou Yu warned us. Xie Tengfei sighed, sharing in the regret. Yet, even if given another chance, he knew he would not heed Zhou Yu's advice. After all, how could he sell off a hotel painstakingly developed simply on the basis of someone else's words? He was not like that reckless in Qinghe. This Zhou Yu, not only is he adept at making money, but he's also remarkably well-informed, a true talent, Xie Tingfei remarked. Wenjun, you should maintain closer contact with him in the future. Xie Wenjun nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at Qingfu, Zhou Yu found himself added to a group chat consisting of 5 other members: Su Desan, Duan Yuhang, Xie Wenjun, Dai Shun, and in Qinghe Su Desan. Zhou Xiao, I was wrong, and I regret it deeply. My thighs are bruised from slapping them in frustration. If only I had heeded your warning. Now the losses are too severe. Daishin, Zhou Xiao, I too am filled with regret. My family invested $3.5 billion in an auto parts factory, and now we can only transfer it for a meager $1.3 billion. I am at a loss for words. Duan Yuhang, Zhou Xiao, I regret not listening to your advice. Our 3 factories all need to be relocated, and now we're overwhelmed. Xie Wenjun, Zhou Xiao, if only I had followed your counsel. Now, over a dozen hotels are ruined, and the losses are staggering. Zhou Yu stared at the messages, bewildered. What was this? Were these individuals pulling him into a group merely to express their regrets? What a peculiar situation. Shouldn't you all be busy with the relocation? How do you have time to chat? We're feeling downcast, so we sought you out to talk that I'm on the verge of tears and can no longer bear being in the workshop. I just want to chat. Zhou Yu consoled them. You've only lost a few billion. That's relatively minor. This wave of losses will likely affect many business owners, some losing hundreds of billions. When you consider that, your situation might feel a bit more bearable. Alas, it's still painful. The industries built over 2 generations have vanished in an instant. Indeed, in just 2 hours, my father's spirit has diminished. He seems to have aged 20 years. My father is similar. He is merely holding on to oversee the dismantling work. Zhou Yu replied, in the face of such natural disasters, there's little anyone can do. Try to remain optimistic. Money may be lost, but it can be earned back. Zhou Xiao, for those of us in the real estate sector, regaining tens of billions is no easy feat. We might never achieve it again. Could you offer some advice? Yes, it's exceedingly challenging to operate in industry now. And starting anew in an unfamiliar city is even tougher. Zhou Xiao, could you provide us with some guidance? Zhou Xiao, please suggest where I should relocate my factory. Yes, Zhou Xiao, please provide some advice. Zhou Yu was at a loss for words. These wealthy heirs had added him to a group chat, expressing their regrets. It seemed they were collectively seeking sympathy in hopes of gaining his insights. Nonetheless, offering guidance and garnering some goodwill felt worthwhile. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Yu replied, in the future, real estate, agriculture, fisheries, shipbuilding, and shipping will become the most lucrative industries. You might consider them. Got it. I'll tell my father right away. Understood. A token of appreciation. I plan to send 2 campus beauties to Zhou Xiao. Thank you, Zhou Xiao. I know you appreciate beautiful women. That I'll send a few your way sometime. At that moment, and Qinghe joined the conversation. Zhou Xiao, I have a keen interest in agriculture. Could we collaborate? Zhou Yu responded, certainly. Upon hearing this, Su Desan, Duan Yuhang, Xie Wenjun, and Daishan perked up, eager to contribute. I want to join. I want to join too. Zhou Xiao. Sister Qinghe, I wish to join you. Let us collaborate to earn money together. Yes, let us work together. Zhou Yu replied, I have no objections. And Qinghe added, neither do I. Let us find a time to meet and discuss in detail. After chatting in the group for a while, Zhou Yu suddenly heard a low rumble. Stepping onto the balcony, he observed 2 small airplanes flying overhead, clearly emblazoned with the words, Daxia surveying. As soon as the 2 planes vanished, 3 more appeared, still bearing the same inscription. It was evident that these 5 aircraft were engaged in topographic surveying tasks. With the melting of the Antarctic ice, rising sea levels had become inevitable. Now, there were only 2 actions people could take: initiate mass relocations and prepare adequately. The first step in preparation was conducting topographic surveys, utilizing aircraft to accurately map the terrain around cities, ensuring they were informed about which cities to abandon, which could be salvaged, and which were safe or perilous. Zhou Yu recalled that in just a couple of days, a massive mountain-moving project would commence nationwide. For instance, in Nan City, all available machinery had been mobilized, and hundreds of thousands of workers were assembled to construct over 30 seawalls in a remarkably short time, effectively preventing seawater from flooding the area. The materials alone for these seawalls cost over 500 billion. When factoring in labor and other expenses, the total was incalculable. Only Daxia could accomplish such a monumental project. In the capital, the scale was even more astonishing. They mobilized the nation's human and material resources, working around the clock to erect a colossal levee spanning hundreds of kilometers and towering over 30 meters high, successfully keeping the sea at bay and preserving vast tracts of land. If Nan City's sea walls were a super project, then the capital's massive levee was an epic undertaking, with investments and resources amounting to astronomical figures that would astonish anyone who heard them. After the planes passed, convoys began to appear on the roads, heading into the distance. The formations were orderly, clearly indicating a military presence. Simultaneously, propaganda vehicles equipped with loudspeakers patrolled the streets, announcing, "The nation has entered a state of emergency. Please prepare food and water within the next 24 hours and remain indoors unless absolutely necessary." Important national decisions would be disseminated online and communicated via text messages. Citizens were urged not to spread rumors or believe them easily. The melting of the Antarctic glaciers would take time, so there was no need for panic. Trust in the nation. With a population of 1.5 billion, we can overcome any challenge in the face of this natural disaster. The national machinery began to operate at full capacity. A new era was on the horizon. Zhou Yu observed for a while before returning to the garden, choosing to recline in tranquility after all this hard work. He yearned for the calmness to lie comfortably when disaster struck, free from the burdens of life and worries about the future. Bring me another pot of ginseng tea. Certainly. I want something nourishing for lunch. All right, just wait a moment. Back at Phone Bank, Nan City branch, a piece of news set the entire branch ablaze with excitement. Have you heard? Chow Yun has been arrested. Oh my, is this news true or false? Of course, it is true. There are even videos circulating online that it is said that Chow Yun has violently assaulted a young lady, and the evidence is irrefutable. He is likely to face imprisonment this time. Chow Yun possesses both wealth and good looks, and with just a little effort, numerous young women would be willing to accompany him. Why resort to such violent acts? The reason is simple. Chow Yun is a super alpha male. He is a natural-born villain. At her workstation, Liang Fian listened to the discussions, a faint smile flickering at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, this man, Chow Yun, was ensnared by her clever machinations for some time now. He had been persistently pursuing her, even attempting to take advantage of his position to exploit her. Liang Fian was thoroughly exasperated and decided to take decisive action. She cleverly exploited Chow Yun's weaknesses as a super alpha male, setting a trap that ensnared him without him realizing it. Liang Fian had already resolved to resign, but prior to her departure, she had 3 tasks to accomplish. The first was to ensure that Chow Yun faced justice, compelling him to work the sewing machine as punishment for his predatory behavior. As such, scum must be held accountable. The second involved organizing the work assigned by Zhou Yu. Currently, she had 2 tasks from him. One was a large-scale overseas procurement, and the other was to manage stock transfers and related procedures. The third was to recommend a successor. Liang Fian had already completed the first 2 tasks, leaving only the third pending. Before her resignation, she had the authority to recommend a suitable candidate to take over her position, which was crucial as Zhou Yu's assistant. Choosing the right person required careful consideration. Zhao Zi approached, giving Liang Fian's shoulder a light pat. Fian, you just smiled like a villain. Come on, did you do something wicked? Liang Fian shot her friend a glance and replied, I was just deep in thought. You startled me. Zhao Zi casually remarked, were you contemplating matters? Or were you pondering over a man? Liang Fian rolled her eyes at her friend, saying, I was thinking about my resignation. Zhao Zi paused for a moment, then whispered, did your benefactor urge you to resign? You must think it through. Without a job, there is no fallback. Work is crucial for men, and equally so for women. Having a job ensures that even if you are dismissed by your benefactor, you can still secure your livelihood. Conversely, without work, everything must start anew. I have already made up my mind. Then after your resignation, will you become a kept woman or continue working? I will continue working. He wants me to establish a conglomerate, and once it is set up, I shall assume the role of president. My heavens, your benefactor certainly holds you in high regard. It seems you have pleased him immensely. Enough with the nonsense. After exchanging a few words, Liang Fian recalled the successor selection and found herself unable to decide. Perhaps she could consult Zhao Zi. Liang Fian stated, after I resign, I need to recommend someone to take over my position and serve Zhou Xiao. Sister Zhao, who do you think would be suitable? The private banking division is brimming with talented women, all quite capable. However, finding the right candidate among so many is no easy feat. Zhao Zi inquired. What qualities do you believe are essential for someone to take over your role? After pondering for a moment, Liang Fian responded, first, the person must possess beauty. Zhou Xiao has a penchant for attractive women, so we must find someone who fits that description. Secondly, they must be competent. Zhou Xiao manages vast wealth, and his affairs are significant. Only capable individuals can handle such matters effectively. Thirdly, they should exhibit a lack of ambition. Lastly, their family background should be ordinary. These 4 criteria reflect considerations for Zhou Yu in the first 2 points, while the latter 2 cater to her own interests. That a woman devoid of ambition and with a modest family background would pose minimal threat to Liang Fian, allowing her to rest easy without fear of losing her favor. After hearing this, Zhao Zi remarked, the first, second, and fourth requirements are relatively straightforward to fulfill. However, the third criterion is somewhat challenging. A person's ambition is often not readily apparent. Moreover, highly educated and capable women typically possess strong career aspirations, which implies they are likely to be ambitious. Liang Fian pondered this and suddenly laughed, realizing that she herself perfectly met all 4 criteria. Never mind, just look for someone who fits the first, second, and fourth requirements. Even if she is ambitious, I need not fear her. All right, I will review the materials and provide you with a list this afternoon. In the afternoon, Zhao Zi delivered the list, presenting 3 candidates, each a highly educated, attractive, and capable young woman. The profiles of these 3 individuals are included. Take a look. If none of them are suitable, I can source candidates from headquarters. Liang Fian glanced at the list and promptly crossed out one name. This young lady had been in 2 relationships and frequently accompanied clients. Such a morally ambiguous individual would surely not appeal to Zhou Yu, nor to Liang Fian herself. The remaining 2 candidates were Huang Lina and Winnie, both possessing doctoral degrees in finance. In terms of appearance and professional capability, they were comparable. After reviewing their profiles, Liang Fian ultimately chose Huang Lina. As she was relatively new to the workforce and still retained a degree of innocence, Liang Fian believed Zhou Yu would appreciate such a quality. As the nation entered a state of emergency, all public activities were halted, and a palpable tension enveloped the populace, who remained vigilant regarding developments in Antarctica. The official Douyin live streaming platform seized the opportunity to launch an Antarctic live broadcast channel, streaming 24 hours a day, garnering immense traffic, and the hosts in Antarctica saw their follower counts soar dramatically. Notably, aside from Xianyu Media, 2 other media companies also ventured to Antarctica for live broadcasts. Capitalizing on the wave of viewer interest, Zhou Yu was among those watching the live streams. In the broadcast footage, the once formidable glaciers collapsed and melted like ice cream. Thick ice sheets transformed into water at an alarming rate. And even the eternal snowy peaks of Antarctica began to thaw. Towering mountains now boasted cascading waterfalls, a breathtaking spectacle and a true marvel of nature. Yet, the world's inhabitants found little solace in this beauty. As the glaciers threatened to vanish, the affluent United States dispatched a team of scientists and a film crew to Antarctica in hopes of capturing the final moments of the continent's splendor. The aircraft journeyed deep into the region, reaching the highest peak, Mount Vinson, only to discover that even it could not escape the fate of melting. In a single night, numerous rivers emerged across Antarctica, transforming the land into a watery realm, an endless flow cascading into the ocean, sending chills down the spines of those who beheld it. My heavens, this is the most terrifying sight I have ever witnessed. This is disastrous. With so much water flowing into the sea level will rise rapidly. I have heard that the thickness of the Antarctic ice sheet exceeds 2,500 meters, with the thickest portions reaching up to 4,500 meters. The consequences of such a massive volume of ice melting into water are unimaginable. Can anyone inform me how much the sea level will rise after the polar ice caps melt? To my coastal brethren, evacuate quickly. Those who were not watching the live stream felt an unbearable itch of anxiety. After witnessing the broadcast, their spirits sank even further. Sales of psychiatric medications and sleeping pills skyrocketed as many found themselves unable to sleep without assistance. And some individuals even resorted to jumping from rooftops to escape their despair. At 8 p.m., an announcement from the U.S. Weather Bureau was shared widely, sending shockwaves through the populace. Those who read it could hardly remain calm. The U.S. Weather Bureau cautioned, according to satellite data, in the past 11 hours, the sea level has already risen by 2.16 meters. The rate of Antarctic ice melt is far beyond expectations. Residents of coastal cities are urged to evacuate immediately. Shortly thereafter, the Xiaoxiao Weather Bureau also released a statement. We have detected anomalies in atmospheric circulation, with warm winds from the equator reaching the poles, resulting in accelerated glacier melting. Due to this phenomenon, the sea level has now risen by 2.18 meters. Predictions indicate that within 3 days, the sea level could rise by 10 to 14 meters. Coastal residents must evacuate without delay. Coastal establishments, factories, companies, and enterprises are urged to dismantle and evacuate within 3 days. These 2 announcements have ignited an immediate uproar across the internet. The already anxious populace has plunged into deeper panic. In many cities around the world, elevations barely reach a few meters. Should sea levels rise by 10 meters, these cities would be swiftly submerged. My heavens, I just checked, and the elevation of my beloved Dia city is a mere 14 meters. If the sea level ascends by 10 meters, we are in grave peril. I also discovered that my dear Jinmen has a similarly low elevation. It is likely to be inundated within 3 days. Oh no, my Lushur is also a low-lying city. It too faces impending doom in 3 days. I must flee at once. Alas, my cherished Yang city stands at less than 10 meters above sea level. We are surely doomed. I had thought I could linger here for a while longer. But it seems we are to meet our fate in just 3 short days. The machinery in my factory requires at least 10 days for dismantling. You tell me we will be submerged in 3 days? Oh, dear heavens, could we not have a little more time? Earlier this morning, People learned that Antarctica is set to undergo complete melting. Many believed the entire process would take at least a month. Thus, they did not hasten their evacuation. Now, circumstances have changed. The waters will encroach upon us within 3 days, catching everyone unprepared and wailing in despair at this moment. The Great Xia government and the Great Xia Disaster Relief Emergency Center have issued an urgent evacuation order. Firstly, effective immediately, airports and high-speed rail in coastal regions will operate at full capacity to ensure the safe departure of as many individuals as possible. Secondly, residents in coastal areas must leave with utmost haste and are forbidden from lingering. Thirdly, to maximize transport efficiency, each vehicle departing coastal cities must be filled to its capacity of 5 passengers. Fourthly, to maintain clear roadways, all social vehicles are prohibited from entering coastal cities. Vehicles are only permitted to exit. Fifthly, all toll booths will cease charging fees. Sixthly, no one shall obstruct the evacuation of residents. Failure to comply will result in severe consequences, including immediate execution. Seventhly, governmental and institutional entities in coastal areas must relocate documents and essential assets. Eighthly, each city will establish between 50 to 500 gathering points. Residents without transportation are urged to reach these points to board military vehicles for evacuation. Ninthly, inland cities must prepare for resettlement. Designating safe zones for coastal residents and providing essential food and water. With the issuance of this emergency evacuation order, a massive exodus is set into motion. Hundreds of millions of coastal residents, with no time for sorrow or nostalgia, hurriedly pack their belongings to depart. As we enter the year 2044, the majority of households own vehicles, and those with cars undoubtedly drive away. Those without vehicles rush to the gathering points. Luggage in hand, to board military transport. Buzz, buzz, buzz. My phone rings. It is LV Banian from Xinyu Real Estate. I answered. LV Banian exclaims loudly, "Boss, many people are calling in, eager to purchase our properties. Numerous others wish to rent from us." I reply, "Only rentals, no sales. By the way, the rental price should be set at 1/3 below market value. Offering low rental rates is now the sole viable action for me." LV Banian is taken aback by the substantial reduction in rental rates and cannot help but say, "Boss, this will significantly diminish our revenue." I calmly respond, "No matter, I have ample funds. I am not concerned about this." After a moment's thought, I add, "With so many properties, can your team manage them all?" Xinyu Real Estate currently oversees 126. 300 units. Managing such a vast portfolio is no small feat. LV Banian smiles reassuringly. "Rest assured, boss, we have developed the Xinyu rental app, greatly enhancing management efficiency. We can handle it all." I feel relieved and instruct, "Excellent. Ensure you rent out the properties as swiftly as possible, prioritizing those relocating from coastal regions." After ending the call, I glance at a message from abroad and rise to my feet. The large procurement overseas is nearly complete. It is time for me to make a trip abroad. Recently, I allocated $40 billion for the procurement team to engage in extensive purchasing. Now, this amount has nearly been exhausted, with goods stored in over 100 warehouses. The procurement team has warned me that apocalyptic theories are rampant in the United States, with many believing the end is nigh, leading to rampant indulgence. This indulgence has resulted in continuous gunfights on the streets. And the phenomenon of $0 shopping has become increasingly rampant, pushing the city's security to the brink of chaos. The procurement team advises that I promptly arrange for the transportation of goods from the warehouses. Otherwise, they may fall victim to $0 shopping. Reflecting on this, I recall that in my previous life, the United States did experience a period of turmoil, during which numerous malls, factories, and homes suffered devastating losses due to $0 shopping. New York City, the largest city in the United States, was particularly affected, with countless containers unable to be dispatched in time, ultimately succumbing to the rising waters and vanishing into the vast ocean. Each year, individuals venture into this maritime area, searching for sunken containers, often uncovering unexpected treasures. That I open a live stream to ascertain the current situation in New York. I in this era of thriving live broadcasts. Understanding a location requires no more than tuning in to a stream. Each city boasts countless streamers who capture the local happenings in real time. Upon entering the live streaming app, I am greeted by a large, dark face. "Ah, this is a gentleman of African descent. Shop, shop, shop. Let's go," he exclaims excitedly, accompanied by a group of friends as they storm into a luxury goods store, brazenly indulging in $0 shopping inside the store. The staff are paralyzed with fear, shrieking in terror. Some quick-witted individuals hastily escape, while others, less fortunate, are left helplessly screaming as one of the intruders sends them flying with a single blow to particularly beautiful female employee. Remember, to eliminate one is to eliminate one. Never let them fall into your hands, for you would be condemned to a fate worse than death. At that moment, two thunderous shouts echoed as the door was violently breached, and two towering black men burst into the room. Upon spotting the host, the two men grinned widely in excitement. "Oh, brothers, come quickly. I have discovered a delectable treat." Zhou had watched a dozen videos and realized that the city was on the brink of chaos. Fortunately, his warehouse was located near the docks, and the goods should remain secure. After some contemplation, Zhou ultimately decided to make the journey. Given the national state of emergency, signing agreements and purchasing plane tickets was impossible. However, Zhou possessed spatial abilities. He could fly. Quietly, he set off. 6 days later, he returned just as discreetly. This operation had successfully brought back the majority of the procurement supplies. Why only the majority, you ask? Approximately one-third of the supplies stored in the warehouse had been acquired through zero-cost purchases. Nevertheless, Zhou did not incur losses. He too had engaged in a round of zero-cost purchases at the port. New York, being the largest city in the world, had over 700,000 containers stacked at its port. Due to the city's unrest, these containers could not be transported in a timely manner, leaving the owners in a state of anxious frustration. Meanwhile, the Antarctic glaciers were rapidly melting, causing sea levels to rise alarmingly fast. In just 3 days, the seawater had inundated the docks, and most of the staff had evacuated. This presented Zhou with an excellent opportunity. He had preemptively collected 3 cubic kilometers of seawater, then suddenly released it, generating several terrifying tidal waves that swept all the containers into the ocean. Subsequently, he lurked beneath the water, stealthily retrieving over 500,000 containers without detection. Why not take them all? On one hand, the containers had become too dispersed once swept into the sea, and he was disinclined to collect them individually. On the other hand, Zhou intentionally left some containers behind to avoid drawing excessive suspicion. The containers were water-resistant. Even if submerged in the ocean, they would not take on water in the short term. Thus, the majority of the goods contained within remained intact. Even if some containers were damaged and seawater seeped in, it posed little issue, so long as they did not contain precision instruments or electronic products. All would be well. The cargo from 500,000 containers, minus a portion of empty ones, amounted to several million tons, perhaps even exceeding 10 million tons. By these calculations, Zhou not only avoided losses, but instead realized a significant profit. He did not examine the contents of the containers. Now that he had secured the goods, he could inspect them at leisure later. Zhou retrieved his phone from the spatial realm and powered it on, only to be inundated with a flurry of messages, 50 or 60 in total, most from official sources that at present. To ensure the smooth flow of information, the authorities were cracking down on scam and spam messages, with a minimum penalty of 10 years for verified offenders. Thus, no one dared to send out fraudulent messages. The National Disaster Relief Emergency Center advised residents in coastal areas to relocate to high-altitude safe cities. The following is a list of safe cities: Rongqing, Shancheng, Chuncheon, Jincheng, Fenghuangcheng, Linqing. The National Disaster Relief Emergency Center also reported that, according to survey data, the following cities were deemed hazardous and should maintain a state of emergency, remaining prepared for immediate evacuation: Jingcheng, Xingqing, Nanshi, Xinjiang. Among these, Nanshi was classified as a dangerous city, necessitating readiness for evacuation. However, Zhou understood that although some areas of Nanshi had been submerged, it posed no significant danger overall. In fact, it had transformed into a coastal city with boundless prospects. Beyond safe and hazardous cities, there existed another classification: cities that needed to be abandoned. All coastal cities were included in this list. The Southern Province Emergency Command Center reported, based on survey data, that several cities in the southern province faced the threat of inundation. To salvage these cities, with approval from relevant departments, they had resolved to marshal the province's resources to construct sea barriers. The Sea Barrier project was divided into 32 segments. For detailed information, please click here. With time pressing and tasks heavy, to ensure the barrier's timely completion, all mechanical equipment in the province would be requisitioned, and all construction personnel would be mobilized for around-the-clock work. In these extraordinary times, relevant units, companies, and personnel must exert every effort to construct our lifeline levees and protect our homeland. Zhou Yu read the messages. His pupils dilating. Super projects had finally commenced, and it was likely that vigorous construction was underway. The next message was from the United Front Work Department. The Daxia United Front Work Department stated, all major farms. Do not dispose of or bury livestock and fish that have perished from heat without authorization. Please turn them over to United Front staff for processing. This message seemed straightforward, yet the implications were far from simple. Zhou Yu understood that the livestock collected by United Front personnel would not be buried. Rather, they would be processed and stored in warehouses. These heat-stricken fish and livestock, previously deemed inedible, would soon transform into rare delicacies. Unavailable to those who sought them. In a year or two, the impoverished would find their only sources of meat to be fish, rat, or maggot. To enjoy a meal of chicken or duck would become exceedingly difficult. Chicken, pork, and beef would inevitably become luxury items, and many children from the lower strata, nearing 10 years of age, would have never tasted genuine chicken or pork. The Nanshur Immigrant Resettlement Command Center announced that the fourth batch of immigrants from coastal regions had arrived in Nanshur. All units were to ensure proper resettlement. In recent days, waves of immigrants had arrived from the coast, and now the fourth batch had come. Most had been settled in designated locations. However, some immigrants had directly entered the city. And on the streets, tents were visible. These were the temporary homes of the displaced. Nanshur, being a coastal city with convenient transportation, had become a necessary passage for immigrants. According to statistical data, over 20 million immigrants had entered Nanshur in the past 6 days. To ensure the smooth flow of traffic, citizens of Nanshur had been restricted from traveling. As a result of the influx, prices in Nanshur had soared like a rocket, and many items were already sold out. The National Price Supervision Group stated, "Prices are the stable lifeline. We will take all necessary measures to maintain price stability. All merchants must strictly adhere to regulations and refrain from raising prices independently or profiting from national disasters. Otherwise, they will face severe penalties." This message indicated that prices nationwide had become increasingly difficult to control. A burgeoning black market had emerged, offering a plethora of sought-after goods: rice, flour, instant noodles, air conditioners. Everything was available. However, prices were significantly higher than in stores. A pound of rice had skyrocketed to over 10 yuan, while a 1-horsepower air conditioner had surged to over 10,000 yuan. Amidst a multitude of messages, Zhou Yu came across 2 donation requests, appealing for residents of the southern province to contribute funds to support the sea barrier construction. After reading the messages, Zhou Yu opened the headline news app and saw a prominent figure displayed: 22.6 meters. Indeed, this was the height by which sea levels had risen. In a mere 6 days, the sea level had increased by 22 meters. Luzhou, Tianjin, Yinqing, Coconut City, Gambling City, Qian'an City, and Bay North. These major cities had all been submerged. Currently, personnel had evacuated from these large urban areas, but mechanical equipment remained under urgent disassembly, with salvage efforts ongoing. However, due to the hasty evacuation, despite their best efforts, substantial resources were left behind, helplessly watching as they succumbed to the rising waters. Online, some individuals had formed diving teams, planning to venture to these coastal cities in due time to salvage materials from beneath the waves. Zhou Yu glanced at the news, observing the plight of those who had lost their homes, who shared their misfortunes online, eliciting waves of sympathy. The coastal immigrants expressed their greatest grievances regarding housing prices. Having abandoned their properties to reach inland cities, they sought to purchase homes to settle down. Yet upon inquiring about housing prices, they were left aghast, as even ordinary developments had surged to 30 or 40,000 yuan per square meter. Meanwhile, upscale developments had become even more outrageous, skyrocketing to 70 or 80,000. Homeownership was utterly unattainable. Unable to afford housing, these coastal immigrants had no choice but to sleep in tents or beneath overpasses. Fortunately, with the current hot and dry weather, they need not worry about being drenched by rain. Residents of Nanshur, while sympathizing with others, were also concerned for their own circumstances. The elevation of Nanshur is not particularly high, and it has been designated as a dangerous city. No one knows whether the sea will eventually inundate this place. Zhou Yu was perusing the news when suddenly, Yin Dongqing knocked on the door. Zhou Yu responded, "Come in." Yin Dongqing entered, handing Zhou Yu an invitation, saying, "Young Master Zhou, this is an invitation from the mayor's office, inviting you to a cocktail party." Zhou Yu was taken aback. "Isn't it an emergency situation? How can there still be a cocktail party?" Yin Dongqing explained, "Well, It appears to be a fundraising cocktail party aimed at soliciting donations. Constructing sea defenses requires substantial funding. Zhou Yu understood. The endeavor of building sea defenses is an immense undertaking, requiring astronomical sums. Even if the government had abundant funds, it would still be insufficient. If the government cannot support it, then fundraising becomes necessary, which is why the mayor's office has sent out invitations. Zhou Yu glanced at the time of the cocktail party, which was scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. He resolved to attend and planned to contribute a significant sum. Yin Dongxing then produced another document and handed it to Zhou Yu. Upon inspection, Zhou Yu noted it was a due diligence report for a private hospital. Yin Dongxing remarked, "Young Master Zhou, this is a due diligence report for a private hospital. You may want to review it. If there are no issues, I can proceed with the acquisition offer." Zhou Yu nodded. Briefly reviewing the document, the hospital, a local establishment in Nanshur, was not particularly large, but it was fully compliant with regulations, and its accounts appeared clean, with no serious medical incidents reported. Zhou Yu pondered aloud. The hospital occupies only 15.6 acres. That seems a bit small. Is there any room for expansion nearby? Yin Dongxing had evidently considered this issue, responding, "Yes, to the left of the hospital is an old bus station, which has been converted into a repair shop, occupying 92 acres. I have inquired, and the repair shop is willing to sell. However, their asking price is quite steep." Zhou Yu asked, "How much?" Yin Dongxing replied, 1.64 billion. Zhou Yu was astonished. That dilapidated shop, before the heat wave, was worth at most 2 to 300 million. Now, it had skyrocketed to 1.6 billion, a 5 to 6-fold increase. The price surge of the repair shop indicated just how frenzied the real estate market in Nanshur had become. Even as it was classified as a dangerous city, one could only imagine how wildly prices were soaring in safer cities. Zhou Yu inquired, "Is there any room for negotiation on that price?" Yin Dongxing replied, "If negotiations go well, it might be possible to lower it a bit, though not by much." Zhou Yu contemplated for a moment and said, "Negotiate with them, try to bring the price down as much as possible, and then proceed with the purchase. Acquire the repair shop first, and then the hospital. Once the hospital is secured, we can merge the two locations and rename it Xinyu Hospital." Yin Dongxing nodded, "Understood." After Yin Dongxing left, Qian Baifeng called, informing Zhou Yu that he had contracted 120 acres of land and was in the process of constructing photovoltaic greenhouses, which he estimated would be completed in about half a month. Notably, before starting the construction, Qian Baifeng had already procured materials and seeds, significantly reducing costs. It is worth noting that even with money, it was increasingly difficult to procure photovoltaic power systems and building materials. Zhou Yu praised, "Well done." Qian Baifeng was indeed a talent, executing tasks swiftly and efficiently. Zhou Yu considered that once the Xianyu Group was established, he could offer Qian Baifeng a position within the company. Zhou Yu stated, "The photovoltaic greenhouse will be listed under the agricultural processing factory. By the way, let us rename the agricultural processing factory to Xianyu Agriculture." After ending the call, Zhou Yu scrolled through his phone for a while until the power went out. The intelligent power supply system automatically switched to backup, ensuring continuous electricity. Due to rising sea levels, Daxia had shut down over 100 nuclear power plants. With these closures, the power supply became insufficient, leading to rolling blackouts. The power grid sent a reminder that due to the mass shutdown of nuclear power plants, power rationing and outages would become commonplace, urging everyone to prepare. Currently, aside from air conditioning units, energy storage cabinets, batteries, and photovoltaic power systems had also become highly sought after. Normally, a 10-kilowatt photovoltaic power system would cost around 20 to 30,000, but now, it had soared to over 150,000. With manufacturers reaping substantial profits, Zhou Yu acknowledged the power grid's reminder, realizing that soon, water rationing would also become a reality. In such weather, living without electricity was challenging, and without water, survival became even more precarious. Fortunately, Zhou Yu had prepared in advance. He ascended to the attic, where a large water tank had been installed, capable of holding 30 cubic meters of water. If not for the considerations of the floor's load-bearing capacity, Zhou Yu could have constructed an even larger tank. On the terrace, there were 3 additional large water tanks, totaling a storage capacity of 120 cubic meters, assuming a daily water consumption of 2 cubic meters. This water supply could sustain him for 2 months, ample time for his endeavors. Water outages typically did not last long, at most 2 to 3 days. Once supply was restored, he could refill the tanks. Moreover, Zhou Yu had a backup plan, an atmospheric water generator. He had installed 2 medium-sized atmospheric water generators on the terrace, capable of extracting condensation from the air, producing 40 liters of water per hour, and approximately 1,000 liters overnight. After disinfection and filtration, this water could be consumed directly. If he preferred not to drink this water, it could be used for watering plants or bathing. Zhou planned to install a photovoltaic power system on the large terrace as well, ensuring that in the event of a major blackout, he could recharge his energy storage cabinets. He already had several hundred sets of photovoltaic systems in his storage, a technology that had become quite mature, allowing even ordinary individuals to install it with ease. After inspecting everything and finding no issues, Zhou settled in the garden, took out his phone, and opened the Xianyu Media female anchor group to watch some short videos. These anchors were truly industrious, updating their content daily, providing a seemingly endless stream of videos to enjoy. After watching for a while, Zhou felt inspired and decided to send messages to a few of the female anchors, inviting them to the Xianyu Grand Hotel for some guidance. After sending the messages, he took the elevator down to the garage and selected a single-number BMW X7 to drive out, due to the influx of immigrants. In order to ensure traffic flow, Nansher had implemented a system of odd-even license plate travel. However, this posed no inconvenience to Zhou, as he owned multiple vehicles. The BMW X7 cruised along the road. Zhou noticed that the greenery on both sides had turned parched and yellow, the ground covered in a layer of withered leaves, emitting a faint crunching sound as the tires rolled over them. Under the scorching heat, even with daily watering, the plants were fated to perish. Only desert plants such as sea buckthorn and cacti could barely survive in these conditions. To cultivate crops or vegetables, the only viable solution was to plant them in greenhouses. As the car passed an old street, Zhou observed a corner bustling with people, resembling a small market. He quickly recognized it as a black market. With the increase of immigrants, Nansher faced a significant shortage of supplies. Even large shopping malls struggled to stock items, making it difficult to purchase even basic clothing. In contrast, black markets had sprung up in various corners of the city, offering everything in high demand, albeit at exorbitant prices due to the lack of official regulation. In his previous life, Zhou had often frequented black markets to make ends meet. Seeing the black market now piqued his interest, prompting him to park the car by the roadside and approach. Within the black market, each person clutched a cup of water, occasionally taking sips and pouring a bit over their heads to stave off heat stroke. Zhou arrived at a stall selling air conditioning units and casually pointed at a model, inquiring about the price. The vendor replied, "This is a Lita 2 horsepower inverter air conditioner, suitable for high temperature conditions. If you're interested, it's $32,000. Astonished, Zhou remarked, "Has the price really jumped to $32,000 in just a few days?" The vendor chuckled, pointing to the box. This unit was directly taken from the mall's warehouse. The packaging hasn't even been opened. What issues could it possibly have? Zhou was not surprised. He had anticipated that these air conditioners were sourced from the mall. Currently, the price supervision team was closely monitoring major shopping malls, prohibiting any price hikes. Merchants are inherently profit-driven, and with the authorities keeping a close watch, it is evident that they are stifling their opportunities for wealth. Consequently, some audacious entrepreneurs discreetly sell their warehouse goods to second-hand dealers at exorbitant prices, thus reaping substantial profits. Meanwhile, these dealers, armed with a plethora of merchandise, traverse various black markets, selling items at tenfold or even 20 to 30 times their original price, also amassing great fortunes. However, their triumphs will be short-lived. Engaging in such activities during a state of emergency is a blatant disregard for the mechanisms of the state, and these individuals will soon find themselves apprehended. Some may find themselves behind a sewing machine, while others may face execution. As Zhou ventured deeper, a vendor called out, "Brother, I'll give you a discount, just 31,000. What do you think?" Zhou waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Too expensive, I can't afford it." The vendor grumbled, "Expensive? This is a necessity. Selling for 31,000 is already quite cheap. In a few days, this air conditioner will be priced at 40,000. Zhou walked a few dozen meters and arrived at a stall selling rice. There were 2 bags of rice on display. Zhou inquired, "Brother, how much is this rice per pound?" The vendor, a middle-aged man in his 40s with rough skin, likely a laborer, held up 3 fingers and said, "This is premium Northeast rice, 31 per pound. Isn't that a bit too pricey?" Zhou responded, "Not at all. That's the current market price. But the price has risen too quickly, hasn't it?" Zhou remarked, "Haha, my young friend. Have you seen the world outside? The crops are withering under the sun. The supply of rice will only diminish, driving prices higher." Zhou nodded, acknowledging that rice was indeed becoming scarcer. One must admit that these small vendors possess a keen sense of market dynamics. The vendor continued, even in large supermarkets, there is no rice available now. So, if you need rice, you can only buy it from the black market. You'd best stock up while you can. Zhou Yu waved his hand, saying, no need, I still have some at home. The vendor ceased his persuasion, only stating, this weather is exceptionally abnormal. If this continues, everyone might end up hungry. You should really consider buying more. Zhou Yu nodded, finding the man quite reasonable, and offered a word of caution. Brother, conducting business in the black market is fraught with risks. You must be cautious. The vendor sighed, I'm only trying to sell some rice to pay for my family's medical expenses. Once I sell these 2 bags, I won't continue this line of work. It's infuriating. Healthcare is so difficult to access now. Just to register, it costs over 1,000. Who can afford that? After wandering around, Zhou Yu felt a stream of sweat cascading down his body. However, he was in no hurry to leave. A bit of perspiration was beneficial after spending all day in an air-conditioned room. He approached a stall selling cured meats, where 2 to 3 dozen dried chickens were displayed, surrounded by eager customers. Zhou Yu inquired, how much for this chicken? The vendor replied, 600 yuan each. Pick whichever you like. Zhou Yu was astonished. Before heading to America, chicken was quite affordable, costing merely 10 yuan per pound, and around 30 to 40 yuan for a whole chicken. Now, the price had skyrocketed to 600, an astronomical increase. Before Zhou Yu could respond, an indignant woman nearby exclaimed, you small vendors are truly heartless. A chicken that used to cost merely dozens of yuan has suddenly skyrocketed to 600. This is sheer exploitation. Her words resonated with the crowd, and voices of agreement erupted. Indeed, the price of chicken has risen too rapidly. Who can afford 600 yuan for a single chicken? You are profiting from people's misfortunes. Yes, yes, others chimed in. Vendor, this cured chicken is far too expensive. Could you possibly lower the price? The vendor replied, let me be frank with you. The chickens from the farms are either dead or sold off. Completely depleted. It will be exceedingly difficult for you to find chicken in the future. I procured these from acquaintances at a high cost, so I cannot sell them cheaply. If you want them, act decisively. If not, kindly step aside and let me conduct my business. Seeing the vendor's firm stance, the crowd exchanged glances, and soon someone stepped forward to bargain. Could you sell it for 300 each? If so, I'll take 2.300 is too steep. How about 250? The vendor chuckled, 250. Let me tell you, it's 600 each, not a cent less. Take it or leave it. Ultimately, most of the crowd dispersed, with only 2 women gritting their teeth and purchasing a chicken each. Zhou Yu then moved to a fish stall, where bags of sun-dried fish were displayed. Compared to the cured chickens, these fish were relatively inexpensive, priced at 30 yuan per pound, similar to rice. Recently, many small rivers had dried up, leading to fish being sun-dried or floating dead. One could simply take a bag to the riverbank and catch hundreds of pounds in a single day. After drying the fish under the sun for a few days, they became dried fish with low costs, allowing for a substantial profit even at 30 yuan per pound. However, fish resources were also limited, and once this batch of dried fish was sold out, prices would inevitably surge. Zhou Yu, a sweet voice called from behind. Zhou Yu turned to see his university classmate, Tang Xiaoji, standing at a height of 178 centimeters. She possessed long legs, a remarkable figure, and striking beauty. During their university days, all the boys in their class had harbored crushes on her, Zhou Yu included. However, in their senior year, she was noticed by a leader at her internship company and married right after graduation. From the university alumni group, Zhou Yu learned that Tang Xiaoji's husband was a deputy manager at a state-owned enterprise, and she was living quite well since their marriage. Nodding at her, Zhou Yu remarked, Tang class flower, in this sweltering heat, why are you out here instead of lounging at home as a young lady? Tang Xiaoji sighed, how can I sit still? We've run out of formula at home, and the supermarket is out of stock, so I had no choice but to come to the black market. She raised 4 cans of formula in her hand. Zhou Yu casually asked, how much for each can? 950 yuan per can. Ridiculously expensive, she replied. Zhou Yu advised, since you can still find some, you'd better buy a few cans to keep at home. In the future, it may become exceedingly difficult to acquire this. Tang Xiaoji sighed again. I know, which is why I bought 4 cans at once, clearing out the vendor's stock. I've heard that many dairy cows have perished in the heat, making it tough to find formula later on. The heat was stifling, and after exchanging a few words, they parted ways. Tang Xiaoji headed home while Zhou Yu made his way to the Xianyu Grand Hotel. Upon arrival at the hotel, Zhou Yu first surveyed the floral arrangements inside, only to find that all the plants had wilted, rendering the sunshade ineffective. In the parking lot, A heap of artificial flowers and grasses lay, waiting to be arranged. Although they were fake, they would at least serve some decorative purpose. Upon reaching the top-floor suite, he found Northeast girl Chen Lu, rising star Yang Xueqing, Hanfu girl Pan Yulian, and campus beauty He Jiming already waiting for him. All 4 girls appeared vibrant and in good spirits, suggesting they had been enjoying themselves lately. "Teacher Show, you're here," they exclaimed. "Indeed, you all seem quite motivated. Today, I shall impart some valuable lessons." "Thank you, Teacher Show," they chorused. "Let the lesson commence then." At 10 o'clock in the evening. As per tradition, the hotel presented a lavish spread of dishes for supper. Upon seeing the feast, the girls' eyes sparkled with delight, and they rushed to the table, disregarding any discomfort. But oh my goodness, fresh vegetables. Ah, is that cabbage? I haven't had any leafy greens for 4 days. Just seeing these vegetables makes my mouth water. Stir-fried cabbage, a tomato and cucumber platter, and broccoli. What a delight. I want to eat vegetables. Eat vegetables. Zhou Yu observed their excitement and inquired, "Have you all really gone so long without vegetables?" Chen Lu affirmed, "Yes, no matter where I go, I can't find fresh vegetables in any supermarket. It's been 5 whole days since I last had any. My stomach has been grumbling all day." Yang Xueqing added, "Before the heat wave hit, I had stashed some cabbages in the fridge, eating a bit at each meal, but I finished them the day before yesterday. I thought I would never eat vegetables again. I can't believe there's actually some here at the hotel." At this moment, He Jiming remained silent, picking up a slice of tomato and placing it into her mouth. In her quest to manage her weight, she had primarily subsisted on vegetables. However, due to a lack of greens in recent days, she had indulged in a bit more meat, resulting in a weight gain of over 3 pounds. Now that she finally had vegetables again, she naturally intended to relish them without restraint. Pan Yulian was not far behind. She swiftly grasped a cucumber with her chopsticks, popping it into her mouth and crunching delightfully, her heart brimming with joy. Chen Lu and Yang Xueqing also hurried to eat. Chen Lu, while munching, leaned over to feed Zhou Yu a slice of cucumber, grinning as she said, "Teacher Zhou, you've worked hard. Do enjoy some cucumber. Wow, this girl knows how to have fun." Zhou Yu remarked, "Everyone, feel free to eat. Once you're done, I'll have more brought up. There's plenty to go around." These vegetables were transported from the cold storage, and there was an abundance. As long as the temperature was suitable, vegetables could be preserved for a considerable time. For instance, cucumbers could last 2 weeks without issue, and the same applied to broccoli. As for cabbage, it could be stored for even longer. In northern regions, it could easily last for several months. Moreover, vegetables like pumpkin, winter melon, eggplant, and carrots could also be kept for an extended period if stored correctly. The cold storage held over 2,000 tons of vegetables. Based on a daily consumption of 1 pound per person, this batch could sustain 10,000 people for 400 days. Half an hour later, everyone finally finished their meal, reclining contentedly on the sofa. That was delightful, they all agreed, declaring it the most satisfying meal of the year. The flavors of the cucumbers and tomatoes were truly exquisite. Hearing that they might not be able to cultivate vegetables in the future, they wondered when they would savor them again. After eating vegetables, they felt their breath had become much fresher when the market was filled with greens. They had never appreciated their taste. It was only after their absence that they realized how delectable they truly were. Indeed, such is human nature. Several of the girls lamented. At that moment, 2 servers entered with tea, and everyone took a cup to sip leisurely as they enjoyed their tea. The conversation shifted to the price of tea leaves. Recently, the cost had skyrocketed. A 200-gram package of amass foam, usually priced at just a few dozen yuan, was now selling for 800. Outrageous indeed. I bought a package of Huashan Huangya on the black market yesterday for 1,300. Someone chimed in. Oh dear, with the dwindling livestream income, I can hardly afford tea anymore. Ladies, regardless of the tea prices, do stock up on a few canisters. Without vegetables, we must rely on tea to cleanse our palates. Without tea, you won't be able to relieve yourselves. This last remark, made by Chen Lu, rang out with a delightful lilt, as her northeastern accent was particularly charming. Zhou Yu playfully smacked her on the backside as a gentle reprimand, then said, "Does the company need tea? If so, I can provide some." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. Chen Lu immediately exclaimed, "We absolutely need it. Without vegetables, our bathroom visits have become much more prolonged. If we had tea, it wouldn't be so difficult." "Boss," she continued, "if you could supply a batch of tea, all the girls in the company would be grateful." Zhou Yu inquired, "If I provide tea, how much would you need per day?" Chen Lu, no fool, pondered for a moment and replied, "If each person drinks 10 grams a day, and there are over 1,200 people in the company. That would amount to 12 kilograms daily. That seems a bit excessive. After calculating, she was taken aback. 12 kilograms of tea each day would cost nearly 100,000 yuan. If that's the daily cost. What about a month? That would be 3 million. The company is still operating at a loss. Would the boss be willing to spend such an amount? Zhou Yu casually responded, 12 kilograms a day? That's no problem. Starting tomorrow, I'll provide 15 kilograms of tea and 30 kilograms of coffee for the company. Consider it a small benefit. In Zhou Yu's space, there were 1,000 tons of high-grade tea. And even more mid-range tea, totaling over 3,000 tons. There was also more than 2,000 tons of coffee. These items were bulk goods, and there were likely quite a few containers filled with them. Additionally, there was a batch of tea and coffee in the cold storage. With such a vast supply, they could never consume it all in a lifetime. Thus, he decided to offer some as a perk to boost the company's cohesion. The girls erupted into cheers, showering Zhou Yu with compliments. You are so generous, boss. We adore you. Yay. With both tea and coffee, this benefit pleases me immensely. Wonderful. They quickly shared the good news with each other. And the group chat buzzed with excitement. After finishing his tea, Zhou Yu smiled and said, all right, the break is over. Let us resume our lesson. Pay attention, and I'll surprise you tomorrow. The following day, Zhou Yu handed out 4 scripts. One to each girl. Their faces lit up with joy. Receiving scripts meant that the boss would undoubtedly support them in filming short dramas, an opportunity for fame. Indeed, Zhou Yu announced, these scripts are tailored for you. Review them, and we'll start filming tomorrow. Each of you will receive a performance fee of 1 million. The girls were momentarily stunned. They were not celebrities. Previously, their pay for short dramas had only been 20 to 30,000 at most. And now they were being offered 1 million. Gradually, they realized that this so-called performance fee was simply the boss gifting them money, 1 million at that, which was incredibly generous. Thank you, boss, they exclaimed. You are too good to us. We love you. With prices soaring, their previous earnings hardly afforded them anything. Now, with 1 million in performance fees, they felt financially liberated. Overjoyed, the girls leaped onto Zhou Yu, showering him with affection, much to his chagrin as he pushed them away. Zhou Yu pointed to 4 cardboard boxes at the door and instructed, each of you take 1 box back. What is this? Chen Lu rushed over to open 1 box, only to let out a delighted shriek. Inside, she found a 20-pound watermelon, along with cabbage, cucumbers, green peppers, onions, and cabbage. It was a substantial vegetable and fruit gift package, weighing around 50 to 60 pounds. The other 3 girls quickly gathered around, equally astonished. This is amazing. Where did all these fresh vegetables come from? Oh my goodness, watermelon and cucumbers are my absolute favorites. The boss truly knows me well. Is this my reward for paying attention in class? I adore it. They clutched their boxes tightly, reluctant to let go. In recent days, it felt as if vegetables had vanished from the world, and now their sight brought them immense joy. As for the watermelon, it was available in the market. But most were underripe and not sweet at all, yet exorbitantly priced. The fresh produce from Zhou Yu was exceptional. The watermelon was large and firm, a clear sign of quality, and they were eager to cut it open and indulge. Boss, I'm leaving. Bye, boss. Seeing their eagerness, Zhou Yu remarked, those boxes aren't light. Can you manage to carry them? Of course we can. I could carry even another watermelon, they confidently replied. This weight is nothing. I could carry 100 pounds of fruits and vegetables without a problem. Zhou Yu laughed heartily. I initially intended to have someone help you carry them, but since you're so strong, you can handle it yourselves. Boss, your arrangement is splendid. I accept. They chimed in, playfully scolding him for not mentioning the help sooner. Ultimately, Zhou Yu allowed others to carry the cardboard boxes down and arranged for the hotel to send them back. Among the 4, Chen Lu hailed from another province, while Yang Xueqing and He Jindang were from different cities. Only Pan Yulian was a local resident. When the driver inquired about their destination, Pan Yulian hesitated momentarily before revealing her home address. She had a great fondness for these watermelons and vegetables, but had not enjoyed them at home for several days, prompting her decision to send a portion of the produce back to her family. Upon arriving at the community, the driver enthusiastically assisted in carrying the cardboard boxes into the elevator before departing, which saved Pan Yulian considerable effort. Once the elevator arrived, Pan Yulian carefully maneuvered the boxes to the doorstep. With her hands full, she could not knock, so she resorted to kicking the door lightly with her foot. Soon, Pan's mother opened the door. Upon seeing the large cardboard box in her daughter's arms, she quickly took it from her, exclaiming, "You foolish girl, carrying something so heavy without asking for help." Pan Yulian chuckled softly. While she maintained a quiet demeanor in public, she was quite lively at home and around acquaintances. Pan's mother shot her another reproachful glance and remarked, "Look at you, exhausted to the point of limping." Pan Yulian fell silent, acutely aware that her limp was not solely due to carrying the boxes. Pan's father was sleeping inside. Nowadays, most people tended to sleep during the day and work at night. Reports indicated that the authorities would soon introduce policies advocating daytime rest and nighttime work. Hearing the commotion outside, Pan's father was roused from his slumber and emerged, upon spotting the large cardboard box. He casually remarked, "What's in this box?" Pan Yulian replied, "Watermelons and vegetables." Both Pan's mother and father were taken aback. They swiftly opened the box, revealing the large watermelons and various vegetables within, and their surprise morphed into delight. Pan's father exclaimed, "Indeed, it is filled with vegetables, and look at this big watermelon. It appears to be both large and sweet. My daughter, where did you purchase these?" Pan's mother echoed, "Dear, from which supermarket did you get this? We should go buy more." Their reactions were nearly identical. They both wished to acquire more. When vegetables were readily available, their value often went unappreciated. It was only in their absence that one realized how essential they truly were. Pan Yulian quickly clarified, "I didn't buy these. They were a benefit provided by our company." Hearing this, Pan's mother was delighted. "At such a time, your company actually distributes vegetables and watermelons as benefits. It seems quite impressive." Pan's father nodded in agreement. He had always opposed his daughter's aspirations to become a streamer, but now it seemed there might be merit in that path after all. Pan Yulian exclaimed, "Mom, I want to eat watermelon. Please cut it for me." Pan's mother nodded. "All right, I'll put the vegetables away first, then I'll cut the watermelon for you." Nowadays, vegetables were exceedingly precious. For instance, the wife of old Lee across the street had just given birth and had been clamoring for cucumbers. Yet after searching through several black markets, she could only procure 3 pounds at an exorbitant price of 150 per pound. Once Pan's mother had organized the vegetables, she added, "You should take half of these back. You young people must eat your vegetables." "Sure." Pan's father retrieved a fruit knife and personally sliced the large watermelon in half. One half was for the family, while the other was, of course, for his daughter to take home. After savoring the watermelon, Pan Yulian reclined on the sofa, feeling immensely satisfied. At that moment, Pan's mother noticed the bruises on her daughter's knees and, with concern, said, "You silly girl, can't you be a little more careful while walking? Your knees are all bruised. Pull up your skirt. I'll apply some ointment for you." Pan Yulian glanced down and indeed saw her bruised knees. Feeling a tad guilty, she cast a fleeting look at her mother and allowed her to tend to the wounds. Zhou had spent the afternoon soaking in the hot springs at the Xianyu Grand Hotel when Liang Fian and Mo Kaikai arrived. Liang Fian had submitted her resignation letter that day. The bank executives were aware she was working for Zhou and had readily approved her departure, even promising her a warm welcome should she wish to return. Zhou remarked, "Since you've resigned, you can start assembling the group from tomorrow." Liang Fian nodded, responding, "No problem. A large influx of top-tier talent has arrived in Nanshur, and many are desperately submitting resumes in search of employment. I can easily establish a strong foundation." Zhou nodded in agreement, fully aware of the current situation. Previously, attracting top talent required significant resources, often involving high salaries, and some even demanded options and shares. However, now there was an abundance of such talent available. One could find industry elites simply by offering a moderate salary. The unfortunate reality was that the number of unemployed individuals had surged dramatically, with those relocating from coastal regions all being jobless. Estimates suggested that the unemployment rate in Daxia had exceeded 300 million, possibly even 400 million. Such astonishing figures necessitated urgent arrangements for these individuals, lest chaos ensue. Consequently, the authorities would soon recruit a substantial number of temporary security personnel to maintain social stability and vigorously encourage entrepreneurship to bolster employment. The arrival of high temperatures was both a calamity and an opportunity. Many seized the moment to leap up the social ladder. Zhou exchanged a few words with Liang Fian, confident that she was well informed, and chose not to elaborate further. Turning to Mo Kaikai, Zhou inquired, "Kaikai, have you been busy with work lately?" Mo Kaikai, while giving Zhou a massage, nodded vigorously, "Very busy. There has been an influx of patients at the hospital recently, and we're working overtime every day." Zhou replied, "I plan to acquire a hospital. Once the purchase is complete, you can come work for me, and I'll arrange a lighter workload for you." Mo Kaikai readily agreed. "Sounds great." The two departed around 6 o'clock. leaving with a substantial fruit and vegetable gift package. Both Mo Kai Kai and Liang Fian were exceedingly pleased with this bounty. At 6:30, Zhou Yu, clad in casual attire, attended a cocktail party. The venue was the Nanshi Grand Hotel, a venerable establishment under the South Province Tourism Development Group, serving as the official guest house of Nanshi. The decor was not ostentatious but exuded an air of grandeur. Zhou Yu, as he exited the vehicle, someone called out to him. Turning around, he recognized Zhu Yun. Zhu Yun, impeccably made up and adorned in a light blue qipao, showcased her figure to perfection. The high-quality fabric and exquisite tailoring accentuating her elegant beauty and embodying the distinctive charm of an Eastern woman. Zhou Yun nodded in acknowledgement and said, "You're here for the cocktail party as well, I presume?" Zhu Yun replied, "Yes, I just returned from abroad and was immediately summoned." Noticing that Zhou Yu had no female companion, she suggested, "Since you don't have a partner, and neither do I, let us enter together." "Certainly." After checking in, Zhou Yu and Zhu Yun entered the hall. Even before 7 o'clock, the hall was already bustling with people, estimated to number 300 to 400, likely comprising the elite of Nanshi. The party had yet to commence, with familiar faces mingling in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Zhou Yu glanced around and realized he did not recognize a single person. However, he remained unperturbed. Being unfamiliar with them posed no issue, as he had no favors to ask. Zhu Yun, on the other hand, was greeted by numerous acquaintances as soon as she appeared, with several people approaching her to say hello. "Manager Zhu, you've arrived? It's been a while since we last saw you." Zhu Yun was the deputy general manager of a mid-sized state-owned enterprise, wielding considerable resources, and her beauty made her quite popular in the hall. She greeted everyone warmly. Zhou Yu chuckled, "I didn't realize you were so popular." Zhu Yun smiled, "This is nothing. If you were to reveal your identity, I'm sure all the bosses in the hall would rush to your side." They found a place to sit, and Zhou Yu glanced at the stage, asking, "Will there be any performances at this cocktail party?" Zhu Yun laughed, given that the nation is currently in a state of emergency. Organizing this cocktail party itself requires numerous approvals. Who would dare to include any performances? At precisely 7 o'clock, the soiree commenced at a middle-aged man, clad in a jacket and possessing a square-shaped visage, strode confidently onto the dance floor, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Zhu Yun whispered, "This man is Director Qin Yundong from the municipal office." With piercing eyes, Qin Yundong spoke in a solemn tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, this gathering does not feature any wine or extravagant entertainment. It is merely a fundraising event. The current circumstances are clear to everyone. The sea levels continue to rise, encroaching upon our shores, and the construction of coastal defenses is imperative. However," he continued, "the undertaking of such a monumental project requires vast sums of money, which our city's finances cannot bear. We require your assistance. Here, I implore everyone to open your wallets generously to aid us in the construction of these sea barriers. You are all esteemed business elites of our city, each with vested interests here. Surely, you do not wish to see your enterprises submerged by the encroaching waters." Director Qin's words were direct and devoid of embellishment, exuding a military demeanor. Upon finishing his address, a QR code materialized on the large screen behind him, allowing attendees to donate with a simple scan and unambiguous call to action. Zhou Yu glanced around as others promptly retrieved their phones to contribute, while the screen displayed the accumulating donation amounts in real time. Zhu Yun also scanned the code, entering the name of her state-owned enterprise as she donated 50 million, a substantial sum for a medium-sized company. Zhou Yu, too, took out his phone at that moment. Zhu Yun leaned in and softly advised, "Zhou Yu, if you are able, consider donating a bit more. There are benefits to be had." Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback, but refrained from inquiring further. Aligning his phone with the QR code, he scanned it, and the screen immediately flashed a donation name alongside the staggering amount of 3 billion. He confirmed the transaction, which was met with a massive figure appearing on the large screen, drawing the attention of all attendees. "Wait, someone donated 3 billion. Who is this Yin Yu? This individual has contributed an astonishing sum. How outrageous." It became apparent that the donation was personal rather than corporate. Curiosity swirled among the crowd, as they wondered who possessed such vast financial resources. Director Qin, noticing the donation amount, was equally astonished, glancing around in search of the generous benefactor. However, identifying the donor would not pose a challenge. He could simply inquire backstage later. While others were left guessing, Zhu Yun was acutely aware that this colossal contribution was made by Zhou Yu. She was astounded, having merely suggested he increase his donation. She had not anticipated he would offer 3 billion so readily. Zhu Yun had regarded Zhou Yu as a billionaire, yet it appeared she had significantly underestimated his wealth. The atmosphere buzzed with shock, while Zhou Yu remained remarkably composed. His 3 billion donation served dual purposes. Not only was he supporting the construction of coastal defenses, but he also had ulterior motives. Zhou Yu recalled that the authorities aimed to maintain social stability by enhancing personal management and implementing a personal evaluation system. Those with high scores would be recognized as trustworthy individuals or even potential partners, receiving various benefits and conveniences, while those with low scores would be flagged as potential threats, drawing scrutiny from community safety personnel. In the early stages, there were numerous ways to boost one's score, with donations being the quickest and most effective method. Zhu Yun likely had received some intelligence regarding this, which prompted her suggestion to Zhou Yu. Yet, even without her prompting, Zhou Yu would have made such a generous donation. As the donation segment concluded, the screen revealed a total of 8.639 billion for the evening, a staggering figure that elicited applause from the attendees, much to Director Qin's satisfaction. Following the event, as Zhou Yu and Zhu Yun prepared to depart, a staff member approached Zhou Yu. Mr. Zhou, Director Qin would like to speak with you. Could you come with me? Zhou Yu nodded and informed Zhu Yun before following the staff member. Upon reaching the reception area, Director Qin approached confidently, extending a handshake to Zhou Yu. Mr. Zhou, your generous donation has been immensely helpful. Thank you. The fundraising soiree had a specific objective, and Zhou Yu's substantial contribution had allowed him to fulfill it, thus leaving a favorable impression on Director Qin. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Director Qin suggested, let us connect as friends. Zhou Yu replied, certainly. They shook hands and bid farewell. Zhou Yu made his way to the parking lot, where he settled into his car and sent a message to Chen Xingxuang, inquiring if she was available. Before long, Chen Xingxuang replied, I am free. Zhou Yu, is it convenient for me to come over? Chen Xingxuang, absolutely, come quickly. Zhou Yu chuckled, realizing that Sister Chen was eager to see him, prompting him to hurry over. Arriving at Donghu Community, he encountered a familiar face while parking, Zhang Yang, who resided in Unit 903. Beside him stood a tall, attractive woman, clad in a flimsy tank top and short shorts, complemented by black stockings and high heels, exuding an alluring charm. Goodness, he has switched girlfriends again. This fellow certainly lives a carefree life. Upon spotting Zhou Yu, Zhang Yang immediately approached to greet him, offering a cigarette. Zhou Yu waved his hand in refusal and remarked, you're quite the Casanova, aren't you? Changing girlfriends faster than you change clothes. Zhang Yang chuckled, I'm not fickle. I simply have a broad heart. Zhou Yu shot him a glance and said, you change girlfriends every few days. Your reputation must be quite poor at school. Do people call you a scoundrel? Zhang Yang laughed heartily. No. My reputation in school is actually quite stellar. The boys envy me and seek my advice, while the girls eagerly flock to me, vying for my affection. Zhou Yu, intrigued, asked, why is that? Zhang Yang replied with pride, naturally, it's because I'm wealthy and generous. Just think, those girls spend a few days with me and walk away with tens of thousands. Even over 100,000. Would they be unhappy? Would they speak ill of me? The answer was evident. Those girls, upon receiving their money, would not only refrain from disparaging Zhang Yang but would likely sing his praises. Consequently, he had cultivated an excellent reputation. The girls in need of quick cash, upon witnessing Zhang Yang's affluence, generosity, and stellar reputation, would surely flock to him. Zhou Yu, realizing this, couldn't he help but admire. You really have a knack for charming the ladies. Zhang Yang laughed heartily but soon adopted a pained expression, clutching his side. Having too many girlfriends can be troublesome. I feel a bit worn out, and my urination has become intermittent. He lowered his voice. Brother, the last thing you recommended was quite effective, but those items are becoming increasingly hard to find. Could you suggest something easier to acquire? Zhou Yu casually replied, how about deer antlers, bullwhips, or meat supplements? Those are still available, though they can be a bit pricey. Zhang Yang noted it down, saying, all right, I'll go buy some tomorrow. The weather was sweltering, and as they continued their conversation while walking to the 9th floor, Zhang Yang glanced at Unit 901 and whispered, bro, did you know that Sister Chun has gotten divorced? Zhou Yu looked at him with a smirk. Oh, I knew. What? Do you have feelings for Sister Chun? Zhang Yang quickly shook his head. No, absolutely not. Sister Chun is beautiful, but she is quite fierce that on the day of her divorce, she prepared 2 large bowls of soup for her husband, and he was in tears as he drank. Zhou Yu exclaimed, is that true? Zhang Yang replied, of course. I witnessed it myself. I even saw Chen Xingxuang throw out the couch and bed that Qing Yuan had slept on. My goodness, Zhou Yu reacted. That couch must weigh over 200 pounds. and she tossed it out effortlessly. That is simply terrifying. Zhang Yang gazed at 901, a sense of quiet regret washing over him. To be candid, he harbored some feelings for Qin Shuang. Her beauty surpassed that of all his past girlfriends, and she possessed an alluring mature charm. However, after witnessing Qin Shuang's fierce act of tossing the sofa, any lingering thoughts evaporated. A woman so ferocious could easily become an insurmountable opponent if provoked. Zhang Yang retrieved his keys to unlock 903, while Zhou Yu approached 901, knocking on the door. In no time, Qin Shuang opened it. To Zhang Yang's astonishment, Zhou Yu stepped inside, wrapping an arm around Qin Shuang's waist. Goodness, when did Shogo and Qin Shuang become an item? Truly a formidable man. At that moment, Zhang Yang's admiration for Zhou Yu soared to new heights. Although he had opened the door, he chose not to enter. Instead, closing it once more, the young woman inquired, "Zhang Shao, why not come in?" Zhang Yang sighed, "Tonight, we cannot stay here. The conditions will ensure a sleepless night. Let us head to a hotel." Upon entering 903, Zhou Yu noted the considerable emptiness. The sofa had been removed, and Cheng Yuan's belongings were gone. The 3 rooms consisted of a master bedroom, a guest room, and a storage space filled with copious amounts of food and water, yet devoid of vegetables and fruits. Under the sweltering heat, perishables like these were prone to spoilage. Although they could be stored in the refrigerator for a while, its limited capacity was a constraint. Zhou Yu spent 2 days at Qin Shuang's place. On the first day, he delivered dozens of pounds of fruits and vegetables, completely filling the refrigerator. The following day, he brought a 3 cubic meter water tank and a 2 megawatts energy storage cabinet, ensuring that even in the event of power or water outages, there would be no cause for alarm. Qin Shuang was deeply touched but ultimately decided to send Zhou Yu away. He was like a tireless beast. If he continued to stay, she would surely need to seek medication. After Zhou Yu left, Qin Shuang was about to tidy up when someone knocked at the door. Upon opening it, she found her mother had arrived. Qin Mama wore a hat and had a small fan around her neck, blowing a refreshing breeze. These portable fans had become quite the trend, equipped with batteries that lasted 3 hours on a single charge. People carried them for cooling during outings. As soon as Qin Mama entered, she caught a whiff of the lingering scent in the air, immediately discerning the situation and shooting her daughter a knowing glare. "Daughter, have you been seeing someone?" "Yes. Is it someone you met after the divorce?" "Yes. Dating is fine, but make sure it's not with an untrustworthy man. Diseases are a risk. I understand. I assure you, he is quite respectable." "How old is he?" 23. "You foolish girl. Why pursue someone so young? Does he even want to marry you?" "I merely wish to be intimate. Marriage is not on my agenda." The mother and daughter shared a strikingly similar straightforwardness in their conversations. Qin Mama opened a window to dissipate the scent in the room, and then urged Qin Shuang to sit. "Now that you are single, I wish to introduce you to a few young men." "What do you think?" "No need. I have no intention of marrying. You are still young. How can you dismiss marriage?" "Mom, I simply do not wish to marry. There is no point. I prefer living independently." "Daughter, under normal circumstances, that would be acceptable. However, times have changed. With the relentless heat and soaring prices, your salary will barely suffice. It would be prudent to find someone to share the burdens." "Mom, marriage only increases the family load." No matter how Qin Mama pleaded, Qin Shuang remained resolute. With a sigh, her mother conceded, "Very well, if you do not wish to marry, so be it. But it would be wise to consider having a child. It would provide you companionship after we are gone." Qin Shuang shook her head. "No, thank you. There is no formula for infant formula in the entire city anymore. If I were to have a child, where would I procure the necessary supplies?" One of her colleagues, who had a 6-month-old baby, had spent days searching for formula, only to find 2 cans after a frantic search, each costing 1,100 yuan. Qin Shuang adored children, but witnessing her colleague's desperate quest for baby formula extinguished her desire for motherhood. Qin Mama understood that now was not the right time to discuss children, so she said no more. As they prepared to leave, Qin Shuang took out 10 pounds of vegetables and 20 pounds of fruit from the refrigerator, handing them to her mother. Seeing the bounty, Qin Mama's eyes sparkled. "Daughter, how do you still have vegetables and fruits? Where did you acquire these?" "They were gifted to me." "Who sent them?" "My boyfriend." Qin Mama remarked, "Your boyfriend seems quite impressive. Managing to procure vegetables and fruits in these times speaks to his capabilities." Qin Shuang smiled. "He truly is remarkable." Upon returning to Qingfu, Zhou Yu visited the garden and noticed 2 new flowers had bloomed, filling the air with a subtle fragrance, a delightful sensation. Flower scents, once commonplace, had become rare as vegetation dwindled, leaving ordinary people bereft of such olfactory pleasures. Seated on a bench, Zhou Yu logged into a news portal, learning that sea levels had risen to 38.68 meters. With several low-lying cities submerged to prevent the encroachment of seawater, officials were working tirelessly to construct sea walls. Zhou clicked on an official video, revealing a scene teeming with machinery and construction vehicles. A massive hill had been leveled in just 2 days. The excavated earth was used to fill a depression, thwarting the advance of seawater. While soil could be removed, rocky hills posed a greater challenge. However, the authorities had a solution. If they could not excavate, they would resort to explosives. Trucks laden with explosives were sent to the site, and detonations followed. Over the past few days, Zhou had heard the thunderous sounds of the explosions from his home. To expedite construction, officials were exhausting all possible measures. In a previous life, Zhou had heard rumors of the authorities utilizing nuclear weapons to flatten several hills as the sea encroached. Yet this matter had never been publicized, leaving Zhou uncertain of its veracity. After all, he had been an ordinary person in his past life, lacking the privilege to be privy to such information. Yin Dongqing approached, offering a cup of ginseng tea along with a file folder. Reporting on the acquisition status, young master, the repair shop and hospital have been successfully acquired. The walls have been breached, and the combined area now spans 107 acres. We plan to procure a batch of medical equipment and recruit doctors. Zhou nodded. Yin Dongqing's efficiency was commendable, completing the acquisition in just 2 days. Form a procurement team to acquire medical equipment, and simultaneously establish a recruitment team for doctors. This task should not pose any difficulties. Yin Dongqing smiled. Not at all. Medical equipment was readily available on the second-hand market, sourced from coastal hospitals undergoing renovations, although it was pre-owned. The equipment was in excellent working condition and affordably priced. Ready for immediate use. As for the doctors, many remained unemployed, including top-tier talent, with a willingness to invest. Any caliber of physician could be found. In essence, Shoyu's acquisition of the hospital was timely. There was no shortage of talent or equipment. Yin Dongqing was even more invested in the hospital's affairs than Zhou himself. After confirming plans, he promptly set out to make calls. Just then, Aunt Ding approached, saying, "Young master, the lettuce in the garden is ready for harvest. We picked 15 pounds today. How should we handle these?" Zhou replied, "Keep 2 pounds, and let the rest be divided among you." Aunt Ding's face radiated with delight as she was generously gifted 10 or so pounds of fresh vegetables. Such magnanimity is truly commendable. It is worth noting that nowadays, only temperature-controlled greenhouses are capable of producing vegetables, and once the greens are harvested from these greenhouses, they are swiftly transported away, never making it to the market. Ordinary individuals seeking to procure vegetables must resort to the black market, where acquiring greens is not only challenging but also exorbitantly priced. "Thank you, young master Zhou," Aunt Ding exclaimed joyfully before turning to share this splendid news with others. Zhou watched her depart, pondering whether he should cultivate more vegetables. He had purchased a total of 108 properties in Qingfu, most of which had already been leased out in recent days. Currently, he retained 12 units for unforeseen circumstances. These properties, if left unoccupied, could serve a more fruitful purpose, growing vegetables. Zhou calculated that utilizing the gardens of all 12 houses for cultivation would yield an approximate area of 3,000 square meters. Allowing for a substantial vegetable harvest. A portion of the produce could be reserved for personal consumption, while another could be distributed as welfare to his subordinates. Naturally, it could also serve as gifts for partners and friends. Zhou shared this idea with Yin Dongqing, who would oversee the arrangements, relieving him of further involvement. Seizing the moment, Zhou instructed someone to bring him paper and pen to take stock of his assets. His enterprises could be divided into domestic and overseas segments. Domestically, his ventures included Xianyu Real Estate, Xianyu Commerce, Xianyu Media, Xianyu Cold Storage, Xianyu Trade, Xianyu Agriculture, and Xianyu Healthcare. Among them, Xianyu Real Estate stood as the largest, managing the Xianyu Grand Hotel, 23 office buildings, and a staggering 126,000 residential units. Presently, Xianyu Real Estate was thriving, with the hotel consistently at full capacity and the majority of the apartments rented out. Although the office buildings experienced lower occupancy rates, they remained financially sustainable without necessitating additional funding. It could be said that Xianyu Real Estate had transformed into a cash cow, continually generating revenue. Much to Zhou's satisfaction, Xianyu Commerce also boasted considerable scale, owning 73 high-rise buildings, all situated in urban or commercial centers. Its primary revenue stemmed from leasing these spaces to hotels, shopping malls, and companies. However, Xianyu Commerce's performance was rather lackluster, with many floors unoccupied. Despite this, it still managed to yield hundreds of millions in profit each month. Xinyu Media was currently flourishing, having established itself as the leading media company in Nan Province in terms of influence, scale, and profitability. The roster of artists had surpassed 200, while the total workforce exceeded 2,000, with a valuation reaching 6.5 billion, and when Zhou Yu acquired it for 280 million, its valuation has since surged over 20-fold. Zhou Yu looked on with envy. At present, Xinyu Media was diligently engaged in filming movies and television series, and upon their release, the company's valuation was poised for further escalation. Xinyu Cold Storage currently operated 11 large warehouses, capable of storing 250,000 tons of goods, and benefiting from the high-temperature climate. The cold storage business was thriving. However, Zhou Yu's acquisition of the cold storage facilities was not purely for profit, but rather for personal convenience in storing goods. He had gradually filled the warehouses with over 13,000 tons of items, which he could retrieve as needed. This way, even if Zhou Yu indulged in lavish meals daily, the source of these provisions would be attributed to the cold storage, thus preserving discretion. Xinyu Trade had previously been of significant assistance to Zhou Yu, yet with the nation currently in a state of emergency, all bulk purchases had been halted, leaving the company idle. Zhou Yu opted not to dissolve it, preferring to maintain it for future needs. Notably, Xinyu Trade's warehouse contained a portion of supplies acquired through small-scale procurement, which, while modest in initial quantity, had accumulated to around 3,000 to 4,000 tons. This included both food and everyday necessities, all under vigilant supervision for later retrieval. Xinyu Agriculture comprised two industries: a food processing plant, which had previously processed hundreds of thousands of poultry and over 10,000 pigs, now in a state of suspension, and a photovoltaic greenhouse that was currently under urgent construction, expected to be completed and operational in about 10 days. Zhou Yu placed significant importance on Xinyu Agriculture. This greenhouse was merely the first step, with plans for future expansion when opportunities arose. However, with the increasing population, land surrounding Nan City was becoming increasingly scarce, necessitating consideration of locations potentially dozens of kilometers away for expansion. After reviewing his domestic assets, Zhou Yu turned his attention to his overseas holdings. His international investments could be divided into two categories: Feiyu investment and foreign exchange. Recently, Zhou Yu had acquired a substantial quantity of stocks, becoming a shareholder in numerous major overseas companies. Consequently, he established an offshore company named Feiyu Investment, specifically to manage these shares and equity. Though Feiyu Investment lacked notoriety, its scale was immense, managing assets exceeding $15 trillion. Indeed, it was a staggering amount. Zhou Yu had capitalized on market fluctuations to earn several $100 billion in both the futures and forex markets. This capital was subsequently reinvested into the stock market. With the majority converted into equities as the stock prices ascended, the value of his portfolio surged rapidly, now surpassing $15 trillion, positioning Feiyu Investment among the top 30 global giants. Currently, a banking team managed Feiyu Investment, a situation clearly unsustainable long-term. Thus, Zhou Yu needed to identify a capable individual to oversee operations. He had obtained a list from a headhunting firm, but had yet to finalize his choice. The final segment of his assets pertained to foreign exchange, where Zhou Yu held substantial amounts of Japanese yen and South Korean won, both currencies appreciating steadily, yielding profits exceeding $40 billion. However, Zhou Yu remained patient, with ample cash reserves at hand. After thorough assessment, Zhou Yu discovered that his net worth had astonishingly surpassed $2 trillion. Upon completing his inventory, Zhou Yu received a message indicating that Zhang Nan and his team had returned from Antarctica. The excitement surrounding the melting glaciers had begun to wane, leading to a decrease in viewership. Furthermore, with an increasing number of individuals live-streaming from Antarctica, the audience was further dispersed. Consequently, Zhou Yu decided to have Zhang Nan and his team return. After several days of navigation, Zhang Nan, accompanied by 50 broadcasters, successfully returned to Nan City. Zhou Yu messaged Zhang Nan and Xiao Jie and Li Kai LV, advising them to rest at home before turning his attention to the stock market. Following a period of decline, domestic stocks had reached a low point, presenting an opportune moment for investment. After secluding himself for 3 days, Zhou Yu leveraged substantial funds to purchase a significant quantity of high-quality stocks. His aggressive buying even caused some stocks to hit their upper limits against the market trend, greatly boosting investor confidence. In the days that followed, trading volumes increased significantly, prompting various experts and professors to emerge with analyses. However, despite their efforts, no substantial insights were gleaned. After completing his stock purchases, Zhou Yu opened Weixin and noticed activity in the Qingfu property owners group, prompting him to join the conversation. Wei Fong, the director of the Qingfu Community Committee, announced, "Everyone, currently there is a significant influx of immigrants without housing, forced to crowd into temporary shelters, placing immense pressure on the officials. Our Qingfu community comprises upscale residences with spacious units. Accommodating an additional 10 or 8 individuals poses no issue. I hope everyone can welcome a group of immigrants to alleviate the official pressure while providing these individuals with a decent living environment. Please share your thoughts." Upon receiving this message, the owners within the Qingfu community became agitated. They had invested substantial sums in their properties. How could they allow others to reside therein? Such an occurrence was utterly unacceptable and warranted staunch opposition. Absolutely opposed. Director Wei, I cannot consent to this matter. If you wish to curry favor with your superiors, you may accommodate a few individuals yourself. While my home is spacious, it cannot accommodate outsiders. Director Wei, I advise you not to make arbitrary arrangements. I have no obligation to accept immigrants. Director Wei, you are using our properties to garner accolades. Let me assure you, the entirety of Qingfu's homeowners will not consent to this. The owners of Qingfu are either affluent or distinguished, possessing exceptional status, and they openly voice their opposition. Disregarding Wei Fong entirely, in the Qingfu Community Committee office, Wei Fong, upon observing the discussions within the group, felt a surge of anger. These insufferable wealthy individuals display a complete lack of awareness. Nearby communities, under the committee's initiative, have accepted a batch of immigrants and received commendations from higher authorities. However, the moment this was proposed here, it faced unanimous rejection, rendering her work utterly unfeasible. I cannot endure this any longer. Absolutely intolerable. I must select a few homeowners to make an example of, to break the deadlock. Gritting her teeth, Wei Fong instructed her subordinates to compile the homeowners' information and began her selection process. With her extensive experience, she understood who could not be offended and who could be manipulated. Firstly, civil servants are untouchable. Those who have passed the civil service examination and possess the means to purchase property in Qingfu are undoubtedly formidable adversaries. She must avoid provoking them at all costs, lest she jeopardize her own livelihood. Secondly, mid to senior level personnel in public institutions or state-owned enterprises are also off-limits. These individuals have extensive networks, and offending them would lead to endless trouble. Thirdly, public figures such as influencers and celebrities must be handled with care. They possess vast followings, and should they take offense, a mere video could spiral into a public relations nightmare. Fourthly, professionals like lawyers, doctors, and professors are not to be trifled with easily. These individuals have significant connections and legal knowledge, and crossing them would lead to considerable difficulties. After careful consideration, Wei Fong ultimately identified a few homeowners with relatively simple backgrounds. Li Guoguo, aged 24, single, hailing from an ordinary family, runs an online store for adult products and, after amassing considerable wealth, purchased a property in Qingfu. It is evident that a woman like Li Guoguo, from an ordinary background and unmarried, is relatively easy to manipulate. Yang Yuan, aged 39, also from a modest family, currently owns a recycling business and has 2 sons and a daughter. His background presents a vulnerability, as do his children, which can be exploited to her advantage. Zhou Yu, from a regular family and orphaned, has struck it rich through stock trading and futures. From the information available, this Zhou Yu appears manageable. After all, what fear could someone from an ordinary family with deceased parents possibly harbor? However, upon further scrutiny, Wei Fong was taken aback. She discovered that Zhou Yu owns an astonishing 108 properties in the Qingfu community. This Zhou Yu is somewhat inscrutable. Acquiring such a vast number of properties in one go indicates substantial wealth. Wei Fong contemplated abandoning the idea, recognizing that a person capable of such a feat is certainly not one to provoke. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu was one of the few candidates she had painstakingly identified, and she was reluctant to let go. After some thought, she called her brother. "Brother, please investigate a person named Zhou Yu, ID number." Soon, her brother provided the information, stating, "This Zhou Yu is quite impressive, with a score of 90. This score ranks him among the higher echelons of the millions in Nan City." Wei Fong gasped. She knew that a few days prior, the authorities had tested a personal evaluation system that assigned scores to residents nationwide. This system was still in its trial phase, accessible only to powerful departments. The average score for ordinary individuals is 50. Those below this threshold often have criminal records or have engaged in unlawful conduct, categorizing them as dangerous elements warranting the committee's close scrutiny. Such individuals face restrictions on travel and documentation. Conversely, those scoring above 50 generally have significant influence or have made notable contributions and can enjoy various benefits. The higher the score, the more privileges one receives, and at a certain level, certain rights may even be conferred. Zhou Yu's score of 90 clearly indicates he is not an ordinary individual. At that moment, her brother cautioned, "Sister, I understand your predicament in the Qingfu community makes it challenging to operate, but under no circumstances should you provoke Zhou Yu. I understand. I will not provoke him," she replied. That's wise. It is entirely normal for work to be difficult in affluent areas like Qingfu. There's no need to rush. Take it slow. After hanging up, Wei Fang patted her chest, feeling a wave of relief. Fortuitously, her prudence in consulting her brother had spared her from a disastrous confrontation with Zhou Yu. Wei Fang reflected that not only should she avoid offending Zhou Yu, but she should also strive to cultivate a positive relationship with him. She resolved to pay him a visit at an opportune time. At noon, Zhou Yu enjoyed the crisp, tender taste of homegrown lettuce, complemented by a bluefin tuna that Yin Dongqing had procured from an auction house. Zhou Yu found the belly portion delectable, though not quite as extraordinary as rumored. Curiously, he inquired, "Yin, where did you acquire this tuna?" Yin Dongqing replied with a smile, "I won it at an auction. This bluefin tuna is quite fresh, and I thought you might like to try it. How does it taste?" Zhou Yu nodded, responding, "It's quite good." Yin Dongqing continued, "I also won a giant octopus weighing over 200 pounds, currently frozen in the cold storage. I'll bring it out for you to taste another day." Zhou Yu, uninterested in the price, simply agreed, "Sounds great." Yin Dongqing lamented, "Recently, something strange seems to be happening in the ocean. Various sea creatures are surfacing. This octopus is said to inhabit the deep sea, making it nearly impossible to catch normally. Besides the large octopus, there have also been reports of giant jellyfish, enormous ribbonfish, and colossal squid, which feels quite unusual." Zhou Yu, however, was not particularly intrigued, as he already possessed plenty of deep-sea creatures in his space and saw no need to buy more. Yin Dongqing persisted. During this time, the black market has seen an influx of rare protected animals such as tigers, bears, and dragons. Unfortunately, these animals often perish from heat or dehydration, rendering their meat unpalatable, so I have no desire to purchase them. Upon hearing about the deceased tigers, Zhou Yu's interest peaked. A tiger, even in death, is a rare find. He remarked, "Aren't these individuals afraid of being apprehended by the authorities for trading rare animals?" Yin Dongqing chuckled. "There are simply too many dead animals and too many sellers. They can't catch them all. Moreover, if no one claims these deceased animals, they will rot and go to waste. Hence, the authorities turn a blind eye to such transactions, provided they aren't conducted right outside their doors." Zhou Yu, feeling tempted, saw an opportunity to indulge in bear paw and tiger meat. "Keep an eye out for any deceased tigers or bears. If you find any, purchase them for me. I want to taste the flavor," he instructed. "Absolutely," Yin Dongqing affirmed. After lunch, Zhou Yu noticed several official messages on his phone. The National Disaster Relief Emergency Center announced, due to the excessively high temperatures during the day, starting next Monday, national working hours will be adjusted to nighttime shifts, with rest periods during the day. This decision from the authorities was anticipated, as the high daytime temperatures had led to a significant increase in hospital admissions. Conversely, working at night would result in much cooler conditions. Although the temperature still hovers around 40 degrees, it is significantly more bearable than during the day. The second message, also from the National Disaster Relief Emergency Center, states, due to the tight supply of grain and oil, effective immediately, the grain and oil industry will be placed under comprehensive monitoring, with all manufacturers being taken over by the authorities. During this period, food prices have been relentlessly climbing, and more alarmingly, staples such as rice have become unavailable in supermarkets, prompting a flourishing black market where desperate individuals must seek sustenance. In a bid to maintain social stability, the government has finally intervened, seizing control of all food production facilities to regulate prices from the source, thus putting an end to the profiteering of unscrupulous merchants. The next step involves the implementation of grain cards to ensure a regulated supply of food. Consequently, while many may not find themselves fully satiated, they will not face starvation, averting a potential famine. Upon reading the message, Zhou Yu turned to the internet for news, where the most prominent headline reported that the two major plains of the Great Xia had been submerged by seawater. The Great Xia is home to three major plains, all renowned for their fertile land, with the North China Plain and the Yangtze River Mid-Lower Plain both sitting at an elevation of approximately 50 meters. Once the sea level rises by 55 meters, these two vast plains will vanish beneath the relentless waves. From that point onward, only one of the three plains of the Great Sea will remain. Even if, in years to come, the waters recede, those two plains will no longer be suitable for cultivation. The soil, once saturated by seawater, will transform into saline alkali land, rendering it inhospitable for ordinary crops. Those who are most fearful of this predicament are undoubtedly the residents of Nan City, which stands at a height of 70 meters, with some areas even below 60. This implies that if the sea rises by another 10 meters, the entire city faces the peril of submersion. Oh, dear heavens, please do not let the waters rise any further. I have finally managed to purchase a home in Nan City. I cannot bear the thought of losing everything, rather than pleading with the heavens. One ought to advocate for the construction of seawalls. Currently, the authorities are working tirelessly to erect these barriers, which, once completed, will prevent an influx of 80-meter-high seawater. If anyone is financially able, your support would benefit not only the government but also yourselves. As for me, I am a young woman, light and delicate, seeking the kindness of a local homeowner to take me in. So you scrolled down the screen, and a particular news item piqued his interest. Me. A 200-pound couch potato has caught the eye of four beautiful women. The title appeared reminiscent of a sensational novel, prompting show you to delve into the content and peruse the comments. My goodness. Are men truly this sought after nowadays? Even a 200-pound couch potato has women vying for his attention? I find that hard to believe. Ha ha ha. Did the person above not read the article? Although he may be a couch potato and not particularly handsome, he owns a house. As a marriage consultant, I can attest that local individuals with property are exceedingly desirable. Why is this? Because life in the resettlement centers is unbearably challenging. The beautiful women residing in these centers are eager to find a local man with a home to marry. Indeed, those who possess homes in the locality have no trouble finding partners. My cousin, who graduated from middle school and has an average appearance, had gone on numerous blind dates without success. Yet, just a few days ago, he inexplicably married a freshly graduated female university student who was rather attractive, and everyone exclaimed that he had hit the jackpot. When I inquired with my cousin's wife, she mentioned that she could no longer endure life in the resettlement center, which is why she decided to marry. Is life in the resettlement center truly that arduous? Is there no one willing to speak out about it? Soon enough, an insider provided insight into life in the resettlement centers. They are essentially vast tents, akin to greenhouses, each spanning approximately 200 square meters and housing over 600 individuals. Indeed, over 600. At night, the sounds of grinding teeth, flatulence, and sleep-talking are incessant, leading many to suffer from insomnia and depression. What is even more disheartening is that each tent has only 5 toilets, averaging 1 toilet for every 120 people. Each day, one must endure long lines just to use the restroom. The slightest urge necessitates queuing, or else one risks an embarrassing accident. Within the resettlement centers, one can only charge their devices once a day and is limited to 2 meals. There are no showers available. Instead, a water truck is dispatched to provide a small amount of water for washing. The most distressing aspect is the overwhelming stench that permeates the tents. Every individual who enters is guaranteed to feel nauseated. To prevent disease, the authorities conduct disinfection twice daily, leaving a potent chemical odor that lingers incessantly. In summary, life in the resettlement centers is exceedingly grim. The officials can only guarantee survival, but cannot ensure a quality of life. Now, you can understand why women are so desperate to find partners. After reading the descriptions, netizens gasped in disbelief, astonished by the harsh realities of life in the resettlement centers. Good heavens. I could not endure such a life for a single day. How terrifying. It is no wonder that those with homes are so sought after. It is indeed preferable to marry an unattractive man than to endure life in a resettlement center. Recently, there have been numerous pleas for shelter circulating online, which I initially assumed were scams. However, it now appears that these women are genuinely seeking husbands. They request no dowries, no gold, no cars. They simply wish to marry. To all the single men out there, your springtime has arrived. However, the caveat is that one must possess a home. Without a property, you will not even attract a glance. A house is indeed the true key to success. Alas, the entire Nan City real estate market has been depleted. Even if one has the means, purchasing a home is no longer an option. Indeed, I am a real estate agent with over 20 to 30 years of experience, and I have witnessed an ever-increasing number of properties. I could never have imagined that there would come a day when demand would outstrip supply. At this moment, show you gazed at the words resettlement center, lost in contemplation.